Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Al Jolson and Barbara Hale in Jolson Sings Again, with William Demarest and Ludwig Donat. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few seasons ago, Columbia Pictures made a musical film about a magic name in show business, a man who had earned the title of the world's greatest entertainer. That magic name was Al Jolson, and the film was the Jolson Story. Now, Columbia Pictures and producer Sidney Buckman have continued the life story of Al Jolson in Jolson Sings Again, another smash screen hit which we present tonight. From the first time that Al knelt on one knee on a stage, he's been singing his way into the hearts of audiences. And tonight you'll hear many of the songs he made so famous. Co-starring with him in Jolson Sings Again is the beautiful and talented new star, Barbara Hale, who plays her original screen role. You know, it takes a special talent to keep a star on top for a lifetime, and the same is true of a product like Lux Toilet Soap. Lux Soap has a special talent for helping to keep your complexion lovely, and that's a lifetime ambition for every woman. Now, Jolson Sings Again, starring Al Jolson as himself and Barbara Hale as Ellen, with William Demarest as Steve and Ludwig Donat as Papa.
They called him the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson, the man who had to sing. They weren't so far wrong either, and I ought to know. I was his manager, me, Steve Martin. But there came a time in Al's life when he had to make an awful tough decision. Al had fallen in love with a girl named Julie, and he had to choose. It was either show business or Julie, and he chose Julie. Then came a night, long after, a nightclub in Hollywood, the crowd yelling.
Wait a minute. You ain't heard nothing yet. You know, honestly, I haven't done this in a long time. Maybe the pipes are a little rusty, but I still know 1,000 songs. So you just name them, folks, and I'll sing them. What do you want?
April showers.
Huh? All right, folks. All right, April showers. Juicy boy, let's have April showers. Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regret.
And as Al sang, Julie saw the old spell come over him and knew that singing was all he really wanted. And while he was still singing, she got up quietly, walked out of that nightclub, and out of his life.
You soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. It's a gift. Whenever April showers come along.
Yeah, Julie was gone. For 2 weeks, Al kept looking for her day and night. He sent his mother and father back home to Washington and came on to New York, still searching for Julie. And that's where I joined him.
Thanks for coming, Steve.
Well, Al, what luck?
Not a trace of her. But she'll be back.
You going back to the coast?
No, Steve. I'm going to stay here and do a show.
Go back to work, you mean that?
Sure, I mean it.
Yeah?
And if the show's a hit, maybe she'll come back.
You better think that over, Al.
I've thought it over. I'm back where I was, Steve, singing for a living. Here, Broadway.
Jolson Jolson comes back to Broadway.
New Jolson show, solid sellout.
Jolson opening, smash success.
Is it true what they say about Dixie? Does the sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom at everybody's door? And do the folks keep eating blossom till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Suwanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. Do they laugh? Do they love like they do in every song? Oh, that's pretty. If it's true, that's where I belong. Wait a minute, folks. If you don't mind, please, no more tonight.
Oh, yeah.
No. Please, folks. That's all.
No, come on.
Hal, what's the matter? Don't you feel good?
I never felt better in my life, can't you, Tub? I look at my face. Here. Read this in evening paper. This is what I had to look at before I went on. Go on, read it.
Julie Benson, granted divorce today in Reno.
I don't know, Steve. I just can't take it anymore. What am I knocking myself out for? You were always telling me about something with myself. How about it? That's what I want now. I want some laughs, fun for me, just for me.
You want to blow the show?
The way I feel, Steve, I'm not good to nobody. I can't go on anymore.
Okay, I'll tell Tom you're through as of Saturday.
No, not Saturday. I'll try to stick it out till the end of the month.
You see the papers, Papa? Now Asa goes to Europe.
So he goes to Europe.
But the boy is sick, Papa, that he tries to hide from us.
What Asa does, Mama, is a sickness not for doctors.
Oh, please, Papa, no riddles. Monte Carlo he goes to. Now, you tell me, Papa, where will he get a good Jewish meal over there?
Mama, without Jewish meals, Gentiles are surviving year after year.
You wait, Papa, you wait. When Steve comes to visit, then maybe we find out about this sickness.
It was a few weeks before I could get to Washington and visit with the old folks. But the answers Mama wanted, nobody could supply.
You don't know, Steve, how we appreciate your visits.
Oh, I just come for the food, Papa.
Well, then eat, Steve, eat.
So, this winter, Steve, it's again Florida for Asa.
Oh, he's having a great time.
Yeah. So he always writes.
Oh, the beach and nightclubs and always with a girl.
Mama, with a man, it's only natural.
I'm very glad to know this, Papa.
Oh, Mama.
You listen to the radio, Steve? All day long now in Mr. Big Crosby.
Oh, that Crosby fella's doing all right, Mama.
Crooning, he does. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo.
Well, in the name, Bing. Go explain, people.
But he's got something, Mama.
Yeah, there was a time they played Asa's records. All the time, Asa. But for years now, you would think Asa isn't alive anymore.
Steve, about Asa, you tell us, Steve.
Well, what's there to tell? Al is doing all right. He's got a stable of race horses, a stable of prize fighters.
All right. He buys race horses, that I understand. But prize fighters he buys too. A human being. How is this, Steve?
I tell you how it is, Mama. It is a foolishness, a tragedy. The whole world is on fire. A Hitler swallows nations. Millions of our people driven, tortured, killed like flies. Asa doesn't want to sing, all right, so he doesn't sing. But racehorses, fighters.
No, Papa. Just eat, Papa. Eat.
For Mama, there never was any answer. Hal was away when she took sick. Pneumonia. He was somewhere off of Cuba, a yacht. I finally got in touch with him. He chartered a plane and flew back. But it was too late. Mama was dead.
If I only known, Papa. If only I'd been here, I could have...
Oh, she understands, Asa. It's no sense to feel sorry.
Papa, how about coming away with me for a while? Let's take a little trip somewhere. Change will do you good, you know.
We are in the war now, Asa. And prize fights, race tracks. That change I wouldn't need.
You hate everything I've been doing, don't you?
Asa, it is your own life to throw away.
You want me to go in the war? Fight at my age?
A man finds ways to do everything. But if he's so busy fighting himself... Excuse me, Asa. I think I have to lie down just for a few minutes.
Sure, Papa. Go ahead. Steve.
Hello, Al. When'd you get here?
Only an hour ago, but what are you doing in Washington?
Well, first, how's Papa?
Oh, he's fine. He's taking a little nap in there.
Well, Al, you can believe it or not, but I come down here to see a bunch of generals at the War Department.
Who?
Son, I've enlisted.
Enlisted?
Yeah.
Well, you're twice as old as I am. Come on now. What's this all about?
Entertainment for the kids overseas.
Getting shows together, huh?
Well, a little more than that, you know. Those kids are stuck away in the Pacific jungles, the Aleutians, Africa, Iceland. You know, it'd be a terrific boost to the morale if they could get the top names to go over, the biggest performers in the country. Well, that's the job they want me to handle.
You won't have any trouble, Steve. All the big stars will go once they know they're needed.
Well, it's just a question of getting a couple of them to lead the way.
7 or 8 years ago, I could have been the guy to start the whole thing off.
What's the matter with now?
These kids are hep. They want the stuff they've heard back home. How many of them ever heard of me?
But everybody in show business knows you, and they followed you before.
No, Steve, I'm thinking of the kids.
Well, I better get going. I'll see you later, huh?
Yeah, sure.
So long, Al.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Wait a minute, will you? Maybe I'll walk over with you, huh?
What about Papa?
It's okay. He's asleep.
Asleep, Asa? Oh, no. Not yet. It's all right, Mama. I think now everything will be all right.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Jolson Sings Again. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Libby, have you seen the picture that gives star billing to a locomotive named Emma?
Well, I wouldn't have missed it, Mr. Keeley. It's 20th Century Fox's new comedy, Ticket to Tomahawk. What a grand idea to do a Western about the pioneer trains that helped open up the West.
So the writers created Emma, who weighs 38 tons and is bright red and yellow in Technicolor.
Yes, and surrounded her with several delightful characters. Dan Daly, the traveling salesman who runs into trouble when he meets Ann Baxter, the harum-scarum Western girl.
Dan's quite a horseman, you know, and gallops all over Colorado in Ticket to Tomahawk.
Well, Ann Baxter is an expert rider herself. She looks mighty cute in the saddle.
This being her second Western, she ought to be used to the outdoor life.
You know, it's a hard life when you're on location. Plenty of dust, desert sand, and hot sun. No wonder Ann took along a supply of lovely, luxurious Lux toilet soap.
She was taking no chances of missing out on her daily beauty bath.
Right, John. And the big bath size is just made for a refreshing, relaxing bath. Even in hardest water, it gives lots of rich lather. And the perfume's delicious. Delicate and flower-like. A fragrance that clings.
Yes, everyone likes that exclusive Lux soap perfume. When a girl uses the new bath size cake, she's sure of all over Lux loveliness.
That's what screen stars say. The active lather leaves arms and shoulders feeling so soft and smooth. Just right for the new low-cut dresses.
Creamy, active lather, a lovely, clinging fragrance. This satin-smooth bath cake is luxurious.
And Barbara Hale as Ellen, with William Demarest as Steve and Ludwig Donath as Papa.
A couple of weeks later, Al was facing the toughest opening night in his life. 300 GIs jammed in a Quonset hut in the fog and the cold of the Aleutian Islands.
And here he is, boys. The man I've been talking about, Al Jolson.
Thank you. Thank you, men, and thank you, Colonel. And if I'm half as good as that send-off, I may leave here a second lieutenant. You know, Sam, it's wonderful working for guys like you, because if you don't like it, where can you go? It's me or nothing. Well, gang, let me tell you something about myself. I sing. If you don't believe me, write home and ask your grandmother. Of course, my songs aren't exactly the kind you were hearing back home, but maybe you'd like a few of the older ones, the ones your folks used to like. Orchestra, if you please. We leave home expecting to find a bluebird, hoping every cloud will be silver lined. But we all return, and as we live, we learn that we left our happiness behind. The bird with feathers of blue is waiting for you back in your own backyard. You'll see our castle in Spain through your window pane, back in your own backyard. Oh, you can go to the east, go to the west. Someday you'll come, weary at heart, back where you started from. You'll find your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
Al sang for over 2 hours. This was a new kind of thrill, a new generation, a new audience. Only Al still wasn't too sure of himself.
I certainly don't know what you're worried about, Al. You went over like $1 million.
Well, Colonel, it was fun singing to those kids tonight, only I just thought I was a little old-timey, corny. Oh, by the way, is that my plane?
Oh, they'll call you. So you don't think you got over, huh? Let me tell you something. You didn't go over any better in Duluth 20 years ago.
Duluth?
In the old Lyceum Theater.
Duluth? Well, I'll be darned.
I played hooky one afternoon to see Robinson Crusoe. To me, you were the greatest thing that ever lived.
Oh, you're just an old fan, Colonel. I could have knocked you over reciting Little Bo Peep.
Ready to take off, Mr. Jolson?
Thanks, soldier. Oh, just one thing, Colonel. Do me a favor, will you? Tell the boys I'll try to get back here. Tell them a lot of the big stars, big names will be along soon. Bob Hope, Jack Benny, Joey Brown. But look, tell them not to forget me, will you, huh?
Yeah, they'll never forget that you were the first.
Well, somebody had to start it. Well, Colonel, tough saying goodbye, but you've been swell. I hope we meet up someday back home.
Yes, I hope we do. And if you're ever in Hollywood...
Wait a minute. Did you say Hollywood? Movies, you?
Yeah, I produced a few.
Well, I played in a few.
I remember every one of them.
I'm afraid I do, too. Well, so long, Duluth.
Yeah, this was a new theatrical circuit for Al, with bookings spread all over the map. Alaska, the South Pacific, North Africa, Italy.
Chinatown, my Chinatown, where the lights are low. Hearts that know no other land, drifting to and fro. Dreamy, dreamy, oh, Chinatown. Almond eyes of brown. Heart seemed light and life seemed bright in dreamy, oh, Chinatown. Oh, Chinatown. Where the lights are low. Hearts that know no other land. Drifting to and fro. Dreamy, dreamy, oh, Chinatown. Almond eyes of brown. Hearts seem light and life seems bright in dreamy, dreamy China. Dreamy, dreamy China. China. Chinatown.
It was kind of rough. Sometimes he didn't sleep. Sometimes maybe he didn't eat. Sometimes the bombs fell kind of close. But Al kept on singing.
I'm just wild about Harry. Harry's wild about me. The heavenly blisses of his kisses fill me with ecstasy. He's sweet just like chocolate candy and just like honey from the bee. Oh, I'm just wild about Harry. Harry's wild about, I can't do without Harry. Wild about me. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. And now, fellas, I'd like to sing.
Find a corpsman. Get a corpsman here right away.
Yes, sir.
And notify the major. This man's awful sick.
Come on now, let's wake up, Mr. Jolson. That's right.
Baby face, you got the cutest...
In case you don't know it, Mr. Jolson, you're back home now. New York City.
New York? You must be cuckoo. What are you talking about?
Kind of surprised, aren't you?
New York. When did they bring me here?
Night before last.
You mean I've been here since...
Now, let's get some of this broth down before we talk, hmm?
Yeah, but tell me something. What was it hit me, huh?
A little fever you picked up overseas.
You know, your face is familiar. I've seen you someplace.
You certainly have.
Where?
Right here.
When?
This morning.
This morning? When?
When you woke up.
Oh, I couldn't forget you. You're pretty.
Just a baby face.
How'd you know?
You told me.
I did? When?
This morning.
I said that?
My friend, you sang it. More or less.
I sang it, huh? How was I?
Oh, you can do better, I imagine.
How would you know? Huh. I was long before your time, honey.
Well, a little bit. But I remember my folks talking about you.
Well, I'd like to meet them. But I don't suppose I'd be finding them up north here.
No, you'd be finding them in Arkansas. Their name is Clark, and their daughter's name's Ellen. Ellen Clark. Saves a lot more questions, doesn't it?
Sure does.
And now we're going to lie back and take a nice long rest.
But wait a minute. There's somebody I got to talk to.
Tomorrow, maybe. Mr. Martin knows you're here, and so does Papa.
Papa? He's here, too?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is he?
Now, always rushing around like that is just about the worst thing for anybody.
Oh, you don't say.
You're about to do most everything wrong.
Now, look, honey, wait a minute. Arkansas may feel that way about it, but I'm...
Now you take animals back on the farm. Pigs, for instance. Never rushing around. Except, of course, if they see a sudden big shadow, an airplane, or a hawk. That scares them and they get all confused. You know, I always believe people who rush around get confused the same way. You were going to say something?
Yeah. I wouldn't care to see anybody today.
Just as you say, Mr. Jolson. My, we'll soon be smart as pigs.
The doctor let me and Kenny Olson see Al the next afternoon. All Al talked about was going overseas again. But that nurse, that Ellen, kept batting him down.
Well, if you just forget how important you are for once, you might do a sensible thing, Mr. Jolson.
Now, listen, sweetheart. Whenever I had a job to do, I've always done it.
That's just what I mean. However, I just came here to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
I've been transferred, Cantor. An Army hospital in Arkansas, and I'm leaving first thing in the morning.
Oh, wait a minute, babyface. You can't make cracks at me and just walk out. I want to talk to you.
Really won't have the time.
Oh, that's too bad. Because I thought on your last evening here, how nice if you and I could have dinner together.
Well, now, I will have to have dinner, won't I?
At 7, shall we say?
That'll be fine, Cantor. 7 o'clock.
I hope you like this place, Ellen.
But what about you? Kind of swanky, isn't it?
That's me tonight. Swanky. Ellen, I wanted to thank you for the things you said to my son today. He's really a very nice man. But of course, that's just a father's opinion.
You could be right.
Thank you. You know, there was a look in his eyes when you spoke to him that I had never seen before. To me, it was like the first step when a baby learns to walk.
Powerful baby, isn't he?
Oh, powerful.
And he'll go right on singing when he shouldn't.
I'm afraid so.
You know, in his condition, that could be bad.
Still, I have a feeling he won't forget what you said to him. In fact, if I know Asa, he'll have to see you again. And if he does...
And if he does, I don't think I'd mind that at all.
Later, Hal was out on the road again, much too soon for his health. A tour of the service hospitals around the country, including one particular hospital in Arkansas.
Babyface, you've got the cutest little babyface. There's not another one could take your place. Oh, babyface. My poor heart is jumping. You should have started something. Oh, babyface. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove. I just fell in love with your pretty, oh, you got a baby face. Oh, baby face. You got the cutest, oh, you got a baby face. There's not another one could take your place, oh, baby face. My poor heart is jumping. You should have gotten, oh, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. The stars and moon above, they know that I'm in love with your pretty, oh, you got a baby face. Oh, baby face. You got the cutest, oh, you got a baby face. There's not another one could take your place, oh, baby face. My poor heart is jumping. You should have gotten, oh, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. You're like a breath of spring when Jolie sings about your baby face.
I can't leave the grounds, Al. We can sit out here if you'd like.
I don't know why I'd ever want to see anybody like you again. And yet, somehow, I couldn't wait to hit this place. Kind of daffy, ain't it?
Haven't you been singing too much lately?
That's what I missed about you. Nobody to boss me around. You know, Arkansas, I've been thinking about you. And, now and then, this really daffy. Now and then I found myself thinking that I could even get a little romantic about that past. You know how your mind runs away with you sometimes?
Sure. Mine does with every other man I meet.
Yeah?
It's fun.
But not exactly fun when it's me, huh?
Why not?
Well, for instance, if the gal happens to be young like you, I suddenly remember, I remember I'm not so young anymore. And then I remember something else. I was married before.
I know.
Oh, I made an awful flop of it. It seems all I cared about then was singing.
And you still want to sing, don't you?
Yeah, but the world ain't exactly clamoring for me anymore.
Well, now, I'm just sure the world would again, if you really wanted it to.
You know, babyface, I like you. But I'm afraid I need a little help. might have to ask somebody like you where to start.
Well, now, if I'm not around, you just try relaxing. Anything you get fun out of, you just go right ahead and do it.
Well, right now, it'll be a lot of fun just to kiss you.
Well, then, why don't you have fun?
Al never did finish that hospital tour. He never should have started it. He wasn't well. And in Los Angeles, he had a relapse. A lung was infected, and this time, the doctors had to operate.
I came as soon as I could, Al. I thought you might be needing some of those answers.
All I need is a good lung, baby. Just a good lung. You got one of those?
Why, you're breathing, honey. Now, who'd want a man to do more than that?
You don't know what you're saying, Ellen.
Maybe I should say it this way, then. I love you, Al. I want you to get well. I want you to marry me.
Oh, you're the craziest gal I've ever seen.
They were married the day Al got out of the hospital. And then I drove him out to Al's house in San Fernando Valley.
Well, this is it, honey. But you can still change your mind about living here, you know.
I know, Al. This was Julie's house.
Yeah. Why did you want us to live here, Ellen?
Why? Why, imagine looking for a place in these days, and this house here just as pretty and... Oh, Al, I must be crazy. It was cruel of me to bring you back here.
No, baby, no.
I just didn't want any ghosts around, Al, baby. I wanted you to wrestle with them right here so you'd know where you stood about the past. And so I'd know, too.
Now, look, honey. If there are any ghosts around, this is the place they make them come out and fight. And that's what I'm going to like about you.
You're just saying that.
Yes, and I'm meaning that, too.
Well, promise me. If this house gets you down, when you can't take it anymore, I want you to tell me straight out.
Like I could keep something from you if I wanted to.
Arriving tomorrow, huh? Well, that's good, Ellen. That's fine. Oh, how's Alan?
He looks to me like a man about ready to go back to work.
You mean sing?
Don't you think he can, Steve? That lung's all healed.
Sure, I think he can sing. Only nobody wants to hear him.
How do you know?
Well, he told me long ago to see if I could find the right show for him. Well, I tried. But nobody is willing to risk a nickel on him. No, not Broadway and not radio. If he tries for a comeback, he'll take the beating of his life.
I see.
It would kill him to have to face the truth about it. So if Al thinks he's through because of his lung, even if he's lying to himself a little, it's the kindest thing that could ever happen.
Sure, Steve.
Kenny Olson arrived the next day, and that evening at the dinner table...
Well, Papa, we better figure out what you'd like to do while you're here. Ellen says you got to be entertained.
Me? Entertained?
Aren't you the man who likes to go dancing in swanky restaurants?
Oh, that was in my younger days.
There's a big benefit show for the community chest next week. A lot of big stars going to be there. Would you like to go?
Nice. Very nice.
I'll see that we're there.
Of course, to give Papa a real thrill, Al, you ought to be on the stage that night yourself.
Doing what, honey? Juggling?
Oh, I don't know. If you sound as good as you do when you sing in the bathroom.
Bathroom? Well, you just hum a little, and with all that resonance in there, you sound like Caruso. Don't you know that's why people like to sing in the bathroom?
And you just specially like it, don't you?
Love it, honey, love it.
The public might love it, too. Besides, I certainly don't want a man lazing around the house all the rest of his life.
Well, in that case, Steve, hop to New York and get a show together for me. Of course, I haven't got the breath for those high notes anymore, and the Bobby Sox has never heard of me, and my singing style went out with high-button shoes, but still, a name like Jolson...
Hell, I'm serious.
Well, so am I.
But I can't see why you'd have to worry about a little old benefit.
Well, who said they even want me on that little old benefit? I don't see anybody breaking down doors to get me to do it. Baby, let's drop it, will you, huh?
Sure. Well, how about some checkers, Papa?
Oh, no, thank you, Alan. I can't eat another thing. I said something comical.
dinner, Al, as usual, pulled up his chair in front of the radio. Ellen and Papa were playing checkers.
Pretty tune, Steve.
Yeah, that's the big one right now. Made to order for these crooners.
They sure sing this stuff today nice and easy, don't they? Who says you need all the voice in the world to put one of these Humpty Dumpty songs over? Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. You are here, so am I. Maybe millions of people pass by, but they all disappear from you. And I only have eyes for you.
Well, must be the resonance in here, Papa.
Resonance, of course.
Okay, Steve. If they can use me on the benefit.
You win, Ellen.
Oh, another game of checkers, Papa?
Of course, Ellen. Of course.
Yeah.
So that's it, Charlie. I want you to use Al on that benefit show.
Well, I'm glad he's in shape again, Steve. But actually, I've got too big a list of stars right now.
Yeah, I know, but if you could still get a big name, you'd grab it. You just don't want Jolson.
Now, Steve, I didn't
10
say...
years ago, you'd be kissing his feet to get him.
Be reasonable. I've got to have names that mean something.
I don't care what you gotta have. When Al Jolson says he'll appear, the guy you and I remember when he was bigger than your whole list put together, I'm not going back to that guy with some lame excuse that adds up to only one thing. He's not wanted. I can't do it, Charlie, and you're not gonna make me do it.
All right, Steve. Tell him he's on.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Jolson Sings Again. Miss Amanda Blake, tonight's guest, comes from Buffalo, New York. She has a brand new contract with Columbia Pictures and is now testing for one of the most important roles on the current Columbia schedule. Am I making it sound too easy, Amanda?
A little, Mr. Keeley. Before all these wonderful happenings, I played in summer stock and devoted all my time to studying drama.
All fine preparation for pictures. And now you have a further chance at the studio to learn how actresses are made. You must have seen No Sad Songs for Me with Margaret Sullivan, Wendell Corey, and Vivica Lindfors.
It was an inspiration. I've always thought Margaret Sullivan a great star.
Yes, in No Sad Songs for Me, Margaret gives a dramatic performance we'll long remember. It's a real triumph for an actress to meet such a challenge, isn't it?
A chance every actress longs for, Mr. Keeley, and has to work for, too.
Well, don't you worry, Amanda. Beauty, talent, and the ability to work are an unbeatable combination. I should say you qualify on all counts.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. I've learned in Hollywood that the camera is even more exacting than the footlights when it comes to how you look. That goes especially for your complexion. So I'm grateful for my Lux soap facials. Active lather gives my skin real beauty care.
Screen stars tell us there's nothing like gentle Lux soap to keep skin right for the close-ups.
It's such a quick, easy way, too, Mr. Kennedy. All I do is smooth the creamy lather in well, rinse, then pat with a soft towel to dry. I love the new freshness a Lux soap facial gives.
Thank you, Amanda Blake, for that practical beauty tip. Lux soap facials really work, as tests by skin specialists proved. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions grew lovelier in a short time. So, to women everywhere, we suggest discover for yourself the appealing new loveliness Lux Soap Care will give your skin. 9 out of 10 screen stars use this fragrant white soap. Why not put it on your shopping list tomorrow? We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Jolson Sings Again, starring Al Jolson as himself and Barbara Hale as Ellen, with William Demarest as Steve and Ludwig Donath as Papa.
The day of the benefit, the newspapers carried a big ad. The names of all the stars.
Say, honey, is it in the paper?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see it.
Well, my name's going to be a little hard to find, baby. That's right. Keep looking. A little further down, honey.
Al.
There at the bottom, you see? And many others. That's me. Nice day, honey, huh?
Yes, dear. Nice day.
That night, the show went on and on and on. And by 12 o'clock, most of the audience had left for home. And finally, after everyone else had done their turn, they let Al go out on stage.
Thank you. Where is everybody? Well, I guess it must be a few old friends of mine out there. Who else would be hanging around at this hour? So if you folks don't mind, I'll sing an old one. Just one, and let you go home and sleep peacefully. Now, Mr. Conductor, let's have this one nice and quiet, and the little lady, I think her name is Lily, with the harp arpeggio, please. When there are gray skies, I don't mind the gray skies. You make them blue, sunny boy. Friends may forsake me, let them all forsake me. I still have you, sunny boy. You're sent from heaven, and I know your worth. You've made a heaven for me here on earth. When I'm old and gray, dear, promise you won't stray, dear, for I love you so, sonny boy. You're not crying.
I don't care. You were absolutely marvelous tonight. And if
Telephone at this hour? Hello? Yeah, who? Bryant. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Nice of you to call, too. Oh, sure, if you think you want to see me. Well, come on out anytime. I'm generally home. I'm not working. Okay, sure. Good night. Honey, Bryant. Do we know somebody by the name of Bryant?
Oh, well, Mr. Bryant's here.
How are you, Mr. Bryant?
You still don't remember me.
No.
Colonel Bryant, the Illusions?
Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Duluth, the old Theater.
That's right.
Honey, this is the fellow who phones in the middle of the night to tell me I'm terrific. Don't you love him?
mad about it.
Sit down, Colonel. Stay for lunch, stay for dinner, jump in the swimming pool, do anything you like. Go ahead.
No, thanks. I'd like to. It's a let's forget the Colonel. I'm just a picture producer again, and I've got an idea.
What kind of an idea?
Well, a motion picture.
Wait a minute. You want me to play a part or something? Me, an extra?
No. A picture about you, your whole career. Sound crazy?
My friend, it's as goofy as can be.
Why?
Well, why? Last night should tell you why.
Well, last night brought me out here.
Oh, but you make pictures today for a whole new generation. They buy the tickets. What's in it for this one? You know.
The story of the biggest man in entertainment for 30 years singing the biggest songs.
That are deader than the doornail.
Not when you sing.
Amazing fella. Don't you love him, honey? Look, pal. I was singing in vaudeville at 15. Well, let's say when I was really getting underway in my 20s. You expect me to play a 20-year-old on the screen today?
Well, all right. Suppose somebody else played it.
Somebody else? But me singing, of course.
Yes, of course.
Kind of put the songs through him, like he was singing?
Yes, I think it can be done, Al.
Okay, pal. Now, let's say you found the guy to do this, and he's great. What about the songs? You couldn't use the old recordings I made years ago, could you?
No, I'm afraid the quality would be pretty bad today.
So I have to sing them all over again, huh?
Yeah, I guess you would. But I think you can do it.
Oh, brother, I know. I'm better than I was in Duluth a zillion years ago. All that's happened since. Not hitting so good on one cylinder. I sing 4 keys lower.
Nobody would have known that last night.
Yeah, last night there was Sonny Boy.
Well, why not anything else?
Oh, pal, wait a minute. Those mammies, those rockabys, you got to give out.
And you think you couldn't do that? Have you tried?
No, Mr. Bryant. No, he hasn't.
Well, then why not come down to the studio and make a test recording or two and find out? Now, when can you do that?
What do I say to this madman?
Why, honey, you just tell him you're free most anything.
No, now, look, this is crazy. Just the wackiest idea I ever thought of. Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her, tut-tut-tut-say goodbye. Tut-tut-tut-say don't cry. The choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me to the end then. Do it over again. Watch for the mail. I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Kiss me to the end then. Do it over again. Watch for the mail. I'll never fail. And if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye.
All right, cut. We'll be in room B. Let's have the playback in 5 minutes.
Wait a minute, Colonel, wait a minute. Maybe we better skip the whole thing. No, honestly, I mean it. I just don't like this routine. Besides, I can't...
But Al listened to the recording. Then he heard it again, only this time in the projection room. And when he walked out, Al was the most bewildered guy in Hollywood.
What's that guy on the screen, Colonel? That's a recording I made. I sang. I know I sang.
Yes, of course. The voice is yours.
But that young fella, he's great and making art like me on the screen.
I'd like you to meet him, Al. He's waiting in my office. A fellow named Larry Parks.
That afternoon, Al met with Ralph Bryant and his staff.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute, I'm scared of this picture. If it ever went over, I'm wound up like the old Jolson again. I'd like to call this whole thing off.
You would?
Yeah, but my wife won't let me. Well, anyway, where are we?
Still at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Well, I tell you, I guess the place to start will be back in Washington when I was a kid singing with my father in the synagogue.
They called the picture the Jolson Story. It was previewed in a little theater up in Santa Barbara. Al died 1,000 deaths that night. He tried to watch the picture, but he couldn't. Then he tried walking around the block, but he always came back to the front of the theater.
Paper, mister? Paper?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Give me 7 or 8, 10 of them. Give me a lot of them.
Well, thanks, mister.
Say, that's me. That's me singing in it. Only the fellow who's acting, that isn't me.
You feeling all right, mister?
Want to know something, son? I feel awful.
Then he'd go back in the theater, sit for a couple of minutes, go out in the lobby, take another drink of water.
I'm the manager, sir. Is there anything I can do?
Oh, no, not a thing, pal. I just can't take it in there.
But the people think it's wonderful, Mr. Parks.
Mr. Parks? I hope my wife knows me when I get home.
Even when the preview was over and the audience cheered louder than Brian ever dreamed they might, Hal was still spinning. But when the picture was released and it started playing around the country...
You've seen these, Steve? More newspaper articles. Amazing.
Kind of funny, ain't it, Papa? Hal's bigger now than he ever was.
And look.
It's the biggest grossing picture in years.
Look. Jolson Story held over for 10th week in Cincy.
What town, Papa?
Cincy. And the radio, Steve. All day long, Asa's records on the radio.
Mama would be so happy.
Which reminds me, Papa, I'm seeing some radio people this afternoon. Tell Al I'll be around tonight to talk it over.
Oh, sure. It's a great offer, Steve. I'm tickled to death that they want me on the radio, only you see...
Only a what? Al, you got to make up your mind now.
Well, the answer is no, Steve.
I say yes, Steve.
But why, baby? What for?
Al, in the old days, in the winter garden, did the audience squeal when you sang? You know, swoon.
Honey, in those days, folks didn't even...
That's what I thought. So you're going on the radio. It's your right to hear those Bobby Soxers squeal.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our radio show, Al Jolson.
Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in morning. No one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet her in morning. Where the morning glories twine around the door, whispering pretty stories I long to hear once more. Strolling with my girlie where the dew is pretty early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawning. If I had land left for only a day, I'd make a wish. Here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
Well, that's about it, folks. The story of a man who came back, as no man ever did before, in the most wonderful and unpredictable business in the world, show business.
Just a second, Steve. Didn't you leave out something?
Huh? I did.
The next year, the community chest had another benefit, remember?
Oh, yeah. Al was there, all right.
And this time, nobody had any trouble finding his name in the paper, did they?
What's he got, Ellen? What is it that the guy has got?
Oh, I don't know, Steve. Maybe he just likes to sing.
Rockabye your baby with a Dixie melody. When you croon a tune from the heart of Dixie. Just hang that cradle, mammy mine, right on that Mason-Dixon line, and swing it from Virginia to Tennessee with all the soul that's in ya. Weep no more, my lady, sing it. Sing it, mammy, sing it for me. And old Black Joe, just as though you had me on your knees. 1,000,000 baby kisses I'll deliver. If you will only sing that Swanee River rock-a-bye, you'll rock-a-bye, baby, with our Dixie melody.
When Al Jolson sings again, it's an occasion in the theater. And so we reluctantly draw the curtain now on the superb performances of tonight's stars. Al Jolson, Barbara Hale, William Demarest, and Ludwig Donner.
Wait a minute, Bill. You left out something. You really ain't heard nothing yet. Wait till Columbia makes the next picture about my life.
Hal, you mean there's material for another picture about you?
I'm still living, honey. I'm still living.
It'll have to be called Jolson Sings Again and Again and Again.
Al, have you noticed how old Larry Parks is beginning to look in these pictures?
Well, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going as long as Larry Parks can totter around. And he's tottering, believe me.
Tell us, Al, was it difficult finding the right girl for the part of Mrs. Jolson?
No, Bill. I just looked around for the sweetest and prettiest girl I could find. And who do you think was there? Naturally, Barbara Hale.
And naturally, she was a Lux girl.
Oh, yeah.
I certainly am, Mr. Keeley. Lux soap is a wonderful complexion care.
Hey, how about next week, Bill? Anyone singing here then?
No, but our story is about a talented composer and his search for love. It's the RKO screen hit, Night Song. And our stars will be Dana Andrews and Joan Fontaine. With two stars like these, I know you'll all be enchanted by the haunting romance of Night Song.
Oh, Bill, if you need a chorus of Cacciaturian, I can do that next week,
I'll keep you in mind, Al.
Yeah, because I played with LaVan so long, I've learned it myself.
Good night, and hurry back, all of you.
Good night, Bill. Thank you.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood.
Lips are developing colors to fill in the new deep necklines. Barbara Hale has a gorgeous slip in pale blue satin with a horseshoe collar for her favorite suit. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes' care for it, just as she does for all her washables. Wrong washing methods fade colors so easily it doesn't pay to take chances. Repeated washing tests prove that gentle Lux Flakes' care keeps pretty lingerie enchantingly fresh and new-looking 3 times as long. No other soap, no other washing product is safer for colors. Try Barbara Hale's recipe for your nice things. Get Lux Flakes tomorrow to give your washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Fontaine and Dana Andrews in Night Song. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Demarest can currently be seen with Bing Crosby in the Paramount picture Riding High. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Night Song starring Dana Andrews and Joan Fontaine. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Loretta Young and Van Johnson in Mother is a Freshman. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 15 years ago this week, a daring radio entertainment was begun. It was the Lux Radio Theater. Its purpose was to bring into American homes the finest in drama played by the most important stars. Since that day, a new generation has grown up, and the Lux Radio Theater with it. Now it's a part of the American scene, an institution in millions of American homes. To celebrate this 15th anniversary, we've selected a gay romantic comedy that brings together two of this theater's top favorites, those very bright stars, Loretta Young and Van Johnson. The play is Mother is a Freshman, a 20th century Fox success you've requested so often. You know, if Mother were to go back to college today, she'd find it quite different than it was 15 years ago. But some things would make her feel right at home. For one, that familiar cake of Lux toilet soap. Yes, even when Mother was a freshman, Lux soap was a favorite complexion care of the loveliest girls on the campus. And again tonight, as it has for 15 years, Lux makes it possible for you to hear another hit play. As the curtain rises on Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. It happens sometimes to the best of us. A terse memorandum from the bank informing us that our balance is not sufficient to cover our checks. It's happened this time to a young and beautiful widow residing on Park Avenue in New York.
I'm back, Mom. Know where I've been? I've been shopping.
Oh, Susan, not all those packages. Oh, darling, I told you not to spend any more money, remember?
Didn't spend a shekel, Mom. Charged everything.
Oh, dear.
Here, this is for you.
A book. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, dear.
It's the new one by John St. John.
Oh, The Grave Digger and the Chambermaid. Oh, Susie, really?
Guaranteed to turn your hair gray.
Oh, that's just what I need. Honestly, dear, how you can waste good money on such trash?
Well, that's okay, Mom. You're welcome. Mom, look at this dress. Isn't it a dream?
Well, yes, dear, it's beautiful. But I'm sorry it'll have to go back.
Mom!
I just heard from the bank and we're overdrawn.
Well, then why don't you call John Heaslip? Just tell him to put some more money in our account.
Oh, you know how upset he gets whenever I'm
Personally, I think John likes our economic crisis. Gives him a chance to wave that torch he's been carrying.
Oh, don't be silly, dear. Now, about this dress.
Oh, I just have to have it, Mom, for the sophomore cotillion. Richard'll love it.
Richard? Oh, yes. He's the president of the student body, isn't he?
Mom, no, that's Beaumont Jackson.
Oh,
he's a schmo.
Oh, what? What's that?
Oh, you know, a dope, a drip.
A drip? Oh, that reminds me, I must call John. Dear, who is Richard?
Mother, don't you ever listen to me. Richard Michaels, professor of English Lit.
Oh, that's nice, dear, a professor. A professor?
Uh-huh.
Oh, but Susie, is he one of your beaux?
Oh, Mom, you're so old-fashioned. Those berries have broken down.
Oh, have they?
Well, of course. Pointer is a modern college.
Oh, I see. Well, how old is this Professor Michaels?
Oh, he's sort of, ageless. Maybe around 35.
Oh, well, now, dear, I'm around 35.
Oh, but it's different with you, Mom. Your life's over.
Oh, is it?
Oh, but he hasn't even begun to live.
Oh, Susie, I don't like it. I don't like it a bit. It just isn't... Excuse me a minute. Hello? Oh, hello, John. I was just going to call you. Well, yes, I know, but when you're trying to outfit a girl for college and redecorate an apartment, well, What? Why, John, I couldn't be. But that's impossible. I'll be down.
Well?
Well, it must be a mistake.
Well, what is it?
Well, he said you weren't going back to college.
Mother, that's impossible.
Well, now, don't worry, dear. I'll see to this right now. John, I don't think you understand.
I understand that your expenditures have been simply disgraceful.
Oh, you've already said that. Now, as for Susan, how can you expect her to go back to Pointer College without...
I don't expect Susan to go back to Pointer at all.
Now, John, you're just trying to scare me again, aren't you?
No, Abby, I'm not. You're broke. Dead broke.
But the trust fund that Henry left for me, I couldn't have spent all that.
But the trust fund is payable only every 3 years.
Yes?
Your next payment isn't available until February.
But that's 5 months. Oh, John, Susan must go back to Pointer.
And where am I going to get the money to pay for her tuition?
Well, there's one way, my dear.
Oh, no, thank you. Let's not go into that again.
Abby, please. Why, we're perfectly mated. Anyone can see that. And moreover...
No, there must be another way. John, is my maiden name legal?
Yes, if you care to use it.
Oh?
Now, what makes you ask that?
Oh, nothing at all. And thank you, John. Thank you for everything.
But Abby, what's your hurry? Abby!
You don't have to spare me, Mom. I know it isn't your fault. No money, huh?
Paupers. Till next February.
Well, couldn't you borrow the money from John? He's so crazy about you.
Susie, I better explain something to you. John Heaslip has an obsession against lending or borrowing money. And though he may be crazy about me, he is crazier about his obsession. See?
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, we'll just have to go to work then. I'll get a job on campus, and you can get a job here. Department store, maybe, or some sweatshop. Or...
Mm-hmm.
Mom, you're not listening.
Just a minute.
Well, what's that you're reading?
This booklet. It's all about the endowments to Pointer College. Here it is. It's right here.
Huh?
The Abigail Fortitude Scholarship. For any female of good character and refinement with the name of Abigail Fortitude, the sum of $3,000 per annum shall be made available.
So what?
Well, $3,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, but don't you see the catch? You've got to have a name like Abigail Fortitude.
Well, my maiden name happens to be that.
Oh, I know, Mom, but you're the last. And I'll never stop thanking you for finding a different name for me.
You know, dear, I've been thinking.
Oh, sure. Great-Grandma Abigail gave money to Pointer. Then she fixed it so only her own family could use it.
Well, then why don't we use it?
Because my name isn't Abigail You?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Golly gee. No, it wouldn't work.
Now, why not?
Well, what about college entrance exams? You'd never pass
Well,
them.
now, Susie, it's up to you to see that I do pass them. Look here, dear, you don't seem to understand. If I don't go to Pointer, you're not going back either. Now, this $3,000 endowment will see us both through to February, at which time we collect on our trust fund.
Oh, if we could only do it.
Oh, of course we can. I'll use my maiden name, and nobody need know that I'm your mother. And now, about those entrance exams.
Oh, they're murder.
Oh, come now, dear. They couldn't be that difficult.
Oh, no?
No.
Prove the two triangles are congruent if the hypotenuse and side of one are equal to ditto.
I beg your pardon?
Ha! Give a concise statement of Dalton's atomic theory. Describe the structure of a typical dicotyledonous stem.
Oh, Susie, that doesn't even sound like English.
See what I mean?
Oh, well. Well, in that case, I guess we'd better get to work right away. Susie, drag out those textbooks of yours and start educating me.
Gotta hand it to you, Mom. That's the old Abigail Fortitude. Beautiful, Mom.
Yeah.
Aren't you thrilled? This is it. You're on the campus.
Yes, I know, dear. And there's the dean's office.
Oh, you. Now get in there.
All right, but where will you be?
Oh, I just may stop by and say hello to Professor Michaels.
Professor Michaels? Oh, yes.
Oh, he probably won't be in. Classes don't start till tomorrow, you know. Well, I'll see you at the freshman dorm, Mom. Happy landing.
Yes, dear, and thank you again.
Yes, come in.
Hello, Professor Michaels.
Susan Abbott. Well, for heaven's sake. It's good to see you.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you, too.
Did you have a good summer?
Oh, sensational. Only I couldn't wait to get back. I thought September would never come.
I know just how you feel.
You're going to let me help you again, aren't you? I mean, correcting papers and stuff?
Oh, you bet I am. But this year you've got to give the boys a break, too.
Boys. Oh, a girl gets so bored, Professor Michaels. But working with you is an intellectual experience.
Now, don't tell me you'd rather have an intellectual experience and be the belle of the ball at the sophomore cotillion.
If I were dancing with you, I'd have both.
Me? I wouldn't be found dead at a student dance.
Oh. Well, I've got to run, Professor. See you in class tomorrow.
Nice of you to drop in, Susan.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And good night.
Good night?
Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Oh, that's very good, Susan. Very good. Hello?
This is Western Union. We have a telegram for Professor Richard Michaels.
This is Professor Michaels.
It's from New York City. Happy to inform you your book, Gravedigger and the Chambermaid, has just jumped on bestseller list. It's signed Williams and Sons, publishers.
Bestseller list, huh? Well, what do you know? Thank you. Thanks very much.
Tell you, Dean Gillingham, that new book you wanted. Well, I finally got it.
Oh, the Gravedigger and the Chambermaid?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I have a very good reason for being interested in that book.
I may blackmail you someday, reading stuff like that. Well, ready for the next patient? A freshman named Abigail Fortitude.
Oh, yes. Send her in, Miss Harper.
This way, Miss Fortitude.
Oh, thank you.
Dean Gillingham.
Sit down, Miss Fortitude.
Thank you.
Not nervous, are you?
Oh, yes, a little.
Oh, but why? Your entrance examinations, while not exemplary, at least are all in order, and I'm happy to welcome you to Pointer.
Oh, thank you.
You realize, of course, that your matriculation is most unusual.
Yes, I was afraid that, well, a woman of my age coming to college, that
What a
perhaps...
silly thought. What I meant by unusual is the fact that you're the first girl in 55 years to use the Abigail Fortitude Scholarship.
Oh, well, you see, she was my grandmother.
Yes, I know. Well, it's very good to see you here. What's the use of educating the children, I always say, if we don't educate the parents, too?
You mean that...
Oh, have no fears. I'll keep your horrid secret, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, then you do know.
After all, you and Susan share the same home address on your registration card.
Oh, my goodness. We never thought of that. You see, we didn't want anyone to find out.
Oh, I assure you the fact will never fall from my lips.
Oh, thank you.
Good luck, Miss Fortitude. And remember where I am if you want me.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dean.
Goodbye, my dear. Now, let me see. Where is that? Oh, The Gravedigger and the Chambermaid by John St. John. John St. John, indeed.
Not Mom, Abby.
Oh, golly, I forgot.
Yes.
Sorry. How'd you make out with Dean Gillingham?
Oh, I think he's the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, he's a charmer, all right. Richard Michaels says he's one of the greatest educators in the country.
Oh, well, I can believe that. He made me feel just a little like a cheat.
Why?
Oh, he was so pleased that I'd come to Pointer to finish my education.
Oh, I wouldn't let it bother me.
Well, it does bother me, since I'm only here to put my hands on some money.
I've got news for you.
What?
If you plan to stay here, you're going to get an education whether you want one or not. Otherwise, you go right out on your ear.
Oh, now, Susie, I've told you time and time again not to talk that way.
Abby.
Yes?
I'll have to caution you not to correct people as if you were their mother.
Oh?
Other people might catch on, see?
Oh. Oh, yes.
I've been fixing up your room.
Oh, dear, you did a good job. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Look out the window.
Huh?
See, there's my sorority house on the other side of the green.
Oh, yes. Well, at least we're close by. Well, what do I do now?
Register for classes.
All right.
Only you're not going to Doremus Hall looking like that.
Well, why? What's the matter with me?
Your clothes. Look, this is college, not Fifth Avenue.
Oh, well, dear, this is the most conservative thing I own.
At home, maybe, but not here.
Oh.
First of all, your hair.
Oh.
Take out those bobby pins and let it down.
Let it down?
And ditch the hat.
Oh, you don't like it?
Abby, freshmen don't wear hats, not even at Doremus Hall. Now step on it. Start fixing your hair.
I beg your pardon. I'm supposed to register here, but I don't know...
Hi, Angel Eyes. Just see the student advisor. Yow!
What is something wrong?
Wrong?
Young man, if you don't want to tell me where
I'll tell you anything you want to know, baby.
Oh?
Where's your card?
Here.
Table G. Dream Puss. Over there.
Thank you very much.
Pardon me, lady. This is Pointer College. The Stork Club is south of here.
I'm a student here. Here's my card.
Abigail Fortitude.
Yes?
You?
That's right.
Oh, don't get sore, honey. The name just doesn't go with the scenery.
Oh.
Freshman, huh?
Yes.
My. You just out of the army or something?
No.
You married?
No.
Well, Abigail, what's your major going to be?
Major? What's the major?
Well, you see, in college, you've got to major in one subject, which indicates the type of career you have cut out for yourself.
Oh. Well, what does Richard Michaels teach?
Richard Michaels?
What does he teach?
Iniquity.
What?
Thinly disguised with Shakespearean sonnets and officially labeled English literature.
Oh. Well, I'd better major in that, then.
Abigail Fortitude. You too?
Hey, what's your hurry? Wait a minute.
For me?
Yes.
Oh.
We freshmen have to stick together.
Oh.
My name's Rhoda Adams.
Well, hello, Rhoda. I'm Abigail Fortitude.
You going English lit?
Yes.
Good, so am I.
I wish I weren't so nervous.
I'm scared spitless.
You're what?
I'm scared spitless.
Oh, my dear, don't say things
Huh?
like that. Nat, you're scared spitless, so am I.
It's that Richard Michaels. They say he's a heavenly hunk of professor.
Oh, no, I didn't mean I was nervous about that. It's just that this is my first class, and everything is so new and strange, and it has nothing to do with Richard Michaels.
Yeah. That's what I keep telling myself. Well, there he is.
Oh.
You said it. Come on. Let's find a place to sit.
Okay.
Yes, sir?
What's your name?
Abigail Fortitude.
Fortitude. Well, Miss Fortitude, I'm not myopic, and I have an uncanny sense of intuition when one of my students is unprepared. I can spot him in the last row just as readily as the first. So why don't you take that seat there next to Miss Sharp?
Yes, certainly.
Hello, Miss Sharp.
Oh, hello, Professor Michaels.
Back for another try, eh? Don't you think you're in a rut?
Oh, I'll pass this time, Professor Michaels, if I can keep my mind on my work.
Yeah, all right. All right, let's come to order. This first session is going to be very short, so you needn't brace yourselves. In studying the text of Shakespeare, as we intend to do, we repeatedly find the theme of love used over and over again. And yet, in all the works... So starting tomorrow, I'll attempt to expose your minds to Shakespeare. If some of you choose to sleep, that is your problem. If some of you choose to listen and learn, that is my problem. Meantime, the class is dismissed. Miss Fortitude,
Yes?
in my office, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, but I have another class.
I've just dismissed this one 40 minutes early. This way, Miss Fortitude.
Yes, Professor.
Have a seat, Miss Fortitude.
Thank you.
That's rather an odd name, isn't it?
It's the family name.
Any relation to old Abigail Fortitude, that great pinchpenny philanthropist of Pointer?
My grandmother.
Oh.
I'm using her scholarship here.
Well, I didn't exactly mean that she wasn't a great
No,
philanthropist.
I didn't think you did, Professor.
Miss Fortitude, would you answer a simple question?
Why, yes, if I can.
What the devil are you doing here? Why are you majoring in my course?
That's two questions, Professor, and the answer is the same for both. To get an education.
Are you trying to tell me there's anything left for you to...
What do you mean by that remark?
Well, I didn't mean what you thought I meant. It's just that you are a mature woman and apparently very sophisticated.
You never saw me before, and suddenly you seem to know all about me.
Oh, now, wait a second. It's just that I'm used to kids, and, well, you're sort of in my league.
Well, I don't think I'm that matured, Professor.
Don't misunderstand me. It's just that it's a little unusual for... Well, isn't it a little late for you to be getting an education?
No, I don't think so. But if you doubt that one's available for me in your class, I'll be happy to have myself
I
transferred.
didn't mean that.
Professor Michaels, I am not one bit interested in how you came to teach at Pointer. And I don't see why you should be interested in why I came to be taught at Pointer.
Oh, now you're angry. Please, I was curious, that's all.
Well, curiosity killed the cat.
Yes. Good morning, Miss Ford.
Good morning, Professor Michaels.
In a few moments, we'll continue with the second act of Mother is a Freshman.
Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. Financed by a $3,000 scholarship, Abigail Fortitude is now the oldest and prettiest freshman ever to enter Pointer College, where her daughter Susan is a sophomore. Right now, Abigail's in class, and Professor Richard Michaels is discovering how interesting his work can be. And out on the campus, Susan and an old boyfriend.
Okay, Susie. Now, what about the sophomore cotillion?
Well, it's still a month off, Bo. I'll let you know, huh?
Why? Somebody else asked you?
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, I know. Susie, what's got into you?
I'm sorry, Bo. You're one of the nicest boys I know, and I always want to be friends with you.
Friends? You hate me, don't you?
Oh, now, really?
Yeah, well, even if Professor Michaels did go to the sophomore cotillion, it wouldn't be with you.
It wouldn't.
Not with that Abigail Fortitude around. Or haven't you heard?
Abigail Fortitude. Now, you're just being silly. An older woman like that going to college, well, naturally she's conspicuous, but
I'll say she is.
she deserves a little more attention.
Okay, Susie, you win. Just let me know about the cotillion.
Mother? Mother and Richard Michaels? Oh, but that's absurd.
So come into class tomorrow morning prepared to discuss King Lear. That's all. Class dismissed. Miss Fortitude.
Yes?
May I see you, please?
Oh, yes, Professor Michaels.
Close the door, Fortitude.
Surely.
Have a seat.
Did you get my theme, Professor?
Not quite.
Well, I handed it in.
Yes, I know. I read it. But I didn't get it.
Oh.
That's why I wanted to see you.
Oh.
Your ideas are excellent, Fortitude.
Yes?
But your rhetoric, well, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh, dear. And
No, don't be discouraged. You just need help on your academic approach.
Oh. And you're going to help me?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes, I see.
And not only that, but I'm going to have to turn the heat on.
The heat?
Yes. You're too self-conscious, Fortitude.
Oh?
You're nervous. I get the feeling that you resent me. But that, of course, is only a sublimation of your fear of failure.
It is?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
You know, English literature can be fun, and I'm going to show you just how much fun. You must learn to relax.
Well, thanks just the same, Professor. But I think I'll manage.
You don't want to flunk, do you?
Oh, no. No, I can't flunk.
Well, then you'd better let me work with you.
Oh. Well, all right, if you say so.
And I think we'll work nights.
Nights?
Yes.
Here?
Oh, no. We may as well be comfortable. Suppose you have dinner with me at my house, say, around 7 o'clock.
No, I'm sorry, Professor, but I can't do that.
I'm afraid you'd better.
Oh.
I live on Faculty Row, number 17, right across from the circle.
Professor, I don't think I ought to take up your time like that. I think, after all...
Fortitude, that's just what I'm here for.
Yes, Professor.
Here she comes, Beulah. Look out the window. You see her?
What a freshman.
Oh, I admire her greatly, Beulah. She's determined to get an education.
She's coming to the right place to get it. Excuse me, Professor. I better get them lamb chops in the oven.
Well.
Am I late?
No, Fortitude. Come in.
Thank you.
You look absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you, Professor.
Oh, let's skip that professor stuff. Call me Richard.
Oh.
Come in. Make yourself comfortable. Sure. I'll fix a drink. How do you like my lair?
Well, it smells good.
Oh, that's the incense. You have to burn it to get the traditions out of the woodwork.
Incense yet?
I hope you like martinis.
Oh, no, thank you.
I mix them very dry.
No, thank you.
You don't like martinis?
Well, I'm a student here.
But you're over 21, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Just.
Well, they're good for you. Make you relax. Lose your inhibitions.
Oh, well, sometimes I think inhibitions are very good for people, Professor. I think that...
Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do know what you mean.
Well, let's sit down and be comfortable, shall we? No, the springs are coming out of that chair.
Oh?
Let's just share the sofa, shall we?
Well, yes, thank you.
You don't mind, do you?
No, not if you like.
Well, here's to you, Abby, and to a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
I can't tell you how much I've looked forward to this.
Oh, really?
Something wrong with your cocktail?
Oh, no, it's fine.
Then drink it, so I can freshen it.
Oh, surely.
Yes, Abby, I've got to confess I'm glad you're weak. In English, that is.
Oh.
It gives me a chance not only to help you, but to know you well.
Well, that's very kind of you, Professor.
I want to know you very well.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. I'm awfully sorry, but I just remembered.
Remember where are you going?
Oh, it's very thoughtless of me, but I just remembered I have another date, and I can't break it.
But, Abby, for heaven's sake, you just can't just walk out.
Oh, I said I was sorry.
But what about your coaching?
Oh, well, some other time, perhaps, huh?
Can't you break your other date?
Oh, no, that would be rude.
Rude?
Yes.
What about me? What about my plans for tonight? I've arranged everything.
I know. And you needn't bother coming to the door with me. Good night, Professor. Good night.
Miss Fortitude, well, how nice to see you.
Why, Dean Gillingham.
And this is my wife, Miss Fortitude. Margaret, here's the young lady I was telling you about, Abigail Fortitude.
Oh, how do you do, my dear?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Gillingham?
Well, Richard, I see we all arrived at the same time.
No, Miss Fortitude is just leaving. She has another date.
Oh?
Abigail, but you're spoiling our evening. You don't think we enjoy dining with this dull young man, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, it's only on his promise that you'd be here that we agreed to come.
Oh. Well, my headache is a little better.
Headache? I thought you said you
would you like a martini, Mrs. Gillingham?
Why, yes, I would.
So would I.
Well, allow me.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, thank you, Richard.
Oh, you know, Miss Fortitude, you're really more than my husband described you. And he was simply outrageous.
And how's college life agreeing with you, Abigail?
Oh, well, I must be honest. Never been happier.
I'm sitting over here, Abigail.
Oh, yes. Yes, she knows it, dear.
Oh. Well, I really wasn't worried about you becoming acclimated, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, no?
And what do you think of your fellow students?
Oh, I think they're wonderful. But I'm simply amazed how they can study some serious subject and at the same time read things like the comic strips.
Oh, Gilly would rather miss a train than little Abner.
Oh, no, really, Margaret.
Well, I just don't understand how anyone can study a complex subject like chemistry, for instance, or political economy, and then sit right down to a blood-curdling murder mystery. You know, as I left tonight, the girl across the hall was reading an awfully lurid thing. Let me see, I think it was called... The Grave Digger in the Chambermaid.
What's the matter with you, Richard?
I'll be sorry, this martini. I must have swallowed the olive.
Oh, too bad. And now, about that book. How anyone...
Oh, thank you, Beulah. Nice timing.
Wonderful evening, Richard. Very edifying. Good night.
Next week at our house. We'll let you know, Abigail. Good night, my dear.
Good night. Now, if I may have my coat.
But Abigail, you're not leaving, too.
Well, I have to be back at the freshman dorm before 12, you know.
I know. You know, usually the Gillinghams don't stay past 9 o'clock.
Oh?
It's your very much.
Oh, I'm glad they do. My books?
Right here.
Oh.
Come on, I'll walk you over.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were married, Abby.
I'm not.
Well, before dinner, I distinctly heard Dean Gillingham calling you Mrs. Abbott.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We were supposed to keep that a secret.
Oh, then you are married.
No. No, I'm a widow. 8 years now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I don't mean about you being a widow. I mean about not being married.
No, I know what you mean.
Abbott. Abbott?
Yes. Like in Susan?
Mrs. Abbott?
Hmm?
You? Her mother?
That's right.
Impossible. Oh, no, I can't believe it. You're practically as young as she is.
Oh, well, hardly. And anyway, she'll grow younger as she grows older.
But what's the idea? I noticed.
Well, it's a rather long story, Richard, and it is a secret. We don't want anyone to know. We have our reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
She's a pretty wonderful kid, Abby. You ought to be proud of her.
I am. Well, there's the dorm.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Come here.
You know, I'll get into trouble if I don't get in time.
They'd only dock you from going to the sophomore cotillion.
Oh?
Which mustn't happen, incidentally, because you're going with me.
Am I?
Listen, Abby.
Yes?
I'm rushing it because that Mrs. Abbott thing scared the daylights out of me. I like you. You know what I mean? I really like you.
I like you, too.
Then you will come to the dance with me?
Well, is it customary? I mean, student and faculty, isn't it a little...
Those barriers no longer exist.
They don't?
No.
Well, how nice.
I had to do that. I had to kiss you. It's tradition. This tree we're under, it's the kissing oak.
Oh, I see.
It's true. Any girl who doesn't kiss her beau goodnight under this oak winds up an old maid.
Well, that could hardly be applied to me now, could it?
Hardly.
Good night, Richard.
Good night, Abigail.
Oh, by the way, Richard.
Yes?
They teach us in botany that your kissing oak is a willow. Good night.
Gosh, Mom, do you realize this is the first time I've seen you alone in simply days?
Oh, Susie, I've missed you so. What have you been doing with yourself anyway?
Oh, nothing much. I just didn't want to get in your hair.
Oh, honey, don't be silly.
Well, I mean with Richard coaching you. I didn't want to make you self-conscious. In the first place, you needed lots of coaching.
Oh, that I did.
And in the second place, I wanted you to get to know him without me around.
But why, dear?
Oh, come on, Mom. You haven't fooled me a bit. Don't you see? I wanted you to find out by yourself how wonderful he is and thoughtful and sweet. And, well, that's just what happened.
Susie, I don't understand.
Of course you do. You know now why I feel the way I do. It's just the way I wanted it to happen. Now you know why I'm in love with him.
In love with him?
Oh, and wait till you really get to know him.
Oh, but Susie, he's not in love with you.
Well, he's very fond of me. It's just that he's shy and conservative.
Oh, honey. Honey, are you sure? I mean, sometimes girls imagine things, you know.
I was never sure of anything in my life. Letting me help him correct papers, picking me to work with him, shoulder to shoulder, just like the Curies.
Susie, has he said any of these things to you? Or are you just dreaming it all because you want it to come true?
Well, he hasn't exactly said them, Mom, but he's changed my whole outlook on life. Honestly, not some silly schoolgirl swoon.
Oh, Susie. Oh, Susie, I don't know what to say.
I'll say it. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for liking him. Oh, Mom.
Yes?
I hate to mention this, but, well, you know how gossip spreads around the campus.
Gossip?
Well, naturally, you've had to be with Richard a lot since he's been coaching you, but I'd be sort of careful about seeing him. They'll be saying that you have a crush on him next. You understand?
Yes, dear, I understand.
After all, you're only here temporarily.
Yes.
It isn't really your life like it is mine.
Susie, I want to tell you something. I want to explain something to you.
You don't have to explain a thing to me, Mom. Not a thing. You're swell. Oh, I've got a dash. See you later.
Oh, Susie.
It's all right, Beulah. I'll get it. Hello, darling.
Oh, darling. Darling, we've got to be awfully careful.
You mean I shouldn't kiss you like this?
But...
Abby, you're shivering. I don't think it's from the cold. Come on inside.
All right. Richard, everything has gone wrong.
Now, that is a ridiculously broad statement. Now, what do you mean by everything?
Us.
So something is wrong with us?
Yes.
Now, if Beulah spilled the beans about the way I snore, I'll fire her.
Oh, don't joke, please.
Besides, I'm very kind to animals.
Please don't joke, Richard.
I'm sorry, Abby. What is it?
It's Susan.
Something happened to her?
Yes. Something incurable, I'm afraid. It seems that everybody at Pointer knows about it except you. She's in love with you.
Oh, Abby. For a minute, I thought it was something really serious.
But...
You know, I had a puppy once, and these kids remind me very much of him. Maybe that's why they call it puppy love.
No, I don't think so, Richard. I did think at first when she first... Now I don't.
Oh, Abby, all these sprouts get crushes. It's like the measles. They get over it. It doesn't mean anything. She's only 17.
Oh, darling, I was married when I was 16.
But it's not the same, Abby. You're a big girl now, and I'm a big boy. We belong together, don't we?
Yes.
I want to marry you. You can't expect me to take Susan's artist seriously. Abby, I love you.
I love you too, darling.
I want you to be happy. I want to be happy.
I know.
Well, we've got a right to be happy together, haven't we?
Yes. But...
Then don't fight it. Let yourself go. Go along with it. It's so simple. Now you give up this freshman nonsense, huh?
No, I can't. Not yet. Not until February.
Abby, marriage makes me the breadwinner, remember?
Yes.
Now, I'll see that Susan stays in college. Then we tell her and get married, huh?
We tell her?
Yes.
Tell her what, Richard? That her mother's a rival, that you prefer me to her, and anyway she's just a silly schoolgirl? I don't know, maybe I'm just being maternal, but I think that's pretty hard to take. Oh, Richard, it isn't as simple as that. That's not going to solve her problem. You see, to her, it isn't a crush. It's real. And being real is, well, it's the most important thing in her life.
Yes, Abby, that's right. But you're the most important thing in my life. We've got to give Susan a chance to grow up.
Oh.
You can't treat her like a swaddling child. You know, when she was a little girl, she got a crush on her father, right?
Yes, that's right, she did. But then all little girls do that. That doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. And sooner or later it became a dead issue. Susan matured. Now she picks on a profit college because he's the closest thing to her first love. And finally, when that becomes a dead issue, she falls in love with some muscle-bound Lothario. Thinks he's creamy dreamy. Marries him and starts raising little girls who in turn will get a crush on him. It's a pattern of life, Abby, and you cannot protect Susan from it.
Oh, I don't suppose I can, Richard, but I've just got to try.
You've already tried. Now give me a kiss and let's forget all this nonsense.
Oh.
Susie. Oh, what a dress. For the sophomore cotillion, huh?
Well, natch, Louise.
Well,
what?
well, who's taking you? Oh, no. Not Professor Michaels.
Don't be childish. Richard wouldn't be found dead at a student dance. I'm going with Bo Jackson.
You know something? I'll bet if Dickie did go, he'd take Abigail Fortitude.
Abby? She wouldn't go to the dance either. It'd just be kid stuff to her.
Besides, she hasn't got anyone to take her.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, you mean she is going? Well, who with?
Well, how do I know? Excuse me, Louise. I just remembered I have a very important phone call to make.
Yes, this is John Heaslip. Who'd you say this is?
Susan Abbott.
Well, for goodness sake, Susan, how are you? How's your mother?
Oh, fine. Just fine.
Well, isn't that just fine? I've got some very good news for her. Very good. In fact, I was about to run up there and see her about it.
Oh, Mr. Heaslip, could you? That's why I'm calling. You see, we're having a big dance up here, and Mother, well, she's all alone, and she misses you so much.
She does? Well, isn't that fine? I miss her, too.
We were thinking maybe you could take her to the dance, like you were her dreamboat.
Yeah.
Her escort, I mean.
Oh, why, I'd be delighted, Susan. When is it?
Tomorrow night.
I'll wire Abigail immediately.
Oh, no, let's keep it a surprise. You see, nobody knows about us, Mr. Heaslip. About Abby and me, that is.
Well, thank heavens we'll be done with all that nonsense when I get there. I'll see you tomorrow night, Susan. Goodbye.
Well, aren't you coming, Abby? Professor Michaels just dismissed us. Or didn't you notice?
Well, there's something I have to ask him. Excuse me, Louise.
It's getting to be a habit, isn't it?
Richard?
Hello.
I just want to tell you I can't go to the dance with you tonight.
What do you mean you can't? What are you, a woman or a mouse?
Oh, I'm a mother. And I just can't hurt Susan. Darling, I just can't.
Well, what do you want me to do? Marry her for Pete's sake?
Oh, no, of course not. But you don't understand.
She's
you
got
see,
a date, hasn't she?
Yes, I told you, but you...
Now, I'm telling you. You'll be ready by 8 o'clock, or so help me, Hannah. There'll be a scandal in that dorm when I come up after you. And what do you want?
Oh,
me? Well, I just wanted...
Excuse me, please.
Hey, she sure left in a hurry, Professor.
One wisecrack out of you, Buster, and there'll be a permanent vacancy at left tackle all season.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. May I help you?
I'm John Heaslip. This is the freshman dormitory?
For women?
Naturally. I'm calling for Miss Abigail Fortitude.
I'll tell her you're here.
Thank you.
Abigail, Mrs. Gray in the lobby. Your date is here. Yes, I'll tell him. Have a chair, Mr. Heaslip. She'll be right down.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello, Professor.
Good evening, Mrs. Gray. Would you tell Miss Fortitude I'm here, please?
Well, yes. Have a seat, Professor. Mrs. Gray again. I think you'd better come right down, Abby. It's getting a little crowded.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Mother is a Freshman.
Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. Well, it's a moment later, and in the lobby of the freshman women's dormitory, two gentlemen, both waiting for Abigail Fortitude, happen to look at each other.
Visiting your daughter, sir?
Not exactly. I'm here to...
Johnny Heaslip.
Richard Michaels.
Well, how do you like that? I don't think I've seen you since we left Yale.
12 years ago. Did you carry out your threat to become a professor?
Oh, yes. I'm teaching right here at Poynter.
No.
What about you, law?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You know, for a while there, it looked like you were going to be a crooner instead of a lawyer.
Me?
Yes.
A crooner?
Well, you remember the night you climbed up in the bandstand and sang Bula Bula through a megaphone?
No. They did seem to like it, didn't they?
Boy, were you lousy.
Why, John.
Abby.
Oh, hello, Richard. But John, for heaven's sake, what
Abby, you look beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you, Richard. John, what are you doing here?
Well, didn't Susan tell you?
No.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. The surprise.
For me?
Of course.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that you...
Excuse me, but do you two know each other?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
Do you two know each other?
Yes.
Yes, we were classmates at Yale.
Oh.
Well, it's been nice seeing you, John. If you're going to stay in town, be sure to drop in and see me.
Thank you, Richard. Good night.
Good night. Shall we go, Abby?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, this is my date, Johnny.
He always was a joker.
Oh.
No, Richard. Abigail is my date.
Are you kidding?
No. Are you?
Well, tell him, Abby. Tell him.
Well, Oh, come on, both of you.
All right, Lo. Now, what's the idea?
I've got to talk to you, Susie.
Well, you can talk to me on the dance floor, can't you? If you think I can stand out here all night...
Now look, Sue. Gee, I'm in love with you. Every time I think of losing you, my heart gets like a hamburger.
Oh, you. Can't you be a man?
A man? Oh, you want a man, huh? Okay, baby, you got one.
What? Why, Bo.
Yeah, and I'll kiss you again, understand? Anytime I want to. And as for Professor Michaels,
Susie, where are you?
she's right where she belongs, with me.
Oh, hi, Bo. Susie, I thought you said Professor Michaels wouldn't be found dead at a student dance.
Well?
Well, come in and take a look. He looks mighty spry for a corpse.
Believe this is our dance, Abby?
Oh, thank you, Richard.
Pardon me, Richard, but it happens to be my dance.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. As a matter of fact, it's my dance.
Oh, Dean Gillingham. Thank you very much.
Professor Michaels.
Oh, hello, Susan.
Hello, Mr. Heaslip.
Good evening, Susan.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
There are others who do not share your enthusiasm.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, your mother already had a date with this gentleman.
Oh, she couldn't have.
Oh, excuse me. But don't worry, John. I'll be back.
Well, Abby, confusing, isn't it?
Oh, yes, a little.
Like Dog Patch on Sadie Hawkins' Day.
Come in, Dean.
Oh, it's you. Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome.
All right, darling. Now, just what has Johnny Heaslip got to do with you?
Oh, he's the family lawyer. Old Faithful.
Is that why you tried to break our date?
Why, Richard, I didn't even know he was coming.
Is he in love with you?
Yes, madly. Why, are you jealous?
You bet I am. And if that guy tries anything romantic...
Sorry,
you know,
Michaels, I'm cutting in.
Okay. You don't have to hold us so close, do you?
Really, Abby, you ought to be ashamed.
What?
Leading the poor fellow on. He's mooning for you, right here in public.
Oh, do you think so, John?
It's absurd. You can't put aside your life like this and pretend to be a college girl. Anyway, the farce is over. I have some money for you.
Oh, now, John, I've told you before.
Oh, I'm not lending you money. We sold some stock. You have $5,000 to your credit.
But I didn't...
Cut.
Oh, hello, Bo. See you later, John.
Abby, no, wait.
Well, Fortitude, I only cut in because I want to warn you.
What about, Bo?
Well, it's about Susan Abbott. Gee, she's been blowing her top ever since you and the professor arrived. She's pretty sore at you.
Oh, thank you, Bo. Come on, we better find her. Susan, Susan, dear, I want to speak to you.
Mother, oh, how quick.
Mother? Is she nuts? Did you hear what she called you? Her mother?
Yes, Bo, that's right.
You? Holy smoke. Pardon me.
Oh, sure.
Her mother.
Well, what gay little piece of news did Mr. Heaslip have to tell you this time?
Well, he said there's no need for my staying at Pointer any longer, that I have money now. He wants me to go home, Richard.
Home?
Yes.
Home to what? Home to him? He's crazy. Listen, Abby, you're going to be a professor's wife. This is your life now. It becomes you.
Oh, Richard. I really have a headache this time. Do you mind if we leave, Richard?
Going somewhere? Good. I'll come along.
Now, sure to let us know when to drop you off over
And you can come with me right to the station, Abby. There's a train at 12.
Heaslip, your train's way off the track. Abby is not leaving here.
Oh, no?
No, we're going to be married. And if I hear any more talk about leaving and trains, a block is going to be knocked off.
You don't say.
Yes.
May I remind you, Michaels, that during our undergraduate days, I was intercollegiate middleweight champion.
Oh, stop it. Both of you.
You heard her, Heaslip. Here's the dormitory, darling.
Abby, I shall be waiting at the inn. Phone me when you're ready.
Good night,
You'll
John.
wait a long time, Heaslip. Good night, Abby. I'll see you in class tomorrow.
Good night, Richard.
Good night, sir.
Yeah, and if you hadn't been middleweight boxing champion, I'd knock your block off. Susan? Is that you?
Professor Michaels?
That's the Kissing Oak, Susan. That's no place for tears. Why aren't you in there dancing?
Well, I just went in to see Mother.
She's all right, isn't she?
She's leaving.
Leaving? Well, then we've got to stop her.
No.
Susan, please help me. You love her, don't you? Well, I love her even more. Don't you realize what she's meant to my life? I'd have wound up a broken-down bachelor. But Abby's changed all that. She's given me a chance to live, and it's got to be. For her sake, too.
No, that's not so.
For years now, you've been her life. But you're grown up now, Susan. Now help me, won't you?
Why should I? I am all grown up, and I'm in love with you. Don't you see that?
I don't think you even know the meaning of the word.
I do love you. Why should I give you up?
Your mother loves me, too. And she's giving me up. You see, Susan, that's the difference between a woman and a child.
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Your taxicab's here, Abigail.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gray.
I certainly don't understand your leaving us like this.
Oh, well, don't be alarmed. I'll phone Dean Gillingham tomorrow and explain everything.
Abby, you can't go. You mustn't.
Oh, please, Richard, it's no use, really.
Abby, listen. Remember Mr. Shakespeare.
Oh, don't.
Remember that sonnet we worked on. Presume not on thy heart when mine is slain. Thou gavest me thine not to give back again.
Oh, don't. Please don't, Richard. It's all
Mother.
so...
Mother, I was wrong. Don't leave us. Don't go away.
Oh, Susie. Susie, do you mean that?
Well, if I can't have him, at least let's keep him in the family.
Oh, Susie.
And don't worry about me, Mother. I'm all right. I'm fine.
Oh, darling, wait a minute.
Let her go, Abby. That's the way she wants it.
Oh, I guess so.
Well, Abby, she grew up tonight.
Yes.
Hey, lady, you better hurry if you want to catch that train.
Train? Oh, my goodness, John Heaslip.
At the station?
Yes.
Come on, we'll wave goodbye to him.
All right.
Hey, for Pete's sake, Susie, where you been?
Hello, Bo.
I've been going screwy trying to find you. Gee, you look beautiful, Susie.
Thank you, Bo.
But where you been? The last dance is just starting.
Oh, then I guess we better dance it.
Gosh, Susie.
But, aren't you overlooking something?
Huh?
We're standing under the kissing oak.
Susie. Holy smoke, what's happened tonight?
Very well, Abby, but I still insist you're making the mistake of your life.
Oh, really, John?
Think before you take this step, which you will regret as long as you live.
Oh, well,
I furthermore predict...
Send her a letter, Heaslip. Your train is starting.
Yes, but Abby, think, Abby, think.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
Abby, dear.
Yes,
Well, I'm not going to tell you the deep, dark chapters in my life, but there's one thing about me I'm afraid you really should know about.
Oh, what?
You remember that book, The Grave Digger and the Chambermaid?
Yes.
Well, who wrote it?
John St. John, wasn't it?
Abby, I am John St. John.
No!
Yes, I wrote it.
Oh, Richard! Well, I have a confession to make to you, too.
What?
I read it.
Oh, no!
Twice!
No!
Tonight's stars made this anniversary a joyous occasion, and here they are again, Loretta Young and Van Johnson. Congratulations to you both on a wonderful performance.
Thank you, Bill. And we'd like to wish you many happy returns on the 15th birthday of the Lux Radio Theater.
The same from me, Bill. You've made a splendid record.
Well, thanks. And speaking of records, Loretta holds one that we're very proud of.
I'll bet she's the loveliest freshman ever to appear in the Lux Radio Theater.
You're right, Van. But I had another record in mind. This is Loretta's 22nd appearance here, and every one a hit.
Oh, thank you, Bill. And after 22 appearances here, I can still say the thing about Lux Soap that I said at my first appearance. It's my favorite complexion care.
Thank you, Loretta. Then we've heard some wonderful reports about your new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Battleground, the story of the Battle of the Bulge.
It was the most interesting part I've had in a long time, Bill.
And it's rather fitting that it should have its premiere in the national capital on Armistice Day.
Yes, I hope to be there. Bill, I was very much interested in what John Kennedy said a few minutes ago. About your contest to pick the most beautiful Lux girl?
You mean the most beautiful 15-year-old Lux girl, Van, in honor of this 15th anniversary? I saw the local winners in the paper today.
That's right, Loretta. 6 girls born in 1934 have been selected in each of the 163 local contests. Papers all over the country today carried photographs of the 6 lucky girls in their CBS station area. So everybody can pick the girl they want to vote for.
And the voting starts today, Bill?
Yes, and I want to remind everybody to remember just one simple rule. Send in your votes on Lux Toilet Soap wrappers. Then the girl getting the most votes will represent her station in the big national contest.
Well, you see, it's easy to vote, Van. You want me to give you a Lux Soap wrapper?
Certainly not. I've got plenty of them at my house.
Good.
What's the show next week, Bill?
It's a romantic drama with the most intriguing title, Van. The 20th Century Fox film, Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, June Haver and Lon McAllister. Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay is a wholesome story for the entire family. And you're all invited to join us next Monday.
Well, we'll all be listening to you start your 16th year, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents June Haver and Lon McAllister in Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Loretta Young is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox picture, Come to the Stable. Heard in tonight's cast were Rhoda Williams as Susan, Frank Martin as John, and Raymond Rowe as Beau. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay, starring June Haver and Lon McAllister. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, proudly presenting Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award picture, The Stratton Story, starring James Stewart and June Allyson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special evening in the Lux Radio Theater because we present the screenplay that you have chosen as your favorite for the year 1949. Tonight's play was selected by the moviegoers of America in a nationwide poll conducted by Photoplay Magazine. It's The Stratton Story. In The Stratton Story, you'll hear James Stewart and June Allyson, the original stars of this Metro Goldwyn Mayer hit. It's the drama of one man's superhuman courage in the face of an overwhelming handicap. A true story of a real-life hero, Monty Stratton. After tonight's performance, the Stratton story will receive Photoplay magazine's coveted Gold Medal Award, one of Hollywood's highest honors. The vote of the American people is what counts, whether it's for a motion picture or a product. And Lux Flakes have been your choice for years, whenever housewives insisted on quality and economy. An award of confidence we know Lux Flakes will continue to win. Now here's the curtain for Act One of the Stratton story, starring James Stewart as Monty Stratton and June Allyson as Ethel, with John McIntyre as Barney. This is the true story of a young American. A story told to you by a man who knew him well enough to help shape his entire life. A man named Barney Wilde.
I met Monty Stratton one autumn afternoon near a little country town, Wagner, Texas. I was bumming my way to California when I saw a ball game going on. After the game, I went looking for the fellow who'd pitched.
You calling me, mister?
Yeah, Hey, can you wait a minute? That game you just pitched. Nice going, son.
Thanks, mister.
You ever think of pitching regular professional baseball?
Oh, I guess that's just about all I ever do think about.
Well, what are you wasting your time around here for?
Wasting my time. I get $3 every time I pitch a game.
$3, huh? Son, I think you and I ought to have a little talk. Where you heading?
Home, just about 4 miles up this road here.
4 miles, huh? That will probably kill me, but... Son, I sure like the way you throw a baseball.
Thank you, sir. Why, you play ball, mister?
Yeah, son, man. Slow down, will you?
Where'd you play? Where'd you play?
Chicago, Cleveland, Boston.
Oh, big legs.
Yeah, that's right. One time I was a pretty fair catcher. I can teach you a lot about baseball, son.
Well, I don't quite get it.
Yeah, I know. Look at me now, huh? Down and out or bum.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Well, I was a fool. A grand slam double barrel fool. Broke training, hit the bottle. Well, here I am. But seeing you pitch this afternoon was like seeing a dream come true. Finding a hot prospect. Coming back into baseball.
What, you staying around here?
Well, not exactly. I was on my way to California.
Oh.
Of course, it doesn't have to be California.
Uh-huh.
I could, I could help.
You ever do any farm work?
Oh,
you sure look mighty flabby.
Huh? Son, I got muscles I haven't even used yet.
Uh-huh. Well, I live with my ma.
Oh.
She doesn't think very much of baseball.
Well, maybe if I spoke to her.
No, you better let me do the talking. You see, mister, this is what us baseball men would call a squeeze play. Now, just let me think on it as we walk home. Well, Ma, I was talking to Mr. Wilde here before. He's sort of looking around for something to do, and I thought maybe sort of figured might hole up here for the winter.
Don't say.
Uh-huh, sort of help out around the place.
You know as well as I do, Monty, we can't afford no hired hand.
Oh, well, he wouldn't expect any pay, just room and keep.
Didn't know you're so overworked, son.
Oh, no, it's not that, Ma, but just a lot of things need doing.
When your father died, Monty, he left this place to you. It's yours, and you're old enough to know what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I better get that feed out of the barn.
Yeah, we better get that feed out of the barn.
Mr. Wilde.
Yes, ma'am?
This farm's all Monty's got, Mr. Wilde, but it's worth something. But you and Monty, well, you go ahead and talk baseball. Maybe someday he'll do as good as you did.
Couldn't blame his ma. All baseball meant to her was seeing Monty wind up like me. Anyway, I stayed there, and day after day I tried to pass on to Monty what I knew about the game, what I knew about pitching. And then, around March it was, I knew there wasn't any more I could teach him. That's it, Monty. You're doing fine, son. Well, no more for today, huh?
we're barely got started here. That's no workout.
Put your jacket on. Keep your arm warm. I've been going to say this all week, Monty.
Say what?
That you're ready.
Your joke.
Oh, I don't mean you've learned all there is to know about pitching, but from here on, you've got to learn it for yourself. We got to get you some action.
Well, not much action around here, Barney.
But there is in California. Jimmy Dykes and the White Sox are starting spring training.
The Chicago White Sox?
All I have to do is say the word, and Dykes will give you a tryout.
He will?
Sure.
But out in California.
I know. It's a long ways, and your mom.
Yeah. Well, let's go into the house, sir. Looks like we got another squeeze play coming up.
You might just as well speak your mind, Monty. You got something to say it.
Well, it's just this, Ma. Barney and I were sort of thinking about taking a little trip out to California.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
What baseball team's out there?
That's the Chicago Whites. How'd you know that?
I didn't figure you'd be going all that ways for anything important, son.
But this is important, ma'am.
Oh? Worth giving up the farm for?
Well, if they take him on, the least he'll get's $300 a month.
That's a lot of money for just throwing a ball around.
And I won't have to give up the farm. I saw Cousin Ernie. He said he'd be glad to take care of it while I'm gone.
What makes you so sure they'll give you a try? They try just anybody?
Well, they sure don't. Well, Barney and Jimmy Dykes are old friends.
Who?
He's the manager of the White Sox, so that way I'll get a chance for sure.
The land's the only place where you're sure, son.
Lots of people don't live on farms, Miss Stratton.
Lots of people don't eat regular, too. You made up your mind, ain't you, Monty?
I just gotta give it a try, Ma.
Sure, son. Sure. You go on, then. You give it a try.
Hey, Red, who's the kid warming up?
Kid, Mr. Dykes.
The tall, skinny one in the leather jacket.
I don't know. I thought you sent him out there.
I'll tell you who he is. The best right-hand prospect since Christy Mathis.
Barney. Oh, no, not you again. You bring that kid out here?
You bet I did. I want you to have first crack at him.
Thanks.
He's got everything, Jimmy. I've been working with him all winter.
Yeah? Who supplied the hooch?
No, Jimmy. No, I haven't had a drop since... Well, this is him, Monty. Jimmy Dykes.
I'm sure glad to meet you.
Just a second, son. Barney's probably fills your head with a lot of cockeyed ideas. But I can't waste time with every kid he digs up.
Jimmy, wait.
How many times have I told you not to bother me this way?
I'm sorry I busted in on you like this.
That boy's hitchhiked and walked miles to get here, Jimmy. Monty, wait a minute, Monty. Don't go running away like that.
Hey, you, Country.
He means you, Monty. Wait a minute.
Give me that mitt, will you, Eddie? Come on, Country. Throw me a couple.
Get that jacket off, Monty. Burn him in, boy.
That's some uniform, Country.
Well, the Wagner Wildcats, Mr. Dykes. That's the team I've been pitching for, the Wagner Wildcats.
My. All right, let's see what you got.
He really breaks them off, don't he?
Simmer down, Barney. So you got a curve. Let me see your fast one. Well, I don't know. Maybe you better work out a while. Keep him around, Barney. He may have something. But for Pete's sake, get him a haircut.
Sure, Jimmy, sure. What'd I tell you, Monty? I knew he'd give you a chance.
But when? What are we supposed to do now?
Find us a room. Oh, yeah, in a barber shop. Well, we found a hotel and met a few of the players who were staying there. That night, Monty went down to the lobby to kill some time. And in the lobby, he discovered a fascinating pastime. Monty had never seen a slot machine before. 10 minutes later, he had a pocket full of quarters and a new friend, a rookie named Eddie Dibson. Eddie was flat broke. He had a date that night with his girl. And to make matters worse, she was bringing a friend along. But there was Monty, fresh from the sticks and ready to learn all about nightlife in the city.
Well, they're very nice dancers, aren't they? I mean, Dottie and Eddie.
Yes, they are.
I guess I shouldn't be here at all.
Oh? Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, it isn't you. It's me. I mean, it's Eddie. I don't know. But for some reason, he seemed awful anxious for me to tag along.
Good friend of yours, hmm?
Yeah, I guess he is. I Just met him tonight, though. Come along, he says. I want you to meet the girls, he says. And come along.
Oh.
I'm sorry I can't ask you to dance, but I don't know how.
Oh, that's all right.
I guess baseball is about all I know.
Well, that's something.
You seen us work out yet? Yeah.
Us? Who's us?
The Chicago White Sox.
No. No, I guess that's the one thing I've missed. You see, I'm just visiting here. I'm from Omaha.
Well, the team looks good. It looks awful good, I tell you.
Oh, that's very nice. I'll bet you're pretty good yourself.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still trying out.
I'll bet you can hit a baseball pretty far.
No, I'm not expected to hit very much. See, I'm a pitcher.
Well, I'll bet you can pitch far.
No, you don't quite seem to get the idea, do you? You see, I just have to pitch from the mound to the plate. It's just about 60 feet.
All right, then. I'll bet you can pitch fast.
Well, sometimes you have to sort of rear back and sort of let them go fast, and then other times you just sort of whip it like this, you see, and curve it in, sort of. Then you get in spots and you just sort of float her in. It's what you call a change of pace, and then...
Speaking of change of pace, would you mind telling me something? Just what is that noise?
Noise? What?
Well, every time you move, that jingling sound.
Jingling? Oh, this.
Huh?
You see, they have these, what do you call these machines in the lobby of the hotel. I never saw them before, and I sort of wondered about them. Before I knew it, I dropped a quarter in, and a whole lot of fruit started spinning around. Then things sort of slid to a stop.
And out came that.
No, nothing happened. Not yet.
Oh.
Well, before I knew it, I was down to my last quarter. I sort of figured I might as well be broke as the way I was, so in went the last quarter, and the fruit took off again, oranges and grapefruit and lemons and spinning around like a top, and then all of a sudden the quarter started popping out like hens through a busted fence.
Well, if you don't make it in baseball, Mr. Stratton, you've got a very fine future in gambling.
No, I'm through gambling.
Why?
Well, I found out how it feels to lose and what it's like to win. Why keep at it?
Yes.
Now, like I said, this other fella, Eddie Dibson, had come with his girl. But one look at Ethel, and Eddie forgot all about Dottie. Eddie had it all figured out.
Where's Dottie been hiding, you? Oh, we'll make a big night out of this, Ethel. I'm gonna take you to every spot in town.
Oh, I wouldn't think of putting you to all that trouble, Eddie.
Trouble?
Look, if we're going someplace else, let's go.
Someplace else?
Sure, country, sure. Hey, waiter, check. Now, there's a little place I know near Long Beach. Soft music, dancing under the stars. You want something, waiter?
You asked for the check, sir?
Oh, he wants it. Him. Give it to him.
Check, sir.
Or maybe you'd like hot music. Now, there's a club in Hollywood that really
Eddie.
sit out. Huh?
Eddie.
Oh, take care of it, will you, Monty? We'll make the rounds, baby, and what we don't hit tonight, we'll hit tomorrow. Take care of the man, Monty. We'll meet you out front.
Yeah, take care of the man. $14.40.
Yes, sir.
You got a pot?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind. Here, we'll just spread out the napkin here.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Did it occur to you, Mr. Stratton, that I might not want to go home? That I might have wanted to go somewhere with Eddie?
Well, what you wanted wasn't so important.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
I see.
What was important was the way Eddie was treating Dottie, trying to shine up to you. You know, he shouldn't have done it in front of her like that. You know.
Or in front of you.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean.
Hey, this is it, ain't it, Bud?
Yeah, well, I guess it is.
Yes, this is it.
Well, can you wait, driver? I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
Look, I'm sorry about tonight. Boy, you sort of got stuck with me, didn't you?
Oh, that's silly.
No, it isn't. I just never had much experience with girls. What's so funny?
You? You got stuck with the check.
Oh, yeah. I sure did. It was worth it to get out of there. Well, good night.
Monty, wait. Well, I'm sorry about tonight, too, but you see, I haven't had too much experience myself with ball players.
Well, I'm not exactly a ball player yet. I haven't made the team yet.
Oh, you'll make it.
Well, how do you know? You said you didn't know anything about baseball.
I could learn.
When do you go home to Omaha?
Oh, not for a while yet. I'm staying here with my aunt.
Oh, time for me to come and call on you?
Could be.
Night, Ethel.
Good night, Monty.
In just a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of the Stratton story. I hear, Libby, you're collecting travel folders.
Oh, just a dream so far, John. I got the Wanderlust at Paramount watching the Pine Thomas production of Captain China.
That's a rip-roaring adventure story if I ever saw one.
John Payne in the title role gives a magnificent performance. What a fighter he is.
And Gail Russell looks more beautiful than ever.
Oh, she's ravishing. As a passenger on a tramp steamer, she adds a delightful bit of romance.
The typhoon scenes in Captain China got me. They were so realistic, I practically hoped the skipper keep the ship afloat.
Well, the ship was definitely real, and so rough that when the picture was finished, Gail said she'd take the smooth sailing of a sailboat or a cabin cruiser from now on.
Certainly more relaxing.
And you can wear such pretty clothes when you know there's a box of Lux Flakes not far away. Gail has a sharkskin rayon slack suit she loves for sailing. Or if she wants to tan, she takes along some little boy shorts in butcher linen and a jersey halter top.
A cargo of Luxables, huh?
Gail insists on Lux Flakes for all her washable rayons and nice cottons. They stay so fresh and bright all season.
A smart girl. Washing tests prove that Lux Flakes care really makes a difference. Wrong washing methods soon fade colors, weaken fabrics.
But even the most delicate shades stay enchantingly fresh and gay the safe Lux Flakes way.
And it's such easy care.
Just a swish in these rich, gentle suds, and your dress, your blouse, your slacks are as lovely as ever. Why not give all your washables that lovely Lux look?
We return you now to William Keighley.
Act Two of the Stratton story, winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award, starring James Stewart as Monty Stratton and June Allyson as Ethel.
Those next few weeks, well, they were quite a strain. Between falling in love and trying out for the White Sox, Monty just didn't know where he stood. But one afternoon in the dressing room...
Hey, you, country.
Oh, here it comes, Barney.
Yeah, Mr. Dykes.
5 innings this afternoon, Jimmy, and he didn't give up a hit. Yeah. Well, kid, the team goes east tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to take you with us.
Barney, did you hear that? Did you hear what he said?
What are you planning to do, Barney?
Well, I guess I don't exactly know.
Well, look, Mr. Dykes, Barney's the best.
Can't have people hanging around doing nothing.
I'll do anything, Jimmy, anything.
Like what? Offhand, I can't think of anything. Unless you'd like to coach the young pitchers. Get in the office. We'll sign a couple of contracts.
The next day at the railroad station, Ethel was there to say goodbye to Mom.
We didn't have very much time together, did we?
No, enough to make me wish there was more. Gee whiz, California turned out much better than I thought it was going to.
Well, it was nice, your making the team, wasn't it?
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. You know it.
I know, Monty.
Bye, Ethel. Let's get going, boy.
Oh, yeah, right away.
You will write, won't you?
Well, I'll never be able to write down what I'm thinking, though.
Well, how'll I know you're thinking about me if you don't write?
Hey, country, kiss her goodbye and get on the train.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that Mr. Dykes. He's a very smart man, darling.
And then the season started. Detroit, Cleveland, St. Louis, and back to Chicago again. And so far, Monty Stratton's services to the Chicago White Sox consisted of batting fly balls to the outfield in the warm-up before the games. On this day, the Yankees were in town, murdering.
Now, the one thing about the dugout, Barney, you get a good view of the game. Boy, I ought to pay admission.
Yeah, well, you can learn plenty just sitting here. Double for Gary.
There goes Dykes. He's taking the pitcher out.
What a gang, them Yankees. If a pitcher's going to get by, he's got to give them what they don't expect. Outthink them.
Yeah, well, they don't have to worry about me outthinking them. Boy, every time I get paid, I feel like I'm stealing.
Come on, Dykes. Put a pitcher in there.
All right, Stratton, get out there.
Huh? What, me?
No, Jimmy, no, not at a time like this. Why, those Yankees have sent more pitchers to Omaha
You wanted the kid to get a chance, didn't you? Well, he's got it.
Now pitching for Chicago, number 25, Marty Stratton.
You know who he's pitching to. Dickey, that's all. Just Bill Dickey.
Another ball player. Forget about the runners, kid. Just pitch to him.
Tell me it's foul, Jimmy. Tell me it's foul.
What do you know? Clear over the center field wall.
Omaha. Yeah, Marty went far in his big league debut from Chicago to Omaha. And that's how Ethel happened to have an unexpected visit.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Monty. But what are you doing here in Omaha? I thought you were going to go down.
I know. Now, just sit down. I got a problem.
But you said in your letter you might pitch this week.
Yeah, I did.
Well?
That's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, what happened?
Everything, honey. Now, you know, when I left you in California...
What was the score?
Now, that's not important. The thing that's bothering me is...
Well, they can't expect you to win every game.
Honey, they don't expect me to win any games. I've been farmed out to Omaha.
Well, they don't put you in jail for playing in Omaha.
I know. There's nothing wrong with Omaha. It's just that... I don't know. I might not even make it here. First thing I know, I'll be back on the farm.
Well, don't you like the farm?
Sure. It's all right, but it...
Well, then?
Well, I don't... It's just that things are different now, that's all. Now there's you.
Would it help any if I said I love you?
That's the problem.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't see. I don't know. No matter what I was doing, I kept thinking about you, and every time I'd see something exciting, I kept wishing that you were there to see it with me. I don't know if that's love, man. I really got it.
Oh, you had me worried.
But I had all sorts of plans for us. Now I don't know where I'm going.
Oh, but it doesn't matter to me.
It matters to me, honey. It matters to me. A man's got to know where he's going.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, just give me a chance to make it. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to let you down.
All right, Monty, if that's what you want.
No, you're what I want.
Oh, I love you, Monty. You could never let me down. Monty.
Yes, dear.
What was the score?
16-0.
Oh, you're a fine pitcher.
There's a tailor in Chicago who gives a suit of clothes to every ball player who hits the scoreboard in the center field. As of yesterday, the New York Yankees are the best-dressed team in baseball.
Monty pitched 6 ball games for Omaha, won them all, 3 shutouts. That was good enough for Jimmy Dykes. He brought Monty back to the White Sox. Only this time, a girl named Ethel tagged along because now she was Mrs. Monty Stratton. That night, a few of the boys gave him a little party at the hotel.
Just proves what I've been saying. How could a guy like you, Country, get a gal like Ethel?
Oh, it wasn't easy, Mr. Lyons. I just wouldn't take no for an answer.
Oh, she's pretty, Ted, but she's not very smart.
Here come the Bombers.
Bombers?
Yeah, a few of the Yankee players.
This is what they look like, honey, when they're just civilians.
Hi, Lou. Hiya, fellas.
Ted.
I guess you know everybody. Oh, this is Monty Stratton. Stratton, this is Bill Dickey. Mr. Dickey, Mrs. Stratton.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, we met you earlier this season, didn't we, Stratton?
Man, you met me and everything I pitched.
Well, it's nice to have met you, Mrs. Stratton.
Thank you. Why, he's awfully nice.
Well, wait till you see him tomorrow, honey. Why, they don't call him the Bombers for nothing. Wow. Some poor guy's going to have a rough afternoon.
Yeah, could be.
Say, by the way, Barney, who's Dykes going to pitch tomorrow?
You.
Yeah. Who? Me?
A couple of the boys have sore arms.
Oh. Ethel.
Yes, dear?
Our baggage. You unpacked anything yet?
No, not yet.
Don't.
That next day was Monty's real start as a big league ball player. Monty won that ball game all by himself, even the driving in the winning run. And that's just about the way it went all the rest of that season. Not that he won every game, but from then on, the fans knew that Monty Stratton was just about as fine a pitcher as they'd see in the league. In October, Monty and Ethel went down to the farm in Texas.
Well, now, if you'll call off your dog, ma'am, I'm selling some books here that you might like to see.
Monty! Oh, land sakes, I didn't even know you, son. New clothes and all.
Yeah, that isn't the only thing new, Ma. Here's Ethel.
Hello, Ma.
Oh, Ethel. Seems to me, son, you've been running over with luck.
Oh, I sure have, Ma.
Got a new car, too.
Oh, yes. Bought myself a bucket of bolts. Eddie, Ernie.
Howdy, Monty. Howdy.
Ethel, this is my cousin Ernie. If it wasn't for Ernie, I never could have left here.
Hello, Ernie.
Ma'am. Hey, you're pitching good, Monty.
Well, don't tell me you're a fan now.
Nope, just heard about it. Well, I guess you won't be needing me anymore, huh, Monty?
Well, I sort of wish you'd stick around, Ernie. We got a lot of things you could fix up around here.
Lot you know about it.
Always fences to mend and some fresh paint, maybe, and then, maybe better build one of those nursery rooms. You leave your mouth open like that, Ma, you're liable to catch a fly in it.
Monty. Ethel.
Yeah, well, now, how about some supper, Grandma?
Monty went through the next season like a house afire. The fans ate him up. The newspapers, too. He was all that Jimmy Dike said he was.
Right now, Barney, I wouldn't trade Monty Stratton for any other pitcher in baseball. What a future that boy's got.
And Monty had someone else now to win games for. A brand new baby boy. But after a while, I began to worry. Ethel, too. Something had happened to Monty. As often as not, he'd disappear after a game. He'd tell Ethel it was for interviews, newspaper guys, but I knew different, and so did Ethel. Anyway, they were back in Texas now, and Monty was a farmer again for the winter.
A little dressy, ain't you, son? My land, Ethel, just look at the dude.
Shaved, too.
Oh, no, not another press interview, Monty, not down here.
No. I just thought maybe we ought to go out and do a little celebrating. You know, Junior's going to be 6 months old tomorrow, so come on, we're going out to dinner.
Well, give me a chance to catch my breath. You know, Ma, this is an event. We don't get to do much celebrating in Chicago.
Well, grab him while you can, honey.
Well, now, look, you two girls are going to sit around and chew the fat. I'll go and celebrate myself. Goodbye.
Oh, no, hang on to him, Ma. I'll be ready in about 5 minutes.
Would you care to dance, Mrs. Stratton?
Monty, you're acting very strangely. Ordering champagne, and now
Well, a fine thing if a man has to plead with his own wife to dance with him.
But, darling, you don't dance.
You like to dance, don't you?
Well, yes, I do.
Well, maybe it's about time I learn. Now, come on.
Well, you're going to look awfully funny out there.
It won't be the first time. Now, come on.
Monty, you're dancing.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, but you said you didn't know how.
Well, I didn't, honey, but I just got sick and tired of everybody dancing with you but me. Did you ever hear of Inez and Papania?
Inez and Papania?
Yeah, you ever hear of them?
Monty, you've been taking dancing lessons.
Yeah. Inez and Papania. They got schools all over the American League. Of course, you don't always get Inez or Papania. For instance, in Detroit, I got a Drusilla. It was. In St. Louis, there's a little short one named Angelita. In Cleveland...
But in all those press interviews, coming home late all the time...
Honey, I took so many dancing lessons this summer, it's a wonder I had strength enough to pitch. Say, I got a few fancy steps here. Do you think you can stick with me?
Oh, I think I can stick with you.
All right, here we go.
Well, now, just a minute.
Well?
I sure got me some fella.
Oh, shucks, didn't you know that? Now, come on, let's bounce.
Good morning, Ma.
Morning? It was morning when you came in last night. Now, what could you two have been doing all that time?
Oh, just dancing.
Dancing? With him?
Well, sure, naturally.
You were dancing?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we did some more dancing tonight. How about a date, ma'am?
Why, sure. Only right now, Ma and I have a lot of canning to do.
Now, what about my son? Where is he?
Well, now, he's in perfectly good hands. He's helping Ernie feed the chickens.
Well, it's a fine thing. I'm practically useless around here. Okay, suppose I get my gun and my dog and we'll look for a couple of rabbits, huh?
Well, if it's all right with the rabbits, it's certainly all right with me.
See you in a couple hours, honey. Hey, dog, Hap, come on, let's go hunt. Well, take it easy, Cap. Take it easy, will ya? I'm coming. Wait a minute. Get over this fence.
My leg. Oh, it's my leg. Hap, go home. Home. No, Hap. Get Ethel. Go home, Hap.
It's not just my opinion, Mrs. Stratton. I've talked to 2 other doctors. It's his leg or his life.
But his legs are his life.
The infection is spreading. If we don't operate immediately...
Oh, but his leg... He's a ball player.
He's a man whose life is in danger. We must have your permission to operate. Please sign this paper, Mrs. Stratton.
Oh, Barney. Barney, thanks for coming.
I flew down, Ethel, as soon as I heard.
Oh, well, he's in there now. The operating room. Oh, Barney.
That's right, kid. Cry it out. Well, he had some innings. At least he had that.
Oh, but his leg, Barney. His leg.
Pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, we'll present the 3rd act of the Stratton story. Right now, I'd like to introduce a charming and lovely young star of stage and screen, Miss Pamela Britton. You know you're in good company in your latest screen role in Key to the City, Pamela.
I couldn't ask for a better break than to be in a picture with Clark Gable and Loretta Young, Mr. Keeley.
Yes, they're at their best in Metro Golden Mayer's sparkling new comedy.
Working with George Sidney, the director, was a wonderful experience for me, too.
Clark Gable is delightful as a happy-go-lucky, two-fisted mayor who falls in love with beautiful Loretta Young, a lady mayor. Just the ingredients for a grand comedy.
And when you add Frank Morgan and Marilyn Maxwell, it just bubbles over.
Yes, Loretta makes a lovely mayor. You know, I'd vote for her any time.
Girls will love her wardrobe, especially a ravishing chiffon nightgown that gets Clark Gable into a very amusing situation in Key to the City. The night he plays a major role in one scene.
And I'm sure Lux Flakes play a major role, keeping it lovely for the camera.
That's exactly what the wardrobe department told me, Mr. Kennedy. I discovered that Loretta Young is just as enthusiastic about Lux Flakes as the studio is. One day in her dressing room, she showed me some gorgeous new slips and nighties she had just bought. Luscious pastels that were really dreamy. We both agreed we wouldn't trust such delicate colors to anything but Lux Flakes.
Smart girls everywhere feel the same way. They know that Lux Flakes are far safer for exquisite colors and fabrics. Actual washing tests prove it. Pretty slips and nighties washed the wrong way soon look faded and old. But those washed with Lux Flakes stay fresh and bright as can be 3 times as long. It pays to play safe. Protect all your silk,
rayon, nylon, and fine cottons, too, with gentle Lux Flakes care. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look. Thank you for coming tonight, Pamela Britton. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of the Stratton Story, winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award, starring James Stewart as Monty Stratton and June Allyson as Ethel.
Monty came home from the hospital late in December. He'd lost a lot more than a leg. His hopes, his future, his spirit, all were gone. Day after day, he just sat by the window in the living room. Now and then he'd hobble around on the crutches, but he'd have no part of the artificial leg. Nobody was even to mention it. He just seemed to be waiting for the end of the world.
Lots of mail today, Monty. Look, darling, hundreds of letters from people all over the country.
Yeah, well, I don't want to look at them.
Oh, but if people are nice enough to write to you, don't you think you would...
Well, if you like them so much, why don't you read them yourself? What do they say? Merry Christmas? Happy New Year?
I was straightening things out in the shed, Monty. There's a lot of your stuff piled up out there.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, why don't you let me get your crutches? We'll go out there and look it over.
I know what's out there. Get rid of it all.
There are things you'll want to hang on to, darling. Like this baseball, the one the team all signed, remember?
Yeah. Give it to me. All right, now do you believe me? Get rid of it all.
It's no use crying, Ethel. No use at all, honey.
Oh, he hasn't seen me cry, Mom. But sometimes I just can't hold it back anymore. What are we going to do? He's not interested in anything or anybody. Not even the baby. He's all by himself. I just can't seem to reach him.
I guess it wouldn't be right if he was letting it roll off his back like it was nothing. But there's something about him, Ethel. Oh, I don't know. Good sense or something. And no doctor can amputate it. Well, I guess supper's ready. I'll go find Ernie.
Isn't it past baby's bedtime? What's he doing here?
I'll take him up, Monty. Come on, darling. Now you say goodnight to Uncle Ernie.
Hey, he said it. He said goodnight.
Regular blabbermouth, ain't he?
Well, I'll be dogged. Come here, young fella. Come here to Uncle Ernie. Come on. Come on now.
Look, Monty, he's trying to walk.
Well, darn if he ain't walking and talking all in one night.
Oh, Monty, if we could only have a picture of that. His first real step. Isn't it wonderful?
What's so wonderful about it? He's got 2 legs, hasn't he? Come on, give me my crutches.
Monty.
Well,
maybe you'd rather be alone. I just thought, oh, Monty, don't let it do this to you, darling. Please.
No, I don't know. I just came out of doors to look at that road. I used to do 10 miles on that road like it was nothing and then pitch a ball game. Now I can get it. I can hardly get as far as the road, let alone walk on it.
You told me once, a man's got to know where he's going. Where are you going, Monty?
I guess I'm just not going. Before I could do things, but now
Oh, I've made out much worse than you, Monty. You lost your leg, but I lost you.
No, but I still feel the same way inside. It's just...
Oh, I know you feel the same, darling. That's what I've been trying to tell you all these weeks.
Oh, give me your hand, Ethel. If I just didn't love you so much.
Oh, Monty.
Oh, honey. I guess I got a squawk coming, too. I sure wasted a lot of money on those dancing lessons, didn't I?
Oh, Monty. Darling.
Gee, I sure got me some gal.
Oh, shucks. Didn't you know that?
Then on, Monty started to find himself. Oh, not that he changed overnight, but at least he was trying to get himself straightened out. And then
Hey, you're not doing so good, young fella. Now, come on, walk back to me. I'll try it again.
Monty, is the baby all right?
I don't know, honey. He sure is having a time learning to walk. Yeah, that's what I told her. Hi. Yeah, it looks like you and me got our work cut out for us. You and me both.
He just can't figure out your crutches, can he?
Hey, watch him for a while, will you, honey? There's something in the bedroom I want to get. I'll take him now, honey. Junior and I need a little sunshine. We're going out.
But, Monty, your crutches.
Yeah, I figured it's time I tried out my store leg. Come on, put his coat on.
Come on, Daddy. We mustn't keep Daddy waiting. And please be a good boy.
Now, you see these things, Junior? Well, they're feet. Now, those are yours, and these are mine. And they tell me you're supposed to pick them up and lay them down. Okay, now, let's see what happens, huh?
We found it in the shed, Monty. Ma and I. Your old pitcher's glove. You want to keep it?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I'll take it then.
Well,
now keep it. Wait a minute. Here's Barney's old catcher's mitt. Let's have a catch. Come on.
Well, wait, hey, watch how you throw that ball there. Take it easy now.
Too much rich living. A little exercise won't hurt you at all. Now, come on. Let's throw it to you.
Oh, fine-looking catcher. I can't even see you behind the mitt.
How am I doing, country?
Well, stop waving your arms. Come on, catch the ball.
Say, this is fun.
Yeah, settle down a little. Maybe Cleveland can use you.
Oh, no wisecracks now. You're not so good yourself.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have Barney come down and look you over. All right, now catch this.
Oh, Monty.
Oh, no, I'm all right. I can get up here. Leg. I think I know what I did wrong. Now, come on. Let's throw some more.
Wait. Can you wait a second?
Oh. Well, yeah. That's the first time I ever been kissed by a catcher.
Catchers don't do that, huh?
No, not as a rule. It sort of slows up the game.
Well, just don't sit there. Let's see the big pitch. Come on, lay it in there, country. Where's all your stuff? Lay it in there. Hey, let's see the fastball.
The fastball? Well, even if I had one, what would you do with it?
Well, now, you just throw it and find out.
Well, you know, you're fixing to get your head knocked off.
Don't argue with the catcher. Now, come on, right over the plate.
Oh, okay.
Come on, now, right in here, kid.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Oh, gee,
Just help me up. I caught it, didn't I?
Well, let me see your hand. Did you hurt your hand?
What I am rubbing is not my hand.
Oh, yes.
You just lost yourself a catcher.
Never had a catcher quit me before.
You never had a catcher before who was going to have a baby.
Well, why don't we just sort... What? What?
All during those months, I'd hear from Ethel pretty regularly. Monty was getting along fine, doing a day's work on the farm, even practicing his pitching, she said. And then Jimmy Dyke sent me down to Houston to scout some players in the big All-Star game. I figured to stop by the farm the day after the game and visit with Monty. But he pulled a big surprise. He was at the game, in the dressing room, in uniform.
Don't look so shocked, Barney. It's me, all right.
You mean to say you're going to pitch today? But how can you? This is big baseball, Monty.
Sure, I know.
These are all-star teams. They're playing for big money. They're going to be tough. Who'd you cook this up with?
Josh Higgins, he manager of the Southern team.
Ethel know about it?
No. She and Ma, they're up in the grandstand. They thought I'd just come down to say hello to some of the fellas.
You asked Higgins to let you pitch?
I asked Higgins to let me try, Barney. And I had to find out just what's what. And I'd better start out the field.
Here are the batteries for today's game. The Western All-Stars, Gene Bearden pitching, R.T. catching. For the Southern All-Stars, Milliken catching. And in his first comeback appearance, Monty Stratton pitching.
Ethel had seen him now. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't. She met Monty just as he was limping out of the tunnel toward the field.
Darling, why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to surprise you, I guess. I got so I was throwing the ball pretty good, and I got all steamed up, and I don't know. Now I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what? You've been beaten before.
I keep saying to myself I'm just the same as everybody else. I wanted to prove it. I wanted to show you, only I can't. I just can't go through with it.
Monty, listen to me. I came down here just now hoping to stop you. I was just as afraid as you are. But you can't turn back now. That won't solve anything. You're a ball player, Country.
Us saying I'm still a ball player doesn't make me one.
Well, then let's find out.
Well, do I look all right?
Oh, you look just fine. Now go on, get out there.
I guess this was the biggest moment of his life. A cripple, a man with an artificial leg, trying to tell himself that he wasn't licked, that he still was a big league pitcher, but he just didn't have what he used to.
Oh, he's breaking his heart out there, Barney.
Yeah, hitting everything he throws.
He's looking at us, Barney.
Oh. Come on, Monty, boys. Stay in there, kid.
Oh, don't let them scare you, darling. You're doing fine, just fine.
This is it. There goes Higgins out for the mound.
How do you feel, Monty?
I just can't get any stuff on the ball. Those poor fellas in the outfield are going to be all worn out if this keeps up.
Don't let him worry you, fella. Every man on the team is with you. Now loosen up. You're too tense. Make him play it your way.
What, are you leaving me in?
Yeah, I'm leaving you in. You see, I want to win this game.
Thanks, Josh.
He's staying in, Ma. They're letting him pitch. Oh, watch him now. You just watch him now.
He got out of the inning. 4 hits off him and 1 run, and that's the way the score stayed for 3 more innings. 1-0. And then Monty's teammates began to hit. Man on first, a man on second, 2 out, and Monty's turn to bat. A chance to tie the score. Monty Stratton was one of the few pitchers who could hit a baseball, and that's just what he did. A clean single over shortstop. He started off for first base, running as best he could. Hobbling. He'd make it all right. He'd beat the throw. But then he fell. His leg went out from under him, and he struggled in the dust, trying somehow to reach the bag.
You're out.
Josh Higgins is coaching at first base.
Monty, you all right?
Sure. I'm sorry, Josh. I guess I started my slide too soon.
Monty pitched 5 more innings, pitched like nothing at all had ever happened to him. And the score still was 1-0. In the bottom half of the 8th, the boys from the south started to hit again. 2 outs, and 2 men on base, just like in the 3rd inning. And Milliken, the catcher, came up to the plate. And then the Western All-Stars called a little conference. They decided to walk Milliken.
But if they walk him, Barney, the bases will be loaded.
They know that, honey.
Well, then they're walking him just to get at Monty.
Yeah, well, that's baseball level. Now let's see what Higgins does. He's got to take Monty out and put in a pinch hitter.
Attention, please. The Southern All-Stars are going to put in a pinch hitter for Stratton.
I'd sure like to see you finish this game, Monty. It was just up to me, but every guy on the team has a big stake in this.
I think I can get him in, Josh.
We'll run behind Monty. The base is loaded. I got to put in a hitter.
Let him hit, Josh. We'll take our chances.
You can do it, Monty.
Come on, take your cut, boy. Get up there at the plate.
Looks like the team wants you to stay in, Monty. Go ahead, take your cut.
Attention, please. Stratton is not leading the game. He'll take his turn at bat.
He hit the 3rd pitch. And the stands went dead. They knew he was a great pitcher, but they also knew he couldn't run. 2 men came across the plate, and Monty made a dive for first. Monty was safe. Monty had given his team a 1-run lead. Now all he had to do was to hold that lead. But over on the other bench, the Western All-Stars were listening to their manager.
Stratton's really pitching. Now, look, fellas, don't try to power the ball. Just get in there and then bunt.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. I hate to do this, but we got to get on. Now, go on. Bunt toward the mound. Yeah, and keep bunting.
And that's just what they did. 2 successive bunts. 2 men were on base.
Well, there goes his ball game, Barney. They're bunting it right out from under him.
Oh, it just don't seem right. They know he can't run for the ball.
There's nothing we can do about it, Ma. 2 on and nobody out.
They're talking to him, Mr. Higgins and the catcher.
Well, he went 8 full innings. Not bad for a guy with 1 leg.
Sure looks like they're all going to bunt, Monty. What can we do about it?
Well, I'll just have to get off the mound quicker, that's all. I know what to expect now.
That's good enough for me, Monty. Stay in.
All right. Play ball. Play ball.
The third batter bunted, too. Only this time, Monty nailed him. But the other 2 men advanced. 1 out now. A man on second, a man on third. And they crossed him up again. They started swinging hard. No more bunts. Even a long fly ball would tie up the ball game. But Monty struck the batter out. Just 1 more man to go, and he'd win his ball game. But this 1 man was Big Johnny Lindell, the power hitter of the league. 1 man to go. Just 1 man. Monty took his time. He looked around his outfield, the runners on the bases, and then burned that ball across the plate. It was a line drive, a scorcher between the mound and first base. Instinctively, Monty dived for it, sprawling out on the grass. He couldn't hold on to it, but he had knocked it down, and he crawled after it, and Lindell went racing down the baseline. There was no time to get to his feet. Monty threw the ball as best he could. Lindell was out. The game was over. Monty had won. And now his teammates were picking him up, carrying him off the field. And Ma just sat there. You couldn't tell what she was thinking. Not unless you knew Ma as we knew her. But in Ethel's face was the whole story. In Ethel's tears, and in Ethel's smile.
Monty Stratton won. Not just a ball game, he won and is leading a rich, full life. He stands as an inspiration for all of us, living proof of what a man can do if he has the courage and determination to refuse to admit defeat.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, here's Libby Collins to tell the ladies what's afoot for fashion this spring.
A girl will put her best foot forward in a red shoe. Red is one of the smartest accessory colors for spring. A wonderful way to dramatize a pink costume or to contrast navy. For a well-turned-out ensemble, wear very sheer nylon stockings with a strong rosy cast with your red shoes. The wrong stocking shade can ruin the effect as completely as a run.
It's easy to keep that rosy glow if you wash stockings after every wearing with Lux Flakes. This gentle care keeps color truer, cuts down needless stocking runs.
Scientific strain tests proved what a difference in wear Lux Flakes can make. Using a strong soap or rubbing stockings with cake soap make runs come much sooner. Identical stockings washed with Lux Flakes lasted twice as long.
That's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair.
Hollywood studios know that. They insist on Lux Flakes for stockings and all nice washables.
These tiny diamonds of Lux make suds amazingly fast. Freshen nylons safely in a jiffy. In fact, they take such good care of stockings, over 90% of all makers recommend Lux Flakes. Better get a box tomorrow. Use it for your precious nylons and for all your nice washables to give them that lovely Lux look. Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
After tonight's performance, it's easy for all of us to understand why the Stratton Story was voted America's favorite picture of the year. And here are 2 of the reasons. Jimmy Stewart and June Allyson.
Thank you very much, Bill. I think June and I'd both like to tell the audience that we feel very complimented by the selection of the Stratton Story for Photoplay Gold Medal Award.
Oh, yes, indeed. We're very grateful to the moviegoers of America.
You know, it's wonderful to have you back with us, June. And as for you, Jimmy, there's just one question that
Yeah, well, Bill, I feel fine. The honeymoon was wonderful. Married life's great. I hope we have 6 children, preferably boys and girls. And my wife said to be sure and bring home Lux Flakes.
Well, Jimmy, that answers everything. And you and June will find a supply of Lux Flakes waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Bill. Say, Jimmy, I hear MGM has starred you in a fine new picture, Malaya. And there's another actor in it. I can't think of his name. What is it?
Yeah, it's called the name of Tracy. Spencer Tracy.
Yes.
Wonderful actor.
Very good actor.
Well, that seems like a very happy combination. But right now, we want to congratulate you, Jimmy, on receiving the Photoplay Award for being the Actor of the Year whose performance was most enjoyed by the fans.
I'm really grateful, Bill, and I'd like to point out that there's a very beautiful girl named June Allyson who is also receiving a citation tonight for her work during the year.
Thank you, Jimmy. Of course, everyone's been wonderful. By the way, shouldn't we be leaving for the Beverly Hills Hotel?
Yes, right after the broadcast, you'll both receive your awards at the gala dinner there. George Murphy will be presiding as master of ceremonies, and most of the big stars in Hollywood will be there.
Well, before we leave, Bill, what's the play for next week?
Jimmy, is one of the most unique comedies to come out of Hollywood this season. The intriguing drama, A Letter to Three Wives. And we'll have 2 original stars from the 20th Century Fox picture. Beautiful Linda Darnell and a brilliant new star making his first appearance on this stage, Paul Douglas.
Oh, that's wonderful entertainment, Bill.
You know, there's just one more thing I'd like to say. There's a fellow down in Texas who gets my award for courage and, well, what ball players call moxie. He's got it. Monty Stratton. Good luck, Monty. Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks for a memorable evening.
Lux girls are lovelier. They have the charm of fresh, appealing skin. Never neglect the gentle, protecting care that guards complexion beauty. Here's a tip from Jane Wyman, famous screen star. She says, "My Lux soap facials are so quick and easy. I smooth the creamy lather in well, rinse, then pat with a soft towel to dry. Now my skin feels softer, smoother, looks so fresh." Try Jane Wyman's Daily Lux Soap Care for quick new loveliness. It really works. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time in tests by skin specialists. So next time you shop, be sure to get Hollywood's fragrant white beauty soap. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Douglas and Linda Darnell in A Letter to Three Wives. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
June Allyson appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Nancy Goes to Rio, starring Ann Sothern and Jane Powell. Heard in tonight's play were John McIntyre as Barney, Cliff Clark as Jimmy Dykes, Larry Dobkin as Ted Lyons, George Neese as Bill Dickey, and Helen Brown as Mohr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Letter to Three Wives, starring Linda Darnell and Paul Douglas. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Van Heflin and Janet Leigh in High Wall. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Millions of Americans stay up long past bedtime to explore the fascinating world of whodunit, because the mystery story is a standby of modern entertainment. It intrigues presidents and producers and plain people alike. And tonight, we present a classic in the field, the Metro Goldwyn Mayer hit High Wall. Starting in this drama of suspense and romance, you'll hear an old favorite of yours, Van Heflin, along with a bright new star making her first appearance here tonight, Miss Janet Leigh. But however much you enjoy suspense in a mystery play, it's something you don't want in your own home. And that's where Lux Flakes come in. In caring for fine materials, there's no suspense when you trust the job to Lux Flakes. Our stars are on stage, and the curtain rises for the first act of High Wall, starring Van Heflin as Steve Kennett and Janet Leigh as Dr. Ann Lorison. Police headquarters in a large city, the Central Homicide Bureau.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Whitcomb? Thank you. Well, we were lucky to find you tonight. My name's Wallace, Assistant District Attorney.
Well, I would have been here sooner, Mr. Wallace, but they asked me to identify the body. Mrs. Kennett was my secretary.
You're manager of the Brattle Press, is that correct?
Yes, a publishing house. Religious and educational textbooks. This is shocking, Mr. Wallace. What happened?
Well, she was strangled sometime late this afternoon.
Well, if I can be of any help, any information.
Have you any?
Well, I don't really know. Perhaps it has no bearing, but Mrs. Kennett's husband returned home today after an absence of 2 years.
You know him?
No, I never met him. I was out of my office most of the day. When I returned, they told me he'd been there, Mr. Kennett. He was looking for his wife. Very agitated, they said.
Well, wasn't she there?
No, she wasn't. I sent Mrs. Kennett to my home to pick up some manuscripts.
Did they tell that to Kennett?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh. Did Mrs. Kennett return to the office?
No, but under the circumstances, we thought nothing of it. We all assumed she went straight home with her husband. Perhaps if you can find Mr. Kennett.
Oh, we've found him, all right. They've got him in the next room. Let's see what he's told them.
All right, Kennett. We'll go over it once again. The two of you were in your wife's car, and you deliberately drove it off the bridge, isn't that right? Oh, come in, Wallace.
Mr. Whitcomb, Inspector.
We'll be through in a minute. Well, Kennett?
But I told you what happened.
After you strangled her, you wanted it to look like an accident, a broken neck and an auto crash. But you knew you could walk away from that kind of an accident, didn't you?
I told you that I killed her in the park, and then I tried to kill myself.
That's good enough for me, Inspector. It isn't often they come this easy.
Dr. Adams here wants us to stall a while.
That's right, Wallace. I've examined him.
Drunk?
No, but he's been through some recent head surgery.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, as police surgeon, I can't pass him. And I have to look him over at psychiatric.
But he's confessed.
I'm sorry, but he's got to go to psycho first.
Well, let's get it over with. Come on, Kennett. Let's go.
A tragedy, Mr. Wallace. A young man like that.
You can never tell, Mr. Whitcomb.
He had a fine war record, too. So his wife told me.
A few hours ago, he committed murder.
If there's anything else I can do...
Well, we'll probably need you when he comes to trial. I'll let you know, Mr. Whitcomb.
So I've called the staff together because I have some rather interesting x-rays to show you. I believe you have the report from the admitting desk, Dr. Lorison?
Yes, Dr. Dunlap. The patient's name is Stephen Kennett, age 34. Admitted Monday for observation, confessed to murder of wife and attempted suicide. Exhibited violence at time of admission, now confined in Ward C isolation.
Any apparent cause for this violence?
Dr. Powart?
The clerk at the desk was making a routine inventory of the patient's possessions. There was a snapshot of a child, a little boy. Kennett wanted to keep the picture.
And since then?
No violence, but the patient's remained sullen and uncooperative. But I believe you've spent more time with him than I have, sir.
Now, if you'll turn out the light, we'll have a look at these x-rays. Here we are. Now, you will see here a subdural hematoma of the left frontal lobe. This blood clot is causing pressure on the brain. As you know, such pressure can produce both physical and emotional changes, and true to form, the patient has shown irritability, local pain, and lapses of memory. Lights, please. You've checked his physical condition again, Dr. Powart?
Yes, sir. Heart, blood pressure, respiration, normal.
Then there seems no need to delay. Dr. Lorison, you'll prepare Mr. Kennett for surgery.
Yes, Doctor.
Morning, Doctor. Nice, quiet morning so far.
Hello, Delaney. Where's the new patient, Stephen Kennett?
Right here in 11. Better watch him. He's real antisocial.
Open up for me, will you, Delaney?
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Kennett. I'm Dr. Lawrenson. You can wait outside, Delaney.
But I think I'd better...
Wait outside, please. You're going to be one of my patients, Mr. Kennett.
Get out.
Would you care to tell me anything? What about those headaches,
I said get out.
Mr. Kennett, we're very fortunate to have a neurosurgeon like Dr. Dunlap, and he feels certain he can remove the cause of your headaches.
He does, huh?
Yes, he does. Now, if you'll just sign here giving us your consent, we can...
Surgery? Oh, no. No, I let him do that before. Now get out of here and cut up some other guinea pig.
Very well, Mr. Kennett. The orderly's name is Delaney. If you have any pain, he'll call me. Lock up, Delaney, that's all.
And that's it, Mr. Wallace. Kennett's refused the operation.
Of course he's refused. Sit the law out, stall for time, and come to court and get an acquittal on a plea of temporary insanity.
The court sent him here for observation, and we'd like to continue along those lines.
I don't want Kennett psychoanalyzed. I just want him cleared for trial. He's sane. I'm talking about legal sanity. Did he know the difference between right and wrong when he murdered his wife?
Did he, Mr. Wallace?
Why, of course he did. Examine his background. He was a bomber pilot. He married during the war, head injury in combat. Operation performed in Army hospital, yes, and successfully, too. Want to see that report again?
What about after the war?
He was restless, had to keep moving. He went to Burma flying freight. Left his old mother and his wife and his child here. Mrs. Kennett got a secretarial job. I suppose she had to.
What point are you making?
Just this. A month ago in Burma, he was in a slight crack-up. Oh, here. Here's a cable from the doctor who examined him.
Advised Kennett second operation imperative. Warned him possibility of violent headaches, fainting spells, and loss of memory. Well, that's exactly what Dr. Dunlap says.
You see, Mr. Wallace, that accident following the initial surgery resulted in a blood clot that's pressing on the brain.
Sure, that's his defense. He was planning to use this doctor's diagnosis as a license to murder his wife.
I'm sorry, but we can't certify as to his sanity until we observe him after he's had his second operation.
And he refuses it.
His mother's consent is all you need. She's not very well at the moment, but you shouldn't have any trouble with her.
We prefer having his consent. But if you insist, we'll see her today. Can you take care of that, Dr. Lawrenson?
Yes, I think so.
He'll pull through the operation, won't he?
No reason why he shouldn't.
Good. I'd hate to lose him.
Feeling better, Mr. Kennett?
Today was visiting day, Dr. Larson.
Yes.
Why didn't I see my visitor? And don't tell me that my mother wasn't here.
You're entitled to see visitors, and your mother was not here.
Thanks, that's all I wanted to know.
That pleases you, doesn't it? You've been hoping your mother would take your son away where no one would know him, where no one could tell him about you.
Your time's valuable, Doctor. Don't waste it. You can't talk me into that operation.
I was hoping you'd changed your mind.
No trial, no operation. I'll be here permanently, right?
It's possible.
All right, then how about getting me out of this chicken coop? I rate the ward, don't I? Some pretty nice people in the ward. All in all, it's not a bad setup. Room and board, lots of company, radio, library, and all for free.
Mr. Kennett, I'm sorry that I have to tell you this, but your mother died this morning.
What are you trying to do to me?
Dr. Powell and I went to your house. We found her on the floor. You know she'd been ill, chronic heart condition. Well, apparently recent events were too much for her. Oh, but don't let that alter your decision to stay here, Mr. Kennett. Your son will be taken care of in the county orphanage.
Where is he now? What are they doing to him?
He's all right. I know now why you object to surgery. You don't want to go to trial, do you? You know there's a chance of acquittal on the grounds of temporary insanity, but you don't want to risk it. Oh, you'd rather spend your life here than face your child again. You want to escape from reality, and you can. But do you know what happens to a child when he suddenly loses his entire family? Do you know what life is like for an orphan in a public institution? Oh, yes, you'll escape reality, Mr. Kennett, but your son will not.
I don't have to listen to this. You can't make me listen.
You've heard all I have to say. Lock up, Delaney.
Really, Anne, there are times when I simply don't understand you. Bringing a child here, a strange child you don't even know.
But I told you, Aunt Martha, I just can't see a child in that state of shock put in a public institution.
You'll be put in a public institution yourself for kidnapping.
No, it's quite legal. They gave me temporary custody. Now, how is he? Is he asleep?
I don't think so. He didn't touch a bite of supper.
Oh. Well, let me bring it back to him, and I'll see what I can do.
I like the room. I don't want to go downstairs.
Well, then you stay right here, just as long as you like, dear. Well, I see you still have your kitty.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I brought back your supper, Richard, just in case you get hungry a little later on. And if you want anything, you'll call me, won't you? Do you know my name?
Yes, ma'am. It's Anne.
That's right.
Grandma said Daddy was coming home. I waited for him, but he never came.
Well, your daddy wants you to stay with me for a little while. You know, I'll bet that kitty's hungry, too. Suppose you feed her. Here, I'll pour a little of your milk in the saucer. I'll be back a little later, dear, when it's time to go to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'll get it, Aunt Martha. Hello?
This is Dr. Dunlap, Anne. Well, congratulations.
Oh, for what?
Well, I don't know what tricks you used, but they certainly worked. Kenneth's going through with the operation. He actually asked for surgery.
Oh, that's fine, Doctor. I'm really pleased. Thank you for calling me.
You don't seem to understand, Mr. Kenneth. I'm your lawyer. I've been appointed by the court to defend you. Why, ever since you had that operation, I've been working day and night on this case. For 5 weeks,
That's very nice, Mr. Hackle, but you're moving a little too fast for me. For one thing, I'm still a patient in this hospital.
Well, I can't keep you here. The operation was a success.
We have no intention of keeping Mr. Kenneth here any longer than we have to.
Meanwhile, there's something that I want you to do for me. My son's in an orphan asylum. I want you to arrange his release. That's the first thing.
You don't really mean that.
Why not?
Man alive, you're knocking the props out from our whole defense. I'm counting on your son. On the day the case goes to the jury, I'll bring that child into the courtroom. In the gray clothes of the orphan asylum, his face pale. Why, that frail, pathetic little creature is the backbone of our case.
Mr. Hackle, they've given me back my clothes, my belt, and my tie. I don't want to go back into isolation. That's the only reason I'm not going to break your neck.
Well, obviously, you're not prepared to discuss your defense at all. Dr. Lorison, you may phone me when he's a little more rash.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Hackle.
8,000 decent lawyers in the state, and they have to pick him. Tell me something. How much longer before I'm sent to the county jail?
Well, there's still several tests we want to make. Why?
Once I'm out of here, I can hire the kind of a lawyer I need to get my boy out of that orphanage and into a good school.
Mr. Kenneth, Richard's not in an institution. He's living with a private family.
But how did that happen?
Well, we decided he needed personal care. He's staying with the Mrs. Martha Ferguson, and she was delighted to have a youngster in the house, and he's doing fine.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, now, before you can get out of here, I'm going to have to prepare a full report about you. So shall we go to my office and start making those tests?
He's doing fine, you said. He's doing fine.
I'm a little puzzled, Anne. First, you say you've made all the routine tests, and now you tell us you can't make an official report.
I can't, Dr. Dunlap. I'm convinced that Kenneth is still concealing something.
The district attorney's been on my neck for days. We can't keep Kenneth if he doesn't belong here.
And what makes you say he's concealing something?
Many things, Dr. Poward. But I can't tell you if it's deliberate or not.
The police will say it is deliberate, that Kenneth planned to murder his wife and plead temporary insanity.
Where's Kenneth now?
He's out in the hall. I hoped you'd see him.
Bring him in, Anne. Let's see what we can find out.
Sure, I'll try to answer anything you doctors want to ask me.
Well, prior to your operation, Mr. Kenneth, you suffered lapses of memory. You haven't filled in those gaps yet. Or have you?
I don't know whether I have or not.
You can't remember or you don't want to remember?
Look, Dr. Poward, thanks to you people, I've regained my health. There's only one thing more that you can do for me. Turn me over to the police for trial.
What about narcosynthesis, Dr. Lorison?
He refused to let me try it,
That's
Doctor.
right, I refused.
You refused the operation, too, but now you're glad you changed your mind.
This is something entirely different.
No, I don't think it is. Narcosynthesis is merely a mild injection of sodium pentothal to stimulate your memory. It might be very helpful in filling in those lapses.
Helpful? To whom? No, I'm sorry. This is the way I prefer it. That's my legal right, isn't it?
Why are you so intent upon an immediate trial?
Because, guilty or not, I'll be out of here. I'll be able to handle my finances and provide for my son's future. That's the only important thing.
You love your son a great deal, don't you?
Is that so unusual? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I'd like to go back to my room.
There's still some tests I'd like to make.
Anything you want, except that narcosynthesis business.
Very well, Mr. Kennett.
I still don't know why you can't set a time. Am I getting out of this hospital or not?
Yes, I think so. It'll be another 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days. For what? Ever since the operation, there's been no question about me, mentally or physically.
Except the lapses of memory.
Nobody expects me to remember things that happened when I was out of my mind. No mind, no memory.
And that'll be your line of defense.
Why not? Memory of things that happened before the operation could be quite a liability.
I see. Sit down, Mr. Kennett. This machine here will make a record of your muscular control and neuromuscular coordination. Any objections?
None at all.
Take hold of these grips, one in each hand. You try to keep your pressure the same. Now, you grip and relax, grip and relax. Here, first your left hand. That's it. Grip and relax. Grip and relax.
Yeah?
Grip and... well?
Nothing.
No, what's the matter? Why are you staring at your hands?
I killed my wife with my hands.
But you've told us that several times. Now, why would it suddenly disturb you so much?
Could it happen in a single second?
Could what happen?
Could you strangle someone in just 1 second?
Why, no. No, you couldn't.
I didn't do it, Dr. Larson. I know now I didn't do it.
In a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of High Wall. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of High Wall, starring Van Heflin as Steve Kennett and Janet Leigh as Dr. Ann Lotterson. Some weeks ago, Helen Kennett was murdered. At the time, Mrs. Kennett was a secretary employed by Mr. Willard Whitcomb. Now, in his apartment house, Mr. Whitcomb pauses in the lobby to greet the elevator operator.
Well, so it's you, Mr. Croner. Glad to see you back at work.
Arthritis, Mr. Whitcomb. Been in bed for weeks. Say, that was your secretary got herself murdered by her husband, wasn't it?
Yes. A terrible thing, Mr. Croner.
I read all about it in the newspapers and how you told the police she worked for you and what a fine woman she was.
Can we go in the elevator, please?
Oh, sure, I'll take you up. About my arthritis, Mr. Whitcomb, doctor says I need to go to Florida. Need plenty of sunshine, he says. Oh, but that takes money. Lots of money. Do you think I ought to go to the police, Mr. Whitcomb?
Police?
Oh, I'm a man who knows things, Mr. Whitcomb. Not only what it says in the papers, but what it don't say. That's why I thought you ought to know what the doctor said.
Croner, the penalty for blackmail in this state is very severe. And this is my floor.
Sorry you're in such a rush, Mr. Whitcomb, but I'll be around whenever you'd like to talk to me.
That's what I said, Mr. Kennett. You got a visitor. See that little guy in the corner? I don't know him, Delaney. Want me to chase him? No. Let me see what he wants.
You don't know me, Mr. Kennett, but my name's Croner. I'm the elevator man at 106 Maple Street.
What do you want, Mr. Croner?
Oh, I don't want nothing but justice. I followed your whole case in the papers. And you know, they never mentioned anything about the 3 of you being in that apartment. Oh, you're interested, huh?
I might be. What have you got?
What I've got costs money, Mr. Kennett.
I'm not allowed to handle my money right now, but I'll be out of here soon. I'm being transferred to the county jail.
Well, that's okay with me. I'm in no hurry.
Well, can't you tell me what it's all about?
If I tell you now, I won't have it anymore. See you in the county jail, Mr. Kennett.
Delaney.
Well, that was short and sweet.
Delaney, I've got to see Dr. Larson.
It's his day off, remember?
Well, tomorrow, then, just as soon as she gets here.
Okay.
good evening, Mr. Croner.
Hello, Mr. Whitcomb. Sorry you can't use the elevator. You'll have to walk down.
Well, what's wrong with the elevator?
The floor indicator got broken. I'm trying to fix it.
Isn't that dangerous? Working on a stepladder in front of an open shaft?
Yes, maybe it is. I think I'll come down. Besides, maybe you want to talk to me.
I've been thinking about your arthritis, Mr. Croner, and I'd like to make you a loan of $500.
Oh, we can't cure anything for a few $100, Mr. Whitcomb.
Oh, I was hoping we could.
You know where I was today? I called on a fellow in the county nut house. Going to go to trial soon, I think. Wants me to testify for him. What a generous fellow he is.
Suppose I sent you to Florida for the entire winter. That wouldn't prevent your arthritis from coming back next year. And the year after that? Or would it?
That's hard to say, Mr. Whitcomb.
Be ashamed to see you suffer, Croner. Year after year.
So that's why you were so anxious to see me, Mr. Kennett.
That's right, Doctor. That injection, that narcosynthesis. I'm ready now, any time you are.
What made you change your mind?
Well, I told you that I didn't kill her. Well, now I'm still more certain that I didn't. And maybe with this narcosynthesis, I'll recall things to prove it. Tell me, how far under will you put me?
Oh, not far. You'll be able to remember everything that you say. Now, just sit down and I'll get everything ready.
I'll start at the beginning. I remember getting off the plane, going home, seeing my mother. But the important thing is 106 Maple Street. I want to know everything that happened there. That's where I'm really hazy.
The injection's ready. Flex your hand, please. Okay?
Okay.
What's 106 Maple Street? I never heard you mention that before.
That's right. Question me about that. Start there.
Oh, no, not so fast. Now try to relax, Stephen. Just lie back and relax. Steve, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're going back, Steve. You're home now. Home from Berlin. Oh, and your mother. She's so happy to see you again.
Oh, Steve. Oh, I just can't believe that you're really here.
Now, where's the rest of my family, Mom? Where's Helen and Dickie?
Why, Dickie's in school, dear.
School? Oh, I keep thinking he's still only 4 years old. And Helen, she's out shopping, I suppose.
No, she's at the office.
What office?
Why, Helen's been working more than a year now.
Working? But why?
Oh, Steve, we wrote you all about it. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. This head of mine, it acts up every now and then.
You didn't go through with that operation, did you?
No, I wanted to get home. I'll have it done here.
You're through with flying, aren't you, Steve?
That's right, Mom. Grounded.
Oh, I'm so glad. Professor Burns told me they're holding that research fellowship open for you at the university.
Yes, he wrote me. Well, I won't stand for any more of Helen's objections.
Oh, Steve, she's young, pretty. Naturally, money seems important to her.
Other things are important, too. She got the car?
Yes.
Well, I'll take the bus into town and ride back with her.
Well, she won't be through till 5, dear.
She'll be through when I get there.
Don't stop, Steve. Keep going. You went to Helen's office.
Helen wasn't there. She was out on an errand. 106 Maple Street.
Was this another office?
An apartment house. A man took me up in the elevator. He never shut up about his arthritis. I went to the door of the apartment.
Forget your key, dear? The door's unlocked.
Steve. Why, darling, if I'd known you were coming, I would have been there to meet you.
Stop it, Helen.
Oh, no, Steve, you're wrong.
This place. What are you doing here?
You've got to let me explain, Steve. What you're thinking is all wrong.
Is it?
Steve, don't look at me like that. Listen to me. You're not well, Steve. You're sick. Let me take you home.
You're meeting someone here, aren't you? Aren't you?
I said I can explain. Steve, think of Richard. Think of your son. I'm his mother. I'm here.
I can remember putting my hands around her throat. And that's all. That's all I remember.
Until when, Steve?
I don't know. I fainted or something. When I came to, I was lying on the floor. Helen was slumped in the corner. She was dead. There were things all over the floor. Cigarettes, a chair knocked over, a lamp, Helen's purse, things that I'd seen when I came into the apartment. Only something else I'd seen was missing.
Do you know what it was?
I don't know. I can't remember. Something else was missing.
Well, that's enough for now, Steve. Don't worry. The first treatment is often inconclusive.
No, I've got to find out. The apartment's the only answer.
We can get a court order and have the police take you there. Steve, about Helen, what did you do? Do you remember?
Yes. I carried her down the fire escape and put her in the car. On account of my mother and the boy, I couldn't have her found in his apartment. And then I drove the car off the bridge, trying to kill myself.
Oh, Steve, don't delude yourself. Yes, I was right. There is something missing. And I think I know now what it is. What's missing is your willingness to admit to yourself the real reason for killing her. You had no proof she'd been unfaithful. It goes much deeper than that. It was a wartime romance, wasn't it?
Yes. We met and got married. A week later, I was in Europe.
And after the war, the only job you wanted paid very little, and Helen said it wasn't enough. Am I right?
Well...
So you went back to flying, and you hated it. Oh, admit it, Steve. Those years in Burma alone, you were building up a deep resentment against her. Steve. Steve, do you hear me?
I can't keep awake. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, that's good. The best thing for you. Now try not to think about anything. Oh, orderly.
Yes, Doctor.
There's a patient resting in my office, and I'm going home now. Would you please take him to Ward C about 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock. Yes, Doctor.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Keep going, Doctor. 106 Maple Street.
It was very clever to pretend you were asleep.
I got out through your office window.
That window was locked.
I know, but you left the key in the pocket of your smock. Here it is. It's easy finding your car. Your space in the parking lot has your name on it.
Well, you've thought of everything, haven't you? Everything except what this is going to do to you, risking everything for nothing.
For nothing? Even if I'm acquitted, I can't face my son again. What do you tell a kid of 6? Forget it, Richard? When I killed your mother, I was temporarily insane?
Oh, let me turn around. You can hide in the back of the car again, and no one will ever know that you got out.
No, I've got to prove that I didn't kill her. It's the only way that I'll be able to face him again. It's worth taking any chance for. So, Doctor, don't get any ideas, and don't make me jumpy. No one's going to stand in my way now. No one.
Just because his phone didn't answer doesn't mean he isn't home now, or that he won't come home.
Keep quiet. We're going up the fire escape.
Oh, this is a big mistake, Steve. Please don't
Start climbing, Doctor. I'll be right in back of you just in case you slip. This is it, Whitcomb's apartment. The murderer returns to the scene of his crime.
Oh, Steve, this is absurd.
Now stand where you are now. All right. Let's pretend that you're Helen. I opened the front door there. You came from the hall. You started to back away, guilt written all over you. You wanted a chance to explain, to take me home. Think of Richard. Think of your son. You're his mother. I put my hands around your throat.
Steve, you're hurting me.
But you're alive. You're not hurt. I blacked out. When I came to, I was there on the floor. Cigarettes on the floor like this. Chair. The end table. Lamp overturned. And Helen was there in the corner. Now, how did she get over there? Wait a minute. I remember now. I remember what was missing.
What is it?
It's an overnight bag, Helen's. It was there next to that bookcase. Maybe it's still there. Maybe it's in the closet.
Steve, we have to get out of here.
We'll get out. No, it's not here. This'll do, this valise.
But that's Whitcomb's valise.
Have you got your lipstick in your purse? Give it to me.
Lipstick? Yes, but...
Yes, I'm writing 2 initials on this valise, just as they were on the other one. H for Helen, K for Kenneth. Let him find it here by the bookcase.
Steve, let's go,
Look,
please.
You don't believe me. But I couldn't possibly have killed her. My fingers had scarcely closed around her throat when I blacked out. It was a perfect setup for Whitcomb.
We'd better put everything in order, just the way we found it.
No, don't touch anything. Okay. Okay, you can drive me back to the hospital now.
How are you going to get back in the hospital?
Same way I got out, your window. The orderly will find me right where you said he would. And, you,
I don't know.
You'll report me. Well, I can't stop you.
The guards will be making the rounds any minute now.
And look, I came back with you, didn't I? I could have run away. Nobody'll know that I've been gone if you don't turn me in. But if you do, I'll be put back in isolation. There's no release, no trial. I'll never be able to do anything for Richard.
You'd better go in, Steve. Hurry. Hello?
Anne, this is Dr. Dunlap.
Oh, yes, Dr. Dunlap.
I've a message here that you called me at 8 o'clock. Something about Kennett.
Oh, yes, I did call you Dr. Dunlap. But I realize now I shouldn't have disturbed you.
Well, what about Kennett? Anything wrong, Anne?
No, Doctor, nothing at all, really. I'm sorry that I bothered you.
You've been working too hard. Try and get a good night's rest.
I'll try, Doctor. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt your reading, Mr. Kennett, but you got a visitor downstairs.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Mr. Willard Whitcomb.
Hey, what goes on here?
It's a good guess, huh?
Well, do you want to see him or not? He's in now with Dr. Dunlap.
Oh, you bet I want to see him. Thanks, Delaney.
I should have come here long ago, Dr. Dunlap. You see, Kennett's wife was my secretary. A splendid girl, Doctor, and a devoted wife.
It's very nice of you to take this interest in him, Mr. Whitcomb. Well, he'll be released for trial this week.
Oh, that's fine. Then my offer will be coming along at the right time.
I'm sure it'll be appreciated. Well, Kennett's waiting for you. I'll have an orderly take you to the visiting room.
You don't know me, Mr. Kennett. I'm Willard Whitcomb.
Yes?
You've been expecting me.
Have I?
Oh, I must apologize for not visiting you sooner. You've been in here quite a while now. In and out.
In and out?
Kennett, I've been discussing your case with a very fine criminal lawyer. I was just telling Dr. Dunlap about him. Well, anyway, this friend of mine is positive he can get you an acquittal. Well, naturally, his fee is rather high, but I'll assume all costs.
Why should you?
Well, I feel that your wife would... Well, that is... I'm sure she'd want me to do all I can. Now, when would you like to see this attorney?
Don't bother, Mr. Whitcomb.
You want to be acquitted, don't you?
I will be. And don't let that friend of yours get away. You may need a fine criminal lawyer yourself.
I know what you're thinking, Kennett, and whom you're depending on. The man who came to see you, Cronner, the elevator man. Haven't you heard? He can't testify for you. Poor man, he fell down an elevator shaft. The police said he died instantly as a result of the accident.
Just a minute, Whitcomb.
Now, be sensible, Kennett. My offer is your only way out. Better accept it now. I'm leaving tomorrow for some of the Southern Sunshine Cronner priced so highly. And remember, any accusations you make against me will be ridiculed, the ravings of a lunatic. Cronner's gone, Kennett. There's no possible way you can prove I killed your wife.
You did it.
Of course I did.
You admit that.
Now let go of me.
I'll kill you if it's the last thing. Don't let him get away. He killed my wife.
Oh, so this is the man you people are ready to release for trial, a homicidal maniac.
Don't worry, mister. He won't be going anywhere.
Listen to me, please. He killed my wife.
Come on, Kenneth.
Don't let him get away. Stop him. Stop him.
Good afternoon. This is Airline Reservations.
This is Willard Whitcomb. You have a reservation in my name for Mexico City tonight.
Yes, Mr. Whitcomb.
Well, I thought surely I'd have to make the trip, but now I find it won't be necessary for me to go after all. Cancel my reservation, please.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of High Wall will continue in a moment. We're fortunate to have as our guest tonight Miss Sheila Graham, famous Hollywood columnist and radio commentator, whose knowledge of the public's taste in pictures makes her a valuable crystal ball. What did you think of the press preview of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production Battleground, Sheila?
Distinguished is the word, Bill. You know, those of us who've seen this film are impressed with Dory Sherry's great production of the Second World War.
A simple, unadorned story of a handful of wonderful guys caught in the vital Battle of Bastogne.
And the cast is so true to life. Van Johnson, for instance. He plays a carefree fellow with a weakness for girls and gags. And John Hodiak, he's a cynical small-town reporter.
Ricardo Montalban, a lonely kid, and George Murphy as Pop, whose discharge came too late.
And so many other stars. I understand MGM has great plans for the world premiere in New York on Thursday. I wish I could be there.
You know, Battleground is a picture we certainly would enjoy seeing again, Sheila. It's a vivid reminder of what our victory meant.
Well, I think we all appreciate more than ever the little luxuries we missed during the war years, like nylon stockings and Lux Flakes to take care of them. You know, Mr. Kennedy, many of my friends among the screen stars say Lux Flakes are even better since the war.
They are indeed. These tiny diamonds of Lux are so sheer, they burst into suds the minute water touches them. Rich suds that freshen nylons almost before you can say Lux Flakes. And they take such excellent care of stockings, even sheer nylons last twice as long.
Really? You can prove that?
Can and did, by a series of scientific strain tests. Stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap went into runs much sooner than those washed with Lux Flakes. In fact, the Lux stockings lasted twice as long. You can see why over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Thank you for coming tonight, Sheila Graham. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of High Wall, starring Van Heflin as Stephen Kennett and Janet Leigh as Dr. Ann Lorison. It's a few hours later. Ann Lorison has just come on duty in the hospital and is met with the news that Stephen Kennett is once again in solitary confinement.
Steve, what happened? Why did he put you here?
I've got to get out. You've got to get me out of here.
Now tell me calmly, what happened?
Why don't you come in here?
They said you tried to kill someone.
Are you afraid to come in here?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Now, who was here this morning?
Whitcomb. I knew he'd come. He had to find out how much I knew. I thought I had him, but he got me instead. You remember that elevator man in his apartment?
Yes.
Well, he's dead. Whitcomb killed him.
How do you know that?
He told me, and then he told me that he killed Helen. Boasted about it right to my face. Like a fool, I grabbed him. That's exactly what Whitcomb wanted me to do.
We'll tell the police, Steve.
The police? Haven't you heard? I've already told the district attorney I'm committed here for good. Anything I say from now on will be the ravings of a maniac. And you've got to help me get out of here.
Oh, of course I will.
No, but tonight. Whitcomb's leaving town. He told me if I can catch him in his apartment, I can make him talk.
I want you to get well, Steve. There isn't anything in the world I wouldn't do for that. Trust me.
You think I belong in this room, don't you? And I've got things to do in this world, good things. A boy to take care of, a profession, work. You know that. If I don't make Whitcomb talk, I've got nothing. And I'm going out of here. Give me that key.
Steve.
Now, look, I don't want to hurt you. Give it to me.
No, I won't. I can't.
I'm sorry, but I've got to have it.
You'll lose every chance you've ever had. You can't get away, Steve. You can't do it.
We don't know too much, Anne. After Kennett locked you in his cell, he stole an orderly's clothes and got out through the kitchen. Then he took your car and was past the guard at the gate before the alarm was sounded. But we'll have him back before morning.
You're sure of that, Dr. Dunlap?
The police are closing in on him right now. They're describing him as a homicidal maniac.
Oh, this is all Whitcomb's doing. When he came here this morning, he taunted Kennett. He thought that he
That's
could make...
what Kennett told you?
Do you know that it isn't true?
Do you know that it is?
I know one thing, that we've got to stop this manhunt. He'll resist the police and they'll shoot him down.
I've suspected for some time that your interest in Kennett isn't completely clinical. Now, look, Anne. Kennett escaped. There's nothing we can do about it.
He did it to get at the truth. He did it to clear himself.
He'll go after Whitcomb. Well, you'll find the police are waiting for him.
I'm off duty, Doctor. Do you have any objections if I leave?
No. No, but it's raining and your car's gone.
I'll call a cab.
I'll phone you at home, Anne, if I hear anything.
Thank you.
This neighborhood's sure dripping with cops, miss. You just want me to keep cruising?
Yes, please, just keep cruising.
Hey, what's going on? How come all the cops?
Oh, you'll read about it in the morning papers.
Oh, so that's what you are, a newspaper lady.
Will you go to the corner and then turn down Maple Street again? Oh, no, wait. Pull over and stop.
Here?
Yes, stop. Here, right here by the church.
That'll be $3.
Oh, here, take it.
Night, lady.
Oh, Steve, it's me, Ann.
Walk down the alley.
Oh, Steve, I'm so glad I found you. I've been cruising up and down those streets for an hour.
Stop playing policeman, Doctor. I'm not going back.
Steve, I want to help you. That's why I'm here.
Don't be a fool. Your whole life will be ruined if they find you with me.
I'm trying to tell you that it doesn't matter. Steve, if Whitcomb isn't guilty, if he doesn't confess, then there's nothing for either one of us.
Well, we can't stay here.
There's nowhere to go. Police are all over the neighborhood.
There's a cafe a few blocks away. It's in the opposite direction. Come on, let's start walking.
Those clothes you're wearing, where did you get them, Steve?
Gas station near Eastbury. The attendant got suspicious when I stopped for gas. I took his clothes in his car.
Steve, you
No, I didn't touch him. I locked him in the washroom and kept going. And I'm wasting time here.
Look, be sensible, Steve. There's no possible way you can reach Whitcomb tonight. Look, why don't you come to my house? We can talk things over there and you can see Richard.
Richard?
Uh-huh. I've had him ever since that first day.
But you told me of Mrs. Ferguson.
I know. She's my aunt.
He's been with you all this time?
Yes. He likes it there, Steve. Oh, he's a wonderful little boy.
Tom! Hey, Tom Conover, my pal Tom. Well, what do you know? Well, don't you remember me?
I'm sorry, chum. I'm afraid you're mistaken.
You're not Tom Conover from Cincinnati?
Look, do you mind?
Oh, deeply sorry, sir. Sorry, madam. Hey, waiter, bring us a drink.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, permit me, madam. My name is Pinky. Might I inquire as to yours?
Betty.
Look, will you please stop annoying us? We're busy here.
Oh, well, simmer down, pal, simmer down. Just trying to pour a little milk into human kindness, that's all.
Ann, I want you to go back to the hospital. I'm going to have another try at Maple Street.
Oh, it's suicide, Steve. The police have you down as a homicidal maniac. And all this talk about your son. You've got to live for him, if for no other reason.
If you thought it was so hopeless, why did you bring that stuff along with you?
What do you mean? What stuff?
When you opened your purse before, that little box, a hypodermic needle, isn't it?
Oh.
Sodium pentothal?
Well, I thought if you ever did find Whitcomb, it might help us to get at the truth.
Well, then let's start finding him. I tell you, we can... Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
That drunk just now, I've got an idea. You, Pinky.
You insulted me. That's what you did. You insulted me.
But I want to apologize.
You want to... Oh, well, that's more like it, Jack.
How did you know my name's Jack?
Well, it is.
That's right, and you've already met my wife. Look, how'd you like to hop in a cab and take a little ride? I'll explain the whole thing about why I look like Tom Conover.
Well, fine. If this lovely little lady goes with us...
Well, the lady's busy. Has to look after the baby. You and I will pay a visit to a very interesting fellow.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going any place without me.
I shall say not.
Well, let's not argue about it here. Come on, we'll find a taxi.
I still think we should stop at Ann's house, Jack.
Yeah, Ann's house. A foursome. We can have a real nice party.
I got a better idea, Pinky. Why don't you drop me off and you and Betty step out for some dancing? I'll take care of the baby alone.
Oh, what a wonderful friend. What a wonderful friend.
Oh, no. No matter what Jack says, I'm going with him. I don't think he'll be able to take care of the baby by himself.
Oh, just when I get all set for a big evening, you got to take care of the baby.
Oh, he's a real problem child.
Hey, driver.
Yes, sir?
Turn around. Take us to 106 Maple Street.
Watch it, Lieutenant. There's a car coming down the street.
It's okay, Sergeant. It's a cab.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Looks like it's stopping here, though.
A lot of people live in here. It's a big apartment house. And 2 men and a dame. Now keep your eyes on them.
Sorry we couldn't make a night of it, Pinky. How about a rain check, huh?
Oh, I wish you wouldn't go home. Please, I beg you. Look, how about another little drink, Peggy? Betty, just a little bitsy-witsy one, huh?
You know what, Pinky? I think you're drunk.
She thinks I'm drunk. Hey, officer, come on down here and arrest me. She says I'm drunk.
People better get moving. We're trying to keep this street clear.
You heard him, Pinky. How about dinner Tuesday night?
At my house.
Fine. How much, driver?
Oh, no. Driver, his money's no good. Besides, I want to ride some more.
Thanks, Pinky. See you later.
Yeah, kiss the baby for me, Betty. Don't forget now.
Don't you worry, pal. I won't forget.
Keep walking, Ann, straight through the lobby.
Then what?
The stairs.
Good evening, officer.
Just a minute.
Yes?
You live here?
Well, you don't think we're playing games, do you? What are you policemen doing here anyway?
Never mind what we're doing here. Just get in your apartment and lock the door.
Well, of all the nerve.
So far, so good, thanks.
Who is it?
Halloran and Schaefer again, Mr. Whitcomb.
Oh, just a minute.
Okay to use your phone again?
Why, certainly. Anything new?
Not a thing, Mr. Whitcomb.
No, this is Captain Halloran. Give me the roof. Who's this? Oh, okay, Sam. This is Halloran. Just been touring the block, all quiet. Anything else for me? When? Oh, okay. We'll be around. Call you back in an hour. Well, you can relax, Mr. Whitcomb.
They caught him?
Just about. Picked himself up an outfit of clothes and a car near Eastbury, headed for the state line. State cops will have him by morning. Come on, Chief.
Oh, there's no hurry, gentlemen. Time for a drink, haven't you?
I don't think we better, Mr. Whitcomb.
Oh, but you're not leaving.
Don't worry. We'll be in the building.
Well, you know, to tell you the truth, I feel very sorry for Kenneth. Poor, demented fellow. Seems to have nothing to look forward to except a lifetime in a padded cell. He'd be better off dead.
He'll probably wind up that way. Well, here's the elevator. We'll check with you from time to time, Mr. Whitcomb.
Yes, but... Yes, thank you.
Don't raise your voice, Whitcomb.
Kenneth.
And move away from that door. Ann, stay where you are in there.
The police, they'll be back.
Sure. I'll call them when I want them. It was a nice break you gave me, leaving your door open when you walked to the elevator.
They've orders to shoot. You'd better give yourself up.
I'll kill you before anyone gets here. The law says that I'm insane. I'm not responsible. You fix that.
Now, wait, Kenneth, wait. I can hide you here. I've got money. You can get out of the country. Plenty of money. Now, just let me open this door and I'll...
Hey. All right, Ann. Come here.
What happened?
He had a gun in the drawer. I don't think he wants to fight anymore. Or do you, Mr. Whitcomb?
Don't.
You ready, Ann?
I'm all set. Can you hear me, Mr. Whitcomb? I'm going to give you an injection of sodium pentothal. You can't resist. You're going to tell the truth. Can you hear me, Mr. Whitcomb? You're going back to the last time you saw Helen Kennett. You're going to remember everything that happened, and you're going to tell us, Mr. Whitcomb. You're going to answer all our questions, truthfully.
Well, I guess this is it.
Yes, Mr. Whitcomb?
Tell a couple of those policemen there in the lobby to come right up.
Anything wrong up there? Keep talking, Mr. Whitcomb. These men want to hear about it, too.
She told me that her husband had found her here. He was over there on the floor, unconscious. She said he
kept
fainted.
coming toward me, Willard. He grabbed my throat, and then well, I don't know what, he fainted or something.
Stop being hysterical,
But we've
Helen.
got to think of something now before he comes to. We can't afford a scandal.
It's quite a surprise, Helen, his coming home. It's a shame.
Oh, I'll divorce him, Willard. You don't have to worry about anything. And after a little while, we could... Where are you going?
I'm going to take a long walk. And when I return, I shall expect to find you and your husband out of here.
What does that mean?
I'm terribly sorry, my dear, but after all, he is home now, isn't he?
Oh, no, you don't. You're not running out on me.
I'm afraid there's very little you can do about
I'll
it.
show you what I can do. I'll smear your name in every newspaper in town. I'll... Oh, no. No, I don't mean that, darling.
Just what do you mean,
Oh,
Helen?
please, darling, don't you see I'll need you? I'll be left with nothing. He's out of his mind. How do I know he won't finish what he started trying to kill me?
What happened then, Mr. Whitcomb? Who killed Helen?
I did it. Only way out. She'd have ruined my life.
But now you're safe, aren't you? You've just killed Helen, so now you're safe.
Yes. They'll blame Kenneth. They'll have to.
I'll leave them here. Both of them. Go back to the office.
What about the bag, Helen's overnight bag? You can't leave it here.
I'll take it with me. Go out the back way. Make sure no one sees me. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk anymore.
Maybe you won't have to. I think the policeman here is satisfied.
Yes, I think we are. How long before he snaps out of this?
Oh, just a few minutes. That is, if I stop questioning him.
We're all going down to the DA's office. Get this on the record.
It's against the law to use drugs on prisoners, even a confessed killer like Whitcomb. But you'll tell us the whole story again when we get downtown, won't you, Bub?
What happened? What are you talking about?
Come on, let's go.
Ready, Kenneth? Now, you too, Doctor. We'll need your testimony.
It's been quite a night, Anne.
Well, I finally got you home, didn't I?
So this is where Richard's lived all this time.
Yes.
Where's his room?
Right at the head of the stairs. Darling, you know he hasn't seen you since he was 4 years old, and he's asleep. I don't think that I...
Yeah, sure. I'll take it easy.
All right.
Anne, please come with me.
Oh, Steve, thank you.
Our stars will return in just a moment for their curtain calls.
If you have trouble with washing dishes, change to Lux Flakes, and they will bubble your troubles away. Make rich suds that work faster, keep hands much smoother, softer. Let Lux bubble your troubles away.
Yes, you can get rid of red, rough dishpan hands simply by changing from strong soaps to Lux Flakes for dishes. Lux Flakes are actually kinder to hands. Hundreds of tests prove it. Try these gentle suds for your dishes. See for yourself how soon your hands are soft, smooth, lovely again. Lux Flakes are thrifty, too, because they go further. Ounce for ounce, Lux Flakes wash up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
The lights are up and our stars come down stage again. Here they are, Van Heflin and Janet Leigh. Well, I think that applause says it all.
Thank you, Bill. You know, I'm beginning to feel as though I lived in the Lux Radio Theater.
That's fine, Van. There's no one we'd rather have with us often. And I hope you'll be another starboarder, too, Janet.
Well, so do I, Mr. Keeley.
It's your first appearance here, isn't it, Janet?
Yes, it is, Van. But with a veteran Lux Theater man like yourself around, I knew there was nothing to worry about.
You've just come back from the East, haven't you, Janet?
That's right. I went to Pittsburgh for the world premiere of the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, That Forsyte Woman.
With the other stars all in Europe, you represented the cast then, huh?
Yes. Greer Garson, Errol Flynn, and Walter Pidgeon all happened to be abroad.
I know the people in Pittsburgh were happy to have such a charming representative.
Why, thank you. I want you to know that you had a representative on the trip, too, Mr. Keeley. I never travel without a box of Lux Flakes tucked in my bag.
Well, that's proving you're a very smart girl, Janet. Now, Bill, won't you tell us about next week's play?
It's a hit musical, Van, with two of Hollywood's top musical stars. The play is the 20th Century Fox success, Mother Wore Tights. And the stars are the same ones you saw in the picture, Betty Grable and Dan Daly. The play has a wonderful love story and a lot of grand songs for Betty and Dan.
Well, the audiences will love that, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you both. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in Mother Wore Tights. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Van Heflin and Janet Leigh appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon and Ethel Barrymore. Heard in tonight's cast were Donald Randolph as Whitcomb, Raymond Largay as Dr. Dunlap, and Gerald Mohr, Herbert Ellis, Leo Cleary, Joan Banks, Bill Johnstone, Jay Novello, Shepard Mencken, Cliff Clark, Gwen Delano, Bob Griffin, Ruth Parrott, Lou Krugman, Alan Reed Jr., and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring William Bendix with Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall in The Life of Riley. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. During the so-called good old days of the theater, plays sometimes ran for years, and actors were often completely identified with one role for most of their lives. The same is more or less true today in radio, and particularly so with that clever and lovable comedian, William Bendix, who has become identified with one Mr. Riley, just as lovable, but not as clever. Tonight's play, The Life of Riley, was based on the famous radio series, and the Irving Brecker production for Universal International Studio was a great screen hit. In addition to Bill Bendix, we have Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall, all from the original screencast. I know you'll be interested to hear that another of our Lux girls has won new honors. I'm sure you remember Jackie Lee Barnes, the winner of the national contest for the most beautiful 15-year-old Lux girl. In the June issue of Modern Screen magazine, she's been selected as America's most promising teenage beauty. And so, once again, our congratulations go to that lovely Lux girl, Jackie Lee Barnes of Albuquerque. Now, here's The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley, Rosemary DeCamp as Peg, Richard Long as Jeff, and Meg Randall as Babs, with John Brown as Digger Odell. There's no doubt about it, America's the land of miracles, where dreams come true. Take that penniless farmer, Reuben Ship. He discovered gold while plowing his field. Today, he's living the life of Riley. Or the starving Indian who drove a tent stake into the ground and struck oil. Today, he's living the life of Riley. And this is the story of Chester A. Riley, who is just living.
You see what I mean, Riley? If you had money, we wouldn't have to walk home from work. You could be driving me home in a swell car.
Hey, you worry too much about money, Gillis. Money don't bring happiness.
How would you know? You ain't never had none. Now take our boss, for instance.
Yeah, Mr. Stevenson's okay, but I'd rather be just a riveter. If you're a big executive and you got $1 million and houses and cars and a yacht and you croak, look at all the pleasure you're giving up. With us, we don't lose nothing.
Okay, money's bad. I hate it. But what are you going to tell your wife when you get home with only $5 in your pay envelope?
My wife never dares to question me about money.
Ha!
Besides, my peg knows I'm doing the best I can with the brains I got.
Oh, she respects you, huh?
My family looks up at me like I was a king. My home is my castle.
Well, so long, Your Majesty.
So long, Gillis. See you back in the shop on Monday. Hiya, subjects.
Oh, hi, Pop. Hello, Daddy.
Well, they remember me.
Riley!
Riley, dear, you're home.
Yeah.
You tired, dear?
Yeah, but it's sure great to be home where nobody nags at you.
Hey, Pop, the landlady's looking for you. Miss Bogle, the landlady.
You gave Miss Bogle a July rent, didn't you, Riley?
Well, sure I did, Dumpling. I paid the July rent last week. It's June she's after.
Huh?
I mean,
But you got paid today at the plant.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, then go on out and... Riley,
Uh-huh.
where's your pay envelope?
Oh, well, here it is, honey. There. No, Peg. Don't look in there. It's practically naked.
$5.
Now, don't get excited, Peg. I can explain everything.
I'm listening.
Well, it's like this. You see that kid over there, Junior?
I've met the boy.
Well, the braces for his teeth.
But you paid for that, $30.
Yeah, well, there was the balance, $50. Here's the receipt.
Balance? You didn't tell me about any balance.
Well, I didn't know, Peg. I signed a contract that I couldn't read the fine print. Peg, I need glasses.
You need something. $5. How am I going to run the house next week? And what about the electric bill? You know they threatened to turn off our lights.
Well, we'll make out somehow. Gee, you ought to be happy now that we own Junior outright. Smile, Junior.
Oh, Riley, if you'd only let me handle the money.
You handle the money. A female woman handling the finances in my own house.
What's the use?
Well, I'll leave it to you kids. I bring home the pay envelope. Who ought to handle the money? Your mother or me? Mom. Who asked you? Go wash your hands. Work and slave for what? Nobody appreciates it.
Oh, of course we do, Daddy. It's not your fault you're caught in this trap. You're just an innocent victim of marriage.
I am?
Yes. To quote Professor Lipscott, why, the average husband and father is an economic slave to family obligations. Now, if you'd stayed single, you might have had a wonderful career, like I'm going to have.
Fine career you'd have if I'd have stayed single.
I'll get it. Hello? Who? Why, hello, Sidney.
Sidney who?
I can't believe it's you, Sidney. It's been over 10 years.
Sidney Monahan from Brooklyn?
Yeah, isn't it wonderful, Riley?
Wonderful. That foul ball from Ebbetsfield? Hang up, Peg. The coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
I'm not making coffee. What did you say, Sidney? Ooh, Sidney, you mustn't say such things. I'm an old married woman now. Wait a minute. Riley, I think the coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
You're not making coffee.
Daddy, please, Mother's trying to talk.
Monahan, that sponger, never had a quarter to his name. I know. I tried to borrow from him. Give me that phone.
What?
Monahan, this is Riley. Yeah, Mr. Peg Riley, see? So why don't you just... I stole her away from you. I'm an old horse thief, huh? Hold the phone. Peggy just called you a horse.
Huh?
Well, she married the right guy, Monahan. Yeah, sure, I'm doing all right. I'm knocking him dead, that's all. Yeah, sure, come on out. Come to dinner. 6 o'clock, yeah. Yeah, goodbye.
You invited Sidney for dinner? You don't even like him.
Who don't like him? I despise him. When you see that sponger, you'll realize you didn't make no mistake marrying me.
Will you stop raving? Babs, dear, you better pick some flowers for the table.
All right, Mother, but say, who is this Mr. Monahan? Is he some old flame of yours?
Flame? I made a clinker out of him.
A comedian yet?
Junior.
Oh, okay, Pop. Okay, I'll wash.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I see you're picking flowers, and I...
Well, yes, I am picking flowers.
Only you don't seem to have very many to pick.
Well, no, I guess I don't.
Well, that's why I brought these from next door. Here, take them.
Why, these are Miss Bogle's.
Yes, they are, and I'm her nephew.
Miss Bogle's nephew? From next door?
Yes, that's right. I just arrived this morning. My name's Jeff Taylor.
But Miss Bogle is our landlady.
Well, maybe the flowers weren't included in the lease, but won't you take them anyway?
Well, I certainly hope you enjoy your visit here, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I hope so, too. It's going to last 4 years.
Oh, did you say 4 years?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't you like to come up and sit for a while on the porch?
Thanks. You see, I'll be going to college here.
Well, I'm going to college, too.
Well, I'm pre-med school.
Oh, you're going to be a doctor.
Well, let's just say I'm going to try to be one.
Oh, but that's wonderful. Well, what I mean is...
So, this is what you're up to, young lady.
Stay there, Daddy. I'll be right in.
Ah, you don't have to worry, Babs. The landlady ain't anywhere in sight. I looked first.
Daddy, this is...
Oh, flowers, huh? Let's have them, honey. Oh, hiya, son. You're new around here, ain't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, flowers. That aroma has a wonderful odor.
I just moved in today.
Yeah, Babs has got you hooked already, huh?
Please, Daddy, Mr. Taylor was merely
You know,
trying...
Babs, I like this one's face. Let's keep him for a couple of weeks.
Father, sometimes you're just impossible.
Well, I was just... Well, what do you suppose brought that on?
Well, glad to have met you, Mr. Riley.
Oh, sure, anytime. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
Don't shortcut through there. If that old witch sees you, she'll...
Good evening, Mr. Riley.
Miss Bogle.
Suppose we have a little talk about the June rent, Mr. Riley.
Yes, sure. I was bringing you these flowers, Miss Bogle.
Flowers?
Yeah.
For me? Oh, Mr. Riley. Oh. Yellow chrysanthemums.
Yes, they bring out your complexion, Miss Bogle.
Riley. Well, now about the rent.
Oh, but I wouldn't think of having you cancel the rent.
Neither would I. But I guess there's no hurry. Why, these flowers are even nicer than the ones what?
Now, Miss Bogle.
You robber. These are my chrysanthemums. You've stolen my flowers.
Me? No, my daughter. She's the robber. I was only the fence.
And you keep your daughter away from my nephew. As for the rent, I'll give you one more week or else.
Yeah, but... Babs, where are you? Don't you try to hide.
I'm not hiding, Father, and I'm not a child, and I won't be embarrassed.
You're embarrassed. How do you think I felt getting caught with them hot flowers? And that boy, the minute I saw him, I knew he was no good.
But I never saw him before in my life, and who says he's no good?
He's the landlady's nephew, and that's no good enough for me. He's a spy from the other side.
You shouldn't yell at her like that, Riley.
No.
Hey, Mom, where's my piggy bank?
It's on the mantel, Junior. I left it there when I was dusting.
You just keep your eye on that bank when Monahan gets here, son.
Sidney is not a thief.
Okay, but if that dough's missing, this time I didn't take it.
Holy cow, will you look at that?
Look at what?
Out in front, a brand new Lincoln convertible. And it's stopping here.
A new Lincoln in front of our house? It must have run out of gas.
Riley, that's Sidney.
Monahan?
Yeah, and the lady's with him.
Gosh, how rich is he?
Oh, put on your coat, Riley. They're coming in.
I tell you, Riley, I just can't figure it out. Peggy married to you all these years and just as gorgeous as ever.
Okay, Monahan. You kissed her once. Now lay off.
Oh, excuse me, honey. Folks, meet the bride. Meet Mrs. Monahan.
Married? You? Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, in fact, it's our anniversary, Mrs. Riley. A year ago today.
Yeah, that's how come the silver mink, Riley. Set me back $5,000, but what's money if you're happy? Right, Riley?
Right. I guess you're doing okay, huh?
Oh, me? What about you, Riley? I'm proud of you. Your own little home in California? It's a far cry from those 4 tiny rooms you had in that dump back in Brooklyn.
Yeah, we got 5 tiny rooms now.
Glad to see you made good. You know, I bet you got plenty salted away, huh, Riley?
Well, yeah, we got a barrel of herring in the cellar.
Say, what line are you in? Last I heard it was aircraft or something.
Yeah, that's right. I started with Stevenson Aircraft 10 years ago. Just a riveter. And today I'm still with the firm.
You certainly have 2 fine children, Junior and Babs.
Oh, yeah, Babs is going to college, Mrs. Monahan. And she ain't one of them flighty kids neither, always dancing and swooning.
Take it easy, Daddy.
Like I said to her when she started college. Babs, I said, this is a big opportunity you got, so study hard. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't neck, but have plenty of fun.
Riley's quite the proud father, all right.
Yes, and why not? I got more than most, and I never worry. You show me a man who worries, and I'll show you a man who put out the lights.
What's the matter, Riley? Didn't you pay your bill?
Oh, stop kidding, Monahan. This always happens. That company uses cheap electricity.
Well, it's so dark in here.
Well, sit still, everybody. I'll just light a candle and...
But, Riley, that's the only candle in the house, and the stores are all closed by now. How am I going to serve dinner?
Yeah, call up the electric company, Riley.
Call them? I'll sue them, that's what. If they get away with this, it'll be over my dead body.
I knew this was the right house.
Who's that? Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
I was passing by and I saw a candle burning, so naturally I rushed right in.
Well, yeah, we were talking, and suddenly everything went black.
It can happen to anyone, believe me.
Hey, Monahan, you remember Digger Odell from Brooklyn?
Yeah, sure I do. Hiya, Odell. Greetings, Monahan. You're looking fine. Very natural. Visiting, I presume. Well, as a matter of fact, Odell, the wife and I are thinking of making California our permanent home. I know so many who have done that. Continue, Monahan. Well, we were just kind of looking over the ground. I'll be glad to help you if you care to go into it deeper. I dabble in real estate, you see.
Digger, can I see you a minute out on the porch?
Yes, of course. Excuse me all. Well, Riley.
Digger, what am I going to do? I got to give him supper.
Can I help? Is the table laid out?
We got no lights. I couldn't pay the bill. I got to save my face.
Why?
For Peg's sake. She's humiliated. I can't let Monahan know that Peg married a washout.
Eureka, I have it. Take them to a fine restaurant. Splurge on a luxurious dinner.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll splurge on but all I got is $5.
Oh, I'm flat myself, Riley, or I'd be happy to carry you.
Wait a minute. Junior's piggy bank. Ain't that a fine boy I got, Digger? He's going to save my life.
In that case, you won't need me. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
So long, Digger. I got a swell idea, folks.
Oh, that's fine.
Let's all go out for supper, huh? Come on, Monahan. I'm taking everybody to Luigi's Grotto.
Well, that sounds all right.
Just a second. Junior, Papa wants to talk to you alone. Well, there's the place, folks. Luigi's Grotto. May not look like much, but wait till you taste those cheeseburgers.
Well, wait a minute, Riley. That place isn't open.
It ain't open?
There's a sign in the window. Closed by order of the Board of Health.
Oh, well, that's the wrong place. Oh, there's the place I met across the street.
Oh, La Parisienne, French food, huh? Well, let's get going.
All right.
Careful crossing the street, folks. Babs, you and Hugh Jr. stay with Monahans.
I will, Mother.
Riley, that restaurant. It looks so expensive.
Well, I'll show that Monahan I ain't no piker.
But I thought all you had was $5.
And $8 in Junior's piggy bank, see? The Monahan's candy's $13.
But what about us?
Us? Well, we ain't hungry. Are we?
No, dear.
Thanks, Peg.
Say, it's a real smart place, Riley. You eat here much?
Well, you know me, nothing but the best. Let's all sit here in the back where we can face the music. I'll order for everybody, huh?
Riley, these prices. Just look at the menu.
Oysters de la Paris, $3. Lobster francaise, $4. Oh.
You wish to order, monsieur?
Oh, no, but I guess we gotta. We'll have the complete Chinese dinner.
Chinese? I am sorry, monsieur. We are French.
Oh, too bad. Well, let's go, huh?
Riley.
Okay. Did you find something you like, Peg?
Well, I'm on a diet. I'll just have a sandwich. Watercress, Babs, you?
I'll have the same, Mother.
That's $2.
Don't worry, dear. The Monahans couldn't possibly eat $11.
No.
You know, I'm not very hungry.
Oh, you're safe.
Yeah.
Just give me a broiled lobster, waiter.
Oh, that's $6 shot.
And one for my wife.
$10, and I only have 13.
Yo, a vegetable come with that?
Oui, monsieur.
$10.
And one order of asparagus.
$11.
Yo, make that two.
$12.
And one French pastry.
$12.80.
And that's all.
We still got 20 cents for a tip, Peg.
Yo, 2 cups of coffee.
Bingo!
Well, there they go, Pop. Boy, what a swell car Mr. Monahan's got. I wish we had a...
Shut up, Junior.
What did I say? Oh. Who wants a car?
Sit down, Riley. Let's sit here on the porch, just you and I.
Yeah. Well, go on, say it, Peg. Go on, say what you're thinking.
What am I thinking?
That you should have married him, Monahan.
Oh, Chester Riley, how can you even think such a thing? Just because things went wrong tonight.
Tonight, things have been going wrong since the day we were married. For 20 years, I've been asleep. But tonight, on the floor of that restaurant, I woke up.
On the floor of the restaurant?
Well, when you all went to the car, I had to bust Junior's piggy bank, didn't I? Well, it woke me up.
Now, don't get excited,
Tonight,
Riley.
I took a good look at myself, and believe me, it was horrible.
Well, I'm satisfied with you just the way you are.
Yeah, well, I'm not. If Monahan can make good, so can I. You'll see. You won't be ashamed of me.
I'm not ashamed of you, darling. Believe me, I'm perfectly happy.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to change all that.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of The Life of Riley. Who's in the spotlight tonight, Libby?
Someone who certainly belongs there, Mr. Keeley. Joan Crawford. In Warner Brothers' The Damned Don't Cry, she's terrific.
Yes, Joan, as an international glamour queen, looks and acts the part. It's melodrama with a capital M.
With emphasis on the feminine angle. I guess Joan meets as many emotional situations as most women do in a lifetime.
She has a chance to put over some romantic drama, too. David Bryan, her gangster boss, is determined to make her a great lady. And some of her best scenes show Joan's strenuous efforts to oblige.
Well, Joan enjoyed that chance to make us laugh. And the wardrobe she wears in The Damned Don't Cry. Feminine fans will sigh over that, Mr. Keeley. There's everything from glittering evening gowns to the latest in swimsuits.
Well, she's the girl to wear beautiful clothes. Joan has real style and distinction.
Real beauty, too. She's the cameraman's joy with her finely cut features and fresh, lovely skin.
You can't help noticing that lovely Lux complexion of hers in the close-up.
Yes, John. Joan Crawford has been a Lux girl for years. She never skips her daily Lux soap facials.
A famous screen star can't take chances with complexion beauty. Those Lux soap facials are quick and easy, but they really work. Skin specialists have proved it. In recent tests, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time.
Smart women everywhere use this gentle white soap. They smooth the creamy lather in well, rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That rich, active lather really does things for the skin. Leaves it softer, smoother, looking so fresh.
Yes, and here's a tip for any woman who wants a lovelier complexion. Next time you shop, stock up on Hollywood's own beauty soap. Discover for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley, Rosemary DeCamp as Peg, Richard Long as Jeff, and Meg Randall as Babs. Chester A. Riley is through being a failure. Come what may, he's determined to be a success. And as part of his campaign, Riley's become chairman of the factory's annual picnic at the beach.
Hiya, Mom. Hiya, Babs. Here, have an oyster.
A what?
Oysters. Pop's over there at the barbecue. He's roasting thousands of them.
Oh, poor Daddy, he's working so hard.
For 6 weeks, he hasn't stopped. Overtime every night, and now this picnic.
Hey, Mom, you ought to see the swell speedboat down there at the dock.
Speedboat?
And you know whose it is? Burt Stevenson.
Oh, the boss's son.
Hey, Babs, why don't you start going out with Burt Stevenson again? You used to go out with him all the time.
Will you talk about something else? Burt Stevenson bores me.
Well, Jeff Taylor bores me.
Oh, Mother.
She's in love with the landlady's nephew, Jeff Taylor, M.D. Mopey dope.
Mother, may I slap him?
No, dear, you might loosen his braces.
How you doing, Bud? Well, that's some speedboat.
Norman.
Glad to see me, kid?
Well, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. Don't tell me I'm not welcome here.
Now, listen, my father's around here someplace. If he finds out I'm in a jam...
You're in no jam, but all you gotta do is pay the 23 grand you owe us. Of course, if you don't pay...
But I've told you, I'm broke.
Betting on racehorses is a very expensive hobby. How about that dough your grandfather left you?
It's in a trust fund, you know that. I can't collect until I get married.
When is the wedding?
Quit your kidding, will you, Norman? Who am I going to marry? The will says it's got to be someone my father okays.
That's your problem, see? And if I was you, I'd start working on it right away. Have fun, kid.
Daddy, is that you?
Who is it? Who's it, Babsy?
Well, come out of the smoke. Say, that's quite a barbecue there.
Where are you? Oh, hello, Babsy. I'm getting barbecued lungs.
Well, you better take it easy for a while.
No, I can't, Babs. I got to keep the folks happy. I got to become the most popular guy in the plant. Besides that,
Your boss. Here he comes, Daddy.
Oh.
Well, hello there, Riley.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, and Barbara. My, what a pretty young lady you've grown into.
Well, thank you.
Now, why doesn't my son Burt go around with a girl like you?
Oh, have a hamburger, boss?
Not with my ulcer. You know, Riley, you're a lucky man. You don't have an ulcer.
Oh, well, I can't afford one, boss. Not on my salary.
Very amusing, Riley. Very amusing.
You see, boss, Never said a word about how hard I'm working. What an ungrate.
Hey, Babs, you busy?
Oh, no.
But that's Burt, the boss's son.
I was just wondering if you'd like to take a ride in the speedboat.
Would she?
Why, thank you, Burt. I'd just love to.
Then why don't you go out with me anymore? Now, you'd think a girl would help her father get ahead at the plant by being nice to the new assistant manager.
Well, if you're suggesting that I date any man on that
Oh,
basis...
no, I'm sorry, Babs. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Just tell me when I can see you again.
Well, look, it's just that we have such different interests, Burt. You like horse racing and nightclubs
Oh,
and
but
all
I've
that...
changed. I've quit all that, Babs. I'm the level.
Well, that's fine, Burt.
Oh, you don't know me anymore. I've settled down. Why, I've even been thinking of getting married.
Married?
Oh, why not? The sooner the better.
Burt, don't you think we better head back to the boat dock?
Sure, Babs, sure. Anything you say.
That's it, Riley. You just stretch out under the umbrella, dear. You must be worn out.
7 hours I've been frying over that barbecue peg. And for what? That Stevenson don't even know I'm alive.
Why don't you show him your birth certificate?
Oh, hello, Gillis. Where you been?
Enjoying the sunshine, pal, while suckers like you do all the work.
Sucker is right. The big boss don't appreciate nothing.
Look, dear, I've been thinking. If Mr. Stevenson won't come to you, why don't you go to him?
That's a waste of time, Peg. Only one way to get ahead. Pull.
You may be right, Gillis, but we can still hope.
Nah. Nice guys like Riley and me, we're hopeless.
Who's hopeless? I'm going to Stevenson right now. I'm through being pushed around. I'm going to demand a promotion, and I won't take no for an answer.
Good luck, dear.
But, Riley, give me a chance to tell you.
Boss, I've been with you 10 years. I seen other guys getting raises and promotions, and I never squawked. Now the time has come for me to get promoted.
Calm down, Riley. Calm down. I am going to promote you.
Excuses. Always excuses. Don't I deserve a break?
Starting January 1st, you're a foreman.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson. If that's your attitude, okay. From now on, I'm foreman? Boss, did you say foreman?
Starting January 1st.
Me? No. Me? No. Oh, thanks, boss. Thanks. I'm the happiest. Hey! Hey! Peg, you should have seen me there on the beach. I knocked Stevenson for a ghoul. You should have seen me the way I talked him into a promotion.
Oh, it's just wonderful, darling. Only it isn't for quite a while yet, and anything might happen.
Oh, nothing's going to happen. Not this time. I'm on my way to the big dough at last. And hey, with all the excitement, I forgot to pay Bogle the rent. Do you think she forgot?
Mother, where's the shampoo? I've looked everywhere.
Oh, I'll find it, dear. Meanwhile, you run next door with the rent, will you, Babs? Here's the money for Miss Bogle.
Me? Oh, I'd Oh, well, all right.
Ah, that's a great girl we got there. You know, Peg, after she's out of college, I'm going to send her to finishing school and really finish her.
Come in.
Good evening.
Oh, hello.
May I see your aunt, please?
Well, I'm sorry, Babs. She's not home.
Oh, well, my mother sent me over the rent. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no, I was just reading and shaving.
Oh, an electric razor. I gave my father one of those for Christmas. He says they're no good.
Oh, well, you've got to know how to use them. Here, see my face?
Yeah, well, it looks very smooth from here.
Oh, well, feel it. You can tell your father.
Oh, well, it is smooth. Huh, it's smooth as mine.
Really? Oh, I don't know.
Well, feel it.
Oh. It sure is smooth, all right. Babs.
Yes, Jeff?
You're a very unusual girl.
Oh, lots of girls have smooth cheeks.
Yeah, but what I mean is, well, lately I'm finding it very hard to concentrate on my studies.
Really?
I mean, I've known other girls, and they were all right, but I never felt about them the way I feel about you, and I sure is smooth, all right. Babs, would you resent it if
Why, Jeff, you just kissed me.
Yeah, let's do it again, huh?
I think I'd better go home.
Yes, maybe you better.
The rent's paid, Mother, I think.
Oh, thank you, dear. Ask Junior about the shampoo.
Oh, it's all right, Mother. I'm not really hungry.
Over Aunt Martha with the rent money.
Oh, thanks, dear. Well, I bought something while I was downtown.
Oh? Oh, it looks like a sign. This house for sale.
Oh, not this house, Jeff. The one next door.
The Riley's house? Oh, but you can't do that.
Oh, I'm sure they'll find another place.
Oh, but you know this city. They'll be out in the street. Aunt Martha, you can't just...
But maybe he'll buy it. Honestly, dear, I need the cash, and I... Oh, well, I guess I better phone and tell Mr. Riley.
Maybe General Manager Peg, and then I'll start buying up stock.
Aren't you moving a little fast, dear?
Ah, you ain't seen nothing yet, Dumpling. We're through living like this. We may even move out of this house any minute now. I'll get it, Dumpling. Probably Gillis trying to play up to me on account of my promotion. Hello? Now listen to me, baboon face. I ain't gonna... Oh, Miss Bogle. Well, good evening, Miss Bogle. Huh? You what? Sell my house? No. But you... No, you can't. My house. But you... Peg, help! Help!
And that's all there is to it, Jeff. Daddy can't buy the house. Your aunt's asking $1,500 down, and, well, Daddy just can't raise the money. He's tried everywhere.
See, if there was only something I could do, Babs.
Well, it's all right, Jeff. It'll work out somehow. There's just one thing left.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, Jeff. Nothing at all. Well, I guess I better go in.
I love you, Babs.
Do you, Jeff? I love you. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Hey, wait a minute. The way you just said that. You don't mean goodbye like that.
Well, I don't know what I mean, Jeff. Riley? Oh, where have you been, dear?
It don't matter, Dumpling. I didn't get the money. Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley.
Guess what, dear? Mr. Odell volunteered to store our furniture till we find a place.
Always glad to give my fellow man a lift. I brought some of my employees along. We'll begin in the bedroom, gentlemen, as usual. I pride myself these are the fastest 6 pallbearers in town.
Don't worry, dear. Something...
Don't worry, she says. And you, my own wife, what are you doing on Sidney Monahan's chest?
What on earth are you talking about?
I just saw Monahan. I went to his hotel. He was in the swimming pool. And there you are, all over his chest.
You mean his tattoo?
Don't deny it. Sidney loves Peggy. I can read.
Riley, Sidney had that tattooed on his chest 20 years ago at Coney Island. I can't help what that big simpleton did. When I married you, you had a mermaid tattooed on your back.
At least I had the decency to put your face on it.
You went to Sidney and you asked him to loan you the $1,500?
Yes, and he said no. He said it would bust up our beautiful friendship. Even when I told him I hated him, he still wouldn't loan it to me.
Step lively, gentlemen.
What's he doing? Put that down. Put down my bedroom carpet.
Now, Riley. Be brave.
Put that down and get out before I throw you out.
Well, man alive, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, that skunk Monahan. Oh, how I wish I had his dough.
Never envy anyone. In my profession, we have a saying. The grass is always greener on the other fellow. Well, cheerio. Come, gentlemen. Come.
I ain't washed up yet, Peg. They think they got me cornered like a rat, but I'm one rat that won't be cornered.
Riley, lie down now. Try to rest.
Nobody's going to throw my family out in the street. I'd rather see you starve. I've got some pride, you know.
Gee, Pop, who's starving?
No, it's you, Junior. A fine father you got.
You're a good father.
You're no judge. After all, you've only had one father. A father is supposed to make his family happy.
We're happy.
Well, maybe you're happy, but I'm not. And I'm entitled to a little happiness, too. All I need is $1,500. I got it, Peg. Oh, why didn't I think of this before?
Riley, what are you looking
It's
for?
here in the desk. I seen it here. Peg, I'll kill myself.
Pop!
Where is it?
Riley! No! No, Junior! Do something, will you? Don't let him get that gun!
Gun? I'm not looking for the gun. My insurance policy.
Oh, Riley, oh.
Here. There, you see? In case of death, the company pays $5,000. We're rich. Our troubles are over.
Riley, please, will you listen to me?
Well, everybody's got to die sometime. It'll take us a little while to get used to the idea of me being dead, but after that... Riley residence. Mr. Riley is dead. Oh, Peg, this is my lucky day. From here on, I'll be in clover.
Riley, you're hysterical.
I know you love me, Dumpling, and I love you, but don't take it so hard. Be happy. This insurance will fix everything.
But they canceled the policy when you missed the last 3 payments.
I know, and if I hadn't sacrificed to make those payments, where would I be today? Where... Peg, where am I?
The insurance policy's worthless, dear.
Peg.
Yes, dear?
Peg.
What is it, darling?
I want to tell you something. Nobody knows this, but I gotta tell somebody.
What, dear?
I'm a failure.
Hello? Who? Oh, yeah, just a minute, please. Pop, it's the plant. Burt Stevenson.
Peg, I'm fired for taking the day off today. I'm fired.
You better speak to him, Riley.
Yeah. Hello? Burt, well, you can't fire me because I quit. What? New job. $150 a week. Oh, Burt. Burt, I don't know how to thank you. Yes, Burt, yes, tomorrow. I'm promoted. Peg, I'm promoted.
Oh, you're foreman, Pop, already?
Foreman? I'm an executive, $150 a week.
Darling, I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Oh, Peg, don't cry. I can't stand people who cry.
Well, you heard me, Babs. Your father's now coordinator of interplant relations, $150 a week. Happy?
Oh, Burt, I just don't know how I could ever thank you.
Don't try. But how about another date? Tonight.
Oh, yes, Burt, of course.
Oh, that's fine.
Hiya, Bud. Oh, I didn't know you was tied up.
Oh, it's all right. I'm just leaving.
I'll see you tonight, Babs. Well, I just promoted Riley.
And the dame's grateful, huh? She appreciates what you've done for her, old man.
Now, look here, Norman. My father's out of town, and if he gets sore about this...
Why should he get sore? Not when you tell him he's getting such a high-type, respectable daughter-in-law.
But how do I know Babs will marry me?
You still owe us $23,000. You persuade her, chum. You persuade her.
In a few moments, we'll return with Act 3 of The Life of Riley. Of our guest tonight, it can be said, hometown girl makes good. For Miss Leslie Banning, a native of Hollywood, has just signed a contract with Universal International. Congratulations, Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. You know, it's thrilling to be in pictures at last. Now I can look at them with a professional eye and really appreciate a fine acting job. I'm thinking of the picture I've just seen, Winchester 73.
That's an intriguing title. It's really the story of a perfect rifle and the part it plays in a pioneer drama.
With the help of that wonderful rifle, Jimmy Stewart triumphs over the villain, played by Stephen McNally, and goes on to win the girl, Shelley Winters.
Winchester 73 is Shelley's first Western. You know, Jimmy Stewart told me he thinks all actors should make one Western a year. It's good for the morale.
Well, morale is what you have to have, Mr. Keeley. The picture was filmed near Tucson, and, well, Shelley Winters rode horseback day after day in the desert heat and dust.
Being a Lux girl, I'll bet she took along plenty of her favorite beauty soap.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. You know, she's devoted to that big bath-sized cake.
She really looked forward to her Lux soap bath after a day on location.
Well, she couldn't have a more luxurious bath soap. It gives such rich, abundant lather, even in the hardest water.
Wonderful, creamy, active lather that leaves you so refreshed. And the perfume is delightful. It leaves a delicate, clinging fragrance on the skin.
Yes, for lovelier arms and shoulders, for softer, smoother skin, smart women everywhere use this generous, satin-smooth bath cake. So next time you shop, stock up on Lux toilet soap in the big bath size. Find out for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap for all over Lux loveliness. Thank you, Miss Leslie Banning, for being with us tonight. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley, Rosemary DeCamp as Peg, Richard Long as Jeff, and Meg Randall as Babs. It's the following evening. Riley has spent a full day at the plant in his new executive capacity, and he's invited 2 neighbors for dinner, Miss Bogle, the landlady, and Jeff.
And now, folks, now that supper's over, I got a little surprise. About buying this house, Miss Bogle, I believe you said $1,500 down.
Riley, that money. You robbed a bank.
I never left my desk all day. Except once I had to go to see the boss. He came back from New York unexpected. He said, Riley, my son Burt told me about your promotion, and he couldn't have made a wiser choice.
He said what, Pop?
I am quoting the boss verboten. And then he said, Chester, you are practically one of the family. And then he gave me the bonus.
Bonus?
2,000 smackers.
Mom, you're crying.
It's nothing. I got the best, kindest, bravest husband there ever was.
Oh, Peg, you're a lucky woman.
Gee, Babs, I guess there's never been a happier family.
Oh, it's like a dream, Jeff. Just look at them in there. I've never seen Mother so happy, and look at Daddy.
Well, he's all set now. His troubles are over.
You know, no parents ever made more sacrifices for their children. I wonder how I can ever pay them back.
How about giving them a present? 3 or 4 grandchildren?
Oh, Jeff.
You will marry me, Babs.
Of course I will.
Oh, it sure is smooth, all right.
We'll be married just as soon as you graduate from medical school.
Well, that's only 6 years. I can hardly wait.
Oh, Babs! Babs! Hey, Babs!
Burt.
Say, may I see you a minute?
Why, yes, of course. You better wait here, Jeff.
Yeah, but who is he?
He's Burt Stevenson, the boss's son.
I'm sorry to surprise you like this, Babs, but I had to see you right away.
Well, won't you come in?
Well, I don't want your father to know.
My father?
Well, it's about his promotion. There's liable to be some trouble.
Oh, no.
Now, don't get excited. Let's take a ride someplace where we can talk, huh?
Well, if you think it's necessary.
It's necessary, Babs.
All alone on the porch, Jeff, huh? Where's Babs?
Oh, well, she'll be back in a little while, Mr. Riley.
Left you flat, huh? Well, that's the way it is with love. You two will have plenty of quarrels before you finally split up. Well, come on, kid. Let's get in the house, huh?
Defend yourself, Riley. I was just telling Miss Bogle how you proposed to me.
Oh, yeah. The funny thing, Miss Bogle, Peg almost married Sidney Monahan.
Oh, I did not.
Oh, boy, was I jealous.
Well, you were in love.
Out of my mind. So, all of a sudden, I said, why wait, Chester? You might lose her. So I rushed into her old man and I said, Mr. Barker, I love your daughter and I want to marry her and you're not going to stop me.
Now, if you want the accurate version of all this...
And then he said, okay, marry her. He was drunk, you see. He didn't know what he was saying.
Riley.
That's why I always say when 2 people are in love, there's only one way to put a stop to it. Get married.
Mr. Riley, I love Babs and I want to marry her tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, son. She's out for a little... What did you say?
He wants to marry her.
Well, you'll do nothing of the kind. You better go home, Jeff.
Mr. Riley, I love Babs and I want to marry her. All right?
Well, yes. It's all right with me, son. Now, you go back in my room and cool off, huh? We'll talk it over when Babs gets here, huh?
Thank you.
You said all right.
Well, sure.
Chester Riley.
Now, Peg.
I'm speechless.
Well, Peg, I was only trying
I'm speechless.
Peg, the thing is...
absolutely speechless.
I know you're speechless, but let me get a word in sideways. I'm using psychology.
What kind of psychology is that?
Well, if I turn him down, he gets sore, see? And Babs gets the idea that I'm trying to run her life. So I say yes to him, and then when Babs gets here, she turns him down. I know Babs.
Is that so? My father tried to use psychology on me, but I married you.
Well, Babs ain't going to make the same stupid mistake you did. Now, calm down, everybody. Just wait till she gets home.
That's the whole story, Babs. You're not angry with me, are you?
Oh, Burt, how could you possibly tell your father we're going to be married?
I had to. That was the only way I could get him to okay your father's promotion.
Oh, if my father loses this job, he'll just never get over it.
Then marry me, Babs. I'll be good to you. I promise.
But I don't love you.
But don't you see it'll solve everything for everybody?
Well, give me a few minutes, Burt. Please let me try to think.
Sure, honey, sure.
My nephew's going to be a doctor, Mr. Riley. I got nothing against his marrying your daughter, but he can't get married until after he starts to practice.
Well, he ain't going to practice on my daughter.
She's here. Babs is here.
Well, sure.
Mother, Daddy,
Yes, dear.
I'm getting married.
Married? She's drunk like your father.
Oh. Well, I forbid it.
Darling, you can't be serious.
Well, why not? What's wrong with getting married?
You're not getting married. My head's made up.
Daddy, don't shout. He'll hear you. He's right out on the porch.
He's supposed to be in my room. How did he get out on the porch?
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Burt. Where's Jeff? Dad? Dad? Me?
I tried to tell you, Daddy, I'm marrying Burt.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Well, yeah. Sure.
Mother.
Huh?
And Grandma.
No. That's the landlady.
Babs, I thought I heard you, honey. Listen, tell him you want to marry me. Your father said it was all right.
Well, I take it back.
What?
She's marrying him, Jeff.
Him? Babs, you don't mean...
Jeff, please try to understand, and we'll always be friends.
I don't want to be friends. I want to be married.
Oh, Jeff, wait a minute. Wait for a minute.
Well, I don't know what that was all about, Mr. Riley,
No,
but...
it's okay, Burt. They're gone.
Oh, good. Then we can tell you all about our plans. Babs and I are going to be married on Sunday.
Sunday?
Yes, at our place, Mrs. Riley. And after the honeymoon...
Just can't believe it. My little baby going on a honeymoon.
Honeymoon? Well, in that case, I consent to the marriage.
Oh, Babs, you look beautiful, darling. Just beautiful.
Well, isn't it almost time to go downstairs, Mother?
No, this time. Babs, now, I promised I wouldn't say this again, but in a few minutes you'll be married, and then it'll be too late.
Mother, please, I've told you over and over again, I am happy. And now you and Daddy can get some fun out of life, now that he's a successful success, as he calls it.
I just hope it doesn't go to his head.
Where is he, Mother?
Daddy? Oh, he's downstairs, darling, talking to some of Mr. Stevenson's rich friends. Oh, dear, I hope he doesn't go.
This is Mrs. Vandermeer, Mr. Riley. Mrs. Vandermeer, the father of the bride.
Oh, charmed. Oh, pardon my glove.
Oh, pardon my bare hand. Would you like to park the body? I'll get you a chair.
Oh, thank you. You interest me, Mr. Riley. Is it true that you're an ordinary workman? One would never tell it by your savoir-faire.
Oh, well, I didn't have time to buy a new one. I rented it from Digger Odell.
Well, here's a cozy little group. I see you all know my good friend, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, boss. They've been having the pleasure.
Mr. Riley's the most efficient and popular man in my organization. My only regret is I didn't make him an executive years ago.
Well, thank you, Carl. Thank you. You seem warm, Mrs. Vandermeer. Would you like a beer?
Oh, no, thank you.
Riley, isn't that your friend Gillis over there?
Gillis? Oh, yeah, excuse me, boss. Gillis! Gillis, you did come. And look who else, Mohr and Muley. Well, gee, after the way you fellas have been giving me the cold shoulder, I thought you wasn't going to show, so Well, what's the matter?
He's asking for it, Gillis.
Well, what did I do? Gillis, talk to me.
We're wise to you, Riley. Some foul ball you turn out to be.
Okay, I admit I done it. But what did I do?
You got promoted, didn't you? You're a phony.
So that's it. You're jealous because I made good.
Oh, made good. You traded your own daughter for a big job, Riley, and don't you deny it.
Gillis, you'd think that that my daughter... Oh, no. No, you're kidding. Say you're only kidding.
Look at you. You got guilty written all over your face. G-I-L-T-Y, guilty.
No, wait a minute. So that's what you think of me. Me, your best friend, Gillis.
Mr. Riley, huh? The big executive, huh? Nothing to do but draw your pay. What power you got? I'll tell you, no power.
I got no power, huh? Well, you'll see whether I got no power, Mr. Gillis. You're fired.
Okay.
And our friendship is finished.
It's canceled.
You and me is all through, right?
Right. And I'm leaving here, right after the eats.
No more pals.
No more pals. Enemies.
You hate me, and I hate you.
It's a deal.
Shake.
Not that I care to interrupt, Mr. Riley, but some fellas over there behind the bush trying to sneak...
That's
around.
Jeff. Hey, what are you doing here?
I want to see Babs, Mr. Riley.
Well, not that you're not welcome, but you can't see her now. She's getting married in a few minutes.
Listen, you can't. She can't marry him, Mr. Riley. You can't let her.
I know, son. I know. You got a broken heart, but you can paste it up.
But she doesn't love him. Listen, it's got something to do with your promotion. That night on the porch...
I've had enough of this. Everybody's sore because a guy gets ahead. Gillis put you up to this.
Who's Gillis? Oh, it's all right, Mr. Riley. I won't make any trouble.
Well, okay, then.
I just want to see Babs make a fool of herself.
Well, that's better. Now you're talking sense.
Hey, Riley!
Sidney Monahan, my best friend. Sidney, darling.
Hiya, pal. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Riley. I hope your daughter will be very happy.
Oh, you bet she will, Mrs. Monahan.
Clever operation, Riley, marrying your kid into all this dough. You're set for life.
Sidney.
You too. You've been talking to Gillis.
Who's Gillis?
My new job's got nothing to do with Babs getting married. Have you got that?
Oh, sure. I get it, pal.
He don't believe it. Nobody believes it.
Oh, don't mind him, Mr. Riley. He's the last one who should talk. Why, he hasn't worked a day since I married him.
But, baby...
And he's lost all my money with his idiotic schemes.
Oh, Lammy, stop. You know how high-strung I am. Stop or I'll kill myself.
When?
Monahan, you phony. I should have known. And it was all on account of you that I got successful, you double-crosser.
Mr. Burt Stevenson, please. Mr. Burt Stevenson.
Who wants him, son?
I'm from the railroad office. I've got some train tickets for him.
Well, Mr. Stevenson's in the house putting on his trousseau. I'll take it.
If you'll just sign here.
Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. There you are, thanks. At least no one can say that I'm a phony. I still got my pride. Us Rileys marry for love. My Babs is crazy about Burt. What's it? Oh, railroad tickets. Mr. Burt Stevenson, bedroom G, car 188. Mrs. Burt Stevenson, bedroom F, car 201. Separate rooms. Oh, that Burt. What a spender. When Peg and me went on our honeymoon, we only had one upper... Oh, what a revolting development this is.
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing, Dumpling, nothing. His Bab's all right.
I hope so. I don't know. This whole thing's got me... Riley, there's the minister. The ceremony's going to start.
Now be brave, Dumpling. We all got to go sometime.
Get Babs. Go in the house now and get Babs.
Yeah.
And Junior, where's Junior?
I'll find him, Peg. Now, don't you worry. Junior!
Hey, Pop. Pop.
Junior. Don't you know the wedding's ready to start? A fine flower girl you are.
Shh.
What do you mean, shh?
Come with me.
Come with you? Why?
A very suspicious character just came in the house, Pop. He says, "Where's Burt?"
You and them radio programs.
No, honest, Pop. He looked like a real criminal. Then he made me show him where Burt's room is. And there it is, right there.
Oh, I'm ashamed of you, Junior. That fellow was probably the best man.
You heard me, Norman. Get out of this room.
Best man, Pop?
Shut up, Junior. I can't hear.
Take it easy, Burt. I don't like weddings any more than you do. I'm just here in case you're thinking of changing your mind.
Don't worry, I'll marry her. And maybe you'll let me alone.
Junior, get Babs.
Okay, Pop, but what are you going to do? Oh, here he comes, Pop.
Take Babs downstairs to Jeff.
Okay, Pop.
Could I have a word with you, Bud?
Huh? I ain't much on talking, mister.
Well, I love to chat. Let's
I'm
go
sorry,
in this
but
room
take
here.
the big
Come
ones
on.
off me.
Here he comes, Mom. Here comes Pop. Down the aisle.
But where's Babs?
Stop the music! Stop the music! I'm calling off the wedding. Anyone who brung presents can have them back.
Riley! What's the meaning of this? Have you gone crazy?
Oh, I've been crazy, boss. But now I'm myself again. And my little girl ain't marrying nobody she don't love.
You don't make sense. And who is this character? Bloody nose, black eye?
He's Cupid, boss. He was going to collect some horse bets from your son. $23,000.
He what? Burt, come here. Is this true?
Well, look, Dad.
Then it is true. Your trust fund. No wonder you were in such a hurry to get married.
I found out just in time. This mug here insisted on telling me.
Riley, can you ever forgive me? I didn't know.
It was my own fault. I should have known something was fishy when you promoted me. You ain't that stupid.
Well, I was only trying.
I'm through kidding myself. Trying to be a big shot lost me my friends and almost lost me my Babsy. I still got my pride left. And I got something that money can't buy. I got a wife who stands by me.
Riley.
And I got a daughter. A daughter who was willing to ruin her life for us. And I got a son who goes around spying on bedrooms, thank heaven. And as for being poor, well, we're used to that.
You're the richest man I know, Riley.
I'm so happy, Riley. I've got my Babsy back.
And I'm happy too, Daddy. I got Jeff back.
And I'm the happiest of all.
Are you, dear?
Hey, you, Riley!
I got Gillis back.
And such is the life of Riley. So wonderfully played by our stars, William Bendix, Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall. Bill, if you don't mind, I'll call you Riley.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'm flattered that a famous director like you thinks I'm really living the part, Bill.
Well, it wasn't exactly that. You see, my name being Bill, too, I thought it might be confusing.
A wise guy, huh?
You know, I always thought the life of Riley was supposed to be easy.
Well, so it is. I work at the studios 10 hours a day, mow the lawn every Saturday, take my paycheck home to the little woman. I'm on a diet to keep my figure. What a revolting development.
Life was never like that in Brooklyn.
Well, Dick, I wouldn't want this to get around, but I wasn't born in Brooklyn.
Not from Brooklyn? What a revolting development this is.
Seriously, Riley, I was intensely shocked to see you at the opening game of the New York, you'll pardon the expression, Giants.
Please. I'm a great admirer of them distinguished gentlemen what play for Brooklyn, but they were in Philly.
Relax, Pop. We're off the air now.
That's my daughter Babs that said that. Ain't she clever? Huh?
And she's also beautiful with that lovely Lux complexion.
Well, it certainly is a Lux complexion, Mr. Keeley.
You know, anybody can see that. It's smooth. It sure is smooth.
Riley, we better find out what's going to be playing here next week and get on home.
Yeah.
Next week, a brand new hit from the current screen, The Lady Takes a Sailor. And we'll have the original stars, those fine artists, Jane Wyman and Dennis Morgan. It's wonderful entertainment for everyone, so I know you'll be on hand for this Warner Brothers screen success.
Oh, that's for me and my whole family. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and long life to Riley.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood.
Rosemary DeCamp is matching her stocking seams to her cotton and linen dresses. Lovely nylons in sun-warmed beige come with bright red, yellow, and turquoise seams to accent costume colors. Of course, Rosemary sees to it that her stockings get Lux Flakes care, just as all her nice washables do. Like so many screen stars, she insists on gentle Lux because it makes stockings last far longer. Strain tests prove that a strong soap or rubbing with cake soap makes runs come sooner. With Lux Flakes, even sheer nylons last twice as long. Get a box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dennis Morgan and Jane Wyman in The Lady Takes a Sailor. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Bendix appears through the courtesy of the Life of Riley radio program sponsored by Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. Richard Long can now be seen with Marjorie Main and Percy Kilbride in Ma and Pa Cattle Go to Town, a Universal International picture. Meg Randall appears through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing One Way Street starring James Mason and Marta Toran. Join us again next Monday night to hear The Lady Takes a Sailor starring Jane Wyman and Dennis Morgan. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Cary Grant and Irene Dunne in Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. No two stars have given so many performances that honestly rate the word classic as Irene Dunne and Cary Grant. And tonight, we've reunited this famous team in a comedy as timely as today's headlines. It's the RKO picture, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. You know, almost everyone has had a housing problem at some time or other, and the Blandings had their troubles even as you and I. In fact, they had so much trouble, their story became a hit motion picture. You know, you have your idea of a dream house, and your neighbor has another. But one thing is certain. Any well-run dream house will include a supply of the new bath-size Lux Toilet Soap. Whatever the arguments about architecture, most people agree Lux Soap is perfect. Now, here's the curtain for Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House, starring Cary Grant in his original screen role as Jim and Irene Dunne as Muriel. Like millions of other New Yorkers, Jim and Muriel Blandings and their two young daughters are cliff dwellers. Home to them is an apartment. Oh, adequate, but somewhat crowded. Not that Jim isn't doing well. He's a college graduate, makes $15,000 a year in the advertising business. Anyway, on this crisp September morning, Jim Blandings has just staggered out of bed and commenced a typical 7 o'clock ritual.
You're looking for something, dear?
Oh, you're awake. I'm looking for my socks.
Why don't you look in your sock drawer?
That's where I found my underwear.
Why don't you try your underwear drawer?
I am in my underwear drawer now. Oddly enough, it's full of underwear. All yours.
Well, socks just don't get up and walk away by themselves, dear.
Muriel, now look. I thought we had it clearly understood that the 4 bottom drawers were yours and these 2 top drawers were mine.
The closet.
Huh?
That's where they are. We put them in the closet.
Put what in the closet?
Your socks. Gussie and I decided that from now on we'll keep them in a basket on the shelf.
Oh, for heaven's basket. Basket in the closet. Well, where is the basket?
Right there on the shelf, dear. Under my hat boxes in the overnight bag.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, dear, I do wish you'd try to make a little more effort.
Well, I'll try, dear. Now, look at that. Muriel, maybe if you put the basket on top of the hat boxes instead of underneath the hat boxes.
Jim, just go out and tell Gussie to give you a nice cup of coffee. I'll try and get the girls out of the bathroom.
Oh, thank you, Muriel. I'm sorry. I'll feel better after a cup of coffee.
Oh, excuse me, Jim, my face cream. It's in the medicine cabinet.
I'll be through shaving in a minute.
It's all right. I can reach it. Ouch! Oh, did you cut yourself?
I cut myself every morning. I kind of look forward to it.
Well, let's see now. There's Betsy's vitamins.
Oh, take your time, dear. I can spare the blood.
Why don't you get an electric razor?
You can't get used to them.
That's silly. Bill Cole's been using an electric razor for years.
He hasn't got my beard.
Bill's beard is just as coarse and tough.
I am not interested in discussing the grain and texture of Bill Cole's hair follicles before I've had my orange juice.
All I said was, why don't you use an electric razor?
Because I prefer the clean sweep of the tempered steel as it glides smoothly
No
over
advertising. Please, just hurry, dear. You'll be late for breakfast.
All right, girls. Who did it? Who tore a piece out of my morning newspaper? Well?
I'm sorry, Father. It's part of my research for school.
Oh, I see. Another of Miss Stellwagon's so-called progressive projects.
Now, Jim, there just isn't any point in sending your children to an expensive school if you're going to undermine the teacher's authority in your own dining room.
I am not undermining anything. I'm in the advertising business, and keeping abreast of the times is important to me.
Bicker.
You drink your milk.
Every time your father and I have a lively discussion, dear, it doesn't necessarily mean we're bickering.
Miss Stellwagen says that advertising is crass commercialism in its lowest form.
Oh, she does she? Well, perhaps your Miss Stellwagen is right. Perhaps I should quit this crass commercialism, which at this very moment is paying for your fancy tuition, those extra French lessons, that progressive summer camp, to say nothing of the very braces on your back teeth.
Jim, I wish you wouldn't discuss money in front of the children.
Why not? They spend enough of it.
Bicker.
All right, girls, get your things now and run along.
Yeah, let's go, Betsy. Goodbye, Daddy.
Well, give my regards to Miss Stellwagen.
Anyway, you're still the nicest father I've ever had. I'll get it, Gussie.
Hiya, kids.
Bill, we haven't seen you in ages. Sorry, Billy, we gotta run.
Long.
Well, good morning.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Oh, just thought I'd stop by and return these sketches, Muriel.
Coffee?
Yeah, thanks. Now, personally, I think Funkhauser's $2,000 or $3,000 out of line. Of course, you could save that amount by not tearing out the living room wall.
What wall? What are you talking about? Who's Funkhauser?
Oh, Bunny Funkhauser, dear.
Who?
Well, you know that clever young interior decorator we met at the Collins cocktail party.
You mean that young man with the open-toed sandals? What about him?
You know how long we've always said we must do something about fixing up this apartment. Well, Bunny has some simply darling ideas.
What kind of ideas?
Well, I didn't want to bother you until I knew whether we could afford it or not, so
How much?
What's the point in asking how much, dear, until you know what you're going to get?
I've seen Bunny Funkhauser. I know what I'm going to get.
Well, I think he's got some fairly interesting sketches here.
Just look at this drawing, Jim. Here's how Bunny sees our living room. Isn't it charming?
What's that thing there? A shoe shine stand?
No. It's a cobbler's bench, dear.
Oh.
You see, the whole room's colonial. Break front, hook rug, student's lamp, pie cooler, and over here, a Martha Washington desk.
Where do I keep my powdered wig?
Well, I think it's perfect. It's us. Bunny says we're very American, very grassroots, very blueberry pie.
Oh, well, don't look at me, Jim. Bunny said it.
How much is all this going to cost?
Well, $7,000.
$7,000?
Well, that includes tearing out the wall, but I quite agree with Bill.
You do? Well, you're some lawyer, Bill. A defenseless woman without the slightest conception of the value of a dollar asks for advice, and the next minute you've got her tearing out walls. $7,000. I wouldn't put 7 cents into this broken-down rat trap.
How can you talk that way, Jim? This is our home. Why, Joan was practically born in this apartment.
That does not make it a national shrine. Oh, now, wait a minute. I thought I was doing you a favor.
And you were, Bill. He was just showing you how you could save $3,000 by simply not tearing out the wall.
I could save $7,000 by not doing anything at all. Well, then that's that, isn't it? $7,000. Blueberry pie. Have you seen my hat, Muriel?
It's in the hall closet, dear, where it always is. I'll get it for you. Jim, help!
Oh, good morning, Mr. Blandings.
Oh, hello, Mary. Well, I guess the boss will want to see the layouts on Wham Ham.
They're here on your desk, Mr. Blandings.
Oh, thanks. Let's see. When you've got the whim, say wham. Oh, my. For a grand slam in ham, try wham. Oh, Mary, I didn't really write that, did I?
A man's got to make a living, Mr. Blandings.
Well, maybe Miss Stellwagen's right. Oh, nothing. It's just a private joke between me and whoever's going to be my analyst. Mary, tell me, would you spend $7,000 to tear out somebody else's walls?
Would I what?
Well, especially when for a few thousand more you could fix up a nice old place someplace. You know, somewhere like Connecticut, maybe. Yeah. And have the kind of dream house you've always wanted.
Well, frankly, I never
Mary,
had...
get me the phone numbers of a few of those suburban real estate men. Oh, and call Mrs. Blandings. Tell her to keep this weekend open for a nice drive out to the Connecticut countryside.
They just drove up, Pop. That couple from New York, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Good. What places you going to show them, Pop?
Oh, 3 or 4, son. And then I'll show them the Hackett place.
Oh, no. Not the old Hackett place.
The old Hackett place. Son, you ain't been learning much about the real estate business.
But Pop, the Hackett place, it's falling apart. It leans.
Mighty quaint old place, son. Just the thing for the Blandings.
And we bought it, Bill. It's ours.
Well, some steal, huh?
Steal is an understatement. Swindle might be a little more appropriate.
Huh?
You've been taken to the cleaners, my friend, and you don't even know your pants are off.
Oh, darling, I told you. I said we ought to consult Bill before we buy it.
Well, what's so wrong with this deal?
$10,000 for 50 acres.
And only $1,500 for the house.
That's $200 an acre. $100 an acre is standard top gouge price to city slickers. When the natives sell it to each other, it's around 40 or less.
40? Jim!
The man's entitled to a fair profit.
Not 284%. Now, we're going to write this fella Hackett and tell him he can...
We'll do no such thing. You just don't understand business.
You mean extortion?
Jim, dear, now, maybe Bill's right.
No, just a minute. Let me explain something to both of you. For 15 years, I've been cooped up in this 4-room cracker box. Just getting shaved here entitles a man to the Purple Heart.
Well, that still doesn't make this Hackett place a good buy.
Now, look, Bill. Muriel and I have found what I'm not ashamed to call our dream house. Why, it's like a fine painting. You buy with your heart, not with your head. You don't ask how much was the paint, how much was the canvas. You look at it and you say, it's beautiful. I want it. And if it costs a few more pennies, you pay it gladly because you love it. And you don't measure the things you love in dollars and cents. Well, anyway, that's the way I feel about it. Well, it's mine. My house. My home. My acres.
Our house, darling. Our home. Our acres. It's a windy day, isn't it? Well, this is it, Bill.
The dream house on Nightmare Alley.
And no remarks. The house just needs someone to love it, that's all.
It's a good thing there are two of you, one to love the house and one to hold it up.
Jim, look. There's something blowing off the roof.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it looks like shingles.
Well, what did your engineer say when he checked that roof?
Our engineer?
Who needs engineers? This isn't a train, you know.
Say, that house is moving. I just saw it move.
This house has been standing since the second year of the Continental Congress. You take one look at it and shingles start to drop.
Now, look, do me one favor, will you? I've got a client. He's a crackerjack structural engineer, Joe Apollonio.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Well, I'll be right back, Muriel. Just want to measure that fireplace again.
Not that it's any of my business, Muriel, but how are you and Jim paying for this place?
Well, we're cashing in our government bonds, and Mr. Hackett's taking a $6,000 mortgage.
Well, it could be worse. And as long as you and Jim love it so much...
Jim! What's the matter? Where are you?
I fell through the floor.
Bill, I think you'd better get in touch with Mr. Apollonio. So that's why we've come to you, Mr. Sims. After Mr. Apollonio saw the house, we got our own expert, Mr. Murphy, and then Mr. Gillis, but they all said the same thing.
Yeah, tear it down.
Well, as an architect, I'm inclined to agree with them. Of course, you can remodel, but for what it would cost you, why, you can have a fine new house.
A new house, huh?
Yes, something like this, for instance. Now, in this sketch
No,
here...
no. I don't think we're at all ready to commit ourselves.
Oh, no. But if we were to consider building, I can tell you there's one thing we'd have to have, Mr. Sims. Plenty of closets.
Well,
yes,
if I might make a suggestion...
And bathrooms. Each bedroom must have at least one bathroom. You see, Mr. Sims, our problem is...
I made a drawing of exactly what I mean, Mr. Sims. A little playroom for the basement, you see. Nothing tremendous, just a little something to...
And I've always wanted a sewing room, Mr. Sims. A little utility room upstairs where I could be alone and sew or sulk on a rainy afternoon.
Yes, but I think I'd better
and
point
here
out...
off the kitchen, a little flower sink with a stone floor and shelves for vases and gardening things. And maybe a little closet.
Sure. Why not? Now, over here...
My dear Mr. Blandings, now, in the first place, you've got the upstairs about 3 times as big as the downstairs.
There, you see, Muriel? It's all those bathrooms.
Nonsense. It's all those closets.
And by extending the breakfast room, you've eliminated the possibility of any stairs going up to the second floor.
What? No stairs? Oh.
Now, is it absolutely necessary for each of your daughters to have her own room with 2 closets and a private bath?
Yes. You see, our daughters are approaching womanhood.
Well, I didn't realize they were approaching it quite so fast. Now, what about that silly flower sink and that sewing room? That could go.
I beg your pardon.
What we need is a major savings. Now, a simple bathroom, Mrs. Blandings, costs about $1,300. Now, if you could do with just one less...
No, I refuse to endanger the health of my children in a house with less than 4 bathrooms.
For $1,300, they can live in a house with only 3 bathrooms and rough it.
Look, suppose I go ahead with some preliminary plans, and then we can get together in about a week's time.
Yes, you do that, Mr. Sims. But just don't forget, we've got to hold it down under $10,000.
That, I can tell you right now, is impossible.
Oh, well, I guess we're not going to quibble about a few pennies one way or another.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Blandings, have you anything in mind as to how you'd like the old place taken down?
Yeah. Why don't we just go out there and blow on it? Come on in, Bill. Just in time. Muriel and I are going over the plans.
In here, Bill, in the dining room.
Aye. Well, so you've torn down the old house, huh?
The most practical thing we ever did.
Uh-huh. How much did that cost?
Well, $1,400.
Now, never mind, Bill. I bet we've got the nicest vacant lot in the state of Connecticut.
Well, Muriel, he's done it again.
Who's done? Well, what's eating you? What did I do?
Now, just once, why don't you come to me and find out if it's all right, if it's legal, before you run yourself smack into another jam?
Oh, Jim, what's happened? What's Bill talking about?
I don't know. He won't tell me.
All you did was tear down a house in which another man happens to own a mortgage without first getting his written permission.
Well, what's that got to do? No.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in such cases, the mortgagee can demand full payment of said mortgage.
Oh, Jim.
And Mr. Hackett so demands 6,000 clams.
Oh, my. $6,000. Well, I guess I can turn in my insurance policies or something.
Oh, no, Jim. No, you can't do that.
Well, why not?
Well, if anything should happen, the children would be left unprotected.
I'm not dead yet.
No, of course you're not.
I'll see the boys at the bank. You can put up your insurance as collateral. If necessary, I'll sign a personal note.
Thanks, Bill.
Sure. Well, I've got to run along. Good night, Muriel.
Good night, Bill.
I'll let you know what the bank says, Squire.
What a wonderful friend.
What's with all this kissing all of a sudden? He comes in, you kiss him. He goes out, you kiss him.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, just because a man is helpful in the business way doesn't give him extracurricular privileges with my wife.
That's a fine thing to say about a friend of 15 years.
Well, if he were 15, I wouldn't mind. He's 41. Every time he shakes my hand, he kisses you.
Would you prefer it the other way round?
Why is he always hanging around? Why doesn't he go out and get married or something?
Because he can't find another girl as pretty and sweet and wholesome as I am. Oh, darling, let's not be silly about this. It isn't Bill that's upsetting you. It's the house.
Yeah, I suppose so. Now, Muriel, do you think it's worth all this?
Of course it is. It isn't a house we're building, Jim. It's a home for ourselves and our children and maybe our children's children.
Yeah, each with 2 closets and a private bath.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 2 of Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. Here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Libby, I see Darrell F. Zanuck has made another outstanding picture for 20th Century Fox.
You mean Pinky, of course, Mr. Keeley.
Uh-huh.
I don't know when I've seen anything that touched me so deeply. It's an honest portrayal of an American problem. The story of a light-skinned Negro girl who gives up personal happiness in order to aid her own people.
Certainly a compelling drama. Jean Crane, as Pinky, has a difficult assignment, and she handles it with great skill.
You know, the whole cast seems so exactly right. Ethel Barrymore is superb as the southern lady of the manor. And William Lundigan plays the northern doctor with the authority the part demands.
I'm glad to see Jean Crane step into a really mature role and do it proud.
A remarkable young star, isn't she? And what fresh, delicate beauty she has.
You might call her the Lux Lovely type, Libby.
Oh, now, John. But you're right, because Jean is certainly devoted to her Lux soap beauty care. And my, she's pleased with that big new bath cake. It's so luxurious, she says.
That's just the word for it, Libby. A generous, satin-smooth cake with a flower-like fragrance. No wonder screen stars tell us that now their Lux soap beauty bath is more delightful than ever.
That big, longer-lasting bath cake makes a fine item to put on a family shopping list. And you can be sure the man of the house will like it, too.
I just know he will. Men go for a bath soap they don't have to coax into a lather. Even in hard water, you get lots of rich, creamy lather with Lux toilet soap. It's perfect for shower or tub. So why not let the whole family enjoy this luxury bath cake? The new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House, starring Irene Dunne as Muriel and Cary Grant as Jim. Well, it's a few days later, and in the office of Mr. Sims, the architect, Jim and Muriel Blandings hear the latest report on their dream house. To wit, an estimate.
$18,000?
That's ridiculous, Mr. Sims.
Frankly, with all those extras you've insisted
But we've
upon,
only asked for the barest necessities.
Never mind, dear. It no longer matters. Now, if you'll just send us a bill for your services.
But Mr. Blandings, now, in the first place,
well, in the first place, I'm going out to have my head examined. And then I'm going to find the owner of our apartment house and sign a 20-year lease. Goodbye.
Well, if you feel that strongly about
I'm afraid we do, Mr. Sims. I'm sorry if we've... Jim, look.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, I took the liberty of making a sort of a finished sketch of the house in watercolor.
It even has our name on it. Residence of Mr. and Mrs. James Blandings, Shrunk Mills, Connecticut.
Ah, it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. Residence of Mr. and Mrs. James. Mr. Sims, Do you really think you could keep it to 18,000?
Well, now, well. Let's pull up some chairs, shall we?
Well, how's it look, Bill? That's some excavation, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's going on over there?
Oh, that's Mr. Tisander. He's digging our well. Been here since Monday at $4.50 a foot.
Yeah, I think I better have a little talk with Mr. Tisander. Good morning.
Yep.
How's it coming?
Oh, it's coming.
How far down are you?
Oh, about 150 feet.
Well, isn't that pretty deep?
Yep.
Well, haven't you hit anything at all yet?
Hit some limestone yesterday.
That's good?
That's bad.
Oh.
And right now, looks like we're coming into some shale.
That's bad?
That's good. Of course, it might turn out to be sandstone.
That's bad?
Can't tell. Might be good, might be bad.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Tisander, what's happened to the water?
Oh, it's there all right. Just got to be patient.
And the art department promises the layouts no later than Monday, Mr. Blandings.
Okay, Mary, please type up that copy.
Right.
No, I'm sorry, Bill, but I've got to work once in a while, you know.
Yeah, well, oddly enough, that's why I'm here. You see, I happen to be closeted with your boss about a little legal work, and he just happened to mention that you haven't come up with one good slogan for Wham Ham.
Well, what's he worrying about? The deadline's months away. Besides, you don't... Oh, just a minute. Hello? Yeah? Okay, put her on. Muriel, Bill. She's up in Connecticut. Yes, Muriel? What? What?
Tisander struck water.
Mm-hmm. Say, that's wonderful, dear.
Hey, Bill, we got our well. Congratulations.
What's that, Muriel? What do you mean we got two wells? Oh. Well, I'll be right out. Say, how could we have two wells?
I can't wait to find out. Let's go. And so it all happened when Mr. Zucker was excavating, huh?
That's what Mr. Wretch says.
That's right, folks. Why, Zucker almost drowned.
So we've hit a spring of clear, cold, bubbling mountain water right here in our cellar.
And I can't pour a bag of cement until the water's diverted.
Well, hello, Mr. Tisander.
Oh, howdy.
You see, Mr. Tisander, water.
Yep.
At 6 feet.
Yep.
And just over there, you had to go down 227 feet to hit the same water.
Yep.
Now, how do you account for that, Mr. Tisander?
Well, way it appears to me, Mr. Blandings. Over here, the water's down only 6 feet. But over there, it's down around 227 feet.
Yep.
You got nothing to worry about, Mr. Blandings. Once we get the pumps here, your house will go up in no time.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, what's happened to that steam shovel? Huh?
Oh, well, is something wrong, Mr. Zucker? Oh, no. I just broke my bucket, that's all.
Oh, you hit a boulder, huh?
That's no boulder, that's a ledge.
You know something, Mother? I'll never forget this moment. My family about to cross the threshold of our first real home.
I'm sure glad we got kicked out of that apartment. Hey, I don't hear any workmen.
Oh, it's Saturday afternoon. Only the painters are working.
Well, aren't we going in?
No, don't be in such a hurry. You know, dear, Betsy's right. It is a big moment. And I'm going to carry you across the threshold.
Oh, Jim, how sweet.
Watch that sacroiliac, Pop. It's been 15 years since you've tried anything like that.
Oh, that's all you know about it.
No, not in here.
Jim, you better put me down.
Can't you read us something? The sign says wet paint.
I haven't touched anything.
Your feet are touching something, ain't they? The floor. Oh. I just got through varnishing the floor.
Well, put some planks down or something. How do you expect us to live here if you don't...
Okay, Mac, okay. Take it easy. The Republicans ain't in yet, you know.
Well, I'll wait till I see Sims about this.
Hey, Daddy, come and see what we just found. The windows. We don't have any windows.
Well, we'll see Sims about that, too. What time did he say he'd be here, Mary?
Well, I think maybe he's here now, darling. He and Mr. Wretch, I think they're out in the back.
Just the man I want to see, Mr. Blandings. Got a few bills
Now,
here.
just
I'd like...
What about our windows, Mr. Red?
Well, I think I can answer that, Mr. Blandings. There's been a little slip-up.
Oh, the windows were delivered, all right.
Only they weren't the right windows. Those windows belong to a Mr. Landings in Fishkill. I just phoned him.
You mean he's got our windows?
Well, no, Mrs. Blandings. It seems Mr. Landings has some windows that belong to a Mr. Blandsworth in Peekskill.
Well, where are our windows?
Well, as near as we can find out, they've either been sent to a Mr. Banning in Stamford or to a Mr. Ginsburg in Waterbury.
Well, how did Ginsburg get into this?
What are we supposed to do, gentlemen? Spend the rest of our lives in a house without windows?
Just a matter of a few days, Mrs. Blandings. Now, about that rub-dub water soft NR.
The what?
Rub-dub water soft NR.
Well, now, how would I know about that?
Oh, because you've got one, Mrs. Blandings. Furnished and installed for $285.
Well, I didn't order it.
I'm afraid I did, Mrs. Blandings. You see, to save your water pipes. The plumber assured me that the water in your well is the most corrosive in his entire experience in the trade.
Another first. Well, send me the bill.
You've got it. I left it on the kitchen sink.
Well, all right then.
Oh, Padelford's coming this afternoon.
Who authorized a Padelford? Now, first I get a rub-dub and now a Padelford.
He's the painting contractor. Mr. Padelford, I wanted to see him.
Oh, well, okay. Well, just get him over here. Padelford.
Now, first of all, the living room here. I want it to be a soft green, Mr. Padelford.
Uh-huh.
Not a blue green like a robin's egg.
No.
And yet not as yellow as daffodil buds.
Uh-huh.
Now, the only sample I could get's a little too yellow. But don't let whoever does it go to the other extreme get it too blue.
No.
It should be just a sort of a grayish yellow green.
Uh-huh.
Now, the dining room, I'd like yellow. Not just yellow, but very gay yellow. Something bright and sunshiny.
Uh-huh.
I tell you what you do, Mr. Padelford. You just ask that man who's varnishing the floors in there to go down to the grocer and get a pound of their very best butter. And you just match that butter exactly, and you can't go wrong. Now, here's the wallpaper we're going to use in the hall. It's flowered. But I don't want the ceiling to match any of the colors of the flower.
No.
No. There's some little dots in the background. See? It's those little dots I want you to match. No, I don't want those greenish dots near the hollyhock leaves.
No.
No, I want those little bluish dots there between the rosebud and the delphinium blossom. Clear?
Uh-huh.
Now, the kitchen's to be white. But not a cold antiseptic hospital white, you know.
No.
I want something warmer, Mr. Padelford, but still not to suggest any other color but white. Now, for the powder room, I brought you a piece of thread, and I want you to match it exactly, and don't lose it. I had an awful time finding it. Now, as you see, the color of the thread is like an apple red. It's somewhere between a healthy wine sap and an unripened Jonathan. Dear. You have to excuse me now. I've got to meet a friend of ours at the station.
Hey, Charlie.
It's okay, boss. I've been listening.
Did you get everything?
Sure. Red, green, blue, yellow, and white.
Check.
Where's Mother, Daddy? I can't find her.
Huh? Oh, she drove Bill Cole down to the station. She'll be back soon.
Oh.
Well, go unpack another barrel. Help Gussie or something.
I just finished a barrel. And look what I found, Daddy. Uncle Bill's fraternity pin and Mother's diary while she was in college. It's slightly torn.
Oh, now that's none of your business. Now, just put that diary down and unpack something else.
I'd say Mother and Uncle Bill were somewhat of an item.
People do not read other people's diaries. It's not a very nice thing to do. Oh. Dear Diary. Tonight, Bill and I drove out to Stover's Point. As we sat there in the moonlight, he started... Holy smoke!
Well, the girls are asleep, Jim. There's no need to be so irritable, dear.
Well, sometimes a man just doesn't feel like talking.
Oh, something wrong at the office?
No.
Got the new slogan for Wham?
It's not due yet.
Well, you're certainly upset about something.
But it's just that I don't happen to approve of falsehood and deception.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. But I distinctly remember your telling me that you returned Bill Cole's fraternity pin 15 years ago.
That I... What?
Well, did you or didn't you?
Well, did I or didn't I what?
Give it back to him.
Well, of course I did. If I said I did, I did.
Well, then perhaps you'll have the goodness to explain how this happened to fall out of your jewel box.
His fraternity pin. Bill's.
Now, what's so funny?
You're jealous.
If you were so crazy about the guy, why didn't you marry him?
Because I wasn't in love with him.
Well, that's not what you said in your diary.
My what?
Well, it just happened to fall open, and I happened to look at it. It just happened.
Yeah, I'll just bet.
Well, it's all over the book. You were in love with Bill Cole.
Oh, don't be absurd. Of course I was in love with Bill. In those days, I was in love with a new man every week.
Then why did you marry me?
I'm beginning to wonder. It is those big cow eyes of yours. That ridiculous hole in your chin. Maybe I knew you were going to bring me out to this $38,000 icebox with no windows. Or maybe I just happened to fall in love with you, but for heaven's sake, don't ask me why.
Muriel.
What is it?
What are you doing down there on the floor?
Trying to sleep. The moving men forgot our bed.
Oh.
What time is it?
12:30.
Thank you.
I guess I fell asleep downstairs. Muriel, would it do any good to say I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Well, I am. I behaved like a schoolboy, and I'm sorry.
Jim. Oh, Jim. If you hadn't kissed me tonight, I guess I just would have died.
Why do I love you so much?
Darling, it's awfully late. Maybe you ought to go downstairs and lock the doors.
Oh, what for? The windows are all open anyway.
Got to get up at 5 o'clock, you know.
5 o'clock? But why?
I forgot to tell you, dear. The railroad just put in a new schedule.
Oh. Well, that means I'll be at the office before 8.
Yes, but if you get there earlier, maybe you can leave earlier.
To get home earlier, to go to bed earlier, to get up earlier. So.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Good night, dear.
Good night.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll return with the third act of Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. We always like to tell a success story, and tonight's heroine is Miss Marilyn Mercer, formerly a messenger girl at RKO, and now a full-fledged starlet at the same studio. How did it all happen, Marilyn?
Well, I was answering telephones in the commissary when my big chance came for a screen test, Mr. Keeley, and that was just the beginning. Whenever I watch a picture being filmed, I realize how much I have to learn.
You had a chance to see some fine acting in RKO's new production, I Married a Communist.
Yes, indeed. There's a tense drama for you, particularly Robert Ryan in the role of a former communist who discovers that he can't escape from the party. He makes you feel the terror of their relentless pursuit, as only a fine actor can.
Yes, and Lorraine Day brings warmth and understanding to the part of the bewildered wife in I Married a Communist. A most appealing actress.
Isn't she, though? She's a favorite with everyone, and so lovely to look at. As you might expect, Mr. Kennedy, she's a Lux girl and a very enthusiastic one.
Another famous star who finds that Lux soap care really works, eh?
Well, now that Lux toilet soap comes in the convenient bath size, she thinks it's more wonderful than ever. And so do I, Mr. Kennedy. The lather's so rich and creamy, and I love the nice perfume it leaves on my skin.
That Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend of many costly ingredients. It's like a bouquet of flowers, you know. A light, delicate fragrance that appeals to fastidious women.
For a quick beauty pickup, I count on my Lux soap bath. It's so refreshing.
Thank you, Miss Marilyn Mercer. And now, a suggestion for our listeners everywhere. Try this fine new product of Lever Brothers Company. The new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Remember, it's the fragrant white cake 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend for top-to-toe loveliness. Here's our producer, Mr. Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House, starring Cary Grant as Jim and Irene Dunne as Muriel. Well, Mr. Blandings has built his dream house. And as the bills and the extras stare him in the face, so does the deadline for a new slogan for Wham Ham. It's now 9 o'clock on a very wet night. Jim's at the office, up to his elbows in slogans.
Is there anything I can type up for you, Mr. Blandings?
I can't think of a thing, Mary, except probably my resignation. Well, it sure is raining, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's funny, Mary, how you look forward to little things. Rain, for instance. For a month now, I've been looking forward to the first rainy night in my new house. Big blazing fire. Muriel pouring coffee. Me in my new smoking jacket with my pipe and slippers reading a good book. Ah, well.
Poor Mrs. Blandings. Must get pretty lonesome out there. At night, I mean. And a rainstorm.
She's probably worried to death about me. Oh, well. Give me some more paper, Mary. Wham. And then out you went and bobbed your hair. Let's see now. That must have been about a month before you married him. And was Jim mad?
Oh, wants more coffee, Bill.
Thanks. Well, I picked a fine night to come calling, didn't I? Rainstorm, Jim in New York.
Yes, he's probably worried to death about me.
I wonder if my coat's dry by now. I'd look a little silly going back in Jim's new smoking jacket.
No, I think you look very cute. Oh, thank heavens. Must be the children.
Oh, sit still. I'll get it. Coming. Well, it's about time you kid... Oh, you're not the kid.
Yeah, I'm Harry Selby from down the road. Boy, what a storm. Just come by to tell you that the kids are safe, Mr. Blandings.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Blandings.
Uh-huh.
I'm Mrs. Blandings, Mr. Selby.
Oh, well, how do you do? Mrs. Williams just called my wife to say your telephone's out of order.
Oh, no.
And it just roped off the bridge at Shrunk Mills.
But my children.
Oh, don't you worry about them, Mrs. Blandings. They're spending the night with the Williams.
Oh, well, that's a relief. I was just beginning to get quite worried about
Well,
them.
I better get back before I have to swim for them. Good night, Mrs. Blandings.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Selby.
Oh, not at all. Good night, Mr. Blandings.
Cole. Bill Cole, friend of the family. Just came in out of the rain.
Oh, well, good night.
No bridge. How do I get back to civilization?
Well, you'll just have to stay here until it stops raining, or they fix the bridge or something.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to. Well, get out the cards, Muriel. We can always play gin. Well, how about this one, Mary? Compare the price, compare the slice, take our advice, buy Wham.
Oh, now really, Mr. Blandings.
Yeah, I know. No good at it. All right. Now, here's another. If you'd buy better ham, you'd better buy Wham.
But it's just like Boyle Petroleum. If you'd buy better oil, you'd better buy Boyle.
Oh. Well, it's no use. I can't think anymore. All I've got on my mind is a house with an $18,000 mortgage and bills and extras and antiques and... I don't know. I just don't know.
You going somewhere?
Yes, I'm going home. I'm going home to get some sleep.
But the slogan, you haven't even gotten
suppose I haven't. This isn't the only job in town.
But what'll you tell Mr. Dascom?
Oh, I'll tell Mr. Dascom to... Well, I don't know. I'll just tell him.
Mr. Sims. Well, good morning. Come in.
I know it's a little early to be calling, Mrs. Blandings. I just thought I might catch your husband before he left for the office.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Jim isn't here. But come on in anyway. We're going to have breakfast in a little while.
Oh, I've already had my... Oh, why, there's Mr. Blandings now getting out of that taxi.
Oh, he must be exhausted. He worked all night in the office.
You don't say.
Jim,
Good morning, dear.
how'd it go, darling?
Oh, fine. Oh, hello, Sim.
Mr. Blandings?
Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine. Well, Sims, what are you doing out here with a morning dew?
Well, some extra bills have come in from Wretch, and I don't quite understand them.
Really? What are they?
Oh, a few of the things are all right, I guess. Now, here's an item. Mortising 5 butts at $1.98.
Oh, well, let's not quibble about it. A man's entitled to mortise a few butts now and then.
Oh, and this one here, extra hardware, $9.18.
Petty larceny, but let him get away with it.
Now, here's one that, frankly, I don't understand at all. Changes in the closet, $1,247.
Well, we probably talked... 1,200 and what?
$47.
Oh, that's the end. What closet? What changes?
Well, that's just it. It isn't a closet at all. It's Mrs. Blandings' little flower sink. You didn't authorize any changes, did you, Mrs. Blandings?
Well, they certainly weren't changes.
Muriel, what have you done?
I haven't done anything. All I did was, oh, my goodness, nothing at all.
What have you done?
Well, all I did was, one day I saw 4 pieces of flagstone left over from the porch that were just going to be thrown away. Nobody wanted them. And I asked Mr. Wretch if he wouldn't just put them down on the floor of the flower room and poke a little cement in between the cracks and give me a nice stone floor where it might get wet from flowers and things. And that's absolutely all I did.
Mm-hmm. That's all you did?
Absolutely. Just 4 little pieces of flagstone.
Did you by any chance authorize a drain?
Of course I didn't. All I said was I wanted a nice, dry stone floor, and Mr. Wretch was just as nice as he could be.
What did Mr. Wretch say?
Well, all he said was, well, you're the doctor, Mrs. Blandings. And that was all anybody said to anybody about anything.
Oh, well.
I think I can tell you just about what happened. You see, those planks run under the entire width of the pantry, so that Wretch had to knock out the bottom of the pantry wall to get at them. Then he had to chop off the top of the joists under the flower sink to make room for the cradle.
But all I said was...
And then with the added load on the weakened joists, I'll bet he had to put a lally column down there for support.
Oh, I'll bet.
But it was just 4 little pieces of flagstone, and I only asked him...
Now, the soil pipe runs under there on wall brackets, so that Wretch had to get the plumber back. Oh, good morning, Mr. Cole.
Morning. Good morning, Muriel, dear. Morning, Jim.
And
hello,
of course,
Bill.
there are hot and cold water
When
pipes.
did you get here?
Right under...
Well, as a matter of fact, last night I stayed over. Oh, you stayed over. He stayed over.
The bridge was roped off. He had to stay.
I slept like a rock, too. Now, just a minute
Morning,
here.
everybody. Wow, what a night. I've never seen so much rain in all my natural life.
You mean you weren't here last night, Gussie?
No, dear. Gussie spent the night in Lansdale.
I passed the girls over by the Williams house, Miss Blanding. They ought to be home any minute now.
Thank you, Gussie. Now, you better start breakfast.
Yes, ma'am, right away.
All right. Now, where were we?
Why, with the electrician ripping out 60 feet of armored cable. Right, Mr. Sims?
What? Oh, yes.
Muriel, you mean the children weren't here last night either?
How could they be, dear? The bridge was closed.
I just came across it.
It was closed last night.
It's open now.
Well, if you'll all excuse me, I think I'll glance through the morning paper.
Well, I guess that's about the size of it, Mr. Blandings, except that Wretch also had to repair the pantry wall, and he couldn't possibly have broken through the wall without...
all right, Sims, all right. We'll take care of it.
I'll admit it's a little steep. I'll try to get Wretch to knock off $100. If I can't get that, I'll get 75. Well, 50 maybe. Anyway, I'm almost sure we can get 25. Well, good day.
Good day.
Darling, you're upset. Got a lot of things on your mind.
Muriel, there's only one thing I've got on my mind. This house, and how soon we can get rid of it.
No, that's not what you're thinking.
Maybe not. Maybe I was thinking I was once a happy man. I didn't have a closet. I didn't even have 3 bathrooms. But I did have my sanity, a few $1,000s in the bank, 2 children who loved me, and a wife I could trust.
Oh, that's a fine thing to say.
I also had a job at the DeCamp advertising agency, something I don't happen to have at the moment.
Jim!
That's right. I'm going to resign. We're starting all over again, from scratch. And without this house.
You love this house.
I hate this house. From its mortise butts to its rubbed-up water softener.
You know you don't mean that.
Every word of it. Anybody who builds a house today is crazy. The minute you start, they put you on the list, the all-American sucker list. You start out to build a home and you wind up in the poorhouse. And if it can happen to me, what about the fellas who aren't making $15,000 a year? What about the kids who just got married and want... Now somebody's looking in the window.
It's Mr. Tisander.
All right, Mr. Tisander, what do you want?
Well, at least we can open the door. Hello, Mr. Tisander.
Morning.
Well?
Mr. Blandings, there's a matter of $12.36.
No. $12.36.
Yep.
Well, why be a piker, Mr. Tisander? Here, take everything I've got. I'll empty my pockets for you. Take it all. Spread it out amongst your pals. Maybe Wretch would like a little something. Maybe Zucker could use my new smoking jacket. It's open house, Mr. Tisander. Help yourself.
Now, Mr. Blandings, hold on. This $12.36, you don't owe me. I owe you.
What was that?
Yep. Seems that I overcharged you almost 3 feet. Here it is, Miss Blandings. I think it's all there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tisander.
Well, I guess I'd best be going. My, you sure got a pretty place here. I'll take good care of it. Oh, and I'll tell Mr. Zucker about that smoking jacket.
Darling, what did you mean? We really going to have to sell the house?
Oh, I don't know, Muriel. I just don't know anything anymore.
In case anyone's interested, I'm leaving for town. Oh, Jim, if you want to count the silverware, I'll wait.
Be patient with me, Bill. Maybe one of these days I'll grow up.
Hey, what's happened to him?
$12.36.
Now, do you mind if I say something? You know, ever since this thing started, I've been firmly convinced that you were getting fleeced, bilked, rooked, flim-flammed, and generally taken to the cleaners.
I know.
Maybe it has cost you a lot more than you thought it would. But when I look around at what you two have got here, well, I don't know. Maybe there are some things you should buy with your heart and not with your head. Maybe those are the things that really count. Well, see you around. Bye, dear.
Bye, Bill.
Hi, Uncle Bill. You should have seen the flood last night. The bridge was roped off, Uncle Bill. We had to stay with the neighbors.
Yeah, I heard all about it. I'll bet you had a wonderful time.
Well, good morning, children.
Morning,
Morning.
Daddy. But why aren't you at the office?
Well, I'm on kind of a vacation, Joan.
You mean you got fired?
Well, not exactly.
Now, come on, we'll discuss this later. Right now, we're going to have breakfast.
Am I starving? What are we having, Gussie?
Orange juice, scrambled eggs, and you know what?
Ham, Gussie?
Not ham, wham. If you ain't eating wham, you ain't eating ham. Now, you kids go and wash your hands.
Muriel, did you hear what she said?
What are you talking about?
Gussie, if you ain't eating wham, you ain't eating ham. My slogan. I've got my slogan.
Jim, where are you going?
Why, to telephone Dascom and tell Gussie she just got a $10 raise.
And so Jim Blandings got his slogan, and he kept his job, and he kept his dream house. If this story has a moral, I'm afraid it's escaped me. Unless it's to always be sure to hire a maid like Gussie.
Oh, there's much more of a moral than that, Bill.
Yes, Mrs. Blandings?
I think it's to own your own home, no matter what. Oh, and ladies, you'll find a flower thing very handy. Now, all you have to do is...
Muriel.
Yes, dear?
Don't you dare.
The curtain has fallen, but our stars are coming back, and here they are. Irene Dunne and Cary Grant.
Thank you, Bill. It's nice to be here.
And, of course, we're delighted to have a famous team like Cary Grant and Irene Dunne reunited.
Irene, he means we're like corned beef and cabbage. Or ham and eggs.
No, I think it's more like Laurel and Hardy.
Well, in that case, one of us will have to put on some more weight. That's all.
You two played Mr. and Mrs. Blandings with such conviction that I suspect you've had a similar experience. Am I right, Irene?
Well, we did put in a new movie projector at my house and had to knock out a wall, but it was worth all the trouble.
Well, how's that?
Well, now my daughter's convinced I'm important in pictures. I'm the only one who can run the projector.
I'm sure you do it just as beautifully as you run your home, Irene.
Well, of course, to run a home properly, you've got to have the new bath-size Lux soap on hand, and I always have that.
Say, Bill, what's that big contest I've been hearing about? Something about 15-year-old Lux girls.
It's a contest to pick the most beautiful Lux girl born in 1934, Cary. The year the Lux Radio Theater was born.
Go and me.
And next Monday, October 17th, the 15th anniversary of the Lux Radio Theater, the papers will have full details. That's when the 6 winners from each of the 163 local contests will be announced.
With pictures, I hope.
Yes, papers all over the country will carry the photographs of the 6 lucky girls in their CBS station area.
Well, who picks the prettiest Lux girl?
Everybody will have a chance to vote for their favorite among the 6 local winners. Then the girl getting the most votes represents her station in the big national contest.
I'd like to vote, Bill, so I'll watch the papers next Monday.
You know, there's only one rule to remember. Send in your vote on a Lux toilet soap wrapper.
Well, I just might possibly be able to find one.
Oh, no, not just one, Irene. Vote as many times as you like. Say, what will you have for the big anniversary show next Monday, Bill?
A romantic hit direct from the current screen. The 20th Century Fox picture, Mother is a Freshman. And we'll have the original stars of the film here to celebrate our anniversary. They're Loretta Young and Van Johnson. This is delightful entertainment for the whole family. The kind of play you've liked so much during the 15 years of the Lux Radio Theater. So I know everyone will want to join our audience next Monday night.
It's a grand picture, Bill, and Loretta is the loveliest freshman I ever saw. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Van Johnson in Mother is a Freshman. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Cary Grant is currently starred in the 20th Century Fox picture, I Was a Male War Bride. Heard in tonight's cast were Donald Randolph as Bill, Stephen Dunne as Sims, Ann Carter as Betsy, Ann Whitfield as Joan, and Herbert Butterfield, Charlotte Lawrence, Tim Graham, Lillian Randolph, Jack Petruzzi, Cliff Clark, Howard McNear, Earl Leigh, and Eddie Mohr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. Have you tried the big new bath-size Lux Toilet Soap? It's the same fine white soap you've always used, but in a generous, larger size, specially created to make a delightful, refreshing beauty bath. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young and Van Johnson.
Spry is a new Spry, a better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Like crispy golden brown fried foods, fried with new Spry, they're better than ever, supremely tender and delicate. Why? New Spry is blender, plays up fresh, natural food flavors. And foods fried the Spry way are as digestible as if baked or boiled. For all you bake and fry, try new, better-than-ever Spry. Another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young and Van Johnson. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Burt Lancaster, Edward Arnold, Scott Brady, and Ann Pierce in All My Sons. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a turbulent drama that has its counterpart in many American homes. That of a father who has the human desire to give his sons everything money can buy. But in making that wish come true, in this particular instance, his love for his family turns to greed for money. Now, this is the theme of All My Sons, a smash hit on Broadway, and later, a successful motion picture from the studios of Universal International. It's a play with brilliant acting opportunities, and we have an all-star cast tonight to perform it. First, that dynamic box office attraction, Burt Lancaster, in his original role. Then, our old friend Edward Arnold as the father. And Scott Brady, one of your newer favorites. And for feminine beauty and charm, Ann Pierce. Today is May Day, a day when beauty queens become a national symbol. And, of course, the national symbol for beauty care is Lux Toilet Soap. American beauties have known for years that there is no better way to guard lovely complexions than with Lux Soap facials. Now, All My Sons, starring Burt Lancaster as Chris Keller, Edward Arnold as Joe Keller, Scott Brady as George, and Ann Pierce as Annie. Toward the end of the war, a tragic scandal broke in a small Midwestern city. A machine shop delivered a quantity of defective cylinders to the Air Force. As a result, 21 pilots crashed to their death. The owners of the plant were put on trial. One went to prison. The other, Joe Keller, was exonerated. It's 2 years later, and on this Sunday afternoon, Joe Keller's in his front yard raking leaves.
It's 2 o'clock, Chris. If Annie's coming on that train, you better get down to the station.
I'm leaving now, Dad. How's Mom feeling?
Oh, better. I figured to let her rest a while.
It isn't rest she needs, Dad. You know it. Somehow she's got to understand that Larry is dead. It's insane what she's doing.
Well, she just won't be convinced.
But nobody comes back after all this time.
You can talk yourself blue in the face, but there's no body and no grave. The War Department reporting him missing, and that's all. Well, Ma's got her mind made up that someday your brother is going to come back. Now, what about Annie?
Well, what about her?
Oh, she's Larry's girl. He was engaged to marry her.
She's not Larry's girl. How can she be Larry's girl when he's dead? Dad, I'm going to ask Ann to marry me.
You marry that girl and you're pronouncing Larry dead. You better give it some thought, kid.
I have given it thought. I hope we could have a regular wedding and everything happy. But if that can't be, then... well, then I'll just have to get out.
What are you talking about? You got a business here. You mean you'd leave the business?
Yes. On this I would.
Ah, don't even think like that.
Well, then help me to stay here.
All right, but don't think like that because, well, what did I work for? It was all for you and Larry, the whole shooting match. Now it's all for you.
I know, Pop. Just help me to stay here. That's all I ask.
Chris, wait a minute. Let's leave it this way. Don't do anything without Ma knowing it. I don't want Ma to be hurt anymore.
Do you think I wanted to be hurt?
Well, just don't go running off and do something crazy. Promise me you'll first talk to Ma.
Okay, I promise.
I used to know you. I don't know you now. Do I, kid?
No, Dad, you don't.
You know, that Annie's a swell girl. Get going now. Don't keep her waiting.
Well, we're home, Annie. Hey, Pop, where are you?
I'm right here. Annie, why, you look beautiful.
Hello, Mr. Keller.
Where did you get that Mr. Keller stuff? I'm Joe. Here, let me look at you. Oh, a dish if I ever saw one. Here, give us a kiss.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, they're still falling for me, Chris. How do you like that?
You're a regular dog, Pop.
Hey, Kate. She's here, Kate. Well, tell me, how's the old neighborhood look to you, honey?
Oh, it looks wonderful, Joe. I see the people painted our old house.
Well, what about this house? You think you can still find your way around?
I think I can. Oh, the piano. You know, I haven't touched a piano in years.
Well, sit down, Annie. Play something.
No, Annie. No. If you don't mind. Kate hasn't let anybody play that thing since Larry Well, you know.
Oh, that's silly, Joe. Larry'd love to have me play it.
Play it, Annie.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's all.
Annie, darling, I'm so glad you could come.
Mrs. Keller, it's so wonderful to be back again.
I'll take your bags upstairs.
Yeah, like old times, huh, Ma? Annie around again?
Almost like old times, Joe.
You know, the piano still looks good in spite of the way Larry and I...
You think of him? You see, Joe, she still thinks of him.
What do you mean, Mrs. Keller?
Just that you remember him.
But how could I help but remember Larry?
I'll take you up to your room.
Well, I'll see you later, Annie.
You must be tired after that long train ride. Did you sleep well?
I was too excited.
This room, dear. To your left.
No kidding, Mom. Isn't she the sweetest gal you ever saw?
Oh, now you just take it easy, Chris. You're going to have me believing it.
Okay, then you're not the sweetest gal I ever saw. Mom is.
Oh, you big kid. You go away.
See you downstairs.
Tell me, Annie, you still work at the same place in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, still pounding a typewriter. What are all these things, Mrs. Keller? Do these all belong to Chris?
You don't remember? This is Larry's room.
Oh, it just didn't occur to me that you'd... Well, like his shoes, they're all shined and his...
Yes, dear, for when he comes back.
Mrs. Keller.
Annie, sometimes it's better to let things stay the way they are, not disturb them, no matter what. We'll be in the backyard. You come down whenever you're ready, dear.
Where is she, Kate? Where's Annie?
She's changing her dress.
Oh.
I wish she hadn't come.
Why not?
You know why not, Chris. People will ask questions.
Well, let them.
Then we should know the answers.
Well, I'm glad she came here. Let people know there's no grudge.
They'll wonder about her father. Ask about him.
Well, she's got a lot of spunk coming here at that. There's no flies on her. Oh, I like that girl.
You like every girl.
Well, no flies on me either.
Here comes Annie now.
No, don't move anybody, please.
You know, I never noticed it before, Annie. But you got awfully pretty legs.
Joe!
Well, she has.
Oh, no fool like an old fool. Annie, the neighbors, all the old friends, they know you're here.
Well, I'd love to see them again.
You want to see them?
You mean they'll ask questions? That's all right.
And George, your brother, how's George?
Oh, he's fine, Mrs. Keller.
George is a lawyer now, huh?
All he needs now is clients.
Oh, George needn't worry.
Always was a swell kid, that George.
They'll want to know about my father, too, won't they?
Annie, you don't have to even...
I know, but everybody knows my father's in prison. Haven't they stopped talking about it yet?
Nobody talks about it anymore, honestly.
No, it's gone, forgotten, honey, believe me. How do you think I could stay in business if they didn't?
For you, it was different, Joe. Your name was cleared. But people do talk about it.
The only one who talks about it, Annie, is her. I think she's sorry they let me go.
It certainly was more peaceful in this house when the trial was going on. That much I do say.
Oh, gosh, it's so wonderful to hear you laughing about it. It doesn't seem so awful when you can laugh about it, does it?
Say, I got a great idea. Why don't we all go out to the lake tonight and have a shore dinner like we used to do? The whole kit and the caboodle of us, huh?
I think for a change you're talking sense.
Well, I'd love it.
I'll call up Swanson's, reserve a table.
Oh, no, you don't. This is my party. You just leave it to me. A real party.
Everything okay, Mr. Keller? How's the lobster?
Oh, fine, Pete, fine. Just keep that wine coming, will you?
Anything you want. Just holler for it, Mr. Keller.
All right.
Big shot, huh?
You stick around with me, kid, and you'll go places. Here, Annie, have some more lobster.
Joe, I've gained 5 pounds already.
Joe, look who's at the bar.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Hamilton. She's drunk again.
So what?
So nothing.
Who's Mrs. Hamilton?
Oh, she's a lush. She's always drunk.
She used to work in the factory for a while.
Yeah, during the war, extra help.
Her husband was killed in the invasion in France.
You know, I just got another great idea. As soon as we leave here, why don't we all
She's seen us, Joe. She's coming this way.
Well, how are you, Mr. Keller?
Huh? Oh, hello, Mrs. Hamilton.
You murderer.
Now, you cut that out or I'll...
heard me.
Get out before...
Dad, take it easy.
Hey, what's going on? Get it out of here, I tell you, get it out.
Here. Frank, Eddie, take care of her, will you? It's all right, folks. Everything's all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Keller.
No, it's okay. She's drunk. Get some kind of a crazy bug in her head. Now, come on, let's finish the dinner. Huh?
Joe, I don't feel so good. Let's go home.
Yes, please.
Well,
Let's.
you take him out of the car, Chris. Will you? I'll get the check. You know, Annie, there's nothing like your own front porch on a nice, warm evening.
Yes, Joe, that's right.
What's the matter, Annie?
You're not letting that Mrs. Hamilton upset you, are you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess things just aren't the way I thought they'd be. Perhaps I shouldn't have come back.
That's what I told Chris.
Mom.
She's right, Chris.
She's not right. You had to come because this is where you belong.
Now, look, you listen to me, Annie. You do like I did, and you're going to be all right.
Like you did, Joe.
Yes. The day I came home after the trial, I got out of my car, but not here in front of the house. Oh, no. Way down the street, on the corner. Everybody knew I was out that day. Nobody believed I was really innocent. The porches all down the street were loaded. The beast. I was the beast. I was the guy who sold defective cylinders to the Army Air Force. I was the guy who made 21 planes crash. Well, kid walking down the street that day was really something. But I walked, past the porches, past every single one of them with my head up high. Result, 6 months later, I had one of the best shops in the state again. A respected man again, bigger than ever.
I'm afraid I don't have that kind of courage, Joe. Besides, you were cleared.
The worst thing you did was to move away from here. And it ain't going to end until you move back. And the next time you write your dad, I'd like you to tell him just what I said.
But I don't write to him. Neither does George.
You don't even write. Why?
Because he did murder 21 pilots, that's why.
Oh, now what kind of talk is that?
Look, Joe, when they first took Dad away, I went to see him every visiting day. Until I learned the news about Larry. Then I stopped.
What your father did had nothing to do with Larry. Nothing. And Larry's not dead, do you hear? He's not dead.
Mom, please.
He's not dead. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go up. Good night, Annie.
Good night, Mrs.
Good
Keller.
night, Joe. Chris?
Night, Mom.
Now, listen, Annie. Larry never flew those planes.
So who flew them? Pigs?
Annie's father was a fool, but don't make a killer out of him. You got no sense? All of a sudden, a batch of cylinders come out bad. Something went wrong, a mistake. But it ain't murder. Annie, you mustn't feel that way about your father. No.
He still didn't have to ship them.
All right, so he shipped them. He believed they'd hold up 100%, and some of them did. The Army screaming for deliveries, me home sick in bed. So he shipped them. I don't say he was right, but it wasn't murder. You hear me? It wasn't murder.
Let's just forget about it, Joe.
Annie, the day the news came about Larry, he was in the cell next to mine, your dad. And he cried, Annie. He cried half the night.
I guess the fathers of those boys cried, too.
No, don't talk like that.
Well, then cut it out. We've had too much talk.
Yeah, Chris, you're right, Annie. You're right. Too much talk. Now, look. Why don't you two go for a ride or something? Have some fun. What's the matter with you, Chris? A pretty girl, and all you do is sit around here.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Well, it's too bad I'm not younger myself,
Oh, you're just the right age, Joe.
Yeah, what do you know? Just the right age, she said.
Let's get out of here, Annie. He's too much competition.
Yeah, and have a good time, Annie. Enjoy yourself.
Why, Chris. Why, this is Eagle Rock.
Yeah.
Do you remember how we used to picnic up here, you and Larry and I? Oh, Chris, let's get out of the car. Let's just get out and walk around.
Okay. This is where I learned three's a crowd.
You were too sensitive. Are you still?
Well, the Army rubbed some of it off.
Not enough, I'm afraid. Chris, I'm not staying.
No, don't say that.
For one thing, your mother doesn't want me here.
Oh, but Ma doesn't understand, Annie. Give her time.
And then, well, ever since I got here, you've been, well, kind of distant. Do I embarrass you by being here, Chris?
Why, no, Annie, no.
You act like it.
But you must know why I asked you to come.
I guess that's why I came.
I love you, Annie. Honest, I love you a great deal. I love you. Gee, I have no imagination. That's all I know how to tell you. Isn't that awful? I didn't want to tell it to you here. I wanted some place where we'd never been. A place where we'd be brand new to each other. Where we'd...
Oh, Chris.
I kissed Annie. How long I've been waiting to kiss you. We're going to live, Annie. Oh, I'll make you happy, so happy.
How long have you loved me, Chris?
Always. Ever since we were kids.
You never said anything or showed it.
Well, you were Larry's girl.
You're funny. What about your mother?
Oh, don't worry about Mom. I'll tell her.
That's going to be hard, Chris. She doesn't want to know the truth.
I'll tell her. Just give me a little time, Annie. I'll tell her.
Well, you're home early.
Still sitting on the porch, huh? Checking up on us, eh?
Phone call for you, kid. Long distance.
For me?
Ask for Operator 4, Springfield. I think it's your brother.
George? But, well, why would George?
Why don't you call him, find out?
Well, I will if you'll excuse me.
Well, that didn't take long. Couldn't you reach him?
It was George, all right.
Anything wrong?
We went to Springfield to see my father.
What is it, Annie? Your father took sick or something?
No. George is just a little upset, that's all.
What about?
I don't know, Joe. He didn't seem to make much sense. I think I'll turn in now.
Well,
Good night, Joe.
Sleep well, Annie.
Good night, Chris.
Good night, Annie.
But I'm wide awake, Joe. Now, what is it? Why did George telephone?
All these years, George don't even write to his father. Suddenly he goes there to see him.
He's a lawyer now, Joe. Lawyers like to dig things up.
Well, let him dig. I got a paper from the court, didn't I? I'm in the clear, so let him dig.
Joe, Chris isn't going to marry Annie. I won't have it.
Oh, Kate, please, go to sleep.
Be smart, Joe. She means trouble for us, she and George both.
Kate, go to sleep, I said.
Be smart, Joe. Be smart.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act Two of All My Sons. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
Give me a good melodrama, Mr. Keeley, and I'm happy. Especially when it stars James Mason.
Well, that's the way he affects all the ladies, Libby. In Universal International's One-Way Street, he's involved with a gang of criminals, but still he wins your sympathy.
Yes, you keep hoping he'll escape the vengeance of Dan Duryea, the sinister gangster chief.
The more so because of his romance with lovely Marta Torrin.
It all begins when they arrive in the little Mexican village. A village you'd hardly believe was built right on the studio lot.
So authentic in every detail, even the Mexican actors were impressed.
You might say One-Way Street has an international flavor, with James Mason making love to Marta in his nice British accent.
And Marta herself is Swedish.
You know, few people realize that when they see her. She's a brunette beauty, the dark, sultry type.
You'd recognize her as a Lux girl, though, right away.
Instantly, John. Such fresh, lovely skin, with the smooth look that comes from daily Lux soap care. Marta really depends on her Lux soap facials.
That's because they give such gentle, protecting care, Libby, as famous screen stars know.
Yes, and these Lux soap facials are so quick and easy, too. Just smooth the rich, active lather in well. Rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But what fresh, new beauty this gentle care will give your skin.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time. So here's a beauty tip for women everywhere. Next time you shop, stock up on Hollywood's own complexion soap. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of All My Sons, starring Burt Lancaster as Chris, Edward Arnold as Joe, Scott Brady as George, and Ann Pierce as Annie. It's the following afternoon, and at the factory, Joe Keller and a few of his workmen stand in front of a stamping machine.
Well, there, you see, it's all fixed. Is anything else up with you guys?
Same old Joe. If you want to know, ask Joe. That's what we used to say.
Yeah, sure, that's right, Charlie. If you want to know, ask Joe. Okay, fellas, get with it. Knocking off time 8 till 5 o'clock. Hey, Chris?
Yeah?
Where are you? Where were you this morning?
I stayed and had breakfast with Annie.
Well, you can dock yourself a couple of hours' pay.
Now, wait a minute. It was only an hour.
An hour and 14 minutes.
If you want to know, ask Joe.
And he say why she called her up last night? George called her up?
No, I guess it wasn't anything. Why? Does it bother you?
No, it's just that I don't want him raking up things that had better be forgotten. This day in court, that man blamed it all on me. Well, this is his daughter.
Dad, Annie's going to be my wife.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad for both of you, kid. And when it happens, I'll put up a new sign over the plant. J.E. Keller and Son. How does that sound?
Sounds important.
It is important. And I'm going to build you the best house in town. I want you to spread out, Chris. I want you to use what I made for you. With joy, I mean. Without shame. With joy.
Of course, Pop.
Sometimes I think you're ashamed of money. Ashamed of it.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing wrong with the money, Chris.
You don't have to tell me that.
Am I interrupting big business?
Well, Annie,
I came to drive you home.
Hello, darling.
Annie, Chris just told me the good news, and I'm glad. Really glad.
Thank you, Joe.
You belong to us, Annie. In the same family. George, too, and your dad. I hope that George found him a little less bitter toward me, and you saw him yesterday.
He didn't say, Joe.
What have you been doing all day, Annie?
Well, nothing too exciting. I saw some of the neighbors, and then after that, Sue Bayless stopped by.
Ah, Sue's a nice kid. Jim's a doctor now, you know.
I know. She told me all about him. Well, am I going to drive you home?
Not me. I'm only the boss. I've got to stay till closing time.
Slave. Come on, Chris.
Look, there's just one thing that you kids will have to consider, and that's Mom. You can't do this over her head now, can you?
Well, that's going to be hard, Joe.
Well, hard or not, you'll have to talk to her.
I'll talk to her.
Annie, look, this plant, look around it. Someday it's all going to be yours. Yours and Chris's. And tell that to George the next time you see him so he can tell your dad. It might make him feel happy to know that.
You're a good man, Joe.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you at dinner.
But Joe wouldn't come home with us, Mrs. Keller. Too early, he said.
Annie, he phoned again. George, he's at the depot.
George? George here in town?
He wanted to meet you there, Annie. I can't imagine what's got into him. I finally got Jim Bayless to drive down to the depot and make him come out here.
Well, I'll phone the station and see if he's still there.
If George is coming to reopen the case...
Mom, how can George reopen the case?
Oh, I don't know. But when he leaves here, tell Annie to go with him.
He's different, Mom. No matter what the others may think or do, she's different.
He's her father, too.
She's different.
You'll see.
I couldn't get the station. The line's busy.
Well, Jim must have picked him up. I'd better look after the dinner. No matter how much help you have, you always have to look after things yourself.
She's upset, Chris. Why? She's so fond of George.
Well, she thinks he's going to make trouble.
George can be such an awful fool sometimes. It won't change anything between us, will it, Chris? No matter what he says.
No matter what anybody says.
Jim! Oh, Jim!
Oh, it's Sue Bayless. Oh, come on in, Sue.
Oh, hi. You seen Jim around?
We went to the station, Sue, to pick up my brother.
George? Oh, well, it's nothing important.
Chris?
Yeah?
Can you come into the kitchen a minute?
Remember, Annie, no matter what anybody says.
I guess your brother's coming to give the bride away, huh? Oh, it's not hard to put two and two together. What's your father going to say about all this?
Why should he say anything?
Well, why shouldn't he? After all, the way Joe Keller outsmarted him.
That's not true.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann, but there isn't a person in town who doesn't believe
But that can't be true, Sue. The Kellers are on the best terms with everybody.
They just give Joe credit for being clever. I guess I do myself.
Susie, go on and see if you can calm down Mom, huh? She's all worked up.
Oh, but you and Ann, huh?
Why don't you mind your own business? Go on and see what you can do, huh?
Okay, I'll go in.
Chris, she says they think Joe's guilty. That he just outsmarted my father.
Sue talks too much.
But, Chris, I turned my back on my father. If there's anything wrong here now,
Annie, my father is innocent. Do you think I could forgive him if he were guilty? Believe me,
Oh, there's a car coming.
Oh, it's Jim.
Look, stay here, Chris. Stay here on the porch.
Hello, Ann. Well, your brother's there in the car.
Oh, what's he staying in the car for, Jim?
George came here to take Ann away. You take my advice, fight it out somewhere else, huh?
Nobody's afraid of him here.
Yeah.
I thought I heard you talking.
Oh, hello, honey.
Well, is that George out there?
He's getting out of the car.
Oh, why wouldn't he?
George.
Hello, Annie.
Hello, George. I'm glad to see you. Oh, This is Jim's wife, Sue Bayless.
Hello.
So you're George. Well, I heard a lot about you.
Yeah, that'll do, Sue. We've got to get back home.
Well, you don't have to push me. Nice meeting you, George.
Thanks. And thanks for the lift, Jim.
Forget it. Sit down, George. Well, tell me, how's the law these days, huh?
I don't know, Chris. When I was studying, it seemed sensible. But outside, there doesn't seem to be much law. Annie, you're not going to marry him.
Why not?
Because his father destroyed your family. That's why not.
Cut it out, George.
Let's not argue. Tell her to come with me, Chris.
Who are you to come bullying your way in here? If you've got something to say, say it.
I went to see Dad, Annie, to tell him you were going to be married. It seemed impossible not to tell him.
All right, go on, George.
Whatever he did, he's our father. We've got to remember that.
That's not what you said when you got back from overseas.
I know what I said. But now I know it wasn't all Dad's fault. Joe Keller knew about those cylinders, Annie. Joe knew.
That's a lie. My father was here in this house. He was sick.
Sick? He stayed home to give himself an alibi, so all the blame would fall on my father.
But, George, all this came out at the trial. Dad told the whole story, and the jury didn't believe him.
The jury didn't know him, Annie. Yesterday I heard it straight from his own lips. And it's altogether different from the way it reads on the court record. Your father tricked him, Chris. He took everything we had.
Now, wait a minute. Where do you get the nerve?
Get your things, Annie. You're coming with me.
I'm staying here, George, with Chris.
Staying here? Why, everything they've got is covered with blood. You're not the kind of a girl who can live like that.
Georgie.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Keller.
Oh, let me look at you. Let me look. Why, Georgie, they've made an old man out of you.
Well, it's been a long time, Mrs. Keller.
Annie, why do you say he looks fine? He looks like a ghost. What's the matter with you? Don't you eat?
Oh, I feel okay. It's just that I don't have much of an appetite these days.
If you ate in my house, you'd have an appetite. Wait till you see the dinner I've spread out for you.
I'm not staying for dinner, Mrs. Keller. I've got to get right back.
Of course you're staying for dinner.
No, I can't really.
Now, don't you start telling me what you can do and what you can't do. Going around making believe that you hate us. You can't hate us, George. Not in your heart. I know you. Oh, I carried you when you were a baby. No, you can't fool me.
You haven't changed, have you?
None of us have changed, Georgie. We're all the same.
Well, maybe I will stay for dinner.
Nobody can resist, Mom. Not for long.
Why should he resist me? Georgie, I've grape juice. Remember? You and grape juice.
Oh, grape juice.
See, Ken, smile. You come with me. Joe'll be home soon. He'll be so glad to see you.
Well, George, this is some surprise. Say, you look fine, George.
He looks terrible.
Yeah, that's what I said. You look terrible, George. I wear the pants and Kate beats me with the belt. Tell me, how's your dad, George? Feel all right?
No, he's not well, Joe.
I wish you'd let me know when you were going to see him.
I didn't think you were interested.
Of course I'm interested. And I'd like him to know that as far as I'm concerned, on the day he gets out, he's got a place with me.
You don't owe him anything, Dad.
I know that, Chris, but just the same...
He hates your guts, Joe. Don't you know that?
Yeah, but that can change, too.
Herbert Deaver was never a man to hate, never.
He's like that now, Mrs. Keller.
Well, that's a sad thing to hear.
Why, Joe? Why? What did you expect him to think of you?
Well, a thing can be sad even if you expected it. As long as I've known him for 25 years, he's never learned to take the blame. You know that, George.
Well, sometimes there are circumstances.
Yes, but you do know it. I mean, like in 37 when we had the shop on Flood Street and he near blew it up with the heater he'd left burning for 2 days without water. He never did admit it was his fault. Had to fire a mechanic to save his face. You remember that, don't you?
Yes, but...
I mention it because it's just one of a lot of things.
It's not the same, Joe.
Joe, Minnie called dinner 10 minutes ago.
You know, George, there are certain men in this world who just haven't got the guts to take the blame. Do you understand me?
Sure, Joe, sure. I understand you.
That's all I wanted to hear you say. Well, come on, everybody. Let's have some dinner.
Oh, but I can't, Mrs. Keller. One more bite and I'll bust.
It's like I tell her, George. Mom should have joined the army and fed the fellas overseas.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Well, I just don't like to see people go hungry, that's all. Now, you come back here to live, George, the way Joe's been telling you, and we'll see.
Yeah, and don't think I was kidding.
Oh, he's got influence, this man. Influence.
I'll talk to Judge Collins. He's got the biggest law firm in town. I'll have him take you in with him.
Well, George, now all you'll need is a wife.
Leave it to me, Georgie. I'll find you a girl.
Gee, I feel so... Well, it's so wonderful. I've never felt at home anywhere but here.
And why shouldn't you, Georgie? We've no argument. Why should we have argument? We were all hit by the same lightning, all of us.
You know, Mrs. Keller, you haven't changed a bit. And you too, Joe. Why, you're amazingly the same. Still healthy and strong as an ox.
Joe hasn't been to a doctor as long as I can remember.
Never been sick a day in my whole life.
Is that a fact, Joe?
Yeah, sure it's a fact.
Except for that time when you...
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Except for that time when I had the flu.
I thought he had pneumonia. He couldn't leave his bed.
Never a sick day, you said. Not a day in your whole life.
George, please.
Do you remember every time you were sick?
I remember that time.
Oh, George.
What's the matter with you?
Especially if that was the day when my partner was going to ship defective parts to the Army. What happened that day, Joe? What happened?
I'll tell you what
Keep
happened.
out of this, Chris. I don't have to tell you anything, George. Ask the court what happened that day if you're so curious. Ask the court that set me free.
You had me fooled for a minute, Joe. All this good food. All your talk about a swell job and girls. You sure had me fooled. Come on, Ann, we're leaving.
George.
I'll wait for you outside. Get your thing.
Annie.
No. Stay here, Chris. Look, I'll go out there and talk to her.
I told you not to bring her here. She doesn't belong here.
Why doesn't she belong here?
Because she's Larry's girl.
She's not Larry's girl. Larry is dead. He's dead and he can't come back.
Cut it out, Chris.
Never in this world. He's not dead. As long as we're alive, your father and I, he's not dead. Do you understand? He can't be dead.
What did she mean by that?
How do I know what she meant?
That's a funny thing for her to say.
Well, you know the way Ma talks sometimes. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
If it ever turned out you weren't telling the truth, I'd kill you.
What kind of a thing is that to say? I don't have to defend myself to you or nobody, do you understand? Not to you or nobody. No hard feelings, kid. No hard feelings.
But don't you see, Annie? What kind of happiness are you going to have with all that rottenness underneath? Use your head. It can't be.
What are you telling her? Get out of here, George. Don't you ever come back here again.
Well, Ann?
You wait for me, George. I'll be right there. It's no good, Chris. Sometimes you just have to leave things the way they are, I guess. That's what your mother said. And she's right.
Then you're going.
Yes.
Let me go with you.
No, Chris. No.
I'll be back in a couple of days, Mom. Don't try to stop me now.
You're going after her, after Annie.
No. I'm going to Springfield, to the prison. I've got to talk to Annie's father.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 3 of All My Sons. Our talented young guest tonight is Joan Reynolds, 20th Century Fox starlet. As the daughter of the famous war correspondent Quentin Reynolds, you've undoubtedly had your share of excitement, Joan.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Keeley. And I've learned enough about war to know there's nothing romantic about it. That's why when I saw Claudette Colbert in 3 Came Home, I was so impressed with the terrific realism she gives her part.
Yes, it's a picture of great emotional power. Claudette, as an American wife held captive in a Jap concentration camp, shows us what courage and endurance can mean.
Patrick Knowles gives a fine performance, too, as her husband.
It was quite fascinating to see Claudette minus her famous bangs.
Oh, yes. Her personality is completely changed in 3 Came Home. So different from the chic, glamorous Claudette Colbert we're used to.
Yeah, she makes us feel the sufferings of a war prisoner, day after day, the indignities and privation.
Yes, she actually lived the part. She'd come off the set tired, disheveled, even limping sometimes.
Grateful to get back to the comfortable world we live in.
You can imagine how she welcomed her dressing room and the luxury of a fragrant Lux soap bath.
Nothing can be more refreshing when you're tired than a bath with that generous bath-sized Lux toilet soap.
It gives a real beauty pickup, Mr. Kennedy. The lather's wonderful, and it leaves such a nice, delicate fragrance on your skin.
Even in the hardest water, that big bath cake gives rich, abundant lather. Yes, once you've tried it, you know there isn't a finer bath soap made. So, next time you shop, stock up on the generous bath-size Lux toilet soap.
Enjoy its creamy lather and delightful fragrance. Find out for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Thank you, Miss Joan Reynolds, for coming tonight. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of All My Sons, starring Burt Lancaster as Chris, Edward Arnold as Joe, Scott Brady as George, and Ann Pierce as Annie. At the state penitentiary, Herbert Deaver, the father of Ann and George, has a visitor, Chris Keller.
I wasn't too sure you'd want to see me, Mr. Deaver.
Why not? So you and Annie want to get married. George told me.
We're not getting married.
Why not?
Annie broke it off. George came to our house after he'd seen you. She went away with him.
Why?
Because George convinced her my father was guilty.
I'm sorry for you, Chris. Very sorry.
I don't believe my father is guilty, Mr. Deaver.
Go away, Chris. Go away and forget all about it.
I'll go when you tell me my father is not guilty. It's all that matters to me now. My happiness and Annie's happiness. So tell me. Tell me the truth.
All right, Chris. All right. As God is my witness, what I'm going to tell you is the truth. You were away at war when it happened. Your brother Larry, too. You have no idea how busy we were in the plant. Well, one day the foreman came to my office.
It's about those cylinders, Mr. Deaver. Have you looked at them?
Why should I look at them? It's Joe's department.
Well, I thought you should know, too. They're defective.
Defective?
I'll have to reject the whole batch of them.
But you can't reject them. They've got to be shipped out on Monday morning.
The government tells me I got to inspect them, Mr. Deaver. You know that. Well, they're no good.
Get back on the job. I'll see Joe about them right away.
That's right, Herb. The cylinders came out bad. Sometimes that happens. They come out bad.
But can't they be fixed? How can we...
Fixed? You mean we start from scratch on that order? By the time we do that, we're out of business.
We shouldn't have got into this, Joe. We're way over our heads. We're not big enough. We had no right to accept those contracts.
I don't remember you saying anything when I got those contracts. You looked at the profits at the bottom of the page and you thought they were plenty big enough.
You said we could handle it. I relied on you.
We can handle it. So what do you want to do, Herb? Not ship them? Have them cancel us out? Put us out of business? Either we take the chance or we're through. Good and through. Broke.
I've got every cent in the world tied up in this shop. I wouldn't even be able to keep my home.
And what makes you think I'm any better off? I've got more than money tied up in this. I've got me tied up in it. Me. My flesh and blood, my heart, my brains. 40 years of it. Keller and Deaver. I guess you don't know what that means because you never had to get it that way.
I know, Joe. I know.
Yes, you know. When you were working for your father, wearing a white collar and living in the best house in town, I was collecting scrap iron in back alleys. A junk man. Old cars, old sinks, old stoves. I picked up a stove from you once, too, Herb. Did you know that? Yeah, and I paid you for it, too. I guess you wouldn't remember. I was only $3.50. But I remember it. It was my last $3.50. I beat it into a scrap with my hands and sold it for $5. $1.50 profit. A nice turnover, Joe.
Joe.
Yes,
Joe.
I know. Finally, I had my own shop. And then the times when I couldn't meet the payroll. The times when my wife took a job to pay the interest on a bank loan. Kate, a foreign girl who worked for your mother. You're only losing money, Joe. Only money.
It's a crime to ship those cylinders out of here. You must realize
It's only
that.
a crime if you get caught. So ship them out of here, Herb. I say the cylinders are okay. Ship them out.
But when Monday came, I didn't ship them, Chris. Joe was home that Monday. He was sick. The first time he was home sick. I'd like to say that I held the order up because of honesty, principle, but that wasn't so. I was frightened. On Tuesday, the Army men came in. They tore the roof off the place. They wanted the cylinders. When they left, I phoned Joe.
All right. But what did you tell him? Did you tell him they'd get the cylinders?
No, I can't take the responsibility, Joe. I'm frightened. Can't you come down here and handle it yourself?
How can I come down when I'm sick?
But if something happens...
Nothing is going to happen. I'll take full responsibility,
Yes,
Joe.
Joe, I know, but
full responsibility, I said. So ship him. Ship him.
Full responsibility, Chris. So I shipped the cylinders.
But that's what you told them in the court, and they didn't believe you. Why? Why?
On the telephone, you can't have responsibility. And in court, you can always deny what you said. So they sent me to prison.
No. He couldn't be like that. I know him. He's my father. You know it isn't the truth.
It's the truth, Chris. It's the truth. Well, the guard's coming.
Time's up, mister. Let's get going, please.
But if it's true,
You
how...
have to go now, Chris. Tell me something. Do the men at the plant still say, if you want to know, ask Joe? Yes, I bet they still do.
Why have you come back again here, Annie? Why? I thought you and George went back to Chicago.
I did go back, Mrs. Keller, but I have to see Chris. I phoned the office. They said he's away.
He's out of town. I don't know, a few days of vacation.
Look, I wanted to talk to him before I talked to you, but perhaps it's just as well.
You have nothing to tell me, Annie.
But I have, Mrs. Keller. It isn't better to leave things the way they are. I want to marry Chris.
Chris would never marry you as long as Larry's alive. He wouldn't do such a thing.
Why won't you face the truth, Mrs. Keller?
The truth? What good is the truth if it destroys us all? What good is it?
Chris asked me to marry him. We love each other.
You're engaged to Larry, to his brother.
Larry isn't coming back, Mrs. Keller. But look, I don't want to marry Chris without your consent. Chris loves you. It would hurt him. So please tell him that it's all right.
It would take more than my words. The day you marry Chris, Larry will be with you. Your hearts will dry up with thinking of Larry. And every day after, as long as you live.
Larry is dead.
No.
He crashed off the coast of China February 8th, 1944.
You have no proof. Not even the army had proof.
I have proof, Mrs. Keller. In this letter.
Letter? What letter?
It's from Larry. It was written the day he died.
No.
Take it, Mrs. Keller. Take it and read it.
No.
I tried not to show it to you.
Larry.
Read it all, Mrs. Keller. Please. Now you know why I had to keep it from you. When Larry comes back, will you tell him I'll be at the hotel, please?
You're taking the letter?
Yes.
Annie, Joe must never see that letter. Do you hear? Whatever happens, not Joe.
Oh, Chris, come on in, kid. Come in.
I was just driving back home, Dad. I saw the lights on in your office.
Wednesday night. You know what that means. It's quite a poker game tonight. You just missed the boys. They just left.
I know. I was waiting out there.
Well, what'd you wait for? Why didn't you come in?
I wanted to see you alone.
What's the matter? You don't look happy. Didn't you have a good time?
Is it really true, Dad? If you want to know, ask Joe.
Why, sure, it's true. That's how I built this place up, by knowing what's going on and knowing it good.
Then I want to ask you a straight question. How did those cylinders get out of here without you knowing about it?
Oh, so you're on that again.
Well, how did they?
Why don't you go ahead and say I'm guilty? Go on, say it.
Because I don't want you to be guilty. I want you to be innocent, but people have put doubts in my mind.
Isn't it enough that I told you so? Can't you trust your father?
I should. I really should. But somehow I can't. I can't let it go at that. You got to help me.
What can I do? I've told you 1,000,000 times what happened.
Dad, I saw Mr. Deeper today.
You what?
I went to Springfield and saw him. He told me his side of the story. Now I want to hear yours. You owe it to me to explain. You owe it to me.
Explain. That's all I've been doing is explaining. You're my son. You're in it with me. You're my flesh and blood. You wear my clothes, eat my food. You live in my home. I don't have to explain anything to you. If I'm guilty, then you're guilty, too. Do you understand me? You're guilty, too.
Then you did know.
A man's in business. I'm in business. A batch of bad cylinders and you're out of business. Out of business. You don't know how to operate, they tell you. They close you up, tear up your contracts. Your stuff's no good. What's it to them? You've worked for 40 years in a business and they cut your head off in 5 minutes. Now, what could I do? Let them take 40 years away? Let them take my life away?
What are you telling me?
I never thought they'd install those cylinders. Honest, I didn't, Chris. I thought they'd be stopped somewhere along the line.
Why didn't you tell them? You knew they were no good. You knew they wouldn't hold up.
Well, it was too late. The newspapers, it was all over the front pages. 21 planes crashed. It was too late, I tell you. They came with handcuffs to the factory. Now, what could I do? I ask you, what could I do, Chris? I did it for you. Look, I'm an old man. When would I have another chance to make something for you?
For me?
Yes.
For me? I was dying every day, and my boys were dying, and you did it for me. What kind of a man are you, anyway? Kids hanging in the air by those cylinders, and you knew it. Oh, I was so proud of you. You were helping us to win, and you were worried about your business. Don't you have a country? Don't you think about people? Don't you live in the world? Haven't you got a heart? Oh, what must I do to you? What must I do to you? I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
It's all right, kid. It's all right. It's me, Kate. What made you think it was Chris?
He's back, Joe.
Yes, I know.
He came home maybe half an hour ago. Then he left again. He couldn't talk, Joe, like he was crying.
He'll be back.
Joe, he knows. Chris knows.
I guess Annie knows, too. Have you heard from her?
No, not again. Maybe she's still at the hotel. I told Chris.
Then he's with her. I thought I had a family. What happened to my family, Kate?
Joe, I was thinking this way. If you could sit down with him and explain yourself. I mean, make it clear to him that you know you did a terrible thing. I mean, if Chris saw that you realized...
Ask him to forgive me, you mean?
Something like that, Joe.
Ask my son to forgive me? A man has to take care of his family. That's the first thing he has to do. He has to take care of his family. Why must I be forgiven? You needed money, didn't you, to buy clothes, food, to send the boys to school? You had to have money, didn't you?
Joe, not that way.
Well, I didn't want it that way either. Forgive me. I could live on $1 a day, but I got a family, so I...
Joe, it doesn't excuse it that you did it for the family.
It's got to excuse it.
There's something bigger than the family to him, Joe.
No, there's nothing bigger than that. There's nothing Chris could do that I couldn't forgive, because I'm his father, and he's my son. There's nothing bigger than that. And you're going to tell him that, do you understand? You don't think he'd go to the police, do you?
Joe, please.
No. He wouldn't do a thing like that, not without telling me. Tell me, where is he going away like this and not saying a word and not coming back?
You'll be all right, Joe. Nothing's going to happen.
But, Kate, for you and Chris and Larry, that's all I ever lived for.
I know, Joe. I know.
Where are we driving to, Chris?
I don't know, Annie. Does it matter?
No.
He's guilty, Annie. My father is guilty. I almost killed him, Annie.
Oh, Chris.
I love him. I love him, and I almost killed him. I still don't know how it was that I didn't. Only it would have been useless. Because he doesn't know what he did. He doesn't know how awful a thing it was. He lies to himself, and he doesn't know. He'll have to suffer to know. He'll have to suffer in some horrible way to know.
Oh, come away with me, Chris. Please, leave them all and come away with me. We'll start fresh and forget everything.
No, Annie, it's too easy to run away. Too easy.
All right, Chris, but what can you do but go to the police and give him up?
It's not enough to give him up, Annie. Not enough to put him in jail. He's got to see it himself. He's got to understand what he did. Do you see what I mean, Annie? He's got to see it and be his own judge.
Yes, Chris.
But how? How do you make a man see into himself? A man who's forgotten about other men, living as if he were alone in the world.
You show him this, Chris. It's a letter. A letter from Larry.
Larry?
You stop the car and read it, please. I think after you read it, then you'll know what to do.
I figured you'd come home, Chris. Tell me, what do you mean by frightening your mother half to death? What kind of a thing is that to do?
Where is Mom in bed?
Yeah, but she can't sleep. Maybe if she knows you're home.
No, wait. I want to talk to you.
Something bothers you, huh? You got too much money? Is that what bothers you?
The way you got it bothers me.
Well, then what's the problem? When something bothers you, you either get used to it or you get rid of it. If you can't get used to it, then throw it away. Do you hear me? Take every cent and give it to charity. Throw it in the sewer. Does that settle it? In the sewer, that's all.
That's not enough, Dad.
You think I'm kidding? I'm telling you what to do. If it's dirty, then burn it. If it's your money, not mine. Look, I'm a dead man. I'm an old dead man. Nothing is mine. Now tell me. Tell me, what do you want me to do?
It's not what I want you to do. It's what you want to do.
What should I want to do? Prison? You want me to go to prison? Then tell me so. Only you can't tell me, and I'll tell you why you can't. Because you know I don't belong there. You know it.
Read this, Dad. Read this letter. Then tell yourself what you must do.
What is it? What do you got there?
Chris, where have you been? All night we... No, Chris. No, not that letter.
It's from Larry, Dad.
Give it to me.
Larry?
Don't read it, Joe. No, don't read it.
Then I'll read it. My dear Anne.
Don't listen, Joe. Go away.
Be quiet. Go ahead. I want to hear what he had to say.
It's impossible to put down the things I feel, but I've got to tell you something. Yesterday they flew in a load of newspapers from the States. I read about Dad and your father. I'm not clever in the way that you are, the way Chris is, and I cannot understand or make myself understand how this could have happened. We get to be proud of the planes we fly. They come to be, piece by piece, bit by bit, something of you at home who have made them. And we're not alone. But my father has made me alone. He has betrayed us all. You at home who have kept faith with us, we out here who have kept faith with you. I'm ashamed. I can't face the other men. I can't face anybody. I don't know how to tell you, Annie, but I'm going out on a mission in a few minutes, and I will not come back. I want you to forgive me, Annie, for doing this. It's the only way I know to pay for what he's done. That's his letter.
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have.
I didn't like doing it, Dad. You know that.
Oh, sure, kid. I know. You did right.
Joe.
Maybe I've known it all along. A man can be defective, too, like a machine part, cylinder. A little pressure and he cracks. A lot of innocent people die. A lot of innocent people.
You paid for it, Joe. Larry paid. He was your son. There's nothing more you can do.
Sure, he was my son. But I think to Larry, they were all my sons. And I guess they were. All my sons.
Chris, he's your father. You can't send your own father to prison.
It's with him now, Mom. It's whatever he thinks.
Have you gone crazy? What's accomplished if he goes to jail? Will it raise the dead? The war's over. It's over.
Don't say that, Mom. It's not over. What was Larry to you, a stone that fell in the water? It's not enough to be sorry. Larry didn't kill himself so you and Dad could be sorry. He did it to show you.
Oh, what more can we be than sorry? What more?
You can be better. Once and for all, you can know that the whole world comes in through those fences. That there's a universe outside, and you're responsible for it. Because if you're not, then you threw your son away. Because that's why he died. You understand? That's why. Mom.
Joe.
Mom, no, don't go up there. Stay here.
Let me go, Chris.
Chris, that shot!
It was Joe. I'm going up to him, Chris. I took care of him all his life, whenever he needed me. I can take care of him now, too.
Annie, get Jim. Get the doctor.
Joe doesn't need a doctor now. Take him, Annie. Take Chris and go. Make a good life for yourselves and never look back. Never, never. Larry's dead, and Joe's dead. So live. Live!
The curtain falls on All My Sons, and that applause is our thanks to a stellar cast for their really fine performances. Burt Lancaster, Edward Arnold, Scott Brady, and Ann Pierce.
I'll be spokesman, Bill, and thank the audience for all of us.
Of course, Burt is accustomed to getting his applause by hanging from one toe from a trapeze at the top of a tent. Are you going out with the circus this year, Burt?
No, not this year, Scott. But I've got a soft spot in my hard movie heart for the circus. Because, you see, that's where I got my start.
Well, it's not my idea of a vacation, hanging from a trapeze.
Well, so few people can start hanging by one toe from the top of a tent. It'd be my end, I'm sure.
Well, I'm a lot better off than you are, Eddie.
Now, Burt, what's the matter with Mr. Arnold's career? On the radio, he's all the presidents of the United States.
Yeah, is that bad?
Sure. No chance for advancement.
May all your children be acrobats.
Oh, I think I'm in too fast company here.
Oh, not at all, Ann. You're absolutely the only one with a lovely Lux complexion.
Why, thank you, Mr. Keeley. Lux toilet soap has been my complexion care as long as I can remember.
And we're happy to welcome you and Scott to the Lux Theater for your first visit.
Thanks, Bill. And now, won't you tell us about next week's show?
Yes, next week we'll have a wonderful motion picture comedy based on one of your favorite radio programs, The Life of Riley. Starring in the role that has made so many famous will be William Bendix, plus 3 of the original players in the Universal International screen hit, Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall. A show for the entire family next Monday as we all enjoy The Life of Riley.
Sounds like great entertainment, Bill. Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thanks for a wonderful evening.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood.
Aprons of organdy and handkerchief linen are going to the smartest parties. The other night, Ann Pierce wore a dark sheath evening dress topped by a crisp white organdy apron, beautifully embroidered in delicate pastels. Yes, it had actually been washed with Lux Flakes. Not once, but many times. Ann insists on this gentle care for all her nice washables. She knows it doesn't pay to risk wrong washing methods that fade colors, damage fabrics. Actual washing tests prove Lux Flakes care keeps colors enchantingly fresh and gay up to 3 times as long. Be sure to get a box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. Give all your washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Bendix, Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall in The Life of Riley. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Burt Lancaster appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Wabash Avenue, starring Betty Grable. Scott Brady is currently seen in the Universal International picture I Was a Shoplifter. Ann Pierce appeared by arrangement with Universal International, producers of Comanche Territory, starring Maureen O'Hara and MacDonald Cary. Norma Barden was heard as Kate. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix, Rosemary DeCamp, Richard Long, and Meg Randall. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lana Turner, Van Heflin, and Peter Lawford in Green Dolphin Street. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special occasion in the Lux Radio Theater. Special because we're bringing you the star you've asked for so often in recent months. That star is the glamorous Lana Turner. And to make the evening perfect, we present her with two co-stars. One is a longtime favorite in this theater, Van Heflin. And the other is the new box office attraction who makes his first appearance here tonight, Peter Lawford. The play is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's spectacular screen success, Green Dolphin Street, in which Miss Turner and Van Heflin play their original screen roles. Based on the best-selling novel by Elizabeth Goudge, it's a panorama of adventure set in the last century and one of the most dramatic love stories among recent motion pictures. It always pleases us when we can bring you stars you've asked for in your letters. Letters which so often tell us how useful you found Lux Flakes in your home. Lux Flakes is a star performer and makes possible a star performance like Green Dolphin Street. Here's the curtain for Act One, starring Lana Turner as Mary Ann, Van Heflin as Timothy, and Peter Lawford as William. Between England and the coast of France are the Channel Islands and the harbor and the town of Saint-Pierre. It's 100 years ago. In his rather shabby cottage, Dr. Edmond Ozanne, surgeon, has an unscheduled patient.
Holy Moses! Bleeding like a stuck pig. Get over there and lie down. Not going to faint, are you?
I'm not quite sure.
Knife wounds. Oh, this means a report for the police.
No, I don't want you to report it.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't.
Well, it's a private matter.
A woman, huh? And the man who carved you up was her husband?
No, he's her brother.
Brother. Huh. Very uninteresting. Here, take a drink of this.
What is it?
Whiskey. Ask some more questions and I'll drink it myself.
Thanks.
But drink it all. I've got to sew you up. This man with the knife.
I killed him. But I didn't lift a hand to him until he came at me with a knife. Then it was him or me.
They looking for you?
Well, not yet. But when his body's found,
Well, that's your concern, my friend. Now, if you're ready, I've got work to do.
I've been asleep. How long? You gave me something to make me sleep.
Ungrateful wretch, of course I did. How far do you think you'd have got if you hadn't had some rest?
I'm sorry. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
Who have you told about me?
No one.
When I came here this afternoon, there was a young man who opened the door.
My son.
Oh.
Don't worry. William won't talk. What made you come to me? I'm new in St. Pierre. Or didn't you know?
Maybe that's why I came.
This man you killed.
He was a fisherman. Bartolo. His sister told him that I promised to marry her. He chose to believe her.
But the lady of your choice is someone else.
This afternoon, before I fell asleep, you had visitors. I heard them.
2 pretty girls, friends of my son.
The Patterell girls from Green Dolphin Street. Marguerite and Mary Ann.
You know them?
What did you mean? What did you mean, friends of your son? Is he going to marry one of them?
Marry? My son? The richest girls in the island?
Well, I've seen them together. He was with Mary Ann yesterday on the shore.
Oh, I see. You're in love with her yourself, huh?
I don't believe I've spoken 20 words to her in 10 years. She's passed my shop. I've said good morning, but she doesn't even know I exist.
She'll know when they hang you.
Well, maybe they won't if I can get away tonight.
How?
Well, there's a ship in the harbor. It leaves tomorrow for New Zealand. Here. It's all the money that I have.
£10? I'll take 6 shillings, including the glass of whiskey.
No, I'd feel better if you took it all.
And how do you think I'd feel? I'll get out of here.
I'll never forget you, Dr. Dozan. Thank you.
Marianne, are you still awake?
I've been thinking, Marguerite.
Marianne, not about that terrible murder.
Oh, why would I think about that? I've been thinking about that ship in the harbor. Oh, it's the most beautiful ship I've ever seen. Tomorrow morning I'm going aboard, if they let me.
Marianne, I've been thinking too. Is it possible to fall in love with a man you've known only 5 days and seen only 3 times?
Yes, I think it is.
That means you're in love with William Ozanne, too.
No, but I could be in love with the man he could be.
Oh, isn't it wonderful that Dr. Ozanne should come back to St. Pierre after all these years?
Well, it's more wonderful that he has a son as handsome as William.
Marianne, whichever of us he chooses, if he should choose one of us, oh, Marianne, it must never make any difference between us.
Nothing ever could or ever will.
But how could William not fall in love with you? You're so striking, and you have a brain.
But you're the beauty of the family, darling. I wonder if William would want to see that ship tomorrow.
Why don't you ask him?
Yes. Yes, I think I will. First thing tomorrow morning. Well, aren't you glad you came, William? Did you ever see anything prettier?
Oh, she's a fine ship, all right. What is she, Marianne?
One of the new clippers, the fastest ship afloat.
Look at her name. The Green Dolphin.
And you live on the corner of Green Dolphin Street. That's a sign, William.
And what do you think you're doing there?
Where are you from and what cargo?
New Zealand, my pretty. Cargo of timber.
Well, you've got the most perfect ship I've ever seen.
Captain O'Hara, ma'am, at your service. And since you like the ship, come aboard and look around.
Well, thanks, we'd like to.
This is my cabin. Come in, come in.
Well, it looks more like a museum.
That's a shark's head on the wall. Maka shark. Caught it in the Tasman Sea with a boat hook. Yes, New Zealand's a beautiful country with a grand smell of the forest. A fine, sweet land with timber and flax. Wonderful pasture land, belonging to no one.
There are places like that in this world, and I have to live and rot on this little island.
You're a man, William. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
Captain O'Hara! Captain O'Hara!
I'm coming. Drunken sailor, likely. Wait here if you'd like.
Thanks, but I think we'd better be getting ashore.
Then good day to you both.
Have a good voyage, Captain. And if you ever come back to St. Pierre...
I will, miss, 1 year or another. All right. You better leave off the stern. The bit of trouble seems forward. All right, Mr. Wiley. What's going on here?
Found this man below, sir, in the hold.
Well, who are you?
What difference does it make?
Toss him overboard, Mr. Wiley.
No, wait, please. My name's Timothy Heflin.
And all bandaged up, eh? You wouldn't be hiding from the police.
Yes, I am. I want to get out of this country.
I like the way you look me in the eye, Mr. Haslam, and the way you speak up. All right, I'll help you. I'm a man short in the crew. My name being O'Hara, I've no love for the British police. Take him below, Mr. Wiley. Keep him hid.
Yes, sir.
You'll be safe enough, Mr. Haslam. The English law can't reach you in New Zealand. Mr. Quincy.
Yes, sir.
We're lifting anchor in 1 hour.
Oh, I can still see her, William. The Green Dolphin, full sails, flying like a hawk out to sea.
Oh, I believe Marianne's fallen in love with that ship. She's talked of nothing else all day.
Well, then let's talk about William.
Ah, yes, indolent, good-for-nothing William.
Well, after all, a man must have some sort of a career.
I told you I'm thinking everything over. Perhaps I'll be a sailor on a clipper ship, like the Green Dolphin.
Oh, no, not on a clipper ship, William. You're going into the Navy.
Really?
Yes, to be an officer and a gentleman. And I'm quite serious.
Now I'll be serious. I've thought of the Navy 100 times. But my name is Ozanne, and not Paturel. It takes money and influence.
And suppose someone found a way to provide the money and the influence?
No, that's just talk. Who?
My father.
Marianne. Oh, how wonderful, Papa, of course.
And do you suppose that my father would permit that?
I know he'd permit it, if it were for your good.
Well, the mere idea seems to make you both exceedingly happy.
And you want us to be happy, don't you, William?
Oh, I'm a bad risk. Your father knows it. He's a clever man.
And I'm my father's daughter. I'll talk to him tonight.
Marianne, going aboard a strange ship with that uncouth ragamuffin. How could you?
You're right, Papa. My behavior was most unladylike. I ask you to forgive me.
Oh. Well, then, we'll say no more about it.
Thank you, Papa. But what about William?
I'll forbid him to see either you or Marguerite.
Well, that might be easily arranged, Papa. You see, William wants to leave St. Pierre. He wants to go in the Navy.
Well, not my problem.
Well, we'd be rid of him then, wouldn't we? And when he comes back, why, he'll be a gentleman and not nearly so offensive. But of course, it takes influence and money.
Not my money, oh, no.
Mama's very fond of William. Wouldn't you like to treat William as if he were the son Mama has always longed for, but never had? Oh, but mind you, it won't be easy. Dr. Ozanne's a very proud man.
Well, he wouldn't dare object. Why, it's the chance of a lifetime for William.
I still think he may refuse.
Well, we'll soon find out. Proud, is he?
Oh, I wouldn't see him tonight, Papa. Tomorrow will do.
I shall go tonight. I shall go now.
Oh, and take Dr. Ozanne a bottle of brandy.
I will not.
Our best brandy, Papa. The kind you smuggle in from France.
Marianne, that's a word I've forbidden in this house. Marcel, get me my hat and a bottle of brandy.
Marguerite, aren't you coming down to the harbor? The Orion's been sighted. William's coming home.
Well, of course I'm coming. I'm just writing in my diary.
He's been gone 2 years, and you have to write in your diary. Well, I'm not going to wait for you.
And today, William is coming home. How slowly the time has passed since he left for England and the Royal Navy College. But now, at last, William is home again.
I know I'm most indelicately early for dinner, Marguerite. It's very kind of your father to invite me.
Oh, he's proud of you, William. He'll be down in a moment. And Mama and Marianne.
Then I must make use of that moment. It's the only moment I've had with you alone all day. And since we're sailing out again tonight...
Oh, such awful news, William. I thought you'd be home for days and days.
Then it mattered to you?
Yes.
Marguerite, ever since I've been away, I've thought of no one else but you. I love you. May I say that? I love you.
Oh, keep saying it, William, because I love you, too.
Well, it must be our secret, darling. Until I have the right to tell the whole world. And all the time I'm gone...
Shh, they're coming down. We're in here, Mama.
Good evening, William. I'm so sorry your father could not come.
Well, his patients become ill at the most inopportune times, madam.
Your sin, William. You must ask him to give you a tonic.
Oh, that's a life of discipline, Mama. The best thing in the world for a man. So, you're off to China tonight, William?
Yes, it's rotten luck. Our orders were waiting here for us.
Papa says that knowledge of the Orient is most important nowadays.
Well, I suppose it is if it matters.
William, let me look at you.
Well?
I'm most pleased with you, William. Yes, I think Papa will be very happy with his investment.
It has been weeks now since William kissed me goodbye. By now he must be in China. Centuries until he comes home again. But until he does, no one must know, not even Marianne, how much I love him.
I'm writing this letter from a little shop in Hong Kong. By coincidence, the Green Dolphin is also in the harbor, and I hope to see Captain O'Hara shortly. Wait for me, Marguerite. This little necklace will say I have always loved you. And when I come home, I will ask your father for your hand in marriage. Thank you very much for the pen and paper. And for speaking English.
I hope lady is pleased with necklace, sir. Sir, before you leave city, you wish to see places of interest?
Well, yes, I'd like to.
Oh, come inside, sir. My brother, excellent guide of city.
Thank you, but my letter and the necklace...
I will see they are mailed on first ship for England. This way, sir. This way.
make sense, Mr. Wiley. What the devil are you trying to tell me?
That there's a man in your cabin, sir. Naval officer. With the smell of whiskey that would bend our mast.
Naval officer? Holy sakes.
He staggered aboard before we sailed. Since he was a naval officer, well, sir, I thought you were in your cabin at the time, sir.
Wake up, you fool. Who the devil are you?
Captain O'Hara.
You drunken slop. What do you think the ship is?
You don't remember me, St. Pierre?
What's that? Oh, yes. You were with that beauty, the Paterel girl. What are you doing here?
Well, I had shore leave. I was seeing the city. They gave me something to drink.
No more brains than a flea. You've been drugged, mister. Drugged and robbed. Ha! And you an officer of the Navy.
When I woke up, my ship had sailed. I thought that perhaps you could help.
You should have gone to the British consul. Instead of that, you're now a deserter.
But I can still go to the consul.
Oh, you can, eh? 5 hours out at sea.
What are you talking about?
We're bound for New Zealand, Port of Wellington.
New Zealand?
You could be worse off. You'll be safe from the Admiralty, and fine young muscles like yours will be at a premium amongst the settlers.
Oh, but I'm going back home. I've got to go back.
To what? Disgrace? Prison? Suit yourself, my lad. You've a long voyage to think it over. Well, Ozanne, I'm ready to up anchor and leave Wellington, which means you're through with the Green Dolphin. You'll find it's a fine country here as long as you stay away from the liquor. Now, if you want more money...
No, you've given me enough. I'll find some sort of work.
Keep a good heart, son, and I'll get word to your father.
But not a word to anyone else. And if you ever tell the Paterels...
Have no fear of that. God bless you, son.
You at the bar.
Yes, sir?
Bring me another drink.
You're from home, huh? You're new to this country?
That's right. Came in last week.
You got a job?
Nope.
Well, I've got a place up in the back country getting out big timber. You can join up with me if you like.
You don't know anything about me.
As much as your father knew about me back in St. Pierre when he sewed me up and didn't tell the police.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you. You killed a man and got away. They posted a reward. Your name's Haslam.
Keep your mouth shut. My name's Taharuhu. The Maoris gave it to me. That's all you need to know about me.
Well, the same applies to me.
Well, if you come, I'll work you harder than you've ever worked in your life. You'll be in a wilderness with no one but natives, and they'll have no particular love for you. Oh, yes, one more thing. You'll have to forget that girl back home.
Who told you about a girl?
The same mutual friend who told me about you, Captain O'Hara. Ozanne, tell me one thing. Which of the two sisters was it? Marguerite or Marianne?
None of your blasted business.
Yes, you're right, it isn't. Well, are you coming with me or not?
I'll come.
Good. I hope neither of us will be sorry.
Our stars will return with Act Two of Green Dolphin Street in a moment. You know, Libby, the way we associate a word or a phrase with an idea often tells psychologists what's on our minds.
Oh?
Suppose I say, top of the morning. What do you think of?
That you should do better than that on your Irish brogue.
Ouch.
No, really. That typically Irish greeting makes me think of Paramount's delightful new picture. Of course, that makes me think of Bing Crosby. Shall I go on?
You can't stop without mentioning how beautifully Bing sings You're in Love with Someone and the other wonderful songs.
What a laugh-provoking team he and Barry Fitzgerald make in Top of the Morning.
With Bing as a big city detective and Barry a small-town police chief.
And Barry makes me think of Anne Blythe, who plays his daughter.
She makes a beautiful Colleen, well-groomed right down to her toes.
Well, you know, Anne is like that in real life, too. Her clothes are always perfection.
The kind of a girl who carries an extra pair of stockings so she won't be caught with a run?
Oh, no, Anne's smarter than that. She insists on Lux Flakes for her stockings, so she hardly ever gets runs.
Strain tests prove nylons really do last longer with Lux Flakes. Stockings washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap went into runs long before those washed with Lux Flakes. The Lux stockings lasted twice as long.
Luxing is easy. Those tiny diamonds of Lux dissolve in a jiffy, make wonderfully rich suds that whisk away every trace of soil in a flash. And here's a tip for rainy days. If you get mud spots on heels, just work in a few dry Lux Flakes with your moistened fingertips. Spots disappear like magic.
This fine product of Lever Brothers Company protects fit, keeps colors truer, gives you so much extra wear, it's just like getting an extra pair of nylons every time you buy a pair. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Act 2 of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner as Mary Ann, Van Heflin as Timothy, and Peter Lawford as William. Over 2 years have passed. Back in Saint-Pierre, Marguerite and Marianne Paturel have all but given up hope of ever seeing William again. But now, in the Paturel home, is Captain O'Hara of the Green Dolphin.
What do you mean this letter's from William Ozanne? William Ozanne is dead.
It's possible, but he was alive enough 5 months ago in Wellington.
I knew he was alive. I knew it. What about him, Captain O'Hara? What is William doing in New Zealand? Isn't he still in the Navy?
Due to an unfortunate incident, the lad severed his connection. Now, good day to you all. I have another letter to deliver to his father.
Dr. Ozanne died 3 months ago.
In that event, I'll get back to my ship.
Papa, the letter.
The letter is addressed to me.
Well, maybe Mama read it aloud.
I will not be bullied in my own household.
Oh, of course not, dear. Here, Mama, open it.
Dear sir, it is a long time since I've had the pleasure of addressing you. Much has happened, but now I feel I have earned the privilege of writing.
A deserter. I'll wager he deserted.
Go on with the letter, Mama.
I have been in the timber business for 2 years now. My partner is a man of great ability, and we have developed our little settlement into a garden spot with a comfortable dwelling. I don't know what life has brought you and your family, yet I cannot but hope that your daughter Marianne is still unmarried, and that you would consider permitting her to live in such a rough but glorious country as my wife.
As his wife? Marianne, you...
The cheek of it, the conceit of the fool.
You're acting as though I'd been insulted, Papa.
And what would you call it?
An honorable proposal, which I intend to accept.
Marianne?
She's right, Mama. Marianne always wanted to marry William. She'll never marry anyone else. Will you, dear? No.
Then let him return here and show his face like a man.
I don't intend to wait. When the Green Dolphin sails, I'll be aboard her.
Your native friends are at it again. What is it this time, Ty? Talk of war or just talk?
Well, the witch doctor has just told him that a letter you wrote was delivered today on the other side of the world.
How could he know I wrote a...
So you did write a letter, huh? Well?
Yes, I wrote a letter.
It's a little frightening, the things these natives seem to know. The letter about a young woman, the Paturel girl?
Suppose it was. I wrote it that time when I went to Wellington. I'd been drinking a lot, and I'd never have had the courage if I'd been sober.
Which girl?
I offered her marriage and a life like this.
Which girl, I said?
Marguerite, of course.
Oh, Marguerite.
I'd written her from China. I sent her a necklace. I told her that I...
Do you think Marguerite will accept your offer?
Oh, are you crazy? Of course not. For her own sake, I hope she's already married.
Married or not, she'll get an answer, won't she?
Well, I'm not counting on it. You don't know her father.
The Green Dolphin should return in September. Let's see that we're in Wellington, just in case.
Now, there she lies, Miss Paturel. There's the New Zealand you're so determined to see.
New Zealand?
Now, hear me closely. William Ozanne has no cause to expect you on this ship. The best he could hope for was a letter, not a bride.
You don't want me to marry him, do you, Captain?
I told you before, the letter I gave your father was handed me by a blurry-eyed William Ozanne, staggering out of a saloon. Surely it was written more in whiskey than in ink. Had I known it was a proposal of marriage, so help me, I'd have torn it to bits.
If William were a fine, strong character, what would he need me for? The very reason that he sent for me is because he knows that I can save him from himself.
You're bound to marry him, then?
Yes. And I'll make a fine man of William. I will. I will.
Well, it's here, William, the Green Dolphin. There's O'Hara out on deck.
Where else would he be?
He's not alone. There's a woman with him.
What the devil are you... Oh, it can't be. She came, Marguerite.
Look again.
Marianne. It's Marianne.
You stupid fool. Did you put the wrong name in that drunken letter?
I don't know. I must have. Well, what are you so upset about?
Listen to me. Did she ever show any signs of being in love with you, Marianne?
Oh, maybe she did, but I can't marry her. I'm not in love with her.
Are you going to send a girl like that back home turned down by a young jackass too drunk to remember the right name of the girl he loved? No, you won't do that.
She's looking for me.
Yes, and she's going to find you. Go out there now and put your arms around her and make her feel that you want her. And remember, her name is Marianne.
Don't worry. I'll go through with it. Marriage and all.
Well, it was a fine wedding, Mrs. Ozanne. There's an inn across the way. It's not too fancy, but I think...
Thank you, Mr. Haslam.
Oh, you know my name?
William's told me all about you. Imagine meeting a man from home. I thought I knew everyone in St. Pierre.
You've nodded to me on occasions.
You don't like me, do you, Mr. Haslam?
I'm just anxious about you.
Why?
I've been very close to your husband for some time now. He's changed since you know him.
Oh, for good or bad?
I merely suggest that you be patient with him.
Oh, I'll be patient. I have no idea that my husband loves me to distraction. And I did not travel halfway around the world expecting any miracles to have improved him.
Believe me, I only want to help you.
You can, Mr. Haslam. Is there any reason why we cannot leave for the settlement? You see, I refuse to spend my wedding night anywhere except in the home my husband has provided for me.
Well, I think that might be arranged. It'll take us over a day to get there. May I see about your luggage?
If you don't mind. And I'll find William.
Oh, it's amazing, Marianne, what you've done with this house in a few short months. But you should let the natives help you more.
I shall, William, after I've mastered their language.
You really like it here, don't you? A wilderness filled with savages, a house built of logs, no companions, no nothing.
I have you, William. As for companions, I can always talk to Mr. Haslam.
And you don't miss home? Oh, but you must. Your parents, Marguerite.
Marguerite? Do you realize you haven't mentioned her name since the day I arrived in Wellington?
Haven't I? Tell me about her.
Oh, she's well. But like so many beautiful women, she's become spiritually lazy. I don't understand Marguerite. She's had so many offers, but I don't believe she's been able to summon the necessary emotion. There was a time, William, when I thought Marguerite was waiting for you.
Really? Well, what made you think that?
May I come in?
Oh, please do, Mr. Haslam.
Oh, William, we can start loading the wagons tomorrow. With any luck, you can leave for the coast in another week.
Tell me, whose idea was it shipping timber overland in those slow, heavy wagons?
Why, Ty's idea. It's the only way to move timber.
Don't you know that it's always cheaper to transport bulky goods by water? And with a river right at our doorstep.
Now, look here, Marianne. Ty knows the timber business.
I'm sure he does. And I know the shipping business. Well, is that so funny, Mr. Haslam?
No, not at all. I'm just laughing at my own stupidity.
You should build barges. Float your timber down that river to the sea.
Well, I'm sure it's quite possible. What do you think, William? We could try it.
Well, it'd take weeks to build them.
Meanwhile, the natives can still be cutting timber. Actually, you'll lose very little time.
Well, it's up to you, Ty.
Well, let me see if I can design some sort of a barge. We can talk some more at dinner time about this.
Thank you, Mr. Haslam.
Are you really getting those barges loaded in a hurry, William? That chute was a fine idea.
My wife's idea.
Ah, because it was her idea, not yours, I suppose the two of you sat up all night arguing about it, huh?
Ty, I promised you I'd stick to my bargain, but I didn't agree to like it.
No, you didn't, did you? Well, I'll see you later, William.
Come in, Mr. Haslam. You've come to apologize for William again?
No, I've come bearing gifts. It's there on the porch.
A cradle? Oh, how kind of you. Why, you carved beautifully.
And perhaps a cradle is just an excuse, a sort of a peace offering. Tell me, why do you resent me so?
Because you have too much influence with William.
I've been able to influence William on only one thing. Not to give up when he takes on a job.
Why not come straight to the point, Mr. Haslam? I failed in my marriage. And you think I'm making you the scapegoat for my failure?
Your marriage is not a failure.
William hates me.
If I told you that hatred was only the reverse side of love, you'd ridicule me just as usual.
It's not true.
You can no more separate love from hatred than you can separate the two sides of a coin. To possess one is to possess the other.
I don't want scientific explanations.
Well, what do you want?
What do I want? I love my husband to the point of agony. And yet there's neither brightness nor warmth in our life. What do I want? Tell me, Mr. Haslam. Have I been completely wrong in my handling of William? Or isn't it true that he is a better person?
Yes, that's true. He's improved.
Oh, but you think he'd be happier if I were more submissive and helpless?
Yes.
It would be a strange way to win a husband away from his own weakness by developing weaknesses of my own. Still, let me try, Mr. Haslam. My own way.
Well, the barges are loaded, Marianne.
When do you plan to leave?
Oh, we should be ready in 2 days.
Tell me something, William. Have I been a bad influence on you?
No man could have a better wife.
But we haven't got along. You know that as well as I do. Perhaps the baby will help when he comes. Oh, William, let Mr. Haslam go with the barges. Please stay with me.
Cutting the timber is Ty's job. Taking it to market is mine.
William, what's happened to us? Even when we're in each other's arms, there always seems to be 1,000 miles between us.
I know I've made you wretched, Marianne, but it hasn't been your fault. I'll do better, Marianne. I promise.
Oh, William.
Well, there go the barges. We're alone, Mrs. Ozan.
Not for the first time. Oh, Mr. Haslam, will you please make those natives stop that chattering?
I couldn't stop them if I wanted to. That's the chant of the earthquake god. The natives believe there's to be an earthquake.
They've convinced you?
Well, William doesn't believe there'll be one, and I don't imagine that you believe it either. But when your house starts shaking, stand in the nearest doorway and yell for me. Good day, Mrs. Ozan.
I've told you to speak English. What have I been teaching you for?
I sorry, Mom.
Now, what's going on out there? Why have the men stopped working?
Earthquake come, Mom. All go to mountain to make prayer to gods.
I've told you exactly what to do in case an earth...
Mom, come quick. Leave house.
What happened to me? What happened?
Well, you're alive. There are no bones broken. I had to bring you here. It appears that my house is the only place left standing.
William. What about William?
Well, they had 3 hours start down the river. Maybe they escaped the whole business. Anyway, you're to stay where you are, in bed.
Oh, my son. I shall lose my son.
You'll have your son.
No. It's too soon. Oh, Ty, please. Try to get a doctor.
It'll be impossible to get out of here for days. The whole forest's been ripped to shred. There's fire and there's flood. Besides, this isn't a country where a doctor lives on the next street.
My son. I thought at least I would...
Marianne, listen to me. You'll have your child. Hinimoa's all right. Between the two of us, we'll be able...
No.
There's no choice but to trust me. Remember, it was you who chose this life for yourself.
I trust you. I will try to give as little trouble as possible.
That's better. We all may be dead by morning. Meanwhile, we'll do our best to keep alive. May I come in?
It's your house, Mr. Haslam.
My, look at you. You're exquisite. That's a bit more like your old self.
This is no time for compliments. And please be quiet. The baby's asleep.
Well, I finally got through to the next village.
William. Then there's news of William.
Yes, he's alive and he's safe. He reached Wellington.
Oh, you're not lying. You're not just saying that
I give you my word. Now, please, be calm. Please remember that
but
you
I
won't...
am calm. I have complete control of myself.
It's no good, Marianne. Now, face the situation. Why not be friends?
I'm not aware that we're not friends.
Yes, of course. Well, I've sent out natives to find William, to tell him that you're safe.
Thank you.
With any luck, your husband will be at your side again in a day or two.
I came as quickly as I could, Marianne. Oh, my poor darling, what a time you've had.
Oh, you're safe. You're here.
The baby, Marianne. Ty told me. Where is he?
In here, William. Only she deceived me. She's a girl.
Oh, my daughter. You can tell that she's going to be fair-haired. Look at those eyes.
Yes. That's why I've named her Marguerite. Marguerite Veronica.
We'll call her Veronica. Marianne, there was a letter in Wellington from Marguerite. Your mother and father... there was an epidemic. They died.
Oh, no. No, but Marguerite, what of her?
I have her letter here. She's been spending some time at the convent.
Convent?
Yes, it's hard to tell just what's in her mind. She seems dazed, bewildered. What should we do, Marianne?
But the baby. We couldn't leave for home even if we wanted to.
Is there anything left here? What does Ty say?
Oh, he doesn't have to say. You must have seen for yourself.
Everything's lost.
Everything. But we have ourselves, William. And we have our child. We'll begin again. We'll begin again and we'll do better.
Yes. Yes, I think we will.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
When Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer cast a young actress in an important new Technicolor musical like That Midnight Kiss without even a screen test, well, she must have something. And that's what happened to our guest of the evening, lovely Bridget Carr.
Lucky is the word, Mr. Keeley. It was a thrilling experience to work with beautiful Katherine Grayson. She has a glorious voice and sings everything from opera to modern in the picture.
Hosea Turby, playing his famous self, makes a superb musical partner for Katherine.
And isn't Ethel Barrymore magnificent? Oh, it's hard to believe she celebrated her 50th year as a star recently.
Quite a record for the brilliant new tenor Mario Lanza to aim at. But he got a fine start last week at the premiere of the picture in Philadelphia, his hometown.
A musical romance with Katherine Grayson would be any leading man's delight. She's really beautiful. Her costumes, especially for the opera scenes in That Midnight Kiss, are stunning. Why, even her nylons were embroidered.
Sounds like gilding the lily. But I'm sure those nylons got the same gentle Lux Flakes care all the studio's nylons do.
You're right, Mr. Kennedy. I was surprised how well they wore. They were so delicate.
Not so surprising when you see the results of scientific strain tests, Bridget. Nylons washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap went into runs long before those that were washed with Lux Flakes.
Oh, I'm a Lux Flakes fan already, Mr. Kennedy.
Then you know why Hollywood's most beautiful legs wear nylons washed with Lux Flakes. They fit better, last longer, and colors stay truer. These tiny diamonds of Lux whip into rich suds in a flash, freshen nylons in no time. Lux Flakes make nylons last twice as long. So it's just like getting an extra pair every time you buy a pair. Thank you for coming tonight, Bridget Carr. We return you to William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner as Mary Ann, Van Heflin as Timothy, and Peter Lawford as William. 7 long years have gone by. 7 years that have brought out of the devastation of the earthquake a measure of prosperity and happiness to Mary Ann and William Ozanne. Still in the wilderness of New Zealand, they have reared their daughter and expanded the lumber business. And still at their side is their fellow exile, Timothy Haslam.
You two should have been with me to Wellington. The town is teeming with soldiers. The governor issuing a new proclamation 3 times a day.
You take it all very lightly, Ty. You know as well as I do that the natives are ready to revolt.
Well, in any event, I saw the bankers. They'll underwrite any expansion we care to make. That is, once the natives are under control.
What does that mean, another 6 months?
Now, don't underestimate the Maoris, William. It could be years.
Well, then, bank or no bank, our future's none too secure.
William and I have been thinking, Ty. Perhaps it would be best if we left here and went to South Island.
South Island?
Well, Dunedin, perhaps.
What are the timber prospects, Ty? You've been there.
Fair, I suppose.
But there is a great future in sheep farming.
Well, why sheep? I know timber. I like the business. Why not stick to it?
Because there's a bigger future in wool.
How do you know?
I've an instinct for these things, Ty. An instinct for making money.
How much of this is your business instinct and how much the safety of Veronica?
Well, it's mostly for her sake, of course.
Mm-hmm. In your opinion, William?
That we sell out as soon as possible. Go to Dunedin.
Yes, I think maybe you should. As for me, well, there's great suffering among my Maori friends caused by the colonials. They'll need help. I'm going back to them with medical supplies.
But, Ty, we can't wait indefinitely.
I'll not prevent your leaving whenever you like.
But you're our partner. Surely you'll come with us.
You don't know me very well, Marianne. I find very little value in life aside from my personal independence. That you and William should join me in my lumber business, that was one thing. That I should follow along now like a tame tabby cat, well, that's another. Now, where's Veronica?
Out there, playing at the river.
Well, then, if you'll excuse me, I'll play at the river with her.
Have they deserted you already, Ty? William and Veronica?
Well, Veronica couldn't wait to go aboard the ship. Oh, incidentally, William left a message for you. Try not to argue with me our last few minutes together.
But I'm still hurt that you're not sailing to South Island with us. I thought you had a real affection for William and Veronica.
I have. And for you.
Then why not come?
The reason I gave?
But you'd be what you've always been, the central figure in the picture.
Oh, I thought Mary Ann Ozanne must always be that.
I know myself better than I used to. Oh, I really don't know how I shall manage without you. So don't talk of losing your independence.
A man in love has no independence worth mentioning. Don't look so bewildered. I've been in love for years. With you.
Well, how can you say that? You certainly didn't love me when I first came here.
Long before that. Back home in St. Pierre. Even then, I loved your faults as well as your virtues.
Have I still so many faults? At least I'm not proud now, am I?
No, you're not. And I love you for that, too, because I think that, I may have had something to do with that.
Yes, a great deal, Ty. Everything.
You remember what I said, that you can no more separate love from hatred than you can separate the two sides of a coin? Well, you hated me because I saw too much of your real self.
Then when I found you were with me, that everything was all right.
So you also love me?
Yes, Ty, I do love you. For you're all the man that I've tried to make William be. But I belong to William. And all I've ever wanted is his love.
Yes. Well, that's why I'm not going with you. You'll have a better chance of getting what you want if he has no one to turn to but you.
But I have his love.
No, don't be too sure. You've made progress, but your battle isn't won yet. Goodbye, Marianne.
Just a shake of your hand. Please, kiss me, Ty. I won't forget you. Ever.
If I believed in souls, I'd say that yours and mine are a very long acquaintance. Well, I'll say goodbye to William.
Don't look so sober, Ty. You should be glad to get rid of us.
You know, I'd not have missed these years for anything.
Not always happy years.
You made a good job of Marianne.
Most people would say she made a good job of me.
No, only a fool could have made the blunder that you did, sending for her instead of Marguerite. But only a man could have saved her then from disaster.
Disaster? Marianne?
Yes, that's the best mistake that you ever made, William. You see, if you hadn't made it, I'd really never have known her. Well, it sort of looks like you're about to cast off.
Ty, I won't even try to say thank you.
Please don't. Good luck to you. To all of you.
Oh, it's incredible, Marianne. Do you realize I stand to be the richest man in Dunedin? Oh, we should have come here years ago. Well, that's enough business talk for tonight. Where's Veronica?
Asleep, I hope. Oh, she's very proud of her father, darling, and so am I. That was a wonderful speech you made at the assembly.
Oh, only part of it was completely true. But whatever I may have accomplished here is entirely your doing.
William, I want you to do something for me.
You know I'll do anything.
Anything? You'd sell out here and go home, back to St. Pierre?
St. Pierre? But why?
Because of Marguerite.
Marguerite? But in her letter, didn't she tell you that she decided to become a nun?
Yes, she said that. But she's still a novice, William, and we can see her before she takes her final vows.
Oh, but why sell out? We have everything here, the finest home in Dunedin, the chance
This isn't really our home, William. There's that beautiful house in St. Pierre. It will be empty soon, waiting for us. And there's the family business that you could now run most efficiently.
You've forgotten that I can never go back. There's a little matter of desertion from Her Majesty's Navy.
I have a letter here. It's taken me over a year to get it. The charges have been dropped. You've been exonerated.
Exonerated?
Oh, think what home could mean to Veronica. The opportunity she'd have. But mostly, William, it's Marguerite, my own sister. You never knew what it cost me to leave home, to come out to a new country, to marry you. Oh, I want to go home, William. I do so want to go home.
I'll make arrangements immediately.
Thank you, William. And this was my room, darling, mine and Marguerite's, long ago when I was a little girl like you. Oh, Veronica, tell me, you do like it here, don't you?
It's just like I dreamed it would be. Oh, Mama, thank you for coming home.
Tomorrow we'll go to the convent and see Aunt Marguerite. Oh, I'm sure the Mother Superior will let... Veronica, what's that you have?
It's a necklace, Mama. See? I found it in Aunt Marguerite's desk. It was in this box. And I think there's a letter in it, too.
Let me see that letter.
I'm sorry, Mama.
No. It's all right, dear. Just give it to me.
Wait for me, Marguerite. This little necklace will say I have always loved you. When I come home, I will ask your father for your hand in marriage. Will you?
Mama, what is it? What does it say?
It's nothing, darling. Nothing at all.
Marianne, what's wrong, dear? Is it Marguerite? You've heard from her?
Yes, I've heard from her. Tomorrow she is to become a nun. It would seem we arrived just in time, William. I found this letter. Here, read it.
It was written a long time ago, Marianne.
You loved Marguerite. You loved her.
But that's all past now.
When you wrote my father, you lied. You loved my sister. But you sent for me. Why?
I'd hoped you'd never have reason to ask that question. The letter to your father, I wrote your name by accident instead of Marguerite's.
By accident? Then our whole marriage has just been a slip of the pen.
Marianne,
Does she know? Does Marguerite know of your accident?
She knows nothing. I never told a living soul. No, that's not quite true. I told Ty. I had to tell him.
Ty knew that the only reason you... Oh, of course he knew. You would never have married me if he hadn't forced you into it. Would you, William? Would you?
I'm the Mother Superior, Mrs. Ozanne. Your sister is expecting you. You'll find her there in the convent yard.
Thank you. Oh, Marguerite. Marguerite.
Oh, my dear. My Marianne. But your note yesterday, you said you would bring William with you and Veronica.
I had to see you alone. Marguerite, I found the letter William had sent you with the necklace.
Oh, my poor dear. I should have destroyed that letter long ago.
But don't you understand? It was you William wanted to come to New Zealand. But when he wrote Father, he put in my name by mistake. Oh, Marguerite, don't you hear me? Don't you realize what I'm saying?
I hear you, Marianne.
I knew you were in love with him. I fought you for him. And I always thought that I'd won him fairly. But Marguerite, he's never loved anyone but you.
Was it just an accident that you found that letter? Perhaps there is less chance in life than we realize. Perhaps it was intended to bring out the truth at last.
When I think of what your life has been, the heartbreak...
Do I look like a heartbroken woman?
You're becoming a nun because William married me.
And when you went away to marry him, there was nothing left for me, nothing. It was even worse after Papa and Mama died. I came here in complete despair. But here, I found another life.
Marguerite, can you ever forgive me?
There is no question of forgiveness. There is nothing to forgive.
Mrs. Ozanne, your husband is here. He wishes to see you.
He loves you. I'll send him to you.
No. Just tell William that I've outgrown the young, selfish love of a girl in her teens. That I've found here what I've been searching for all my life.
Marguerite.
Tell him this is the way everything was meant to be. And if I once was unhappy, today I am supremely happy. Not because I've given something, but because I have been given everything. Tell him, Marianne, and then pray for me, that I may be worthy as you are worthy.
Marianne, I had to come here. I had to find you before I see Marguerite.
She doesn't want to see you.
Then I'll wait until she will see me. I've come to tell her that, much as I loved her once, my love is now only for my wife.
What kind of love, William? Something manufactured out of your sense of duty.
Oh, it would be an unhappy world if the only kind of love was the love of youth. You're quite right, Marianne. I didn't love you when I married you. But I love you now as I never thought I could love anyone. But I can't make you believe that any more than I could stop loving you.
Why do I believe you, William? Where's all the courage I thought I had?
And perhaps you've given it to me, so that I can face Marguerite and tell her the truth. And so that you'll know that all there is in life for me is you.
There's no need to tell her, William. She knows.
You're praying.
She's giving herself to God, as God has given us to each other.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. But first, Libby has a tip for everyone who loves flowers.
And loves a bargain. Right now, it's time to plant tulip bulbs. So the makers of Lux Flakes are offering a thrifty shopper's special. A rainbow tulip garden of 8 giant prize-winning tulip bulbs. All 8 for only 25 cents and the top from a box of Lux Flakes.
These healthy Darwin bulbs will grow anywhere, will make wonderful showy borders next spring.
You don't even need a garden. If you plant them in pots, they'll bloom in the house this winter.
In this special assortment, you get 8 different shades, including the famous black tulip, La Noire. It's a real showpiece.
This assortment is worth every penny of $1.25. But you get it for only 25 cents when you include the top from a box of Lux Flakes.
Jot down this address. Lux Garden Club, Los Angeles 54, California. You can order as many sets of bulbs as you like. Just include 25 cents in cash and a Lux Flakes box top for every set of 8 bulbs.
And hurry, while planting weather is right. This offer expires November 15th, 1949. It's good in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii, and is subject to state and local regulations.
Here's the address again. Lux Garden Club, Los Angeles 54, California. Send tonight, sure. The supply of bulbs is limited. Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Curtain time is especially exciting when we can bring back to the footlights such stars as Lana Turner, Van Heflin, and Peter Lawford, and here they are. Lana has recently returned to Hollywood, and we're all delighted to have her back.
Thank you, Bill. It's nice to be here.
Lana, you know you make even California look prettier.
She makes even Hollywood look prettier.
Well, it's nice to know you've missed me.
Well, of course, Van has been somewhat occupied with that French lady, Madame Bovary.
And very lovely, as played in the MGM film by Jennifer Jones.
And where was Peter Lawford?
Well, he and Walter Pidgeon just made the picture The Red Danube. The setting is in Vienna, you know.
And the picture has its premiere in San Francisco this week.
Well, you boys certainly have been getting around while I was away. I think I'll just stick to Bill Keeley and Lux. Lux is tops at my house.
Well, that's a very wise decision, Lana. And just to show our appreciation, we'll have some Lux Flakes in your car when you leave the theater.
Well, thank you very much, Bill. And now, won't you tell us about next week's play?
It's something to talk about, Lana, because next week's star is the one and only Bing Crosby. We'll present Bing in his great Paramount hit, The Emperor Waltz. And starring with him, we'll have Anne Blythe. This is a delightful story of romance in old Vienna in happier days, and it's full of wonderful songs sung as only Bing Crosby can sing them.
Well, that'll be a grand show, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you all. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Anne Blythe in The Emperor Waltz. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lana Turner, Van Heflin, and Peter Lawford appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Doctor and the Girl, starring Glenn Ford and Charles Coburn. Heard in tonight's cast were Joan Banks as Marguerite, Ed Begley as Captain, Bill Johnstone, Doris Lloyd, Herbert Butterfield, Alma Lawton, Janet Scott, Marlene Ames, Howard McNear, Eddie Marr, and Tyler McVeigh. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Emperor Waltz, starring Bing Crosby and Anne Blythe.
Spry is a new Spry, better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry makes a better cake, Spry makes a better pie. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
For crispy, browned, digestible fried foods, try new Spry. Fried the Spry way, they're delicious. Why? Because new Spry is blander, plays up fresh, natural food flavors. For all you bake and fry, try new, better than ever Spry. Another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Emperor Waltz, starring Bing Crosby and Ann Blythe. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer in The Bishop's Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
From Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Home again after an absence of a year and a half is one of America's favorite stars. And he's here tonight to lend an extra thrill to our holiday season. I mean, of course, Tyrone Power, who joins David Niven and Jane Greer in our Christmas present to you, the delightful play, The Bishop's Wife. Samuel Goldwyn's fine and sensitive screen production won your hearts as well as your applause. And those who saw the picture will have a special welcome tonight for David Niven, who plays his original screen role as the bishop. I'm sure most of you are quite busy these days with last-minute shopping and getting the house in order for the holidays, a time of year when you'll need plenty of Lux Flakes. In fact, there's a most unusual holiday use for Lux Flakes on your Christmas tree, which we'll tell you about later. Now the curtain for Act One of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. It's a late afternoon in December. In a rather shabby section of a large city, two old friends have an unexpected meeting.
Julia, what a wonderful surprise, my dear, beautiful Julia.
Professor Wutheridge, but what are you doing here?
I'm about to negotiate the purchase of a Christmas tree.
I didn't know you celebrated Christmas. I thought you had no religion.
I don't, but I like a Christmas tree. Reminds me of my childhood. Can you imagine me ever having been a child? Tell me, how's Henry?
Oh, he's well, I suppose, but so tired and worried.
You're raising money for the new cathedral, huh?
Slow work, Professor. And you, how's your book coming?
Oh, splendidly. Greatest history of Rome since Gibbon's.
Oh, I wish it weren't so late. The cathedral committee's meeting with Henry. I really should be there.
Well, one of these days we'll have time for a nice talk again. Oh, here, for Henry's cathedral fund.
This coin?
It has very little value, I'm afraid. Just an old Roman coin. I picked it up years ago in Italy.
Oh, it's a wonderful contribution.
Nonsense. Might be called the widow's mite, only I'm not a widow. Julia, what's the matter?
Nothing. Oh, if Henry and I could only spend Christmas back here, where we were so happy. With you, with all our old friends.
No.
I'm sorry. It was really very childish of me. Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, Julia.
Why, Professor, how good to see you again.
Who are you?
And how well you look after all these years. Well, don't you remember me?
Let's see, it wasn't Vienna, was it?
Vienna. Beautiful old Vienna.
When I was lecturing on Roman history.
And what splendid lectures they were. And what a one you were with the ladies.
I fancy you remembering that.
I've been standing on the corner watching you, Professor. You and Julia.
You know Julia?
In a way, yes.
Poor girl.
She's unhappy?
Yes. When were you in Vienna?
Oh, many times. I'm interested in Julia, Professor, and Henry. What seems to be their trouble?
Oh, no special trouble, I imagine.
Henry's a bishop now,
Oh, yes, that used to be his church over there.
St. Timothy's.
Perishing from neglect.
It's such a nice little church. Well, delighted to have seen you again, Professor.
Strange. Unless I've completely lost my memory, I've never seen that fellow before in my life.
Julia?
I'm terribly sorry I'm so late, Henry. Has everyone gone?
Yes, dear, some time ago.
Not another argument, Henry. Mrs. Hamilton
Mrs. Hamilton is a selfish, vain old... She made it very clear, Julia. Either we build the cathedral the way she wants it, or it won't be built at all. Oh, what a ghastly meeting.
You didn't give in to her.
Indeed not. I made it very clear I have no intention of being strangled by her purse strings.
Oh, Henry, I'm proud of you.
I had the most unchristian impulse to take those blueprints and give her a good whack over a mink coat.
I beg your pardon, Bishop.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Mr. Trevor's on the phone.
Tell him the bishop will call him back, please, after dinner.
Yes, Mrs. Brown.
Henry, what's happened to you? To us? To our marriage?
That's a strange question to ask.
No, we used to be so happy. We used to make other people happy. Henry, that was your gift. You're no financier, and you're no promoter. Kowtowing to people, flattering them, begging them.
It's got to be done, Julia. I want this cathedral to stand like a great beacon. I want its light to shine. I want...
Yes, Henry. Oh, here's a contribution I collected.
Oh, what is it?
It's an old Roman coin from Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, what does he think I can do with it?
Well, it's a beginning. Now all you need is just another $4 million.
Julia, don't be flippant about this. Well, if dinner's ready, let's have it over with. I've got a lot of work to do tonight.
The soup's very good, Matilda.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, Julia, I'm sorry I was so thoughtless just now. I was just thinking, tomorrow, perhaps we could spend the day together.
Henry.
Call on the professor, maybe. Have lunch at Michelle's.
Michelle's? Oh, it's been years since we've been there.
Please forgive me.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Well, I've been trying to explain to Mr. Trevor, but he simply insists upon talking to you.
Oh, Julia.
He's on the cathedral committee, isn't he? Well, go ahead, dear. You better talk to him.
Yes, Mr. Trevor. Very well, Mr. Trevor. I'll be there. 10:30 tomorrow morning. Good night. You may as well go home now, Miss Castaway.
Oh, but there's still a great deal of work to do, sir.
You're a secretary, not a machine. Now run along.
Thank you. Oh, and don't forget, you have a speech to make tomorrow at the Junior Assembly.
Oh, no. What time?
It's a luncheon meeting, 1 o'clock. Good night, Bishop.
Good night, Miss Castaway. Oh, God, what am I to do? Can't you help me? Can't you tell me? Oh, God, please, please help me. Yes?
Good evening.
Oh, what can I do for you?
That isn't the question, Henry.
Oh, well, what is it?
What can I do for you?
Look, I'm afraid you must telephone for an appointment. I'm in the middle of dinner.
I know, Henry. But you asked for help, you know.
I asked... Who told you I asked for help?
Well, you are known to be a good man, and you were heard. I was instructed to come here in answer to your prayer.
Who are you?
I'm an angel.
I beg your pardon?
An angel.
An angel. I knew it. I've been working too hard.
Now, don't be alarmed. I know it's hard to believe even for you, but this is my district, and I...
Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please, do. And now let's see. You have some problems concerning the building of a new cathedral.
Yes.
Oh, here's a picture of it. Beautiful. Magnificent. Well, Henry, do you believe I am what I say I am?
Well, how can I? Have nothing but your word for it.
But you are a bishop. You, of all people, can trust the word of an angel.
Well, what do you propose to do? Perform a miracle?
If necessary.
Oh, why don't you? Why don't you create a cathedral with a wave of your hand?
Oh, no. You wouldn't want me to do that, would you? How would you explain it?
Well,
Henry, is anything wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a caller.
Oh, how have you been, Julia? I'm Dudley. Henry is engaging me to help him with his work.
You mean you're going to be his assistant?
That's it, exactly. I'm going to try to help Henry to get some relaxation.
Oh, that's just what I've been praying for.
Oh, you too?
Henry, I'm so relieved, dear. Where do you come from, Dudley?
Oh, all around.
Julia, this man claims that he's an...
I've been doing social service work downtown.
Julia, if you don't mind, I must talk to this gentleman alone.
We were just having dinner, Dudley. Won't you join us?
Well, that's very kind of you, but I really must go. I'll see you both in the morning.
In the morning?
Oh, yes. Bright and early.
I'll wait in the dining room, Henry. Good night.
Oh, good night, Julia.
Are you sure you're an angel?
Oh, I know it isn't easy, Henry, but you've just got to take me on faith.
Yes, but for how long? How long will it take?
until you can utter another prayer and say that you have no further need of me. Then I'll be gone and forgotten. Julia's waiting, Henry.
Yes, I know, but I still don't understand. Dudley! Dudley, where are you? Dudley!
What's wrong, Henry? You look so pale.
Do I?
Sit down, dear. Henry, what's the rest of Dudley's name?
I don't know.
Why, Henry, you're trembling.
I'm not surprised. A lesser man would quiver.
Well, you'll feel better after you've eaten. Matilda's baked your favorite dessert, dear. Angel food cake. Henry, what is
it? Bishop Brome.
Oh, good morning, Miss Cassaway.
I was just in your study, sir. There's a man in there. He says he's your new assistant.
Oh, then he did come back.
He says we're going to be working together.
Yes, there doesn't seem much I can do about it. Well, run along to the office, Miss Cassaway. I'll go in and see him.
Yes, sir.
Well, here I am, Henry. Completely at your service.
Now, it may interest you to know I didn't sleep 20 minutes last night. I don't mind adding I'm in a highly nervous condition.
Oh, well, then, the first thing we'll have to... Oh, good morning, Julia.
Good morning, Dudley. It's a lovely day.
Lovely.
Henry and I are going out together.
Oh, Julia, I'm terribly sorry, but we can't. I've got to see Mr. Trevor at 10:30, and after that there's the junior assembly.
But you promised, Henry.
Yes, I know I did.
But, well, Dudley could represent you at those meetings, couldn't he?
Could I? Well, that's out of the question. They expect me. It would never do if I sent an assistant. Excuse us, Dudley. I want to speak to my wife.
Oh, of course.
In the hall, dear. Julia, you see, the trouble is, well, that man in there... Oh, I can't explain.
You needn't try, Henry.
Oh, but you mustn't think...
This is the way it is. This is the way it always will be. Well, I'll tell Matilda she can have the day off for Christmas shopping. I'll take care of Debbie. I'll see you at dinner, Henry.
What are you doing, Dudley?
I'm just looking through your files, Henry. Well, I see that Mrs. Hamilton has pledged $1 million to the Cathedral Fund, but she hasn't sent her check.
Well, never mind that file. That's work for a bookkeeper, not work for a bookkeeper.
Well, so you're beginning to believe in me.
I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from or who sent you. I only wish you'd make haste.
Because the cathedral must be built?
Well, obviously, that's the most important thing.
Or because Julia must be happy. It's going to be difficult to help you, Henry, unless I'm sure of what it is that you really want.
Yes, well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. Mr. Trevor likes punctuality.
Well, run along, Henry. This file's in an awful mess. I think I'll reorganize it.
I still think you're wasting your time on unimportant details.
Oh, nothing's unimportant, Henry. Remember, we're interested in even the lowliest sparrow. Bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves. Oh, hello, Debbie. Well, come in.
How did you do that just now? All those cards in Daddy's file? You just waved your hand and they all jumped out of the box and jumped in again.
Oh, that. Well, it's just my system of rearranging card files.
Do it again.
Some other time,
You're Dudley, aren't you? Mommy told me. Mommy says you're very nice.
Well, that's extremely kind of Mommy.
She said that maybe with you here, maybe we'll get to see Daddy once in a while.
Yes, maybe we will.
Debbie, that'll be enough out of you, dear. Come along.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, so you're going out?
To the park. I'm going to play in the snow. Goodbye, Dudley.
Goodbye, Debbie. Have a good time. Julia.
Dudley, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I often walk in the park. Well, Debbie seems to be having a fine time. Regular snowbird.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
I always take a walk before lunch. Relaxing, you know.
Oh, I wish you could convince Henry of that.
Speaking of lunch, Julia, I thought I'd go to Michelle's. Ever been there?
Michelle's? Oh, yes. We used to go there often, years ago.
How about going there today?
You and I to Michelle's? Oh, no, I couldn't.
Why not?
Well...
Oh, surely you don't think Henry would mind.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Well, you see, Matilda's off shopping, and I'll have to look after Debbie.
Oh, yes. Yes, But here's Matilda now.
Hello, Mrs. Brome.
Matilda.
I just thought that if you wish, I'll take Debbie home.
But, Matilda, you're shopping.
Oh, I finished it. I finished it so quick. It was just like a miracle.
Oh, you don't say.
I thought Debbie might like to go home and make Christmas cookies.
Oh, I'm sure she'd love to, but...
Well, then, Mrs. Brome, I'll just go and get her.
Well, Julia, Michelle's?
I think that would be very nice.
Good.
Dudley.
Yes?
Just a minute ago, When you said you saw Matilda.
Yes?
Oh, it's nonsense.
What's nonsense?
You were looking the other way when you said you saw her.
Oh, I was?
I mean, I thought you were. How silly of me. Wait here, Dudley. I'll say goodbye to Debbie.
Julia, I'm home, Julia.
Why, Bishop, I thought you were out for lunch.
Well, I canceled my appointment, Matilda. Are Mrs. Brougham and Debbie here?
Well, Debbie's upstairs, sir, but Mrs. went out to lunch with Mr. Dudley.
Oh, well, she said... With Dudley?
Why, yes, sir. I thought you knew, sir.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, dear.
I'm so glad you knew about Michelle's, Dudley. It's so nice to be back here again. Only? Well, you seem to know so much. Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry I ever learned anything. You have memories of this place, haven't you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it was in this restaurant that Henry asked me to marry him.
Yes, I know.
You know?
I mean, I know how you must feel. There's a fortune teller over there. You care to have your palm read?
No, thank you. Would you?
No, I know too much about myself as it is.
And I know so little about myself.
Oh, really? May I look at your hand?
Can you tell fortunes, too?
It's not too difficult.
Well, what do you see?
I never noticed, Julia. Your eyes are green. I see a great deal of happiness. I see a woman who's adored. I see a rich, full life.
Do you see Henry's new cathedral?
No. No, I don't.
And Debbie?
Oh, no need to worry about her. She'll be like you, Julia. She'll have youth and beauty no matter how old she lives to be.
I wish I could believe you.
You may.
You haven't looked at my hand once. I simply don't know what to think of you, Dudley. Whether you're serious... Oh, no.
Well?
That table over there. No, don't look. 3 ladies, all on the cathedral committee. They're simply glaring at me.
Well?
They saw you holding my hand. My hand.
Oh. Well, then if you'll excuse me, I'd better do something about it, hadn't I?
What did you do to them? Now they're smiling at me. Look, they're waving.
Well, wave back, Julia.
Oh, yes.
I didn't do anything to them. Just introduced myself, chatted a moment. They're really very friendly, Julia. They promised to drop by our table a little later.
Dudley, may I make an understatement?
Oh, please do.
You are a very unusual man.
I'll let you in on something, Julia. You're quite right.
Before our stars return with Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
John, I have wonderful news for movie fans. Jean Tierney is back in her first picture since her new daughter was born. 20th Century Fox gave her the lead in Whirlpool, a top-notch thriller. There are a kleptomaniac, a hypnotist, blackmail, and a murder charge in it.
Well, sounds like a real spine-tingler.
Oh, it is. And Jean is wonderful as a wealthy young wife who rebels at living within her husband's income.
Who is the lucky man?
Richard Conte. But he says he feels a lot safer in man-to-man combat than he does in a love scene.
Jean is dynamite on the screen.
And a wonderful wife and mother at home. Between takes for Whirlpool, she often sewed or knitted for her 2 little daughters. She loves detailed handwork. And naturally, when she puts so much time and work into the children's things, she insists they get gentle care. Lux Flakes are a standby in her household.
That's true of thousands of homes where there are babies and young children.
Well, it's especially important to keep their tiny cottons and knitted woolies soft and unshrunken, so they can't chafe or bind. Tiny diamonds of Lux burst into suds so fast, make such rich suds, baby things come out sweet and fresh in a jiffy.
And Lux Flakes are so gentle, they keep delicate baby pastels lovely looking up to 3 times as long.
It's a shame to let wrong washing methods spoil baby things. Actual washing tests show that colors stay fresh-looking up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes care. There's no safer care for baby things than gentle Lux Flakes.
We return you now to William Keighley.
Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. Reliable authorities tell us that the Christmas season is the happiest time of the year. But it's anything but that for young Bishop Henry Broughton. Determined to build a cathedral, he can't raise the money. And if that isn't trouble enough, he finds his prayers have been answered in the person of a young, handsome, and full-fledged angel named Dudley, who seems to find the bishop's wife better company than the bishop.
I enjoyed lunch very much, Dudley. Now, don't you think we'd better go home?
But I thought you liked to walk.
Oh, I do. But, oh, Dudley, wait. There's a friend of mine. Professor Wutheridge. Professor, wait.
Julia, what wonderful luck meeting you again. This man, are you with him?
Yes, of course. Dudley, this is Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, the professor knows me well. The University of Vienna.
Young man, I don't believe you've ever been near Vienna.
Dudley is Henry's new assistant.
You mean you really know this fellow?
Of course I do.
Well, in that case, how about dropping into my humble diggings for a bit of Yuletide cheer?
Oh, I'd love to, but only for a moment.
Come along, Dudley. It's just around the corner.
Well, Professor, when are you going to show us your book?
My book? Never.
Please.
Oh, you're writing a book?
You didn't know?
You didn't tell me.
I described the book in detail in the course of those lectures I gave in Vienna. Julia, I'm now certain this fellow's an imposter.
Oh, that book. Oh, I thought you finished that one years ago.
Oh, I see. No, for 20 years I've talked about that book, but in all that time I haven't written a word, not one word.
But why not?
Because I can't think of anything original to say. Just the same old monotonous history, dry as dust. I never could find the right words, either to tell to a pretty girl or to write a book.
Even when you had this coin to inspire you?
Well, that's the coin you gave to Henry, Professor.
Yes, I borrowed it from Henry's desk.
And you wasted your time. It's worthless.
Oh, on the contrary. This coin is one of the rarest of all antiquities. Only 100 of these coins were minted by Julius Caesar 2,000 years ago. That was when Cleopatra visited Rome. Presumably these coins were used to pay her hotel bill.
Why, that's amazing.
Nobody knew about it except Caesar's wife, and she had the coins destroyed. But this one she overlooked. It's an unwritten chapter in history, and you, Professor, will write it.
Do you know any more stories like that?
Oh, any number of them.
Oh, you're a curious fellow, Dudley.
Have you just begun to notice that?
Where do you come from?
Well, what if I told you that I come from another planet? Would you believe me?
I don't know.
I'd believe you, Dudley.
And you'd be right, Julia, as always. We all come from our own little planets. That's why we're all different. That's what makes life interesting.
Oh, it's getting late. I must be leaving, really.
Oh, sorry, Professor.
If my wine bottle wasn't empty, we could say goodbye with another drink.
Empty?
Oh, yes, I had barely enough for the bottle. It's half full.
Oh, well, save it for next time, Professor.
I'm really getting old when I can't see what's inside a wine bottle. Dudley.
Yes, my friend?
There's one thing that troubles me greatly.
Well?
To write a history is a tremendous task. I wonder, will I have time to finish it?
You'll finish it. You'll have time.
I don't know why I'd ask you that question. How would you know? Yet somehow I believe you. You see, for quite a while now, every time I passed a cemetery, I felt as if I were apartment hunting.
Goodbye, Professor. Come and see us, please.
I will. Goodbye, and God bless you both.
I'll pass that recommendation along. Thank you, Professor.
They're coming up the walk now, Bishop. Mrs. Brom and Mr. Dudley.
Oh, they are. Well, I hope dinner isn't spoiled, Matilda.
Oh, no, sir. I had sort of a feeling they might be late.
Very considerate of you.
Henry?
Good evening, Julia.
I'm sorry I'm so late, dear.
Hello, Henry. Good evening, Dudley.
We had the most marvelous time. Oh, I wish you'd been with us.
Yes, I wish I had.
Is Debbie asleep yet?
She's waiting to see you.
Oh, good. I'll go right up.
I trust you spent a profitable afternoon, Dudley?
Oh, yes. Yes, did you have a profitable afternoon, Henry?
Not very. Dudley, I'd like to see you for a moment. I mean, here in my study.
Certainly.
Well, this won't take long, but I'd rather not be interrupted. You'll excuse me if I lock the door. Dudley, I simply cannot go on like this. Can you prove to me that you are an angel?
Proof? You mean a document? Oh, surely you of all people should know that angels need no passports.
I'd be a lot happier if I could see you perform a miracle. Well, what kind? Well, make this desk rise up and fly around the room.
Oh, Henry, please. I didn't come here to do tricks. I'm surprised at you.
I don't believe you are an angel at all. I think you're a demon right out
Henry, no. No, don't say that word.
Well, anyway, now you know how I feel.
Yes.
Now, wait a minute, Dudley. I'm not through yet. There's another matter. The door. I locked that door. He just opened it and walked out. Dudley! Wait a minute. Dudley! Now it's locked again. Oh. Dudley!
Run upstairs, dear, to say goodnight to Debbie.
Oh.
Anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, you look very well, Julia. You're very bright and gay.
I feel gay, Henry.
I think you're an excellent wife, Julia.
Why, thank you.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the well-ordered life we lead, and I want you to know that I think the credit for that is due to you much more than to me.
Thank you again, dear.
Do you think I'm an excellent husband?
Of course, dear. Henry, I hope you're going to take things easier now. I mean, with Dudley here. I think he's very able.
You do?
Yes. He knows so many things.
What, for instance?
Well, you should have seen him this afternoon. We met Professor Weatheridge. Why, Dudley knows more about history than he does.
He should. He's been at it longer.
What?
Oh, nothing. I'll go up and see Debbie now, dear.
Don't you know any stories, Mr. Dudley?
Oh, I know hundreds of stories, Debbie.
I think it would be very nice of you to tell me one.
Well, I know a story that happened many, many years ago about a boy who lived in a little town.
What was his name?
His name was David. He was a shepherd, and the town where he lived was called Bethlehem.
Oh, I know Bethlehem. That's where the star was.
That's right. Only David lived long before the star. Well, one night David was out in the hills tending his sheep. He was playing the harp and singing. And then all of a sudden, an angel came down and spoke to him.
How did David know he was an angel?
Oh, he didn't know. And that's the way it always is. Angels come down and put ideas into people's heads, and then people feel very proud of themselves because they think it was all their own idea. Well, anyway, this angel spoke to David. One of your lambs has strayed, he said. So David put aside his harp and went out into the darkness to find the lamb. Of course, the angel guided him. And when David found the lamb, he saw a great ferocious lion there.
Oh, dear.
So David said to the lion, "You get away from that lamb." And the lion said, "You get away from me or I'll eat you too."
Did David run away?
Oh, no. No, the angel put another idea into his head. And David took out his sling and hurled a stone right between the lion's eyes.
Served him good and right.
Yes, I think it did. And David picked up the lamb and carried it back to the fold. And then he felt so happy that he took his harp and he made up a new song. It started like this. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Oh, come in, Henry. I think you can tell the rest of this.
Some other time.
Well, good night, Daddy.
Good night, darling. Now, if you're ready, Dudley, so is dinner.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
So right after dinner, Henry, we'll get a taxi and go down to St. Timothy's.
St. Timothy's? Tonight?
Of course, dear. The choir's rehearsing for the benefit. Henry, we promised Mr. Miller we'd...
Oh, Julia, I telephoned Mrs. Hamilton this afternoon.
Henry...
I apologized to her for some of the things I'd said. I had to, and she said I might call on her tonight.
But the rehearsal's just for you.
$1 million for Mrs. Hamilton, dear, is far more important. Besides, Mr. Miller will be delighted to see you.
You're his bishop, Henry. And besides, I just don't like going alone.
Oh, my evening seems quite free, Henry.
Oh, no, definitely not. You've done enough already.
Well, I was about to suggest that I see Mrs. Hamilton and you take Julia to St. Timothy's.
You and Mrs. Hamilton? Oh, no.
Well, it's just a suggestion.
Dudley, would you mind very much going with me?
Julia!
Yes, Henry? Well?
I think that might be a very good solution. Thank you, Dudley.
You're welcome, Henry.
Mrs. Brome. Oh, I'm delighted to see you.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Oh, this is Mr. Dudley, the bishop's new assistant.
Oh, Mr. Dudley, a pleasure.
Thank you. The bishop will try to get here later, Mr. Miller. Something important came up.
Of course, he's such a busy man now.
He didn't want to delay rehearsal.
Mrs. Brome, I'm terribly embarrassed. Look over there. Only 2 of the boys have come. Oh, it's just too difficult, I suppose, trying to compete with basketball and Christmas.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Miller. They'll all show up.
Hiya, boys.
Hi.
What do you sing?
Me? Oh, first soprano.
Any good?
I doubt it.
Well, how about giving out?
You mean alone?
Well, you've got Rupert with you. Hiya, Rupert.
Hi.
Well, what do you say?
It's okay by me.
Fine. I'll start you off at the piano.
Mrs. Brown, look. Here come some of the other boys.
Why, yes. Maybe basketball isn't so important after all.
You can be proud of them, Mr. Miller. They sing beautifully.
They've never sung so well. Never. And look, they're all here now. I don't understand it.
Oh, if Henry could hear this. Like angels.
Better, believe me.
I'm so relieved, Bishop Rome. You needn't make any further apologies.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hamilton. And in view of your generosity, the George B. Hamilton Memorial Chapel shall be located wherever you specify in the new cathedral.
Well, now we're getting somewhere, aren't we? Oh, there's another matter. That window depicting St. George and the dragon.
Yes?
I should very much like the countenance of St. George to resemble my late husband.
Oh. Who do you see as the dragon?
Oh, any dragon.
Thank you. Well, now that we're in such complete accord, would you mind very much if we postponed the details? Julia's waiting for me at St. Timothy's.
Very well. We can go over the plans when I transfer the funds.
Thank you so much. Well, that's strange.
Is anything the matter?
Well, this chair, I can't get up. It's stuck to I'm stuck to it.
Stuck to the chair?
Yes, it doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Stevens, come here, please.
Yes, madam.
There is something wrong with the bishop's chair.
Oh, madam. It must be the new varnish. The furniture people should have warned us.
I do hope I'm not harming the chair.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Awkward situation, isn't it? Perhaps you'll give a little pull at the back, Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Again, please.
Your trousers, sir. I'm afraid if we pull any more...
Mrs. Hamilton, might I use the telephone?
Yes, of course. It's right over there. Can you walk?
After a fashion.
That chair, madam, it clings to him like a brother.
Well, do something, Stevens. Call the shop. Get a plumber.
Hello? Matilda, this is Bishop Rome. I'm at Mrs. Hamilton's. I want you to come here at once with another pair of trousers. Well, what difference does it make? Just bring me another pair of trousers. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry this has happened.
Oh, if I could only get in touch with Julia or Dudley. Dudley! This is all his doing. Dudley!
No, Bishop, don't be nervous. Have a chair, Bishop.
I have a chair.
I can't imagine what happened to Henry. He was so sure he'd meet us there.
Well, I suppose he's detained at Mrs. Hamilton's.
Oh, of course. You know, Dudley, it's a strange thing. You seem to be able to make me feel as if everything's going to be all right.
Everything could be all right for everyone, Julia, if people would only learn to behave like human beings.
It's a lovely night, isn't it? Oh, driver, could you take us through the park, please?
But that's out of your way, lady.
You getting bored with us, driver?
Say, I'll drive you by way of Mexico City if you want me to. That's the trouble with this country. Too many people who don't know where they're going, they want to get there too fast. I'd call you two very unusual people.
Oh, thank you. You're very perceptive.
You know your destination, but you're in no hurry to get there. And you're not reluctant to invest an extra 4 bits for a detour with Mother Nature.
Get ready, watch where you're going.
Oh, that was really a close one.
Holy smoke. Did you see the way I missed that truck? Like a miracle.
Yes, I know, but just don't overplay your hand.
Hey, look, they're ice skating over there.
Oh, so they are. Julia, we're going ice skating.
Oh, no, we mustn't. It's too late. We couldn't. Do you really think we could?
You can stop here, driver. We're going ice skating. Oh, and you too. Well, this is it, Sylvester. What do I owe you?
Not a cent, my friend. Want to know why? Because you and the little lady here have restored my faith in human nature. Well, good night, Dudley. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Sylvester.
Sylvester is a noble soul.
His children and his children's children will rise up and call him blessed.
Oh, this has been the most wonderful evening I've had in years.
It's the most wonderful evening I've had in centuries. You're a beautiful skater, Julia. In fact, you're beautiful.
Well, you've come home.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Henry, what happened to you? I thought you were going to meet us at St. Timothy's.
What happened to you? It's almost 10 o'clock.
You'll never guess, Henry. We've been ice skating.
Ice skating?
Yes. You should have seen Dudley. He's marvelous, Henry. Oh, and those boys at St. Timothy's. The way they sang. It was simply heavenly.
I'm sure it was.
Did you have a successful meeting with Mrs. Hamilton?
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
Good. I'll be right down, Henry.
Dudley?
Yes, Henry?
Whatever went on these last few hours, there's one thing I'm sure of. Julia is absolutely blameless.
Oh, of course she is.
But you deliberately stopped me from joining you by the seat of my pants.
Henry, if you had sent me to represent you with Mrs. Hamilton, I would have gone. But you didn't, so I represented you with your wife.
Oh, is that part of the normal duties of an angel?
Well, sometimes, Henry, angels must rush in where fools fear to tread.
I haven't the faintest idea what that means, and I don't want it explained to me. In any event, you can go now, Dudley. I have solved my problem. Mrs. Hamilton is giving the money for the cathedral.
But that was a foregone conclusion, providing you were willing to make a slight sacrifice of your principles.
Now, don't you think it's worth it for this glorious edifice?
I'm not so sure of its glory at a time like this.
Oh, you're not?
Now, these are rather lean years for the world, Henry. So many people need food, so many need shelter. That big roof could make so many little roofs.
I'm dealing with a materialistic, selfish woman. She wouldn't listen to talk like that.
Did you try?
You came here so that I could have a cathedral. Well, I've got a cathedral, and I want you to get out of my house and out of my life and away from Julia.
Suppose you pray for that, Henry. After all, it was prayer that brought me here.
Very well. I'll pray.
Henry, I'm afraid that's no prayer.
It was right from my heart. I want you to go.
Julia doesn't.
Julia, get out. Get out.
Julia is about to come down those stairs. Don't let her see you like this, Henry. Try to calm yourself.
Dudley?
He's gone.
Oh, Debbie's awake. She wants to say goodnight to him.
I just told you Dudley is gone.
But where?
How should I know?
But why did he leave so suddenly?
Because I got rid of him. I told him to go away. I fired him.
Why?
Because he's incompetent. He's no good at his job, and I cannot stand the sight of him.
Henry!
Believe me, Juliet, I know what I am doing.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, our stars will return with Act 3 of The Bishop's Wife. Our special guest tonight is the well-known dress designer of the Samuel Goldwyn Studios, Mary Wills, who's responsible for many of the stunning fashions we see on the screen. What was your latest assignment, Mary?
My Foolish Heart for Mr. Goldwyn. That picture fascinated me so I hated to see them finish it.
You know, Susan Hayward is splendid in the highly emotional role of a woman who gives everything for love.
And Dana Andrews as the man in her life was never better. He's one of my favorites.
Yes, their tender love scenes are beautifully done.
Miss Hayward took a great interest in the details of her costumes for My Foolish Heart, especially stockings. She insisted they be very sheer and fit perfectly. And she always insists on Lux flakes to keep them that way, Mr. Kennedy.
These tiny diamonds of Lux are the favorite stocking care of a great many stars.
We always use them at the studio. They suds wonderfully fast and freshen nylons in a hurry. Besides, we find stockings last much longer.
That's been proved by scientific strain tests. Identical stockings rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap went into runs much sooner than those washed with Lux flakes. The Lux stockings lasted twice as long.
Miss Hayward likes to choose a single stocking shade that blends with a variety of costumes and then orders it in quantity.
A thrifty idea for a girl on a budget. If one pair is damaged, the odd stocking can always be matched. Lux flakes keep colors truer, make stockings last longer, too. No wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux flakes.
Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. 2 days have passed since Dudley disappeared, much to the relief of Bishop Henry Brougham. And now it's early evening on Christmas Eve.
Here's the list of your calls, Bishop, ending at Mrs. Hamilton. Oh, and there's a taxi waiting for you outside.
Thank you, Miss Casaway. If you're through typing my sermon before I'm back, just leave the copies on my desk.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to keep you so late on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's all right, sir. Bishop Brown?
Yes?
There's still no word from Mr. Dudley.
Miss Casaway, I discharged Mr. Dudley. There's no reason at all to hear from him.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you don't mind, please tell Mrs. Brougham that the taxi is waiting.
We can go to the Tropshires first, Henry, then the Vandover.
Julia! Hiya, Julia!
Sylvester, well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the call came in for a cab, I sure hightailed it over here. I was hoping it'd be another skating party. Hey, where's Dudley?
I don't know.
Look, you got a preacher with you.
Yes, this is...
Don't tell me. A wedding. You and Dudley.
Sylvester, this is my husband, Bishop Brougham.
How do you do?
Oh.
And now, if you don't mind, we'd like to go to North Maple Street by taxicab, Sylvester, not ice skates.
Good evening, Miss Casaway.
Mr. Dudley.
Did I startle you?
Oh, yes, I didn't hear you come in. But where have you been?
Oh, here and there, Miss Casaway.
Why, we've been so worried about you. And poor Mrs. Brougham, she's been popping in and out of here all day. Have I seen you? Have I heard from
Where is she?
She and the bishop are making Christmas calls.
Oh, they'll be home.
Oh, yes, sir. After Mrs. Hamilton's. Then they go to St. Timothy's for the midnight service.
You should be home, too, Miss Casaway. I'll type that sermon for you.
Oh, no, the bishop told me
It's
that...
Christmas Eve. You should be with your family.
Well, if you really... Oh, thank you, Mr. Dudley.
Merry Christmas, Mildred.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Dudley.
Henry's Christmas sermon. A new cathedral. Mrs. Hamilton's magnificent gesture. Money. Pledges needed. Sorry, Henry, but that's no sermon for Christmas. Suppose you tell them the story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things during the centuries, but not that night.
Say he's calling, sir.
Oh, I'm Dudley Stevens, Bishop Braugham's new assistant. Would you mind telling Mrs. Hamilton I'm here?
I don't believe she's expecting you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure she isn't.
Yes, sir.
I'll wait in the music room.
The music room, sir?
Yes, there's a harp in there. I wonder if she'd mind
I'm afraid she would, sir.
Oh. Well, in that event, you'd better hurry off and tell her.
Yes, sir, I shall.
Who are you?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Hamilton. This is a beautiful harp you have.
My butler said you told him you're Bishop Brougham's assistant.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hamilton. The bishop will be along a little later.
That music you're playing.
I thought you'd recognize it.
There's no one living who knows that composition, except me.
What a shame that Alan Cartwright died. That only you and I would know his music.
Alan Cartwright died nearly 40 years ago. You couldn't have known him.
I'm much older than you think. Mrs. Hamilton, tell me about him. About Alan Cartwright.
What is there to tell? He was the only man I ever loved. But I was afraid of poverty, so he went away, and I never saw him again. Why am I telling you this?
And so you married the rich George Hamilton?
I made George happy, I think. And since he died, I've spent a fortune honoring his memory. In empty monuments. How did you know about Alan Cartwright?
It doesn't matter. Mrs. Hamilton, they're at the front door now. Henry and Julia.
I can't see them now.
Yes, you'll see them. You'll go to the hall and you'll greet them in your usual warm-hearted manner.
You come with me, and you'll stay, won't you, Dudley?
No, I'm afraid I can't. I have a great deal of work to do.
Bishop and Mrs. Brougham are here, madam.
Now, don't keep them waiting.
How do you do, Mrs. Hamilton?
Julia, how nice of you to come and see me. And Henry, Merry Christmas. Henry, I said Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, Merry Christmas, Mrs. Hamilton.
Oh, and no more of this Mrs. Hamilton business. My name is Agnes. And now we can... Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone already.
Gone? Who?
Dudley.
He was here.
I might have known it.
But where did he go?
Oh, that poor man. He said he had so much work to do. Really, Henry, you must make him take some rest.
I've been trying to make him do just that.
I can't thank you enough for sending him to me. Meeting Dudley? Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous, but meeting him has been the greatest spiritual experience of my life. How did you ever find him, Henry?
More or less of an accident, I suppose.
Or more or less of a miracle.
Oh, it was. Talking with this wonderful, understanding man has... Henry, I've suddenly changed my mind about the cathedral.
You have?
Yes. I'm going to give my money to those who need it, to the poor, the homeless, the unappreciated. And I want you to direct the spending of it.
Now you see what Dudley's done, Henry.
Yes, I see.
And you understand.
Mrs. Hamilton, Julia, forgive me, but I have to leave. There's someone I must see immediately.
Henry.
Henry, my dear fellow, sit down.
Professor Wutheridge, I just had to see you.
I'm delighted. Here, Henry, here. A glass of sherry.
No, thank you.
Oh, but I insist. Henry, you see this bottle? Now watch. I filled 2 glasses. Behold, the bottle is still half full. And what's more, the sherry itself, it stimulates, it warms, it inspires. But no matter how much you drink, it never inebriates, and the contents never diminish. Always half full.
Dudley's been here?
Yes. And that bottle isn't all. He told me to look up some ancient texts in the library, which no living scholar has ever been able to decipher. I read them as if they were English. Let's face it, Henry. This Dudley fellow is not like the rest of us.
He says he's an angel.
An angel?
That's funny. Nothing stopped me from saying it that time. Angel. He says he's an angel.
From heaven?
That I'm not so sure about.
An angel. It's too bad. He's such a nice fellow.
Oh, he's brought nothing but disaster to me.
Oh, that's absurd. He and Julia were here the other day. She seemed happier than she'd been in years.
He's made her despise me.
Are you sure?
That's why I've come to see you. Do you think it's all my own fault, Professor? Oh, you don't have to answer. I asked for this in more ways than one. I suppose that Dudley came to me just to confirm that I had already lost Julia's love.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Henry...
No, there's nothing anyone can do.
Yeah, but there must be. You and Julia love each other. You always have.
It's only partly true. I love Julia.
Well, then why don't you fight for her?
Fight? How can I fight against...
But you have a tremendous advantage over him.
Advantage over an angel?
Precisely. He is an angel. Julia's a creature of earth. She's a woman, Henry, and you're a man.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, and if I were you, I'd get myself home.
Home? That's where he'll be, waiting for Julia. Excuse me. Happy Christmas.
Henry, is that you, dear?
Hello, Julia.
Dudley.
I came to say goodbye. I have to be moving along.
Oh. Well, where will you be going?
Wherever they send me.
They?
My superior officers.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, they seldom send us twice to the same place, Julia. We might form attachments.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not. Julia, I don't want to leave.
Why?
Well, there are few people who know the secret of making heaven here on earth. And you are one of those rare people.
You frighten me. Dudley, I think you ought to go.
Julia, please, don't send me away.
What are you saying?
That I'm tired of being a wanderer. I'm tired of an existence which is neither hot nor cold, hungry nor full.
No, you must go away and never come back. look at me like that. Dudley. No. Henry! Henry!
All right, Julia. It's all right, my darling. Go upstairs, dear. I'll handle this alone. As for you, Dudley, I have never before had to fight an angel. But I suggest you take off your coat and put up your dukes.
Now, why do you want to fight me, Henry?
Because you're a thief trying to steal the love that belongs to me.
Henry, do you realize that as an angel, I could quite possibly destroy you with a bolt of lightning?
I don't care. Julia means more to me than my life. I'm not going to lose her.
Then I have news for you. I'm going.
I'll accept that as a fact when I see it happen.
Oh, no, you won't. Because when I'm gone, you will never know that an angel visited this house.
And Julia? What about her?
There will be no memory with her either. Or with Debbie or the professor or anyone else.
Oh, I don't trust you.
You may, Henry, because your prayer's been answered.
That's not true. I prayed for a cathedral.
No, Henry. You prayed for guidance. And that's been given to you. I'm being paged.
Just a minute, please.
Goodbye, Henry.
If we should need you again, will you come back?
Not I. I'm requesting an assignment at the other end of the universe.
Is that because I was so difficult?
Oh, no. This difficulty was in me. When an immortal finds himself envying the mortal trusted to his care, it's a definite signal of danger.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
Now go upstairs. Take her in your arms, Henry. And kiss her for me. You lucky Henry.
Julia!
Quiet, darling. You'll wake Debbie.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, of course I am. Henry, did you get that for Debbie?
Get what for Debbie?
That little angel there on a bed.
Why, no.
I can't imagine where it came from. Henry, what is it?
I don't know. I have the most inexplicable feeling of happiness.
Why, so do I.
Oh, Julia, I love you, Julia.
I love you, Henry. Listen, the bells from St. Timothy.
It's almost midnight.
You'll have to hurry.
Oh, my sermon. It was all about the cathedral. It will never do now.
Don't worry, dear. You'll think of something. Something even better. Merry Christmas, Henry.
Merry Christmas, darling. Story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things through the centuries, but not that night. We celebrated with stars on Christmas trees, with the sound of bells, and with gifts, but especially with gifts. You give me a book, I give you a tie. Aunt Martha has always wanted an orange squeezer, and Uncle Harry could do with a new pipe. Oh, we forget nobody. Adult or child, all the stockings are filled. All that is, except one. And we have even forgotten to hang it up. The stocking for the child born in a manger. It is his birthday we're celebrating. Don't let us ever forget that. Let us ask ourselves what he would wish for most, and then let each put in his share. Loving kindness, warm hearts, and a stretched out hand of tolerance.
All the shining gifts to make a peace on earth.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, since you gave your prize recipe last week for making Christmas snow, we've been swamped with letters asking us to repeat it.
Oh, well, I'm not a bit surprised, John. It's such a novel decoration for a Christmas tree. The branches look as if they were covered with freshly fallen snow.
The kids especially have asked about it. You said it was easy.
Oh, it is. They can do it without any help from grown-ups. Just add 2 cups of lukewarm water to a large box of Lux Flakes. Whip with an egg beater until it's the consistency of thick whipped cream. Then spread the mixture on the tree branches with your fingertips. It dries in about an hour.
And it lasts as long as the tree. When it's dry, add your lights and ornaments as usual.
You can use fewer ornaments, though, because Lux Christmas Snow is a decoration in itself, and so inexpensive. Lux Flakes is another fine product of Lever Brothers.
Better order some extra boxes of Lux Flakes tomorrow. You'll want to try Christmas snow on your table centerpieces, too, and on holly wreaths around the house. Your dealer has printed directions for making Lux Christmas Snow. Remember, just 2 cups of water to 1 large box of Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Our most sincere thanks are due our stars for the joy they brought to this audience tonight. And here they are, Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer. Ty, it's good to have you back in Hollywood after all these months.
Well, Well, I'll try this again, once more. Until you've been away a year and a half, you never know how good home looks. You know, I was just figuring up the other day. In the last 4 years, I've only been here 10 months.
I guess you're ready to settle down.
Well, for a few days, David. And then Linda and I are going down to Mexico City to spend New Year's with her family.
You travel as much in real life as in The Prince of Foxes.
20th Century Foxes, that is.
Nice to know you haven't changed a bit, David.
Well, Ty, you certainly had an exciting role in the picture, and your performance merits our congratulations. And this would be a good time to congratulate Jane on the recent arrival in her family. 2 boys must be a houseful, Jane.
Oh, 2 aren't nearly enough. But I will say the Lux Flakes consumption is running rather high.
Well, we certainly can help you out there. There's some in the wings for all of you to take home.
We appreciate it, Bill. Now, what about next week's play?
It's a gay musical, David. The Warner Brothers hit, My Dream Is Yours. And the stars will be June Haver and Jack Carson. My Dream Is Yours is a delightful love story full of sparkling songs in just the right mood to top off the Christmas season.
That's a wonderful holiday play. Well, good night.
Good night. Good night. Traditionally, this is the time for an old American custom, going home for Christmas. It's a time of joyful reunion, a time to strengthen the ties that bind each family together. And in the family is our only hope for the future. For from deep in our hearts and our homes must come the fulfillment of the age-old promise of Christmas, the promise of peace on earth and goodwill among men, all men. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. And we invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Carson and June Haver in My Dream Is Yours. This is William Keeley saying good night to you and Merry Christmas.
David Niven will soon be seen in the Alexander Korda production, The Elusive Pimpernel. Jane Greer appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum and Janet Leigh. Heard in tonight's cast were Willard Waterman as Professor, Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Hamilton, Frances Robinson as Miss Cassaway, and Bill Johnstone, Gilbert Barnett, Philip Teed, Noreen Gamil, Ann Whitfield, Howard McNear, Eddie Marr, and Alan Reed Jr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear My Dream Is Yours, starring June Haver and Jack Carson. Screen stars are thrilled with the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. It's so luxurious, they say, leaves such a lovely clinging fragrance on the skin. Try this big satin smooth bath cake 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Enjoy its rich, creamy lather, abundant even in hard water. In a jiffy, it whisks away dust and dirt, makes you sure of skin that's fresh, really sweet. Fastidious women love the delicate Lux Toilet Soap perfume, an exclusive blend of flower fragrances. Rose, lilac, jasmine are just a few. The generous new bath-size Lux Toilet Soap is now available everywhere. Get a few cakes tomorrow. The whole family will enjoy the new bath-size Lux Toilet Soap. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and June Haver. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmond O'Brien in Key Largo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's recipe for your enjoyment is melodrama. That spine-tingling compound of mystery, murder, and romance, Key Largo. It brings back to this theater a famous star of melodrama on both stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. And Key Largo gives Eddie the kind of part he made famous in the days of Little Caesar. Co-starring with him are Claire Trevor, who repeats the brilliant performance which won her an Academy Award in the picture, and Edmond O'Brien, an actor with a fine talent for action drama. Maxwell Anderson was the author of the stage play, and Warner Brothers repeated the Broadway success with their screen version. You know, it takes just the right ingredients and the playwright's know-how to make a successful drama. And it takes just the right ingredients and scientific know-how to make a product like Lux Toilet Soap. But women everywhere recognize its quality, and like 9 out of 10 screen stars, choose Lux Toilet Soap as their own complexion care. It's curtain time, and here is Act One of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmond O'Brien as Frank. At the southernmost point of the United States are the Florida Keys, a string of small islands connected by a concrete causeway. Largest of these remote islands is Key Largo. Key Largo has very few visitors this time of year. It's midsummer, and the old wooden hotel is drowsing in the heat. But there are guests in the hotel. A few men and a girl gathered at the little bar just off the lobby. And now, a newcomer walks in.
Okay, Jack, what do you want? I just got off the bus. Is the proprietor around, Mr. Temple? He ain't here. The hotel's closed. When'll he be back? I don't know. Oh, it's awful hot. How about a beer?
Bar's closed.
That's right, Jack. Everything's closed in the summertime.
Give him a drink. You heard me. Give him a drink.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, please. Think nothing of it.
Wake up, Toots. The buzzer.
I hear it. Mr. Brown wants his drink.
Oh, his drink, he does. Oh, put plenty of ice, plenty of ice. Listen, I'll take it up to him.
When he wants you, he'll send for you.
I know he will. I know that. Well, turn on the radio. It's almost time for the races. You just wait and see that first race. This, Fancy Freak. That's the one. He'll just walk away with it.
Yeah, sure.
You know why? They've been holding him back his last two. Today he wins. Hey, fella, what do you think? You play the ponies?
Me? No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the money.
This is what I want to tell you. I play the long shots because, you see, well, betting on the favorite, what do you win? Now, for instance, take this Fancy Free. You know the odds? 20 to 1.
Real long shot.
Say, What's her name?
McLeod, Frank McLeod.
Oh, I'm Miss Dawn. Miss Gay Dawn.
Okay, Miss Dawn, he wants you upstairs.
Oh, he wants me. I better, excuse me, please.
Look, mister, if you're thinking of putting up here, the hotel's closed.
Well, I don't plan to stay here. I just want to see Mr. Temple.
Oh, why'd you say so? He's outside, down at the dock.
Yeah, by the boathouse. Thanks. I'll go see him then.
That's right, brother. I'm Mr. Temple.
My name's McLeod, Frank McLeod.
McLeod? Frank? Major McLeod? Nora! Nora, come here. When'd you get here?
A few minutes ago. I'm on my way to Key West.
Nora, look who's here. This is Major Frank McLeod. And this is Nora. This is George's wife.
Your husband and I were in the same outfit overseas.
As if she didn't know.
I wrote you a letter, Major, but it came back.
Well, I haven't been staying put very long.
Ever been down here before?
No, sir.
She cools off some come November. Right livable then for about 3 months. How long are you going to be with us?
Oh, for an hour or so till the next bus.
An hour? Why, you could spare us more time than that, surely.
Well,
overnight, at least. Sure you will. He can have George's room, Nora.
Yes, Dad, of course. Oh, it looks as if we have more company. Hi.
Local police, Major. They're looking for a couple of Indians.
Afternoon. Any sign of the Osceola brothers?
Sorry, Ben. No sign of them around here. I want you and Clyde to meet my son's commanding officer. This is Major McLeod.
Nice to know you, Major.
Hi, Major. If you don't mind, Mr. Temple, we'd like to have a look around.
Was I you, I'd save myself the trouble. They'll give themselves up by morning.
Well, Clyde, if Mr. Temple says they ain't here, they ain't here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Temple.
Such a fuss over a couple of harmless Indians.
Nora's right, Major. They just got a little snootful and started to take Florida back for the Seminoles. Well, I sent word for them to come here and give themselves up. Not that I'm supposed to know where they are, you understand. Well, let's get inside and cool off. You mind giving me a hand?
Be glad to. George told me how you were sort of crippled up.
Yeah, my legs. Tree fell on them 8 years ago. Hurricane. Been no good for anything ever since.
I'll go on and see about your room, Major.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Hiya, Mr. Temple. I see the fella found you okay.
Major McLeod here. He was my son's commanding officer overseas.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were in the Italian campaign together. My boy George was killed at casino.
Yeah?
What's going on up there?
Nothing, Mr. Temple, nothing at all.
Nora, what is it?
It's Miss Dawn.
Case of one too many, Pop. Miss Dawn drinks too much.
You had no right to hit her.
If you people can't behave yourselves, you gotta leave.
Don't worry about it, Pop. She'll behave.
You got the room ready, Nora? Maybe the Major'd like to wash up.
Yes, it's ready. This way, please. Up the stairs.
Thanks. Say, these other guests, how long have they been here?
3 days. That's their yacht you saw off the pier. Mr. Brown's yacht.
Which one is Mr. Brown?
Oh, he's in his room. Rich, I guess, from the way they all jump when he lifts a finger. He's a lady killer, or he thinks he is. Anyway, they'll be leaving soon. Well, here's your room. Major, were you with George when he died?
Yes, I was.
Did he suffer a lot?
No, he never knew what hit him.
I was afraid he might.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure, come on in.
Come down to Dad's office when you're ready, Major.
So you're staying the night, huh? I'm Curly Hoff. I hope you're not sore. I mean the way we handle you downstairs.
No, I'm not sore about anything.
I guess you're wondering what we're doing here, huh?
I don't suppose it's any of my business.
We come down from Milwaukee, the four of us, deep sea fishing. More than a year we've been planning this trip. So what happens? The blonde shows up. If she isn't drunk and crying, then she's got a hangover and arguing. Now I ask you, can you blame us for not being nice and polite?
No, I don't blame you.
You're going downstairs? Let's have a little drink.
Well, not right now, thanks.
Well, come on, Jack. Just to show there's no hard fit. Hey, miss. Was you just talking on the telephone?
Yes, the Coast Guard called.
Oh. I thought maybe it was for one of us.
The storm signals are up. Hurricane's on its way.
You see what I mean, Mr. Hurricanes? Yeah.
Dad's in here, Major, in the office.
Sit down, Major. Sit down.
The war's over, Mr. Temple. I'm not a major anymore. Well, guess you want to know about George. He was a good soldier, Mr. Temple. You can be proud of him.
I always was.
George was a born hero, I guess. It's a wonder he lasted till Casino. But when you believe like George believed, maybe dying isn't very important. Well, he talked a lot about both of you. You'd be surprised how much I know.
What's it like where George is buried?
Sort of pretty and peaceful. Crosses on a slope, and high up what's left of a church. You can see a river from where George is.
I'd like to pay a visit to that place.
Maybe someday we can, Dad.
Go to Italy and see where George is buried.
Dad, there's a storm warning. I'd better see to the boat.
Maybe Frank would like to go with you.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me something. What brought you down here?
Oh, I like the sea, and I thought I'd like to make my living at it.
Doing what?
Doesn't matter. Life on land's getting too complicated for my tastes.
What'd you do before the war?
Circulation manager for a newspaper. Good job.
Didn't you go back to it?
Yeah, but I couldn't stick to it. I've done a lot of things since. Anything to make $1.
Well, this is our boat, the Santana. Not much you can do when it starts to blow like this. Just hope for the best.
How's your ground tackle off stern?
Oh, plenty heavy.
I'd better double up in these bow lines.
Where'd you learn about boats?
Oh, my first sweetheart was a boat. Say, that yacht out there, that's his, huh, Mr. Brown's?
I think he chartered it.
She'd better get away from the reefs.
Oh, there's a skipper aboard. He ought to know what to do.
Hello, Miss Nora.
What? Tom. Hello, and John. Well, come here. Frank, this is Tom and John Osceola.
How do you do? We're bad Indians, huh, Miss Nora? Well, we give ourselves up to police.
I'm glad, Tom. Dad says it's the best thing.
We do whatever he says. He's a good friend.
Well, did you come here alone?
Oh, no, miss. All Indians on Clawfish Island come. Best thing when hurricane blows. It's all right, Miss Nora. The family stay on hotel porch and not make any bother.
Of course it's all right. Where are they all?
At Cove, miss. We'll go tell them.
Well, I'll tell Dad. He'll telephone the police.
Yes, miss. Very good.
They'd do anything at all for Dad. As far as they're concerned, he's the United States of America.
You're very happy here, aren't you?
Very.
Never lonely?
No, not anymore. Before George, my life hadn't made much sense. I never had much of a home and didn't like what I had. Well, George gave me roots. When he went overseas, I came down here to stay with his father, and the roots took hold. Now I'm like one of those men.
Well, I guess that answers my question. Oh, here it comes.
Come on, before we get soaked.
Well, I just talked to the Osceola brothers. They're going to wait out there on the porch.
I thought you said the police had come back.
Car's down the road, all right, but no sign of Ben or Clyde. Wonder where they went.
Where'd those people go, Dad? Up in their rooms?
They're all in the bar. Well, this is going to be an experience for them. Real Florida hurricane.
I'll get it, Dad.
It's okay, miss. I'll take it.
But
I said I'll take it.
Hello? No, Mr. Temple's not here now.
Of course I'm here. Who is it?
Me? I'm a guest at the hotel. No, we haven't seen him.
Give me that phone.
You heard her. Give her the phone.
Take it easy, soldier.
Put down that gun. What do you think you're doing here?
Shut up, all of you.
Okay, Sheriff. If Sawyer shows up, I'll have him call you right back.
That was Ben Wade.
Yeah, I guess it was. He's looking for his deputy.
Then Clyde Sawyer must have come here alone. That's his car down the road.
Is it?
Well, I'm calling Ben right back.
You're not phoning anybody, Pop.
Who are you? Pack of thieves? Put that gun away.
Come on, Toots. Let's take him upstairs and see Mr. Brown. Angel, keep your eyes open.
Curly's got him across the hall, boss. The old man, the girl, and the soldier.
Well, what happened? Who's on the phone?
Yeah, the law, sheriff. Looking for the deputy.
Well, that means it won't be long, then. Oh, you think this rain would cool things off, but it don't. Gonna have a hurricane, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Brown. Open that door and come out here.
Well, now, what's all this about? Oh, good evening, Mr. Temple. Who's the young man?
My name's McLeod.
I want some answers, Mr. Brown. You want money? Is this a robbery?
Now, look, Pop. Let's be nice and sensible, huh? Now, forget the questions. What you don't know won't hurt you. I'm expecting a friend. He ought to get here in a couple of hours now, and then we'll get out of here. Now, try and put up with us that long, huh? Well, sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Pompano, maybe?
Am I to understand we're prisoners?
Well, put it this way, Pop. You're going to be my guest for a little while. You know, back in Chicago in the old days, we used to pay $8 or $10 for an order of pompano. Used to fly it in. And the way they served it. Yes, sirree. All done up in a brown paper bag. Oh, got any champagne, miss?
No champagne, boss. I looked before.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Champagne and pompano. They really go together.
Hey, boss. The cop's starting to come around.
Sawyer! You got Sawyer in there.
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Mr. Temple, call Ben Wade. Tell him I need help.
I happened to run into him, Pop, about 10 minutes ago down on the beach.
Look at him. He's all beaten up. Why did you hurt that boy?
He's a cop, that's why.
And who are you? Answer me, who are you?
He's Johnny Rocco, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Rocco.
Please, let me help Mr. Sawyer. He's badly hurt.
Okay, go on in. Curly, let her help him.
Rocco. I know that name.
Johnny Rocco the gangster. The one and only Rocco.
But they threw you out of the country.
Yeah, that's right. After living in the USA for more than 30 years, they called me an undesirable alien. Me, Johnny Rocco. Like I was a dirty red or something.
Well, how can you be here?
Well, maybe I'm not, Pop. You know, this ain't real what's happening. You're having a dream.
Yeah, wake up, Pop. You're snoring.
All right. You shouldn't have been deported. You should have been exterminated.
I'll show you.
Rocco. I apologize for Mr. Temple. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, who to?
Sir, Johnny Rocco was a king, an emperor. His rule extended over beer, slot machines, the numbers racket, and a dozen other forbidden enterprises. He's a master of the fix. Whom he couldn't corrupt, he terrified. Whom he couldn't terrify, he murdered.
You filth. You city filth.
Mr. Temple, please. Welcome back, Mr. Rocco. It was all a mistake. America's sorry for what it did to you.
Hey, on the level, boss. Were you that big?
Yeah, that's me, sure. I was all of those things and more. When Rocco talked, everybody shut up and listened. What Rocco said went. Nobody was as big as Rocco. I'll be back up there one of these days, and then you're really going to see something. Now, what's with you, wise guy? Well, give. You were in the war, huh?
Yeah.
Get any medals?
Couple.
Brave, huh?
No, not very.
Why'd you stick your neck out?
No good reason.
Frank, what are you saying?
I believed some words.
Words? What words?
Well, it went like this, Mr. Rocco. But we are not making all this sacrifice of human effort and human lives to return to the kind of world we had after the last World War. We're fighting to cleanse the world of ancient evils, ancient ills.
What's all that about?
I remember those words.
That makes two of us.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all, Rocco. You ain't coming back.
Who's going to stop me, old man?
If I wasn't all crippled up...
You wouldn't be talking this way. Right, Bob?
Filth! You filth!
Yeah, that's it, Pop. Go on, get him. Go on, sick him.
Go on, keep swinging, Pop. Come in, hit me, will you? Oh, you're not quitting, are you?
My boy George never quit, and I ain't quitting. I ain't never...
Dad! I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Little wildcat, huh? I like that. Yeah. Got claws, huh? Want to scratch, huh?
Hey, boss, telephone. Miami wants you on the phone.
Okay. You stay here, sister. I'll be back for some more in a few minutes.
It's all right, Nora. He won't touch her. Not as long as I'm alive.
Ah, you're a real man, Pop.
Boss, there's a whole bunch of people out on the porch. Look like Indians.
What do they want?
They want in, the hurricane.
Well, keep them out. Where's the blonde? How come she's missed all this?
I guess she's still in the room, sleeping it off.
Yeah. Hand me the phone. Hello? Yeah, this Mr. Brown. Oh, hello, Ziggy. How are you? Yeah. Well, it's well hearing from you again. Well, how's every little thing? Who's at the door? What'd you say, Ziggy?
Maybe it's the law.
Well, show him in. Look, when you coming down here? What hurricane? Is that right?
Hey, it's the guy from the yacht, boss, the skipper.
Well, so what, Ziggy? You're only a couple of hours away. No. It's got to be tonight. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, see you in a couple of hours. How you doing, Skipper?
Storm warning. Big blow on way.
So what?
If this reef not safe, senor, got to make for deep water right away.
Well, the boat stays right here.
No, too dangerous. Boat bust up on reef.
I tell you when to move that boat.
I am skipper.
Now, you want your dough, you do as I say.
Please, senor, I got to move my boat.
Angel, give me your rod. See this? Now, you try to move that boat, and I'll blow your brains out. I will be out of here in a couple of hours.
Si, senor.
Now, get back to the boat. Angel, That cop's car, drive it off the road. Bring it around back.
Sure. Hey, boss, Ziggy's coming, huh?
Yeah. Just 2 more hours.
Then what, huh? Then what?
Then Johnny Rocco is back in business.
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of Key Largo. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
Isn't it good to have Betty Hutton back on the screen again, Mr. Keeley, after a 2-year absence?
I should say so. You know, Betty is just the girl to put over a madcap musical like Paramount's Red, Hot, and Blue.
Oh, there's no one quite like Betty. She's her own slam-bang self once again. Victor Mature plays her boyfriend in the picture, and I must say they make a wonderful pair.
There's also a new twist, Libby, having the villain of the picture played by Frank Lesser, composer of the 4 song hits in Red, Hot, and Blue.
You know, it's his first screen role, and he enjoyed it as much as he did hearing Betty sing his songs.
Looks lovelier than ever, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, you know she's now the mother of a second adorable daughter.
Well, that makes 3 beauties in the family. All Lux girls, I'll bet.
Yes, John. You can be sure those little girls will get the right start on complexion care. Betty has used Lux soap for years to protect her lovely complexion.
You know, Libby, Lux toilet soap just has to be good, when 9 out of 10 famous stars depend on it for daily beauty care.
There couldn't be a finer soap. Women love the softer, smoother look Lux soap facials give their skin.
And these facials do make skin lovelier. Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
A Lux soap facial is so quick and easy. Just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in. Rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But it works.
Why not take a tip from Hollywood? Try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company, the gentle complexion soap that screen stars recommend. You'll be delighted with the fresh new beauty Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmond O'Brien as Frank. It's a few minutes later. On the porch of the modest hotel, a cluster of Indians patiently observe the increasing fury of the hurricane. Inside, the lobby and bar are deserted. Johnny Rocco is going up the stairs.
Can you talk, Clyde? Are you feeling better?
Well, I guess I'm all right now, Mrs. Temple.
What happened? Go ahead, copper. Tell him.
I drove back here alone. I was sure those 2 Indians were around here somewhere. I was near your dock when somebody slugged me. And whose room is this?
A very famous man, Johnny Rocco's.
Rocco?
You heard him, Deputy.
What did Miami have to say?
They're on their way. Well, how you feeling, copper? You gave your left eye to nail me, wouldn't you? Local deputy captured Johnny Rocco. Your picture in all the papers, huh? Well, listen, Hick. That was too much for any big city police to handle. They tried, but they couldn't.
That's right, Mr. Sawyer. It took the United States government to get Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, and I'm back again, ain't I? They threw me out, but now I'm back. And before you know it, I'll be pulling the strings again. I'll be electing mayors and governors before you ever get a $10 raise. Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. I made them like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody seat, teach him what to say. I pay for his campaign expenses, dish out a lot of groceries and coal. Get my boys to bring the voters out and then count the votes over and over again till they add up right, and he's elected. And what happens? Does he remember when the going gets tough, when the heat's on? Oh, no. All he wanted was to save his own dirty neck. Yeah. Public enemy, he calls me. Me, who gave him his public all wrapped up with a fancy bow on it. What am I getting mad about? Kelly, lay out my clothes.
What suit, Johnny?
A gray one and a white shirt. Nora, huh? Your name is Nora, huh? That little wildcat. What are you sore about, honey?
Keep away from me.
Wait till I'm dressed up. You like style, I can tell.
Keep away from me.
You know, I knew one like you a long time ago. Scratched, kicked, bit, even stuck a knife in me once. Little and kind of skinny she was, but a real fireball. Her name was Maggie Mahoney. And then, for professional reasons, I had to change her to Gay Dawn.
She was sure some knockout in those days.
Yeah, just like this one, eh, Curly? Just like this one, huh?
Look at him. The great Johnny Rocco, slapped by a girl.
Shut up, old man. You hillbillies. There's nothing to stop me from wiping you all out.
Give her a smack. Get it out of your system.
That might be right for you, Curly, but not for Johnny Rocco.
I need your advice, soldier. I ask for it.
No, smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. Then he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But he needs your help, so he's going to forget it.
Wise guy, huh? Regular wise guy.
Unlock the door! Unlock this door! I want out!
It's the blonde, Johnny, sounding off again.
Now let her out. Get out, all of you. I'm going to get dressed.
I'd take off my hat to you, soldier. It's a good thing you said what you did. I know Johnny. He'd have started shooting.
Hey, where is everybody? Downstairs? Oh. Hi, everybody. Where's Johnny?
In his room.
I need a drink. What's everybody doing upstairs? Miss Temple. Hey, what's wrong, honey? You've been crying. Has somebody been mean to you? Oh, him, huh? Did you make her cry?
I may be partly responsible.
Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Come on, downstairs. Downstairs.
Come on, let's go to the bar, honey. Have a little drink. It'll chase the blues away.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one.
The boss said that...
I don't care what he said. I need a drink. I don't feel well. How many times do I have to tell you?
Johnny says no more drink.
This is a free country. If I want a drink, I can have one. I can buy my own. See? Yeah. Well, it's money, isn't it? Take it.
Sorry, baby. The boss
The boss. Tell the boss he can... Hello, darling.
How come it's hotter at night than in the day? When it's raining than when it ain't? Well, wise guy?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought you was a wise guy from way back. You got $1 million?
No.
How much?
Nothing.
But you're a wise guy.
Johnny, why don't you talk to me?
Well, wise guy?
You see, Mr. Rocco, I was educated only in impractical things. With you, it's just the opposite.
Johnny, I'm afraid of the storm. I hate thunder.
Say, Pop, this is a hurricane, huh? A real thing.
It's the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Can cars get through during a hurricane?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think I'll have a scotch and soda, please.
No.
Oh, please,
no.
darling.
You, McLeod.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can see right through you. You're saying to yourself, I'm better than Rocco. He's filth. Like the old man says here. Right?
Right.
You say to yourself, Rocco's got a gun, and I haven't. You figure it's the gun. Well, listen, soldier. Thousands of guys got guns, but there's only one Johnny Rocco.
How do you account for it?
He knows what he wants, Mr.
Sure.
What do you want?
Tell him, Rocco.
Well, I want,
He wants more.
Yeah, that's it, more. I want more.
Will you ever get enough?
Well, I never have. No, I guess I won't. You know what you want?
I had hopes once, but I gave them up.
Hopes for what?
A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco.
Okay, soldier. Here's your chance. Give me a gun, Curly. Now you take mine, soldier. Go on, take it. That's it. All right, you can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. You got a gun now. You gonna use it or not?
Kill him, Frank. Kill
him. Yeah, kill him. Go ahead now. Show him how you're not afraid to die for your hopes.
No. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
Give it to me. Give me the gun and the same chance.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm afraid you'd use it. What's the matter? What's the matter, Nora, honey? You look like you lost somebody near and dear. A live war hero. Well, now I know how you did it. Hey, Curly, Gay, anybody want a hero? Here's one for sale, cheap.
All right, Rocco. Let you and me play that game. He got the gun. Clyde's got the gun. Kill him, Clyde. Kill him.
You can stop me from going out that door, Rocco. But I'll shoot you first. And if your friends shoot me, you'll still get it. Now then, stand away from that door. I said to stand...
The gun wasn't loaded. He didn't have a chance.
Murderer!
Well, I had to do it, old man, or he would have been out that door and gone.
Hey, sure gone now, Johnny.
You were right, little lady. That gun wasn't loaded, but the brave deputy didn't know it.
But you knew the gun was empty, didn't you, Frank? You could tell by the weight.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, but you a smart fella. I always say it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero. Oh, excuse me. I guess I was talking too much.
You weren't afraid, son. We know that.
I was afraid. That's not why I didn't pull the trigger. What do I care about Johnny Rocco, whether he lives or dies? Rocco wants to come back to America. Let him. Let him be president. I fight nobody's battles but my own.
No, Frank, no.
Yeah, say, that's good. Rocco for president.
If I believed your way, I'd want to be dead. It's true you are a coward.
Hey, Toots, get rid of the deputy. You and Curly, get rid of him. And as for you, sister, I want something to eat.
Our best is none too good for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, well, now you're talking, sister. Only, you go to the kitchen with her, Angel. I ain't ready to die yet. Not from cockroach poison.
He's on the phone, boss. Ziggy, why ain't he here? Why ain't he coming?
Oh, he's coming, all right. Give me that phone. Hey, what's the idea, Ziggy? Why ain't you started yet? Well, we got a hurricane here, too, so what? Now, look, wait a minute. Now, keep quiet. Look, I make the run from Cuba. I risk my neck, and you won't come out in the rain. Now, I give you 2 hours to get here. You ain't here by 10, the deal's off. Hello?
Well?
Phone's gone dead. So what? You heard what I had to say. Gay. Didn't I say no drinking?
Oh, please, honey, just one.
There are some people at the door, Mr. Rocco. They want to come in.
It's them Indians, boss. Getting kind of blowy out there, I guess.
I'll send them away. Get rid of them.
No, you have no right.
So he has no right.
I'm going upstairs.
You're not going anywhere, honey. Well, Mr. McLeod, ain't you got any conversation left?
I've said my piece.
Yeah, you sure did, wise guy. Well, let's talk about her, the lady on the bar stool. You know, one thing I can't stand is a dame that's a drunk. What I mean is they tear my stomach. No good to themselves or anybody else.
Drunk? I haven't even had one drink.
She's got the shakes, see? So she has a drink to get rid of them. That one tastes so good, she has another one.
You gave me my first drink, Johnny.
Oh, so it's all my fault now. Everybody has that first drink, don't they? But everybody ain't a lush.
Oh, if I'd have known you were going to act this way, I wouldn't have come here.
You know, 8 years since I seen her, Pop. You wouldn't know it was the same dame.
Gee, honey, you're as mean as can be.
Mean as can... Now, what does that remind me of?
Don't you remember, Johnny? In a song, she used to sing it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, meet it. You know, I gave her a first chance. Took her out of the chorus, made her a singer. Mention that while you're at it.
Gee, Johnny, I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, she could have had a future.
That's right. She had everything.
Yeah, voice, looks, plenty of class.
Yeah, I was of age. Gee, honey, I've never...
Now, look, Gay. Why don't you give it your old song? Come on.
You mean right now?
Yeah, now.
I can't.
Ah, sure you can.
Please, Johnny, don't make me.
Now, look, if you were nice, if you sang your song for us, you can have a drink.
Well, can I have the drink first?
No, the song, then the drink.
Without any accompaniment?
Now, look, do you want the drink or don't you?
Okay.
Well?
You should have seen me then, Miss Temple. See, my gowns were gorgeous. Only the best. And yet I hardly wore any makeup. Just some lipstick, that's all. And no lights when I came out. Just a baby spot. They'd play the intro in the dark, and then the spot would come on, and there I'd be.
Yeah. Well, go ahead now. Sing for the people, honey. Keep quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Gay, sing.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be, he's the kind of man, needs the kind of woman like me. Gonna die, my sweet man should pass me by. If I die... Johnny, the drink. Give me the drink.
No.
Johnny.
No.
But you promised.
Ah, you were lousy. You couldn't even finish the number.
Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks, fella. Oh, Johnny, let him alone. No.
Yeah, you're right. Let him alone. He ain't worth slapping around. Hey, old man. The storm. How bad can it get? How bad?
Back in 35, 800 people washed out to sea.
Yeah? Well, how far away was that from here?
Oh, a few miles.
Oh. Yeah, well... I want a drink. Fix everybody a drink, Angel. Oh, everybody except her.
Frank,
I'm sorry about the things I said before.
Forget it, Nora.
You gave her a drink. He was ready to kill you for that, but that made no difference. You had to help her. Your head said one way, but your whole life said another. The other things, maybe they're true. Maybe it is a rotten world. But a cause isn't lost as long as someone is willing to go on fighting.
Only I'm not that someone.
You may not want to be, but you can't help yourself.
What do you know about me?
A lot. From the way you look and talk. From the things George wrote me.
Come on, break it up over there, will you? I don't like people whispering. Why is everybody so quiet? Well, go on, talk, why don't you? You, Curly, say something.
What do you want me to say, Johnny?
Well, anything, just so it's talk. Go on, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you 2-3 years we get prohibition back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
This time we make it stick.
Yeah.
I bet you 2-3 years prohibition comes back. Absolutely, yeah.
I bet you.
The trouble was, before, too many guys wanting to be on top.
Yeah.
One mob gets to massacring the other. The papers play it up big, see? So what happens?
Look, Pop, I don't believe it. 800 guys getting washed out at sea. You're a liar, old man.
200 miles an hour that wind blew. A tidal wave 12 feet high went right across the Keys.
For
months afterwards, bodies were found in the mangrove swamps.
You don't like it, do you, Rocco? The storm. Show it your gun, why don't you? If it doesn't stop, shoot it.
So the public votes out prohibition, and that's the end of the mobs. Next time it'll be different, though. We learned our lesson all right. Next time the mobs will all get together.
I'm asking God Almighty to make a big wave now. Send it crashing down on us. Destroy us all if need be, but punish him.
Shut up, Pop. I'm warning you. Shut up!
Hammy! I'll kill you!
Mr. Temple, don't. He will shoot.
You don't have to stand in front of me. Let him shoot me. Make a big wave, Lord. Send it against us. Take us all, but destroy him.
I guess we both forgot, Mr. Rocco. Your gun, it's empty.
No, it ain't empty now. I'm loading it. See, wise guy?
Johnny, we'll all be killed in this place. The storm is getting worse.
Slowing down. The whole place is blowing down.
Outside, Johnny. It's safe outside.
Destroy him, Lord. Destroy him.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll present the third act of Key Largo. I believe our guest tonight, Miss Debbie Reynolds, has established a record. You must be the youngest starlet on the Warner Brothers lot, Debbie.
Well, I'm 17, Mr. Keeley, and I was lucky enough to be signed even before I graduated from high school.
Wonderful. Had time to catch your breath yet?
Not quite, Mr. Keeley. There's so much to learn. I never miss a studio showing of a new picture. One that especially impressed me was The Hasty Heart.
Ah, yes, a most unusual story starring Ronald Reagan and Patricia Neal.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. And in addition, there's Richard Todd, the new British actor. I'm perfectly sure he's going to make a hit over here.
And moviegoers will applaud Patricia Neal as an army nurse. You know, she plays her role with great charm and conviction.
Isn't she lovely? Ronald Reagan is the American soldier who falls in love with her.
Well, now, Debbie, who could blame him? She's mighty easy on the eyes.
Oh, yes, a gorgeous blonde. And in her nurse's uniform, she's simply dreamy. What a complexion. She's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy. Never neglects her daily Lux soap facials.
Like most screen stars, she knows it's a care she can depend on. A gentle, protecting care that's right for delicate skin.
Well, it certainly works for me. It's a real beauty soap. And I'd like to recommend Lux Soap Care to any girl who wants a nicer complexion.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Reynolds, for that very sound beauty hint. 9 out of 10 screen stars, you know, use Lux Toilet Soap for daily complexion care. Try it for your precious complexion soon. You'll discover that this fine white soap with the delicate fragrance really makes skin lovelier. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmond O'Brien as Frank. On Key Largo, the little hotel still stands. It's weathered another hurricane, and now the storm is passing out to sea. It's nearly 10 o'clock. In the lobby, Johnny Rocco stands before a window, peering out into the night.
I don't mind telling you, Pup, that storm had me a little scared there for a while.
I'm sorry it's gone. I'm sorry you're still alive.
Well, keep praying, Pop. Maybe something will happen.
You think Ziggy's going to show up?
Sure he'll show up.
Oh, we'll get out of here then, won't we, honey? I'm all packed. I'm ready to leave any
Well,
time.
let's get upstairs, Curly. We'll get the stuff ready for when Ziggy gets here. Oh, Angel, stay there, will you? Watch him.
Yeah, sure.
You'll be leaving too, Frank?
Yes, I guess so.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, I hope so.
Why don't you stay right on here with us? You're most welcome. Go on, tell him, Nora. You tell him.
Have you any folks?
No.
Well, I'd be proud to have you regard us as your family.
Maybe that isn't what Frank wants to have. Maybe...
Hey, boss! Boss! Hey, where is he?
Upstairs.
What's the matter?
Hey, the boat's gone. Not a sign of it.
Gone, huh? Oh, he done it. And Skipper. I told him I'd kill him, but he took the boat anyway, just the same.
Hey, what's the joke?
No boat. It strikes me funny.
Well, there is a boat. All ready for us down at the dock. Pop, we're going to borrow your boat.
Who's going to run it for you? Answer me that.
That's right, Johnny. We don't know nothing about boats.
He's going to run it. The soldier. The wise guy. He knows about boats, don't you?
Yeah, son.
His first sweetheart was a boat. I heard him tell her.
Well, you're taking us to Cuba.
Why should I?
Because you know it'll happen to you if you don't. Besides, one Rocco, more or less, ain't worth dying for. Ain't that what you said?
Hey, boss, it's the law, boss. Sheriff.
Okay. One wrong word out of anybody, and he gets it now.
Temple. Mr. Temple.
You understand me, old man? All right, sister, let him in.
Just a minute, Mr. Wade.
Good evening, miss. I'm looking for Clyde Sawyer.
He's not here.
You been here?
No, not tonight.
That's funny. Put in a call for me from here about 7 o'clock. Oh, evening, Temple, folks. Pretty good blow, huh?
Yeah, a regular hurricane. How's the road?
Passable. I'm trying to find my deputy. By the way, on the telephone, who answered?
Nobody was around, so I answered. I guess Mr. Sawyer must have got stalled along the road.
Seen anything of the Indians, Mr. Temple, those Osceola brothers?
No. Chip! Get up, you dog!
Doggy, guess the storm upset him some.
Well, I don't mind saying it had us all a little upset.
That's funny.
Chip!
He's found something out there. I know that bark.
You got a flashlight? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, he's found something, all right. Let's go.
Well, that's some dog he's got, Mr. Temple. He found something, all right. A dead man.
It was him, Temple, Clyde. He'd been murdered.
Well, I don't like to say anything, Sheriff. After all, it's not my business, but those Indians you were talking about, they were here before.
The Osceolas?
Yeah, they were out there all during the storm. Left only a few minutes ago.
I'll get them. I'll get them Indian if it's the last thing I do.
No, Ben, no!
You lied to me, Temple. Your Indians murdered Clyde Sawyer.
Watch yourselves all. You one peep and I shoot.
Said you hadn't seen the Osceolas. You lied, didn't you?
Ben.
They murdered Clyde. Them Indians thought they could hide his body, but the storm tore it loose and threw it up right out there, right in front of your door. And that's where the crime belongs, right at your door.
Ben, that shooting just now.
They tried to get away. I killed them both.
Kill them.
You, what's your name?
Killed them?
Me? Howard Brown.
Address?
Hotel Central, Milwaukee.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
No, I don't think so. Oh, these other men, they're friends of mine. We're all here from Milwaukee, Sheriff. Deep sea fishing.
See that you all stay here. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, you did a great job, didn't you, hiding that body?
Boss, how did I know the storm would...
Now, shut up. Ziggy. Gee, if Ziggy don't come now, we're...
Ziggy's here, boss. Him and his boys, they're here.
What are you talking about?
They drove up in the back while the sheriff was out hunting Indians.
That's Ziggy. All right, Pop. You and the soldier boy and the dame inside. Get in your office. Come on, you too, Gay.
No, but
I said inside. Angel, you stay with him. I don't want no more trouble. All right, bring him in, Curly. Ziggy and his ma. Bring him in. Well, look at him. Ziggy. Well. You sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Sure great to see you again, Johnny pal. Hey, put on a little weight, huh?
Now, look who's talking. They, guess who's here?
Huh?
The blonde. Remember? Gay Dawn.
Gay, here?
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Gay! Come on, get in here.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm pretty as ever. Where you been, honey, all the time Johnny was away?
All around.
If I'd have known that, I'd have tried to beat Johnny's time.
Ah, the same old Ziggy. All right, baby, all right. Come on, step aside. Why don't you go over there, fix yourself a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Ziggy, the stuff's all here in the suitcase.
Open up, let's see it. Hey, Lou, come here.
Who's he?
Lou, just about the best expert there is on counterfeit dough.
Yeah.
Take a look, Lou.
Yeah, the paper feels good. Lathe works okay. Portrait's good. No breaks in the lines.
Serial numbers check out?
What do you think? I'm an amateur?
Back cover's okay, Ziggy. Looks like high-class merchandise.
Okay, huh?
So far, yeah. Now bring out the engraving.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just don't stall, Ziggy, will you? I'm in kind of in a hurry.
You don't have much time, Mr. McLeod. They'll be leaving soon. What are you going to do?
Not much choice, is there? I'll run the boat for them.
Oh, no, don't. Don't go with us. They'd wait till you got inside of Cuba and then they'd kill you.
She's right, Frank. Tell them you'll go. Then when you get outside in the dark, make a break. Run. Try to get away.
Yeah, it's your only chance, fella. Out there in the dark. Make a break. Run.
Yeah, that's what my head says.
You ain't gonna make a fight of it.
I don't know. Not that one Rocco, more or less, makes any difference. What I said still goes. But it's just
They'll
that
kill you.
If a man's a fighter, he can't walk away from a fight. That's the answer, I guess. I know how he feels.
Well, listen, they're leaving. They made their deal.
Yeah. Well, we just wait now and see what happens.
Hey, you, McLeod. Come in here. All of you, come in here.
Your friends leave?
Yeah. Are you coming with a soldier, yes or no? I'm in a hurry.
You win, Mr. Rocco.
Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind. Well, Nora, want to come along, sister? Want to come along?
Where are my things, Johnny? I better get my things.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you're not coming.
Johnny.
Let go of me. Will you get off me?
Please take me with you. You got to, Johnny. You got to. Oh, please, I'll stop drinking.
Get out of my way.
I'll kill myself. I will. Johnny, please.
Baby.
Please listen. I'll be good like I was before. I won't let you go without me. You got to take me with you. You've got to.
Johnny, we're wasting time.
Get away from me. Now, stay close to the soldier, will you? If he tries anything, let him have it good. Now, so long, old man. Next time you have a hurricane, think of Johnny Rocco.
Frank. Goodbye, Frank.
Good luck, son.
Thanks.
Johnny!
They're on the dock. I can see him. He's starting the motor.
He'll make his break now. He'll run away. He's got a gun now. He'll be able to.
Gun? What gun?
Yeah, Rocco's. I took Rocco's gun and gave it to him.
You?
Yeah, why doesn't he run? Run, fella. Run! Why doesn't he run?
He's in the boat. They're casting off.
He had his chance to run. His only chance. And he didn't take it.
No answer. The phone's still dead. I'll take the car, Dad. I'll drive to Palm Grove, the Coast Guard station.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
I'll hurry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
How we doing, McLeod?
We're on our course, or close to it.
Just see that you keep us that way. Hey, Toots, how you feeling?
I told you I could never stand a boat. I feel awful, all this bouncing up and down.
There's a bed down there.
Yeah, it's too hot down there. Hey, what time is it?
Little after 4. Not halfway there yet. Watch McLeod. If he tries anything, shoot.
Yeah, sure.
Must have had a little nap. Everything all right up there, Curly?
Yeah. What's the matter with Angel?
I'm sleeping. He'll take over for Toots after a while. Yeah, they've been talking about us on the radio just now. We got boats out looking for us. Coast Guard.
We got too much of a start for him.
Yeah, fog like this, they couldn't find the Queen Mary. Got some cards? Let's kill a little time.
Hey, you, Toots.
What do you want? Are you try anything?
Take a look over the stern. See if we picked up any kelp.
Any what?
Seaweed. Can foul up the shaft. You better look.
Okay. No, I don't see any. Help! Help!
What's the matter? What's going on up there?
Your friend, he fell overboard.
You did it when you revved the motors just now. Yeah, when you swung the wheel, you made him fall over. Johnny!
I got a gun. Stay where you are, Curly.
Johnny! Watch it, he's got a gun!
Oh, Curly. Curly, what's the matter? Curly!
You don't
don't answer. Nobody answers Toots and Curly.
Curly!
The steps, Johnny. Blood coming down steps.
Well, it's him, McLeod, the soldier. Curly killed him. Go on, go up there. Get up there and see. Well, don't you hear me?
I'll get killed.
You gonna go up there, are you? There's nothing to be afraid of. Curly shot him. He's dead.
Then you go, Johnny. You go up.
Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Johnny.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, listen to me. I know you're up there. Say something. Curly's dead, huh? Well, so is Angel. Just me now. Me down here and you up there. From now on, we'll be partners. Everything will be 50-50. I got $100,000 out here. $100,000. Well, what do you say? Can you hear me? What do you say? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You'll get rid of me and have all the money for yourself. Is that it? Is it? Well, suppose I say the money's yours. Yeah, I'll toss up the suitcase. I'll throw it up there on deck. There! Now do you believe me? It's yours. And plenty more when we get to Cuba. Do you hear me? I'll make you rich. Soldier! Soldier! You're not big enough to do this to Rocco. I'll kill you! You'll never bring me here, never! Now look. Look, soldier, look. I know what it is. Yeah, you figure that I got Angel's gun, that you can't trust me, right? Okay. I'll throw the gun up there, too. There! There's a gun. The money in my gun. Now, what else have I got? I'm leveling with you, soldier. Okay, you believe me now? Look, I'm coming up. I got no gun, and I'm coming up. Where are you? Dark up here.
Get back to the stern, Rocco.
Nobody gives me orders. Some wise guy, huh? That was the deputy's gun I threw away. You don't think I...
Go ahead, Santana. We lost you. Come in, please. We lost your signal. Come in, please. Over.
Sorry. I was calling Coast Guard.
This is the Coast Guard. Please identify yourself. Over.
My name is Frank McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Are you all right? Are you all right? Over.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'll need medical attention. Over.
Continue on course. Stand by on this frequency.
I'm standing by. Will you put me through to the Largo Hotel?
Stand by, Santana. We'll try to put you through.
No sign of them, Ben? No sign of them at all?
I checked the Coast Guard 10 minutes ago. Nothing yet, Mr. Temple. I'll have to take you in, Miss Dawn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Take me in.
They all get away, huh, Ben? Sawyer dead, those poor Indians dead, McLeod as good as dead, but Rocco and his gang get away. You get one woman who didn't have anything to do with it.
They didn't all get away, Dad. The state police picked up that man they call Ziggy.
Yeah. They want all of you to identify him. Mr. Temple, I'm mighty grateful to you for saving my life and all, but those two boys, the Osceolas, well, I'd rather been killed than have innocent blood on my hands.
I'm the one to blame. If they hadn't trusted me, they wouldn't have turned up here. They'd still be alive.
Oh, no, Mr. Temple, it wasn't you. It wasn't the law or anybody. It was only Johnny Rocco. Nobody in the whole world is safe as long as he's alive.
We better go, miss.
I'll take it, Dad. Hotel Largo. Yes, it's the Coast Guard. Yes, I'll hold on. Frank! Oh, thank God. Yes, Frank. Yes, we'll be waiting.
Nora!
He's all right, Dad. He's coming back to us.
The curtain falls on Key Largo, And the spotlight turns to our stars as you meet them in person. Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmond O'Brien. Claire, it's easy to understand how your performance in Key Largo won you an Academy Award.
Well, thank you, Bill. And speaking of awards, Eddie Robinson won a very important one in Europe recently. The famous World Award for Acting, presented to him in Cannes, France.
Our congratulations, Eddie. And it's certainly good to have you back after so many months abroad.
Good to be back, Bill, and learn all the news, such as Edmond O'Brien being the father of the prettiest daughter born in Hollywood this year.
Well, what's her name, Edmond?
Bridget Eileen. What else could an O'Brien be named?
Eddie, I hope you know there are certain things a daughter should be taught very early. Things like the right complexion care. Lux soap has been mine for a long time.
What are they saying about that in Paris these days, Eddie?
Well, the same idea, only slightly different words. Le savon Lux et le soin préféré pour mon teint. You know, Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
Well, that's the perfect way to express it, Eddie. By the way, what was the high spot of your summer in Europe?
Well, I think it was the day I spent in the House of Commons in London to listen to a debate between Mr. Churchill and Mr. Bevan. Now, won't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Next week's play was a smash hit on both stage and screen. It's the Paramount success, Dear Ruth. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Caulfield and William Holden. This is a comedy made to order for family entertainment, so I know you'll all want to join us next Monday night.
Oh, it's a delightful play, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and come back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, winter is the most dangerous time of the year on the highway for those of you who have snow, ice, and fog to contend with. For everyone, there are fewer hours of daylight driving. So extra care on the highway may save your life or another's. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Caulfield and William Holden in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the London Films production My Daughter Joy. Claire Trevor will soon be seen in the Universal International release Borderline, starring with Fred McMurray. Edmond O'Brien will next be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Backfire. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden.
Spry is a new Spry, a better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Talk about glorious cakes. They're better than ever made with new Spry. Lighter, finer, richer, supremely delicious. Why? Because new Spry contains a superior new cake improver you'll find in no other type of shortening. For better cakes than ever, and for all you bake and fry, try new, better-than-ever Spry, another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher,
to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay. And the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry Wrong Number completes the circle and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. In the tangled network of a great city, the telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for the night, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case her window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check the...
Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible. Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you. You dialed a number for me, and then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and I...
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors, as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then... out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care
Do you
about...
happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
But a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, why should anybody? What have I...
You see, lady, you got nothing to worry about.
Now, just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings, Elizabeth Jennings.
Idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord, telephone. 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as to where...
Yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
Look, why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.B. Cotterill?
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspirineerist?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
I'm trying to be funny.
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh. What college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one. A Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on. Don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
Neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I've worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless clock of a husband, a guy who doesn't
Let me alone.
Leona,
you don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick.
And what good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to.
Oh.
Look, we'll talk it all over again as soon as...
Oh.
Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor.
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona. Hearing from me after all these years.
But I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him.
Worried? About what?
Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
Sally, here in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah. Remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it with me.
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Hey, don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Bolger to line it up. No, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock. So.
I'm sorry if this seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to South Ferry. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house. That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of the house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now, huh?
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
Push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday, my husband was making out a report...
We have your phone call, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back, and then
deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel, only a couple
I am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator!
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was a gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce McKenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux soap care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother,
in a short time. No wonder Lux Toilet Soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux Soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men, but this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona, but I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No. Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh. Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning.
Oh.
Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case her window is open and she should scream. Quiet says the coast is clear. I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Taking next train out. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please, come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be the
I
matter?
said I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, you try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. It's simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night, and I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft up your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterell's for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes. And someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry, wait.
Now, that's a little silly, isn't it? Locking the door?
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona. Give me that key.
You can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that key?
Henry, please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home that evening, he said your father was waiting for him at the door, angry and worried.
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack, a heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterell, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job? Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. Now go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for you.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the situation.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored. Bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it, not just a stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, her lack of control, her frustrations. Whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easy for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. Do you have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose, and I'll...
Liars! 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 Hello.
Mrs. Stevenson?
Who is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled M-O-R-A-N-O, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat the message...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test,
And here you are in picture.
Yes. And from now on, I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as a stern father is simply perfect.
Do you remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care, and she's really keen about the new bath-size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge. 11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
And, tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And, you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself, no responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses, just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
Now you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be a way out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man, vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson. A systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne. And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, when I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our pleasant little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Oh, cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board would give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... What's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevenson. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Morano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number...
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Morano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Morano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving, and may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000?
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson, and thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
They'll do.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city
hospital. It doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone in this horrible empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. As though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you will...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who is down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not wish
Did you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept the call, madam?
Oh, yes, yes.
One moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry, where are you?
Well, I'm on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But, of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
Oh, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained to the telegram.
I've been alone for hours. I've been afraid of every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up, dear. Now just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Evans said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted, why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
try to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and start screaming, Leona. Scream out of the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes to live.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confess everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried. I arranged it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed. Walk, Leona. Walk.
No, I can't. Henry. Oh, Henry, save me. The train. I can hear the train. It's near the bridge, and I...
Please, Leona, wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no. No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Clover.
In what way?
Well, We keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theater or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can. Isn't she wonderful?
Sure, I sound like Andy Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Burt.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Burt, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Burt, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have 2 other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend in It Happens Every Spring. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater comes to you from Hollywood as usual, but your producer speaks to you from New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. For weeks, excitement in baseball's big league pennant races has been at fever pitch. Yesterday, however, the New York Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers were crowned champions after two of the toughest fights in years. And Wednesday, the great national sporting classic, the World Series, gets underway. So tonight, the Lux Radio Theater, quite appropriately, presents a delightful story about baseball. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, It Happens Every Spring. Heading our cast is Ray Milland in his original role. And with him is the charming Colleen Townsend, who lends romance to the big leagues. Baseball is a great American institution, as is our own Lux toilet soap. And in Hollywood, the big league for beautiful women, Lux soap has a championship batting average. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. Now, for your enjoyment, here is Act 1 of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie.
It's a fine spring afternoon, and on the campus of a Midwestern college, the daughter of the college president is walking with her favorite professor. Oh, yes, by far her favorite professor.
But what is it, Vernon? Don't you feel well, darling? Well, you're acting so strangely.
I am?
And what was the idea, bringing your portable radio to class, tuning in the baseball game in the middle of your lecture?
Well, Debbie, I wanted to find out how St. Louis was doing.
Now, why?
Oh, I don't know. Just an impulse, I suppose. I'm not that interested in baseball.
I didn't know you were even remotely interested in baseball. Oh, Vernon, you've become so terribly vague lately.
Oh, not about you, Debbie. Why, you're almost everything I ever think about. Almost? What else can I say?
Something definite, Vernon. Something positive. About us.
Oh, but that's been out of the question. As a professor of chemistry, I make barely enough to live on. And your father, well, he's made it quite clear that for anyone in my financial situation to even discuss marriage...
Vernon...
And he's right. Any man who thinks of getting married on an income like mine is a menace to society. But just wait until your father finds out.
Finds out what, dear?
My experiment in the laboratory.
Oh, Vernon. Vernon, you mean you've done it? It's finished?
Just about. And I haven't told you the best part, Debbie. My nitrocyclohexane compound will have great commercial value. You'll finish your postgraduate work in 2 months. We'll get married, Debbie. We'll buy a house, maybe even a car.
Oh, Vernon. But who's going to pay you all this money?
The Norworth Laboratories. For years, they've been trying to develop a chemical that will keep insects away from wood. A biophobic, they call it. Well, they seem to think that my compound's the very thing they've been searching for.
Vernon Simpson, the man who discovered the biophobic. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you.
Of course, we can't expect any positive results right away, but we... Hey, wait a minute. Look, over there in back of the lab building. They're playing baseball.
Well, the boys play baseball there every day.
They do? Oh, well, I guess I've been too busy to notice.
Well, you're not going to stop to notice them now. Come on, Vernon, we're going to that lab.
Debbie, look. It's even better than I thought.
Oh, it is?
Look, the white precipitate. Hallelujah, it's there. Oh, Debbie, you just don't realize what this means. Right here in this flask is the result of 5 years of work. That flask holds my fortune, Debbie. It holds you and money and everything I ever hoped to...
Vernon!
No, it couldn't happen. It couldn't.
A baseball. They knocked it through the window. Oh, Vernon, look, it smashed half your equipment. Give me a rag, darling.
Oh, let it alone.
Well, Vernon.
Don't you understand? It's smashed, destroyed. Everything.
No, I don't understand. You still have your formula. Now, how long would it take to make another solution?
How long? Why, just one of those compounds alone took 5 weeks to crystallize, and they're all in sequence. I can't make the second till I finish the first.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
Why, I ran some of those reactions 30 and 40 times before I could get enough stuff to make the next step. Now I've got to start from scratch again, do it all over, step by step. It'll take months.
And that wonderful precipitate. Isn't there any way you could filter it out and save it?
That liquid? Why, it's just a hodgepodge of compounds. I couldn't even figure out what's in it, let alone filter it. Well, I suppose I'd better clean up this mess.
Can't I help?
I'd rather you run along, Debbie.
Vernon.
It's just another bad break. There's nothing you can say, nothing I can say.
Now, darling, you mustn't feel that way.
Oh, Debbie, please, not now. I'm just not up to it.
All right, Vernon. I'll see you later.
It isn't fair. It just isn't right. Just because some kids knock a baseball through a window. Why my window? Why couldn't it have been... That's funny. What sort of a baseball is this? Oh, now, wait a minute. Now I'm starting to see things. But it's doing it again. This baseball is allergic to wood. What's happened here? What's happened? Notes regarding amazing reaction of baseball. Baseball had become saturated in mixture of chemicals. As I started to clean laboratory, placed baseball on metal table. Baseball started to roll down the table. On table was wooden filing box. As baseball rolled toward box, it suddenly veered off, away from wooden box. Have repeated process with all sorts of wooden objects. It appears that chemical has made baseball repellent to anything made of wood. Have salvaged enough liquid to fill 2-pint bottles, and I'm arranging very interesting experiment for tomorrow morning.
You sent for us, Professor Simpson?
Oh, yes. Come in, come in. Well, it seems you gentlemen are doing rather sadly in organic chemistry. You're aware of that.
Oh, yes, Professor.
Well, I understand you both play baseball. Varsity pitcher and catcher, right?
Well,
Yes,
I guess maybe baseball's been taking up too much of our time.
No doubt. Well, I'd hate to flunk you. You see, I used to play a little baseball myself.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, just a little. We had sort of a sandlot team back home, and then, of course, in the Army. Anyway, I thought I'd better give you boys a little tutoring, see if we can't improve your grades.
I say, that's sure swell of you,
And in
Professor.
return, I was wondering if you'd do something for me and keep it strictly confidential.
Oh, we'd be glad to, Professor.
All right, then meet me on the baseball field tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? In the morning?
You heard me. Oh, and bring a lot of baseballs. Now, sit down. I'll try to teach you a little chemistry. Well, good morning, boys. I see you're right on time, exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, A.M.
Well, I don't want anyone to see us. Now, here's what I'd like to do. Isabel, take your bat and stand at home plate.
Okay, Professor.
Schmidt, put on your catcher's mask. I'll try tossing in a few, okay?
Oh, sure, okay.
So this is why he got us up at 5 o'clock, so we could play pitcher.
But he can't really be nuts, or they wouldn't let him teach.
Well, it's one way of passing chemistry.
Hey, shut up now. We got to humor him.
Now, if you're ready, Isabel, and don't hesitate to hit the ball.
Oh, don't worry. I'll hit it.
All righty, Professor. Right down the groove.
Well, here goes. Ah, that's some hit, Isabel. Nice work.
Never mind, Professor. We'll get him on this next one. Feed him another curve.
Right. Look at that ball go. Oh, too bad I didn't have an outfielder in my class. Why, it's over the fence.
Yeah, isn't it?
Are you nuts? I told you to humor him. Start striking out.
Strike out nothing. Where does he get off thinking he can pitch? Come on, Professor. Let's have another one.
I'll try a fast one.
Don't let him bother you, Professor. You're just warming up.
Then you don't mind if I try a few more?
You throw him, I'll hit him.
Use your bean this time. Bunt one.
Okay.
Give him the old whizzer, Professor. Right over the old plate.
Ready, Isabel?
Don't worry, I'm ready.
Wow, did you see the hop on that ball? Hey, that's a regular dipsy-doodle you got there, Professor. How'd you do it?
Result of a great deal of scientific research.
Okay, give him another. Let's see the old pepper in there now. Right down the old groove now, Professor. Well, missed it again. Wow, that's making it hop in there. Bravo, boy, old boy.
He certainly swung at it, didn't he?
Hit this one, will you? Now he thinks you're faking.
Who's faking?
I'll try a nice slow curve, Isabel.
And hit it, will you? Hit it. Well, how do you like that? Calls his pitch and strikes them out.
Now, let's see, Isabel. You hit 3 consecutive pitches, and you missed 3. Statistically, therefore, I've obtained all the information possible, unless, of course, I pitched several hundred more balls. Thank you, gentlemen, and good day.
Statistics yet?
And how do you like that guy?
That the test was eminently successful. Of course, what Isabel and Schmidt did not know was that before making the last 3 pitches, I had placed in my pitcher's glove a little pad of cotton soaked with a chemical solution, and that in my glove is a small hole allowing contact of the chemical with the baseball. Well, I'd better call on Dr. Greenleaf right away.
Emergency, Vernon? What emergency? I don't understand.
Well, a wonderful opportunity has just presented itself, Dr. Greenleaf. It may not work out, but I'd like a leave of absence starting immediately.
Leave of absence? But for how long?
I don't know, sir. Indefinitely? I can't explain it, Dr. Greenleaf. That is, I can, but scientifically I can't explain it at all.
You mean it has something to do with your experiment?
Yes, sir, but unless I get a chance to demonstrate it...
Demonstrations, eh? Lectures of some kind?
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, what are you going to do? Take it to some commercial laboratory like the one you mentioned? What was it now?
Norwood Laboratory, sir.
Well, then, why is the time indefinite?
Well, Dr. Greenleaf, if I don't leave immediately, I'm going to miss my train.
All right, Vernon. Go on. Go ahead and catch your train. I'll have Dr. Fuller take over your class.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, I guess Debbie isn't awake yet, is she?
I hardly think so.
Well, will you tell her I said goodbye and that she'll hear from me soon? And thanks again, Dr. Greenleaf. Taxi.
Where to, mister?
The baseball park, and hurry, please.
What's your rush, mister? The game don't start till this afternoon.
Well, I didn't come all the way to St. Louis to watch a baseball game. Take me to the manager's office.
Jimmy Dolan, huh? Hey, you a friend of his, chum?
Well, I hope to be, and be careful of that suitcase. There's some bottles in it. But, Mr. Dolan, as manager of the St. Louis baseball team, this can mean a great deal to you.
Now, look, I'm trying to be nice, see? Number one, I don't see anybody on days when we're playing games. Number two, I got to get out there and watch batting practice. And number three...
I'm not asking for favors, Mr. Dolan. I'm trying to do you a favor.
Then do it. Get out of my office.
But you need a pitcher very badly. Why, I can win the pennant for you, and that's no idle boast. It's a simple scientific fact. I can win 30 games for you.
Just 30 games? Is that all?
Well, no. 30 is just the minimum, I suppose.
No. You're not very screwy, are you? Don't you know there ain't more than a dozen pitchers ever won 30 games in a season?
Of course I do, and I can tell you their names if you like.
Never mind.
Well, all I want to do is show you what can you lose.
My breakfast is all.
Oh.
Hey, Mac, take this guy away.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dolan.
Don't hurt his arm, though. He thinks he's Walter Johnson.
You're being very stupid, Mr. Dolan. With a chance to win the pennant right in your...
Get him out of here!
Come on now, pal. Be a nice guy. You're annoying Mr. Dolan.
Well, if Mr. Dolan would do less shouting and more thinking, he'd probably...
what's all the rumpus, Jimmy?
Oh, I got another crank in here. Thinks he's a pitcher. Thinks he can win 30 games.
You don't say. Where's he from?
He won't tell me!
You, I take it, are Mr. Stone?
That's right.
I appeal to your intelligence, Mr. Stone, as the owner of a baseball club.
Well?
I'm perfectly rational and willing to prove any claims I make. All I want is a chance to demonstrate my pitching.
How do these characters get in here?
I walked in, Mr. Stone, and I'm about to walk out again. And when I do, the pennant walks right out the door with me.
Come on, Sonny Jim. Take your pennant and trot along.
Take a good look at me, Mr. Stone. All the other owners can't be pigheads. You'll see me later in the season.
Just a minute. So I'm pig-headed, am I? You walk in here off the street and think you can win 30 games, and just because
I don't think so, Mr. Stone. I know it.
Know it? I have never met such conceit in my life.
I told you he's a crackpot. You talk to him, boss. I'm going out to batting practice.
Batting practice, huh? I think we ought to teach this fellow a good lesson.
Teach him anything you like, but let me get out of here.
We're going with you, Jimmy. Let him pitch to the boys.
Let him what?
Young man, you're going to have your wish. And you're going to get the humiliation of your arrogant young life.
Oh, before we go, there's the questions of terms, of course.
Terms?
Yes, terms.
Mister, I gotta hand it to you.
Thank you. Now, I shall want $1,000 for every game I win. Otherwise, not a penny. And when I win a game, I am to be paid promptly. I need the money.
Now I've heard everything.
Take him out there, Jimmy. Put the top of the batting order up. Oh, I'm really going to enjoy this. Terms. $1,000. Holy Moses.
It ain't my idea, Monk. It's his, Mr. Stone. Give him a uniform, he said.
That guy's a pitcher? But he ain't got a prayer, Jimmy. Look at him warming up.
Well, get him over here. Let him start pitching. And make sure he leaves that uniform when I throw him out on his ear.
Okay, you. Dolan says you can start pitching now.
Oh, thank you. That's fine.
Look, let me tell you, kiddo, this baseball racket ain't so artsy like maybe you read about. It's got its crummy side, too. Dirty trains all the time, cheap hotels, umpires.
It'll be a change, though. I'm rather looking forward to it.
Well, don't. You want to talk to him, Jimmy?
No!
I'll catch him, Jimmy.
Catch what? They're going to hit every pitch. All right, you guys, come on. Top of the batting order.
Come on, kid. Let's show him what you got.
Knock it out of the park, Johnson.
Hey, what happened? Must have been an optical illusion. Let me see you throw that one again.
Hey, Monk,
What's this guy got anyway?
I don't know. He didn't have nothing when he was warming up. Now he's got to hop like Barnum's flea.
Hey, you, come on, just throw it and duck. Come on, throw something.
This is getting monotonous. Me and him is playing catch. Nice going, kid. Keep it up.
Why, this is incredible, Jimmy. He's pitched to 8 batters and struck out 6. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Stone. You sure taught him a lesson, all right. But what's he got? I can't figure it out. The ball rides up as big as a lemon pie, and just when you get ready to murder it, it jumps away. Hey, Monk, bring that guy over here. He doesn't look like a pitcher. He doesn't even throw like a pitcher. All he does is strike them out. Hey, you, come here. Say, what's your name anyway?
Oh, I hadn't thought of it.
Hadn't thought of your name?
Well, try hard, kid. Try hard.
Well, it's Kelly.
Oh, Kelly, huh?
Hmm?
Well, that's the first encouraging thing you've said. Okay, hang around.
Oh, you mean we are ready to talk about the term?
I ain't ready to talk at all. See, it depends upon what happens this afternoon.
What's this afternoon?
Chicago, that's what. We play Chicago this afternoon.
Now get him out of here.
And this morning, Mr. Dolan allowed me to participate in the batting practice. I again concealed a little pad of cotton inside my glove, saturated with the formula, and had no difficulty in striking out most of the batters. I find it a source of great amazement as I watch the ball evade the bat. The players seem to have a similar reaction. But my real test will come this afternoon, if Mr. Dolan allows me to pitch against Chicago. No one, of course, has the slightest suspicion that my skill as a pitcher is due almost entirely to the chemical formula. I must exercise every precaution that no one can
Listen to that crowd, ladies and gentlemen. After trailing St. Louis 4-7, the Chicago team has staged a 9th-inning rally and tied up the ball game. Manager Jimmy Dolan's going to put in a new pitcher. I can't tell you who he is. His name isn't even on the scorecard, but he better be good. The bases are loaded and there's nobody out.
You heard me, Kelly. Get in there and pitch.
Me?
Yes, you.
Come on, kid. Start steaming them in. I got a feeling we ain't going to have much time.
Oh, about my contract, Mr. Dolan. If I win this game, it counts for me. I expect to get paid.
I don't pay you. Go talk to Stone.
Now?
No, there's a ball game going on.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, you. Umpire.
Where's he putting in, Monk?
Who's a clown? We don't need no more clowns with you around, sweetheart. Guy's name is Kelly.
Attention, please. Kelly, now pitching for St. Louis.
And believe me, if there ever was a scared-looking rookie, Kelly is it. I wonder what's in Dolan's mind, putting Kelly in a spot like this. And if you want to hear what the St. Louis fans think... Well, Kelly's taking his warm-up pitches. And now Monk Lanigan, the catcher, goes out to the mound to talk to him.
Look, kid, just take it easy. Just try and get that ball over the plate, huh?
It's my big opportunity. I've got to get it over the plate.
Just remember, I'm all alone back there, and they don't let me use no stepladder.
Baker, second base, now batting for Chicago.
Hey, Monk, where'd Dolan find that hooligan? Joplin High School?
First, get a hit off him, Baker, then make with the jokes. Okay, Kelly, let's go, kid. Great! Nice going, kid. That baby, Kelly.
After one of the most spectacular exhibitions of relief pitching we've ever seen, with the bases loaded and nobody out, this unknown rookie pitcher struck out the side, and St. Louis went on to win the ball game 8-7. For St. Louis, 8 runs on...
Mother, where are you?
We're in here. What is it, Debbie?
I've heard from him, from Vernon. And look what he sent me. An engagement ring.
Vernon? Something wrong somewhere. Why, a diamond like that must have cost...
Now, Father, please.
When Vernon left here 4 days ago, I assumed he was going to the Norworth Laboratories. And you know as well as I do, we never got there.
That's why the police are searching for him, dear.
Well, what does he say in that letter?
He's so sweet. He's upset because he didn't get to say goodbye to me.
But where is he?
Well, he says, I know you will have faith in me and do what I ask without asking why I ask it. Oh, that's Vernon, all right. He even writes double talk. Oh, and then he says he hasn't disappeared as the newspaper claims.
Oh, but he has.
Please call the police and tell them to stop their search at once. I cannot overemphasize the urgency of this.
Why, that in itself is suspicious. He's tangled himself up in some...
Now, let me finish the letter, Father. My associates are rather rough and ready.
He practically admits
But
it.
their peculiar skill is a constant source of astonishment.
Skill at what, dear?
I don't know. The work is strenuous and exciting, but the financial rewards are quite fantastic.
Yes, they must be. That ring.
Vernon's mixed up with some kind of a racket.
Oh,
That's
now,
what it is.
Father, don't jump at conclusions.
Well, he certainly got his leave of absence under false pretenses. I can't forgive him for that.
Well, I'm sure we'll know all about it very soon.
No, I don't think so, Mother. He says I won't hear from him again for months.
But why not?
Well, he says it would be too risky.
Risky? Oh, dear, this is all very strange and frightening.
The box the ring came in. It's labeled Marks and Company.
Mm-hmm. In St. Louis.
Well, I'm going to St. Louis tomorrow. I'll take it to the store and find out exactly what he...
No, Mother, you won't.
Why not?
Well, because I don't care if it's glass or not. I'm going to wear Vernon's ring.
That again, Kelly?
Hello, Mr. Dolan.
What's the matter with you guys? Don't you know the train leaves in 5 minutes?
What'd you want us to do, Jimmy? Get here early and polish the engine? Some meat in the back again?
No, not now, thank you.
Well, me and the boys were just talking about the guy they're putting up against us in Chicago tomorrow.
Wolanski? You ain't scared of him, are you?
Well, he's still got plenty of stuff.
Last week the bums knocked them all over the lot. Just wait till tomorrow. We'll kill them.
I'd sure like to knock him off. Well, come on, guys. Come on. Get on the train.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Now, calm down. Now, where did you say you're phoning from?
Right here, dear, from the railroad station. And I tell you, I saw Vernon not 5 minutes ago.
Well, what did he say?
Well, how could I talk to him? He was with a lot of men. Oh, very tough-looking, dear, all of them.
A lot of men?
Debbie, I'm afraid they're gangsters.
Oh, now, Mother.
But you should have heard what they said. They're going to Chicago to knock a man off, and they're going to kill him.
Oh, you must be wrong, Mother. Oh, it may have looked like him, but I know it couldn't be Vernon.
Well, my train's leaving, dear. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, yes, Mother. Goodbye. Oh, Vernon. A gangster. Oh, it couldn't have been you, Vernon. It just couldn't.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of It Happens Every Spring. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What is it tonight, Libby? Romance? Comedy?
Both, Mr. Kennedy. There's a new picture, 20th Century Fox's Everybody Does It. A delightful comedy with a dash of romance. And if it doesn't put everyone who sees it in a wonderful frame of mind, I'll be surprised.
There's certainly a happy combination of talent in the picture. Celeste Holm as a career-minded wife who wants to be a concert singer.
And Paul Douglas as the husband who tries to discourage her but doesn't know how.
Until Linda Darnell shows him. Linda plays an operatic siren and does it in sparkling style.
You know, it seems to me in Everybody Does It that Linda Darnell looks even more gorgeous than usual. What really luscious beauty she has.
And one of her greatest charms, Libby, is that dazzling Lux complexion.
Yes, John. Linda has one of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. Naturally, she gives her skin the best possible care. Like 9 out of 10 other screen stars, she finds Lux soap facials really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove that daily Lux soap care does wonders for the skin. In 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
Lux soap facials are quick and easy, too. You just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in, rinse, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But see what fresh, new loveliness it gives the skin.
There's a beauty hint from Hollywood for women everywhere. Be sure to try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company for your precious complexion. You'll be delighted with Lux Toilet Soap's gentle, protecting care. Act 2 of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie. Thanks to his chemical formula, Professor Vernon Simpson has become the ace pitcher of the St. Louis baseball team. In Pittsburgh, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, and Boston, under the name of Kelly, Vernon has proved himself the strikeout king of the league. Now, in New York, he finds that manager Jimmy Dolan has assigned him a roommate. Monk Lanigan, the catcher.
So that's how come I'm sharing the room with you, Kelly. They kind of want me to keep an eye on you. Dolan thinks you're somewhat of a screwball or something. Are you, Kelly?
Why, no, Monk. Quite the opposite. Everything I do is perfectly logical.
Hey, is that your girl's picture up there in the dresser?
Yes, it is.
Hot stuff. Sweet-looking kid, too. What's her name, kid?
Oh, you wouldn't know her.
Cagey, huh? Okay. Hey, what's this stuff?
Monk, no. Put that bottle down.
Oh, what's eating you, Kelly? All I did was...
It's just hair tonic.
Hair tonic?
Yes, a special prescription. It's very hard to get. The druggist was a friend of mine.
Hair tonic, huh? Yeah, seems to done you a lot of good.
Oh, yes, it's done me a world of good.
Where are you really from, Kelly? Why all the mystery?
Well, it's my girl's father, Monk. If he ever finds out, I'll lose my girl and my job and everything.
Finds out what?
What I'm doing. I didn't even think I could do it, but I am, and what I'm doing isn't what he thinks I'm doing at all.
Come again?
Well, you see, I'm getting the one thing he wants me to have that I haven't got, money, by doing the one thing he's most against. You see?
Leave it go, kid. Quit trying. Well, you better get some sleep. You're pitching tomorrow, you know.
No, I'm confident I'll win, Monk.
Don't be too sure. I'll try to figure out what you should feed those New Yorks.
Oh, but you know I've only got one real pitch, the one with the hop.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. Go on to sleep.
Rookie pitches no-hit, no-run game. Kelly hits Hall of Fame for St. Louis.
New York floored by pitch that hop.
Well, kid, I was just talking to Dolan. He still thinks you're nuts.
Well, I suppose my conduct does seem strange at times.
You pitch a no-hit game this afternoon, and when them reporters and photographers come, you run away and hide. That ain't normal, Kelly.
But I told you, Monk, I don't want any publicity.
But you gotta talk to those guys. Them newspaper fellas can ruin you.
Exactly. One recognizable picture of me in the newspapers, and I am ruined. Well, I'll just see to it that I don't pitch any more no-hit games, that's all.
You'll just see to it... Kelly, you mustn't talk like that.
Then forget about the reporters.
Well, cheer up, kid. This time tomorrow, we'll be back in St. Louis. Well, that's your home, ain't it?
It's too close to home. Excuse me, Monk. I think I'll turn in.
Hey, Kelly, come on, open up. And good morning to you, Mr. Dolan.
Where's Kelly?
He went downtown, but don't worry. He just said he had something very personal to do downtown.
Well, don't let him forget he's pitching this afternoon. 3 days in our home park, and we haven't won a game.
We will today.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I'm getting dressed. I'm brushing my hair.
Since when do you use hair tonic?
This bottle? Oh, this ain't mine. It's Kelly's. Just thought I'd bother you a little.
Holy Moses!
Take it easy. Kelly won't care.
You big ape, look at your hair there. Look in the mirror.
My hair. It's standing straight up. It's vibrating. But he uses it. Kelly says he uses it all the time.
Let me smell that bottle. Well, it ain't booze. That's all I was worried about.
Me hair. It's still standing up, just sort of waving.
Well, see that Kelly's in shape to pitch. Give his arm a good massage and make sure he takes a nap.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Kelly. I didn't recognize you, sir. Dark glasses and all?
Well, I came in to pay the balance on that diamond ring I bought. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Did the lady like the ring?
I don't know. I hope so.
Oh. Well, would you care to look at some wedding rings?
No, thank you. Not until the end of the season. I mean, not until October.
I hope you won't forget us, Mr. Kelly. Good day, sir.
Vernon. Oh, Vernon, it's you.
Debbie.
Meeting you on the street after all these weeks. And what were you doing in there? In that jewelry store?
Well, if you must know,
No, don't tell me. I know already, Vernon. Oh, I read about what happened in Chicago.
You did?
But you're not going to try the same thing here. They've got guards and policemen.
Debbie!
And don't pretend you're so innocent. Besides, Mother heard you plan the whole thing in the station. You and your Confederates held up that jewelry store in Chicago, and now you're here looking this one over.
Debbie, but that's absurd.
Did you or did you not go to Chicago?
Well, yes,
Now, you asked me to trust you, to believe in you.
And you do. You're wearing the ring. Oh, Debbie.
Well, now, trust works both ways. If you won't trust me enough to tell me what this is all about, well, perhaps you'd better take the ring back right now.
All right, Debbie, I'll tell you. If you must know what I've been doing, well, I'm a baseball player.
That's not very funny, Vernon. If you don't want to tell me the truth, just say so.
Look, buy a morning newspaper. Look at the sports page. Big headline, Kelly to pitch against Boston. Well, I'm Kelly.
Oh, you are. And I'm Matahari. When you're ready to tell me the truth, Vernon, you know just where to find me.
Debbie, wait, please.
Well, I hope you like the seats, Dr. Greenleaf. Best in the ballpark, you know. That's what happens when you're with a man who owns the ball club.
Well, this is fine, Mr. Stone, just fine. Do you know this is the first baseball game I've seen in years?
Sit back and relax, Doctor. Enjoy yourself.
I'll relax after you've agreed to give that donation to the college research fund.
I'm afraid this is going to be an expensive afternoon for me.
I certainly hope so, Mr. Stone. Who's pitching today?
Why, the best pitcher we have, Kelly. That's Kelly warming up over there.
Oh? He's good, is he?
Good. He's incredible. A strange thing, Dr. Greenleaf. He doesn't act like a ball player at all. I'd like to have you meet him. Oh, Lanigan.
Yeah, Mr. Stone?
Tell Kelly to stop by, will you? There's someone here I'd like him to meet.
Say that again, will you, Kelly? I don't think I heard you right.
I said that I can't pitch today, Mr. Dolan.
Why, you prima donna, that's mutiny. I'll slap the biggest, fattest fine on you in history.
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't, but it won't make any difference if you do.
Brooker, get out there and warm up. He won't get away with this. I'll find him. I'll suspend him.
You got him wrong, Jimmy. Oh, Kelly's kind of wacky, all right, but he ain't no prima donna.
Then what's he walking out of the game for?
I don't know. Mr. Stone tells me some guy wants to meet him. Kelly starts walking toward the grandstand, and all of a sudden he ducks like he'd seen a ghost.
Just wait till this game's over. Just wait till I get...
Look, if you get tough with him, there's no telling what he'll do.
We got along without him before, didn't we?
Look, let me talk to him. Let me see what it's all about.
It wasn't just a whim, Monk. I had to get off the field. I saw someone in the stands.
You mean a copper or something?
No. Just someone who knew me before I joined the ball club.
But you gotta take that chance, kid. It's liable to happen anytime.
I know, and when it does, I'll have to do exactly what I'm doing now. I'll see you at the hotel. Monk, come in. You can turn on the light.
Why aren't you asleep, getting your rest?
I can't sleep.
No, I just come from Stone and Dolan. They have me on a carpet so long I got fallen arches. You take a walk and I get balled out.
I guess I'm fired, huh?
No, they're letting you off. You can thank your old Uncle Monk. Well, then what happened, Kelly? Was it that guy in the stands?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's my girl I'm worried about. She's going to find out about me.
Why? How come?
Because I told her. Only she didn't believe me. But she's bound to know, and so is her father.
Her father?
If he ever learns the truth, I'm really finished. He'll never take me back, and I can't say I blame him after what I said.
What did you say?
Oh, I was desperate. I certainly gave him a false impression. He thought I was doing something entirely different. That's the only reason he gave me my leave of absence.
Leave of absence? Where'd he have you, in a pen or something?
Doesn't matter. He's going to find out, so there's no point in going on.
Look, I'm not your girl. Maybe she won't find out. You gotta wait and see.
Wait and see what?
Well, if she gets the idea you ain't ribbing her, what'll she do? She'll come out to your next game and see for herself. Well, it adds up, don't it?
Of course it does, and that's just why I'm not going to pitch anymore.
Oh, why didn't I say that? I'm making it worse and worse. Now, look, Kelly, you gotta think of us, too, the rest of the team. We got a chance to win the pennant, maybe even a World Series. That means something to a lot of guys.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it does.
Well,
give me a little time, Monk. I'm too upset even to think. I'll try to do whatever's right.
Forgive me for being nosy, Debbie, but would you mind telling me what you're doing?
Oh, just reading the newspaper, Father.
The sports page? You?
Well, I was interested in a wild statement someone made. Father, do you need the car today? I think I'll drive into St. Louis.
Another shopping spree?
No, all I want to do is some looking around.
Well, Jimmy, whatever happened to Kelly the other day, he's certainly over it now. That's the 10th man he struck out.
Yeah, he's doing okay, Mr. Stone. Come on, Kelly, come on, get this guy.
told you it's pitching, lady. His name's Kelly.
Oh, but that's Vernon. It is. I see him. Come on, Vernon. Strike him out.
No, lady. Kelly. I told you his name's Kelly.
So did he, but I didn't believe him. Oh, Vernon, that's wonderful.
Just a second, miss. Where do you think you're going?
Well, in there. I want to see Mr. Kelly. I'm a friend of his.
That's the dressing room. You better wait for him here.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, it's you. You're Kelly's girl. Well, ain't she?
Well, who are you?
Jumping Jupiter, some luck I seen you first. Come on, sister, we're grabbing a cab.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to see him.
I'll tell you all about it in the cab, lady. Just get out of here.
So you're Mr. Lanigan. Well, I'm glad to know you.
You know, honey, I see you the first thing every morning and the last thing every night.
You do?
Yeah. Kelly's got your picture right on top of the dresser. You and his bottle of hair tonic.
Hair tonic?
Anyway, if Kelly knew you or anybody else was watching him, he'd walk right out of the ballpark. Why, he done it just the other day.
Oh, that must have been the day my father was there.
And if he blows, well, the team's dead and so is he. You don't want to hate a guy just when he's right on top. Or do you?
Oh, no, of course not.
Look, you want to come to the games? Okay. I'll send you passes. Only don't let Kelly see you.
I'll sit way up in the farthest corner, Mr. Lanigan.
And you're not sore at the guy?
No, I'm not sore. But it is quite a shock to fall in love with a college professor and then have him turn out to be a big league pitcher.
So that's what he is. A professor.
Well, now, is that so surprising?
Certainly. On account of that's exactly what I thought he was. But Vernon.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told you that.
You know something? This Kelly, Vernon, is quite a character. But he sure can pick things.
St. Louis takes pennant. Kelly won 30th game of season.
St. Louis to face New York in World Series.
Some World Series. You ever see anybody as lucky as them New Yorks? It should have been all over with yesterday. Instead, they tied up 3 games each. Why, right now... Hey, Kelly, ain't you listening?
This bottle, Monk. It's empty. Have you been using my hair tonic?
Hair tonic? Oh, yeah. I'm growing a whole new crop. Ain't you even noticed the difference?
I had another bottle, but that's gone, too. Monk, this is serious. Without that bottle, I'm sunk.
It's just hair tonic, ain't it?
Never mind. What did you do with it?
Well, I give it to Jimmy Dolan. He's getting a little thin on top.
Jimmy? I've got to get it. Now, right away.
Well, come in. What's the idea, all the noise?
Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Dolan, but I...
it's you, Kelly. In here. I'm just washing up. Well, kid, how do you feel? I hope you ain't nervous like I am. I'm counting on you.
Well, at the moment, I am rather nervous. You see, my...
A few hours from now, we'll be world champs. Or New York will.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Dolan. Mr. Dolan, I know this is going to sound a little...
Look at my hair, will you? Even my hair's nervous. Keeps jumping up. Must be a lot of electricity in the air. Well, what's on your mind, Kelly?
Well, it's my hair tonic.
Huh?
Did Monk give you a bottle of my hair tonic?
Well, yeah, that's right. I just now tried a little. I was losing a few. Mike said it'd grow hair on a billiard ball. Kind of an insult.
Well, you see, it's a very rare solution, Mr. Dolan, and I cannot duplicate it.
Well, okay. I'll pay you for it.
Oh,
How much?
No, it isn't that. It's my last bottle, and I need it.
You need it. With that mop? Who do you think you're playing for, the House of David?
Well, it's just a little idiosyncrasy of mine, and sort of a superstition, and especially today. You know.
I've heard of everything from a rabbit's foot to an elk's tooth. But hair tonic, that's a new one.
Please, Mr. Dolan, have you got it?
Sure, I got it.
Oh.
Right here in the medicine cabinet. Oh,
no. No.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of It Happens Every Spring. Our guest tonight is blonde, blue-eyed, and 22. At that tender age, Miss Jean Ruth is a veteran of more than one stage hit and has appeared in several pictures. I take it you like Hollywood, Jean?
Very much, Mr. Kennedy. And it was such fun to be on the Paramount lot when they were shooting the Hal Wallace production of My Friend Irma. All of us were weak from laughing when they'd finished.
I can understand why. Our neighbor on the radio is equally entertaining on the screen. The picture, My Friend Irma, is based on that popular Lever Brothers Company radio program, which follows immediately after the Lux Radio Theater. Marie Wilson, of course, plays Irma.
Well, who else? Having created her on the air, Marie just had to do the movie. And John Lund, with his flair for comedy, is perfect as Al. And fans will love that brand new laugh team, Martin and Lewis.
And Diana Lynn is Jane, Irma's long-suffering girlfriend.
She's Jane to a T, Mr. Kennedy. I used to love to visit Diana on the set, and she's a darling. We talked about everything under the sun, including the best way to keep your skin nice for camera close-ups. Oh, of course, you know Diana's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy.
One of the loveliest. The real American beauty type. So fresh and natural looking.
Yes, and her complexion is really beautiful. Diana told me she wouldn't dream of neglecting her Lux soap facials. She says that creamy lather gives her skin just the care it needs.
Yes, Lux soap care is so gentle. No wonder screen stars depend on it for million-dollar complexions.
It's wonderful, the softer, smoother look it gives your skin. Oh, I know, because I use Lux toilet soap every day.
Thank you, Miss Jean Ruth, for reminding us that this beauty soap with the delicate perfume is the choice of lovely women everywhere. So, if you haven't tried it, get a supply of fragrant white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. The curtain rises on the third act of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie. Well, the World Series is tied 3-3, and the issue will be decided this afternoon when Vernon Simpson, the year's most sensational pitcher, faces New York. Unfortunately, all Vernon's skill was contained in a little bottle marked hair tonic. But the bottle just smashed in Jimmy Dolan's wash basin, and Vernon's career as a pitcher has gurgled down the drain. Miles away from St. Louis, in the Greenleaf home, Debbie's in something of a spot.
You've been going around here like the cat who just swallowed the canary.
You're a grown girl, Debbie, and you're quite entitled to live your own life. It's just that Father and I,
These trips you've been making. Well, Debbie, where have you been going?
To St. Louis.
Why?
To see Vernon, Father.
Vernon? Well, what has he got to say for himself?
Well, I don't know. I haven't talked to him. That is, not for some time.
Oh, Debbie, you're being very difficult.
Well, all right, I'll tell you. Now, Father, you're going to get terribly angry, but, well, I guess you'll both have to find out sooner or later. Here, look at this.
Well?
Read it, Mother, the headline.
Dolan gambles on Kelly to Cup World Series.
Mixed up in gambling, huh? Who's Dolan? Who's Kelly?
Well, you should know who Kelly is, Father.
Oh, yes. The pitcher, Mr. Stone, wanted me to meet that time.
Well, Kelly's more than a pitcher, Father. He's Vernon.
What?
Vernon? Vernon Simpson?
Now, don't get excited, Father.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Well, Alfred, don't you have anything to say?
I think it's outrageous that he never pitched here for the varsity.
Oh, Father, then you don't mind.
Well, of course I mind. He lied to me, didn't he? Left his classes here, left his laboratory to play baseball.
What are you going to do, Alfred?
I'm going into St. Louis and see that ball game.
Oh, they're all sold out, dear. But it just happens that a friend of mine, a Mr. Monk Lanigan, has given me some tickets.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, top of the 8th inning in this deciding game of a neck-and-neck World Series. The score remains 6-6, but something has happened to Kelly. He's definitely not himself today. He's been in trouble constantly, but those St. Louis hitters have come back strong to save him. Well, he's towing the rubber now. Hopkins at the plate, Marconi on second. Here comes a pitch. It's a hit. It's a clean single right through shortstop. Marconi scores, and Hopkins is safe on first. And listen to that crowd.
Doing fine, isn't he, dear? Why, he threw the ball and made it hit the bat.
Oh, no, Mother, no. No, he's not doing fine at all. Oh, I can't understand it. What's happening?
New York leads now 7-6. There are 2 outs, but Kelly's in real trouble again. And there goes Monk Lanigan up the mound, popping forward.
How about it, kid? Where's the old hop?
I haven't got it anymore, Monk. It's gone. You see this little pad in my glove?
Huh?
What about the little...
Dry as a bone, not a drop left. I'm just a sandlot pitcher again.
What are you talking about? Are you feeling all right?
I feel awful.
Look, steady down, kid. So they hit a few. There's 7 men behind you. They can handle it. They're a great ball club.
They better be.
Come on, play ball.
Again, it's a strike as Wilson lets a fastball get by him. I don't know what Monk Lanigan told Kelly, but Kelly's pitched 2 successive strikes now. And here comes the next one. And he struck him out. Wilson goes down swinging and the side's retired. But it's another run for New York, and they're out in front 7-6.
Here, Kelly. Here's your jacket. Now sit down and quit worrying. Why, just get some hits. This ball game ain't over yet.
I wish it were.
So your heart ain't waking. You and I know it, but them New York batters don't. They go up there thinking they're going to strike out like they've been doing all season. You got to use psychology.
It's going to take more than psychology, Monk.
Keep bluffing them, see? Just give me a... Hello, boy! It's a hit.
If I were intelligent, I'd ask Jimmy Dolan to take me out. But I'm not going to do it. I hope he lets me stay.
Now you don't.
What happened out there?
What happened? Tony just knocked a double. Richard's on third. If Tony gets home, we got that game in the bag. Come on, baby!
Monk, I may not win. Don't be too sure. But I'll go down trying even if we do lose.
Will you quit talking about losing? We got 2 men on. Hit it, Titus! Knock it out of the park! You can do it, kid!
And there it goes. It's up against the fence. Richard scores, and Bevan is coming in, too. St. Louis is ahead again, 8-7. With a long fly to center field that retires the side. But St. Louis had a big inning. Those 2 runs can settle this World Series. Jimmy Dolan's boys have just 3 more men to retire, and they won themselves the highest honors in baseball. And looking down to the St. Louis dugout, it appears that manager Dolan is going to let Kelly stay in the game.
Come on. Let's get out there. It's your game, Kelly. Win or lose.
Thanks, Mr. Dolan.
All you got to do is hold them, kid. Good luck.
Monk, wait a minute.
Huh?
Take off your cap.
What's eating you, kid?
Your head. I just want to rub it.
You wanna rub my head?
Well, maybe there's still a little left on it.
Oh, Kelly, don't go wacky now. Not now, please.
It's all right, Monk. It's just for luck.
You mean to say the St. Louis is ahead again?
Oh, yes, Mother, yes. 8-7.
Oh!
Now if Vernon can only contain them. Retire the side, Vernon! Retire the side!
Ball rolling down the shortstop, but Hobson's got it. He whips to first. He's out. Davis is out. Kelly gets 2 more men. The ball game is over. But that's an awful big if right now as Aaron walks up to the plate. He's had 2 hits already. Kelly's rubbing up the ball now, kneading into his glove as he usually does. He gets a signal from Lanigan, goes into the stretch, and here it comes. And there it goes. It's a hit. A line drive right down the foul line that Richards reached for but couldn't get. Aaron's not stopping at first. He's trying for 2. There's a slide, and he's safe. He's in there with a double. Red Duffy's at bat now with Aaron on second. Aaron's a potential tying run. Out of the mound, Kelly's wiping his forehead. He throws the rubber now. Looks at the runner on second. Makes the pitch. And there it goes, and it's a long one. Hanford is running for it. So is Dixon. It's far out in right field, and it may be. It may. No, Hanford got it. Oh, Hanford practically climbed that right field wall. He jumped into the air right against the wall, and he caught the ball. Oh, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. Kelly is again saved by the storybook support he's been getting, and he's grimly hanging on to that 1-run lead. 2 out now. A man on second base, and Blockbuster Marks comes to bat. Marks has had 3 hits off Kelly this afternoon. And this is your ball game right here, folks. Top of the 9th, 2 men out, a man on second base, and the potential winning run at the plate. And here's Kelly's pitch. It's a strike. Strike 1 as Marks takes a terrific swing at a slow curveball. Kelly looks at second base. Aaron is taking a lead there, trying to worry him. Kelly rubs the ball. He's looking at Lanigan. He stretches, and the pitch. It's a hit, a terrific liner over Kelly's. No, it's not a hit. Kelly blocked the ball. A miraculous catch, and the ball game is over. Kelly's won his own game, and St. Louis wins the World Series.
Hey, Kelly, how come you ain't with the boys? Go on in the dressing room. I just broke out with the beer.
In a minute, Mr. Dolan.
So you're the guy I call the crackpot. Oh, I want to shake hands with you, Kelly.
Thanks, Jimmy, thanks.
Oh, hey, what is this? Let me look at that hand. How's it feel?
Well, it's rather painful.
When you caught that ball, huh? Come on, we better get that x-rayed. Hey, Monk, find the doc, will you? We'll be in the examining room.
How's it feel, kid? Doc fix you up okay? Hurts, huh?
Oh, it's not too bad. Where'd Doc go?
I don't know.
Well, what did he say when you and Dolan talked to him? Monk, you're stalling. Now, what is it?
Oh, stalling. Listen, I want to tell you something. I've been playing baseball since Hector was a pup. But what's it got me? I mean, it don't matter how long you're up there. It's what you do.
Oh, you've done all right.
Well, I'm talking about you. You had a season, Kelly. A season like nobody ever had before.
Well, I guess I was lucky.
Why, you could pitch for 20 years. You'd never do no better. You've done it all, kid. You know, you got nothing to look forward to.
Now, what's this all about? What did the doctor say?
He says you're all washed up. Your hand, you can't pitch no more.
Oh. Well, I never dreamt my career would end this way.
You and me both. I ain't never gonna forget it. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life going around bragging how Kelly was my roommate.
Well, I guess I'll go on to the station, Monk. I can get a train in 30 minutes.
Give me your bag. I'm going with you. Now, look, you leave me here from you, see? You write me a letter.
Oh, sure. All right.
What do you figure you're gonna do, kid?
I don't know. I'd like to get my old job back at the college, but I don't think there's much chance of that.
No, I know.
No, not after the way I left and what I've been doing since.
Oh, jumping Jupiter, you ain't made it nobody or nothing. All you done was play ball.
And I only did it to get enough money to marry my girl, but even so, I haven't much hope.
But you ought to know that. I don't get it. It don't make no sense to me.
Well, a lot of things don't make sense, Monk. I was a chemistry teacher. I can tell you that now. And the sum of money I received for teaching science to the youth of this state for an entire year was a little less than I got this afternoon, tossing a 5-ounce sphere past a young man holding a wooden stick.
But that ain't right. If it weren't for professors teaching kids, everybody'd turn out to be dumb clucks like me.
Oh! You're doing all right. I hope you keep on.
Thanks, Kelly.
Well, I guess I better be moving.
How's the hand feel now?
Oh, it's fine. Monk, you know, I never had many friends, but you've been a real one. You've done a lot for me, and I just want to say that I just don't know how to say what I want to say.
Me neither, so don't leave us try.
Well, I'll get in touch with you, Monk, as soon as things are straightened out.
So long, kid. So long. She gave me her phone number. I know she did. Yeah, it's right here. Debbie Greenleaf, Westlake 8813. I hope she's back home by now. She's got to be home.
Debbie, I just don't understand. You being here and all these people.
Oh, Burt, you were so wonderful, darling. I'm proud of you. We're all proud of you.
You mean you know? And they know? Everybody knows?
Well, of course. All afternoon we've been rooting for you like mad. Oh, Vernon, that catch you made in the 9th inning. Oh, your hand. Your hand, it's all bandaged.
It's all right, Debbie.
Oh, but it's terrible. Monk said you'd never pitch again.
Monk?
Well, yes, he phoned the house. Oh, we're pals, Vernon. He even got his tickets for the game. Mother and father and...
Father?
Yes, son.
Oh, jumping Jupiter, then you know, too.
Yes, Vernon, I know all about it.
Oh.
And what happened to your hop today?
Oh, I wanted to talk to you, Dr. Greenleaf, to try to explain. I mean about my old job. Do you think there's any chance at all?
You know better than to ask me that. As a matter of fact, Dr. Fuller's already taken your place.
Oh, he has? Yes, that's what I thought. Well, I don't blame you.
You see, the owner of that ball club, Mr. Stone, well, he's given us the money for the research laboratory. And you're the only man he let us put in as director.
Oh, Vernon. Darling, aren't you going to say something?
I wonder if that stuff really would grow hair.
The stands are still cheering the performances of tonight's stars, and here are Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend for a curtain call. Ray, I suppose you'll be leaving tonight for the World Series.
Well, not exactly, Bill. I know it's hard to believe, but both the Yankees and the Dodgers seem to think they can win without me.
I suppose Casey Stengel figures he can muddle through with fellas like Joe DiMaggio.
Well, just in case he's listening, I want to say in all modesty, Casey, I am available.
Well, while Ray is throwing a curve to Casey Stengel, I want to ask Colleen Townsend about her recent tour of Veterans Hospitals.
Well, it was really a thrilling experience, Mr. Keeley. The boys in the hospitals gave us a wonderful reception.
I'm sure they're always glad to see a Lux girl as lovely as you are, Colleen.
Well, thank you. Naturally, I take Lux soap with me on a trip. It's always been my complexion care.
I wonder if I should wire Casey.
Oh, Ray, let's face it, you struck out.
Oh, well. What's the play next week, Bill?
Next week, we guarantee a home run, Ray, because our play is RKO's smash hit, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. And the stars will be Cary Grant and Irene Dunne. The motion picture comedy delighted audiences everywhere. And next Monday night, Irene Dunne and Cary Grant build their dream house right here.
A wonderful show, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunne and Cary Grant in Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from New York City.
Land appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Song of Surrender, starring Wanda Hendricks and MacDonald Carey. Colleen Townsend appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Prince of Foxes, starring Tyrone Power. Heard in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia as Monk, Wally Mayer as Dolan, Ed Begley as Stone, and Bill Johnstone as Greenleaf. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mr. Blanding Builds His Dream House, starring Cary Grant and Irene Dunne.
Spry is a new Spry, a better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Now get better pies than ever with new Better Than Ever Spry. Any filling tastes super delicious in a tender, flaky pie crust made with new Spry. Why? Because pure new Spry is blander, creamier, a sure, supremely delicate nut-sweet pastry. Tomorrow, get a thrifty 3-pound can of new, Better Than Ever Spry. Another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Blanding Builds His Dream House, starring Irene Dunne and Cary Grant. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring June Allyson, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Janet Leigh in Little Women. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Little Women is one of the most enjoyable stories ever written. It has all the endearing qualities that make for real drama, laughter, romance, and tears. And never has the story been presented more expertly or with greater artistry than in the recent picture from the studios of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Tonight's play is based on this picture, and we have 4 of the original stars. First, June Allyson, whose warmth and sincerity have made her an outstanding attraction. Peter Lawford, with all his charm and talent. Margaret O'Brien in one of her most appealing roles. And lovely and gracious Janet Leigh, to complete one of the greatest cast we've ever presented. Little Women is the story of the March sisters and their romances. 4 girls whose loves and ambitions are completely different, but who are bound together by happy family ties. a story beloved by 3 generations of Americans. You know, every day we receive letters from modern little women telling us that Lux toilet soap is the complexion care in their homes. Mothers set the example and daughters follow. A good rule where Lux complexions are concerned. The curtain rises on the home of our little women, starring June Allyson as the unforgettable Jo, Peter Lawford as Laurie, Margaret O'Brien as Beth, and Janet Leigh as Meg, who tells our story.
We were 4 sisters, Amy, Jo, Beth, and I. I shall start our story during that winter of 1864 when Papa was still away at war. What a miserable Christmas we all thought. How happy a Christmas it really was.
Well, at least we have a Christmas tree, Amy, and I think it's beautiful.
Christmas won't be Christmas, Beth, not without presents. Oh, it's dreadful to be poor. I especially feel it because I'm the eldest, and I can remember when we used to be rich.
We're better off than a lot of people, Meg. Orphans, for instance. We have Father and Marmee and each other.
But we haven't got Father, Beth, and probably won't have him for a long time.
But, Joe, the men in the Army are having such a terrible winter. Marmee's right. We have to make sacrifices.
Only I'm tired making over these same dresses year after year.
Well, I don't think any of you suffer as I do. You don't have to go to school with impertinent girls who label your father just because he's poor.
Oh, Amy, if you mean libel, then say so. And stop talking about labels as if Papa was a pickle bottle.
Well, you needn't be so satirical about it, Joe. It's proper to use good words and improve one's vocabulary.
Vocabulary? Christopher Columbus.
Joe, don't use slang words.
Oh, I just detest rude, unladylike young ladies.
And I hate affected snips.
Birds in their little nests agree.
Oh, I'll never get over my disappointment at not being a boy. Look at me. Dying, simply dying to go and fight at Father's side. And here I am sitting and knitting like a poky old woman.
Poor Joe.
Oh, thank you, Miss Beth. But I don't need any pity, because someday I'll be a famous writer and make my fortune. Oh, not that I'll forget about my sisters. You'll all ride around in fine carriages. And you, my Beth, you will have a new piano. And you, Meg, you'll have 10 dozen dresses and satin slippers and red-headed boys to dance with.
I shall like that. I thank you.
So there's no use fretting now. I'll get famous just as soon as I can. Meanwhile, let's rehearse the play.
Meanwhile, it's time for tea. Come, girls, help me with the tray.
Don't we ever have coffee anymore, Hannah?
Coffee is scarce and dear. And it seems to me you'd be...
What is it, Hannah?
Someone's looking in this room.
What?
Keep away from the window.
But, Hannah, who is it?
That Lawrence boy.
Where? Where is he?
Next door in the Lawrence house where he belongs. Only he does not belong at their parlor window, staring into our parlor window.
But what Lawrence boy?
Mr. Lawrence's grandson, of course.
Ha! I didn't know the old fusspot had a grandson.
Well, he just came home. First, he ran away from college.
Oh, that's the bravest thing I've ever heard of.
And when they found him, there he was, wounded, in an army hospital. He'd lied about his age and enlisted.
How perfectly splendid. I should like to do the same.
Joe, what are you doing?
Well, if he can look out of his window at us, I can look out of ours at him.
Josephine March.
Oh, he's still there. Gee, I'm glad he's a boy. I certainly would like to know a boy for a change and have a little fun.
Oh, how can you say such things?
I wonder how I could get to know him. You! Hello!
Oh, Joe, you're disgracing us.
Hello! Why, that dreadful boy. He's waving at me.
Marmee didn't come home until late that afternoon. She'd been in the village helping poor Mrs. Hummel. As soon as Beth had brought her chair up to the fire, I told Marmee my big news.
News, Meg? What news, dear?
I saw Mrs. King about the position, Marmee, and she's going to take me, $4 a week.
Meg, I'm proud of you.
Oh, they have a beautiful house, Marmee, and the children are sweet. I won't mind working at all.
Was there any mail in the village, Marmee? A letter from Father?
You don't think he'd forget to write us at Christmas, do you? Amy, dear, the letter's in my muff.
A letter from Father.
He sent you all a little Christmas message.
How do you do?
Aunt March.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Aunt March.
How nice of you to come.
Yes, it was nice of me to come. Here, Christmas remembrance for each of you. Meg.
Thank you, Aunt March.
Joe.
Thank you, Aunt March.
Amy.
Thank you, Aunt March.
Beth.
Thank you, Aunt March.
When I was a girl, my aunts didn't have to come to me.
Oh, we plan to visit you tomorrow, Aunt March.
One never knows if there will be a tomorrow. Well, have you heard from that foolish father of yours, waltzing away to war and leaving others to care for his family?
We're very proud of Father, Aunt March, and there's nobody looking out for us.
Joe.
Hoity-toity. If your father'd listened to me, young ladies, you'd be better off today. I begged him not to invest his money with that swindler. If I told him once,
Forgive me, Aunt March, but that was years ago and has nothing to do with now.
Besides, it was our money that got lost, not yours.
Don't be impertinent, miss. Oh, it's a waste of time to talk. Nobody listens to me anyhow. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Aunt March, I'll walk out to your sleigh with you.
And catch a death of cold while you're about it.
Aunt March, you still want me to work for you, don't you?
Fine time to ask me.
Well, I'd like to be your companion.
A companion should be companionable, young woman.
Yeah, I will be, I promise. I am willing to bury the hatchet.
Very well, then. Come over after the holidays. And bring an apron.
Fine. Thank you, Auntie. Merry Christmas.
For all her scolding, Aunt March had given each of us a new, shining silver dollar. Supper would have to wait that night as we dashed off to the village store. And later, after we wrapped the presents we were giving to ourselves, Mommy took out the letter that had come from Papa.
And give my girls my love and a kiss. Tell them I think of them by day, pray for them by night, and find my best comfort in their affection at all times. I know they will remember to be loving children to you, will work diligently so that these hard times need not be wasted, and that when I return, I may be fonder and prouder than ever of my little women. How long this sad war will last?
Mrs. March, ma'am.
Yes, Hannah?
A message from poor Mrs. Hummel, ma'am. She wants to know how soon can you come.
Right away. Amy, get my boots, dear. My wraps, Joe. Good night, my children.
Good night,
Mom. Don't wait up for me. I may be late.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
A fine Christmas Eve. Papa far away and Marmee out taking care of sick people.
And our presents. They look so lonesome under the tree.
And there's nothing for Marmee. Nothing. And she needs a new pair of slippers.
Well, I'm the man in the family while Papa's away, so I'll supply the slippers.
But how? Our money's all spent.
Well, I bought a book. I'll take it back.
But I thought of the slippers first, Joe.
So you did, Beth. Well, then, I'll buy her army shoes, the very best to be had.
And I'll get her a nice pair of gloves. Pink ones.
A little bottle of cologne for me. Both Marmee and I just love cologne.
Oh, but won't the stores be closed?
Who cares? Come on, me hearties. We'll storm the citadel.
It was long past midnight when Marmee returned. We were huddled at the top of the stairs. We couldn't see her as she stopped by the Christmas tree, but we knew that she had found our presents.
But why is she crying? I can hear Marmee and she's crying.
Doesn't she like our presents? Come on now. Back to bed before she sees us.
But why is she crying, Meg?
Because she loves us, little Beth. And love and tears live very close together. Come on now. Squeeze. Christopher Columbus, what a breakfast. Look, kidney pie and sausage.
Popovers and coffee.
And everything.
Merry Christmas, girl.
Oh,
Merry Christmas, Hannah. Hannah, you do beat the Dutch.
Oh, I can remember when I served a breakfast like this every day.
We must have been enormously rich.
Well, kindly pass the popovers, Meg.
Now, wait for Marmee, Amy.
Your mom's took breakfast and gone. She said she'll meet you all in church.
Gone?
Back to the Hummels. The baby finally come early this morning.
Another baby?
One after another. 6 children, half frozen, huddled in one bed, she said. Your mom took her breakfast to them.
I'm not hungry either.
Oh, Beth.
I'm not hungry.
But people are starving everywhere every day. Well, if you're going to let that worry you, you'll never eat at all.
I try not to think about it.
Those people are far away, Meg, and we don't know them. But the Hummels are near, and we do know them.
You're not thinking of giving our breakfast to the Hummels.
Yes, we are, aren't we, Joe?
Oh, no, you couldn't think of a